Chapter 1. Rainy Night. On a rainy night, the sounds of raindrops harmonized with the intermittent crackle of electricity in the alley. Calling Ellie. Calling Ellie. Can you hear me? Just hold on for 5 more minutes. We will arrive soon. Several lifeless bodies lay strewn across the ground that a creature, humanoid in shape and covered in long hair, crouched before the corpses, extracting organs with a grotesque fervor. The cacophony of torrential rain, the gurgling of water flowing into the drain, the creatures gnawing, and the sizzling electricity coalesced into an eerie symphony. In the corner, a graceful silhouette leaned against the wall, slowly rising. With silver hair and exquisitely refined features, her stunning visage encapsulated the best attributes of both Eastern and Western beauty. Tall and statuesque, she wore a form-fitting leather outfit that accentuated her alluring figure. In her hand, she held a peculiar blue longsword, resting it against the ground. The woman inhaled deeply, gripping the sword, which emanated a faint glow. The creature's claw reached toward one of the fallen, who still breathed, albeit weakly. With a voice trembling with fear, he pleaded, "Captain Ellie, save me, please." Determined, she gritted her teeth, enduring the pain as she swung her blade at the creature. Unfazed, it responded with a swift punch. The woman was sent flying, crashing into the waterlogged ground, splashing droplets everywhere, but a strange watch on her wrist beeped insistently, displaying 3 red dots that suddenly multiplied to 4. Her lips moved in a desperate struggle, but ultimately, she succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing on the ground with despair at her eyes. Pressing her earpiece, she stammered, "Level 4. Level 4 anomaly." On the other end of the earpiece, a voice erupted in alarm. "What? Level 4? Ellie, we are on our way. Just hold on a little longer." Ellie removed her earpiece and lay on the ground, her gaze vacant, ice-blue eyes staring into the dark abyss above. In her peripheral vision, she noticed someone had appeared beside her. The pang of anxiety gripped her heart, and instinctively, she reached for her sword. The newcomer was sheltered beneath an umbrella. The rain pattered incessantly against the fabric, creating a rhythmic drumming sound. To her astonishment, the figure seemed to be wearing a uniform from the nearby second high school. Desperately grasping the stranger's pant leg, she pleaded with a voice that barely held strength, "Don't just stand there. Hurry and leave." The creature, momentarily pausing its gruesome feast, turned its cold, slitted eyes toward the newcomer. Its bloodied, scarlet tongue slithered out, licking its lips as it stood up, eyes glinting greedily at the newcomer, as if envisioning a delectable dessert. Suddenly, it lunged forward. Mud splattered as it charged at the umbrella-wielding figure. Fang Xin stood resolute, seemingly unfazed. Ellie, believing Fang Xin was momentarily paralyzed by fear, struggled to find her sword but could only retrieve a handful of water. "Run!" Ellie shouted with the last vestiges of her strength. The creature was now mere moments away. Its claws slashed toward Fang Xin's chest. The umbrella slowly rose, and beneath its canopy, framed by delicate bangs, Fang Xin's dark eyes transformed into a vivid crimson. One hand raised, Fang Xin pointed, revealing crimson, bloodthirsty runes that erupted upon her skin. Fang Xin's palm sliced through the air with a swift motion, grasping the neck of the humanoid creature with unparalleled speed. The entire event transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the creature frozen in its previous action. Even a downpour seemed to pause in that fleeting moment. Fang Xin's knees bent slightly as he gathered his strength. Suddenly, he propelled himself forward with explosive force. A resounding crash followed as the humanoid was thrust into the wall, causing the plaster to flake and bricks to scatter, creating a concave indentation. Blood and internal remnants spewed from the creature's mouth, cascading down the wall and pooling on the ground, its head sinking into the muddy water, falling silent. The previously suspended rain resumed its relentless descent. Fang Xin raised his hand and reached into the air. A barely perceptible crimson glimmer shot forth from the creature, vanishing into the scarlet runes that adorned his fingers, which flickered momentarily before fading into obscurity. His elongated fingers appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary hand, and his crimson eyes transformed back into a pair of black orbs. Fang Xin turned his gaze, and there lay Ellie, reclining in the rain, her delicate face etched with unprecedented astonishment. Her icy blue eyes reflected the visage of the masked Fang Xin. He gave a dispassionate glance, as though regarding a mere specter, and continued onward without a word. Ellie, still reeling from the shock, weakly implored, "I am gravely injured. Could you perhaps assist me in seeking shelter from the rain?" Fang Xin halted, tilting his head slightly. "You beseech me for aid, yet refuse to address me with respect." Ellie paused momentarily. "Might I trouble you to help me to that side?" Fang Xin approached her. Ellie lifted her arm, bracing herself for a princess carry. However, Fang Xin had little regard for such formalities. She requested to be helped to safety. Fang Xin seized the back of Ellie's collar, dragging her to the entrance of a nearby shop to escape the downpour. The steps jutted uncomfortably against her rear, causing Ellie to pout slightly, though she refrained from complaint and sincerely expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." As Fang Xin turned to leave, Ellie hastily added, "I am Ellie. May I inquire your name?" "Qin Junhao. I ask that your true name." Fang Xin replied with a curt affirmation. One does not change their name nor alter their surname. Qin Junhao. Ellie wished to ask more, but Fang Xin had already vanished into the vast expanse of the rain-soaked night. Before long, several vehicles converged upon the scene. The first to leap from a car was a man clad in a trench coat and a top hat, whose expression shifted to one of alarm upon witnessing the scattered bodies. He raised his wrist, glancing at his watch to ascertain the distance to Ellie, and hurriedly made his way over. As he approached, he began to assess her injuries, extracting a vial to administer an injection, which gradually restored some color to Ellie's pallid complexion. "What about the level 4 mutant? Captain Xiao." "Over here." A team member illuminated a spot with their flashlight. Upon realizing the situation, Captain Xiao was taken aback, exclaiming, "Ellie, who did this? To kill a freshly upgraded level 4 mutant in a place like Lawn City. They cannot be an unknown entity. It was a high school student." "A high school student?" Captain Xiao was momentarily dumbfounded. "Are you certain? I saw him in a uniform of 2nd High. Oh my. If this is true, he must possess an SS-level talent. Moreover, he stands as a paragon among those with SS-grade talent." Captain Xiao inquired eagerly, "Did you ask him his name?" "Indeed, I did." He said his name is Qin Junhao. Captain Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Heavens! Just a moment. I shall have someone investigate whether this individual exists in number 2 high school. If this is all true, we have struck gold. We have stumbled upon a treasure. Such a genius is a formidable presence, not only in the district but across the nation." Coincidentally, the first round of talent testing for this year is set to commence in a couple of days, and I must personally witness it that I cannot allow other entities to seize such an extraordinary talent, especially those detestable fellows from Division 9 who always manage to poach the talents. Qin Junhao. I shall remember him. Ellie gazed into the vast, rainy night with her ice-blue eyes, rubbing her still sore rear, indeed remembering him. Fang Xin shook the raindrops off the umbrella. Just as she opened the door, voices echoed from within the room. Chapter 2. The Potion. In the kitchen sat Fang Xin's aunt, Fang Huilan, along with her family of 4. On the table, alongside simple home-cooked dishes, were 2 peculiar light blue potions. Fang Xin's young cousin, Jiang Xiaoyu, glared at the meager 2 potions and exclaimed indignantly, "Mom, there are 3 of us, yet only 2 potions? The talent test is approaching, and without this potion, how can we proceed?" My classmate's father used connections to procure a full 10 of these potions. Among our classmates, only a handful from impoverished families lack them. Aunt Fang Huilan replied apologetically, "Xiaoyu, this item is currently scarce. We only managed to obtain these through considerable networking, and they are exorbitantly priced. Your father and I have discussed this. You are still young. For this talent test, you should refrain from participating, allowing your sister and your cousin Fang Xin to take part instead. Next time, we will purchase 2 new potions for you, all right?" Jiang Xiaoyu slammed her hand on the table. "No. So you're saying that one of those potions, which should rightfully belong to me, has been taken by Fang Xin, is that correct? What kind of talk is that?" Aunt Fang Huilan retorted. Jiang Xiaoyu stood up in a huff. "Am I wrong? You are clearly favoring that orphan nephew of yours. He consumes our resources, lives off our generosity, and now seeks to usurp what is rightfully mine. How can he be so shameless? Is this child never satisfied?" Jiang Xiaoyu, with tears welling in her eyes, turned to her father, Jiang Weidong. "Dad, speak fairly. Why should my potion be given to Fang Xin. If we hadn't taken in the stray dog, he would have starved long ago. Jiang Weidong glanced at the two potions on the table. Huilan, how about we give Fang Xin's potion to Xiaoyu? After all, Xiaoyu is our dear daughter, and since Fang Xin has benefited from our kindness, we have done our part. Absolutely not. Fang Huilan interjected firmly. The talent test is crucial, determining one's future job prospects. If the talent is sufficiently outstanding, it may even attract national support. My brother and sister-in-law served the country in their time. If Xiaoxin can follow in their footsteps, they would surely be proud. Jiang Weidong slammed his hand on the table. How can this be unacceptable? Your nephew is the treasure. Is my daughter no longer a treasure? Is this household under my dominion or yours? If it weren't for us, your nephew Fang Xin would have already become a lost soul. Seated at the table, the eldest daughter Jiang Xiaocha lifted her head and adjusted her oversized glasses. To be precise, everything we consume and even a roof over our heads are bequeathed to Fang Xin by his parents. Without us, Fang Xin might be faring far better, while we would be the true lost souls. If I'm not mistaken, the funds for these 2 vials of medicine were also left to Fang Xin by my uncle and aunt, correct? Jiang Weidong choked momentarily. Jiang Xiaoyu persisted relentlessly. The funds left by his parents have long been exhausted, and has not Fang Xin resided in our home for so long, receiving care from our parents? Haven't those expenses already offset each other? I refuse to accept this vial of medicine must be mine. I do not wish to be ridiculed by my classmates from my family, being unable to afford my medication. Moreover, I've already boasted to them that my parents would certainly procure the medicine for me. As she spoke, Jiang Xiaoyu seized one vial and claimed it for herself. Just as Fang Huilan was about to speak, a commotion arose at the door, drawing the family's attention. Fang Huilan rose to greet them. Xiao Xin is back. It's so dangerous at night. Why are you home so late? Fang Xin changed his shoes. I was at the bookstore reading for a while. Come eat. Jiang Xiaoyu shot a hostile glare at Fang Xin and muttered under her breath. What a shameless thing. Fang Xin remained unfazed, having heard every word spoken by his aunt's family. When his parents passed away, they left behind a vast fortune that attracted the covetous eyes of many relatives, each eager to devour the inheritance. It was during that tumultuous time that Fang Xin gained profound insight into human nature. Subsequently, he lived with his grandfather for a period, during which his grandfather shared numerous stories that Fang Xin had never heard before. In the early 20th century, a mad scientist discovered that the world had changed. Humanity's genes were dramatically altered by an indescribable force. Initially, people dismissed it as the ramblings of a lunatic. However, one day, someone was able to lift a ton with one hand, another could summon storms and lightning, some became invisible, while others could perform push-ups without the use of their hands. From that moment onward, everything transformed. As the surge of power escalated, so too did the desires of the human heart. The awakened gradually divided into 2 factions, known as the Holy Light Army and the Eternal Night Army, and conflict ensued. Later, at the end of the last century, the monumental God Wars took place, concluding with the Holy Light faction achieving a bittersweet victory. Years passed, and awakening began to be regulated. The awakened were strictly monitored by the authorities, undergoing aptitude tests from high school to determine their potential for awakening. Aptitude levels were categorized for ease of recall, ranging from a level to the highest SS level. The higher the level, the more scarce the individuals. Each year, the Dragon Kingdom conducted aptitude tests, with fewer than 20 SS level talents emerging from millions of candidates. Each one possessed a promising future. Fang Xin was uncertain about the specifics of his own aptitude. Based on the awakening criteria, his current combat power should be rated at level 4, making him unmatched among peers of the same level. Previously, Fang Xin had consulted historical records, discovering that throughout the annals of the Dragon Kingdom, only 2 individuals had attained the 4th level at such a tender age, both possessing SS level talent. The disparity in innate abilities ultimately delineates the ceiling of one's growth. Thus, the higher the rank, the more substantial the benefits and privileges one enjoys, while simultaneously attracting the attention of various official factions and other formidable powers. Fang Xion's awakening of his murderous talent came after the passing of his parents, that he could enhance his overall strength through acts of slaughter, which also led to the awakening of his power talent. He vividly recalls the astonished expression on his grandfather's face when he disclosed this revelation. That night, his grandfather remained awake, sitting in the courtyard and smoking incessantly, muttering words such as fate, twilight of the gods, and Godslayer. The following day, his grandfather announced a long journey ahead, repeatedly advising Fang Xin to conceal this talent from others, and gifted him a pendant to wear around his neck, which could evade detection. From that moment on, his grandfather vanished without a trace. During his grandfather's absence, his uncle, Jiang Weidong, faced a dire business downturn, accumulating a mountain of debt, leaving the family on the brink of scavenging for food. Ultimately seeking assistance from Fang Xin that time, Jiang Weidong still conducted himself with dignity. Fang Xin aided in settling the debts, and when his aunt's family found themselves homeless, Fang Xin graciously allowed them to reside in the house bequeathed by his parents. Aunt Fang Huilan served a bowl of rice to Fang Xin, affectionately ruffling his hair. Little Xin, I heard from Xiao Feng's mother that you ranked second in the recent monthly exam. Is that true? Fang Xin nodded in affirmation. My little Xin is truly remarkable. Aunt Fang Huilan beamed with pride. Jiang Xiaoyu scoffed disdainfully. What good is being academically gifted? The times have changed. Awakening talent surpasses all. Jiang Xiaochai, who had been nibbling her food, chimed in. If one lacks intelligence, even awakened talent is merely cannon fodder. Aunt Fang Huilan gestured for her daughters to cease their bickering and continued addressing Fang Xin. Little Xin, the talent test is approaching, and I have purchased a potion. For you, Xiaoyu, hand the potion to your brother Fang Xin. Jiang Xiaoyu tucked the potion into her bosom. Why should I? It's mine. Just as Aunt Fang Huilan was about to interject, Jiang Xiaochai wiped her mouth and pushed the potion towards Fang Xin. Brother, this is yours. I'm finished. I'm heading to my room. Xiaochai. Aunt Fang Huilan called out urgently, but Jiang Xiaochai had already retreated to her room. Jiang Xiaoyu smirked. Mom, if she doesn't want it, so be it. Aunt Fang Huilan gazed at the closed door of her eldest daughter, her expression a blend of emotions. Jiang Weidong set down his utensils, shifted in his seat, and cast a sidelong glance at Fang Xin, picking up the newspaper with a stern demeanor. Fang Xin. Fang Xin looked up. This potion was not easily obtained. Oh, seeing Fang Xin's nonchalant reaction, Jiang Weidong shook the newspaper vigorously, his finger tapping emphatically on the dining table. Do you realize how many connections I had to leverage to acquire this potion? Wow! Observing Fang Xin's demeanor, Jiang Weidong exclaimed in anger. Let me tell you, do not squander it. It would be a waste of my efforts. If you do not achieve some results, you will have to move out of my house. Alas, I've never heard of it. Jiang Weidong exclaimed, visibly agitated, as he slammed his hand on the table and rose to his feet. Pointing at Fang Xin, he gestured aimlessly in the air before forcefully throwing the newspaper onto the table. Jiang Weidong stormed off to his room, deliberately kicking the trash can in frustration as he passed by. Fang Huilan, gritting her teeth, followed him into the bedroom and slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Jiang Weidong, what do you mean by this? Jiang Weidong's voice was raised, intentionally directed at the outside Fang Xin. What do I mean? What could it possibly mean? Just look at him. An unrefined creature raised without guidance. Is that how one speaks to their elders? I truly wish to see what sort of talent he might awaken after stealing my eldest daughter's potion. Jiang Xiaoyu, biting her chopsticks, swayed her head smugly as she chimed in. Fang Xin, I specifically inquired with seniors excelling in studies does not guarantee the awakening of a remarkable talent. There have been several top students in our school who failed to awaken any talent at all. If you end up awakening the most trivial grade, I will have ample reason to laugh at you for 2.5 years. Chapter 1. Rainy night on a rainy night. In a narrow alley, the sound of rain mingled with intermittent electrical crackles. Calling Ellie. Calling Ellie. Can you hear me? Just hold on for 5 more minutes. We'll be there. Scattered across the ground lay several lifeless bodies. A grotesque creature, covered in long hair, crouched before a corpse, extracting its innards. The cacophony of the relentless downpour, the rush of water draining into the sewers, the creature's gnawing, and the crackling of electricity combined to create an eerie atmosphere. In the corner of the alley, a graceful figure leaned against the wall, rising slowly. With silver hair and exquisitely defined features, Her stunning visage seamlessly blended the finest attributes of East and West. Tall and slender, she donned a form-fitting leather outfit that accentuated her alluring form. In her hand, she gripped a peculiar blue longsword that glimmered with a faint light. The creature's claw reached toward the person still breathing on the ground. Weak and terrified, pleaded Captain Ellie. "Help me, please." Gritting her teeth, Ellie inhaled sharply, enduring the searing pain as she swung her sword at the creature. Without a glance, the creature retaliated with a punch, sending her body crashing into the water, splashing it everywhere. A strange watch on her wrist emitted a series of beeps, and the 3 red lights displayed transformed into 4. Ellie's lips trembled as she struggled, ultimately succumbing to weakness, collapsing to the ground in despair. Pressing her earpiece, she murmured, "Level 4. Level 4 abnormality." A gasp echoed from the earpiece. "What? Level 4? Ellie, we're on our way. Just hold on a bit longer." Ellie removed her earpiece and lay on the ground, her gaze vacant, her icy blue eyes fixed on the pitch-black sky as she murmured, "It's too late." Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed an unfamiliar figure beside her. A jolt of fear gripped her heart, and she instinctively reached for her sword. The newcomer held an umbrella, the raindrops drumming rhythmically against it. Ellie noticed that the stranger appeared to be wearing the uniform of a nearby secondary school. Desperately, she grasped the hem of the stranger's pants, weak yet frantic, imploring, "Don't just stand there. Hurry." The creature, previously devouring its prey, paused, turning its cold, slitted gaze upon the newcomer. Its blood-stained, crimson tongue flicked out, licking its lips, as it wiped its mouth and stood, eyes glinting with avarice, as if it had spotted a delectable dessert. Suddenly, it lunged forward, mud splattering as it charged at the umbrella-wielding figure. Fang Xin stood resolute as a mountain. Ellie assumed Fang Xin was paralyzed with fear, struggling to find her sword, but ultimately grasped only a handful of water. "Run," Ellie called with her last ounce of strength. The creature was almost upon them, its claws swiping towards Fang Xin's chest. The umbrella slowly lifted, and beneath its edge, amidst delicate bangs, those dark eyes transformed into a vivid crimson. Fang Xin raised one hand. Upon the skin of the finger joints, vivid crimson and bloodthirsty runes emerged prominently. Fang Xin's palm swept through with an afterimage, seizing the neck of the humanoid creature with lightning speed. Everything transpired in an instant, leaving the creature frozen in its previous motion. The rain seemed to pause at that moment. Fang Xin's knees bent slightly, gathering strength. Suddenly, he surged forth. With a resounding crash, the humanoid creature was thrust into the wall. The wall's surface peeled away, and bricks were propelled outward, forming a concave pit. Blood and fragments of internal organs spewed from the creature's mouth as it slid down the wall and into the mud, its head sinking into the mire, motionless. The previously halted downpour resumed. Fang Xin raised his hand and grasped the air, a barely perceptible crimson glimmer, invisible to the naked eye, shot from the creature and merged into the blood-red runes on Fang Xin's knuckles, which flickered momentarily before vanishing, leaving his elongated fingers appearing as an unremarkable hand. The crimson hue of his eyes transformed back into a pair of ordinary black ones. Fang Xin turned his head to see Ellie lying in the rain, her delicate face expressing unprecedented astonishment. Her ice-blue eyes reflected the masked visage of Fang Xin. He cast a nonchalant glance, as if regarding a mere decoration, and without further inquiry, continued walking into the distance. Still in shock, Ellie weakly uttered, "I am gravely injured. Could you perhaps drag me over there to escape the rain?" Fang Xin halted, tilting his head slightly. "You request my assistance, but do not even wish to address me properly." Ellie paused. "Might I trouble you to drag me over there?" Fang Xin approached her, and Ellie lifted her arm, preparing for a princess carry. However, Fang Xin, being quite literal, simply grasped the back of her collar and dragged her to the mouth of an alley, where they could take shelter from the rain. Though her rear was slightly pained by the steps, Ellie pouted slightly, yet refrained from complaints, sincerely expressing her gratitude. "Thank you." As Fang Xin turned to leave, Ellie hurriedly called out, "My name is Ellie. May I ask you?" What is your name? Qin Juanhao. Is it your true name? Fang Xin replied affirmatively. I do not change my name nor alter my surname. Qin Juanhao? Ellie, wanting to inquire further, found that Fang Xin had already vanished into the vast, rainy night. Before long, several vehicles converged towards the scene. The first to leap from a car was a man clad in a trench coat and top hat, his expression fraught with anxiety upon witnessing the scattered bodies. He raised his wrist and glanced at his watch, noting the distance to Ellie, before hastily rushing over. Upon reaching her, he quickly assessed her injuries and injected her with a vial of medicine, which finally brought a hint of color back to her pallid face. What about the level 4 mutant? Captain Xiao, over here. A team member illuminated a spot with a flashlight. Captain Xiao, upon seeing clearly, was astonished. Ellie, who did this? To kill a newly advanced level 4 mutant in a small place like Lawn City. This person must be quite formidable. It's a high school student. Hi, a high school student? Captain Xiao was taken aback. Are you certain? I noticed him donning the uniform of the second high school. Goodness, if this is true, he must possess an SSS-level talent. Moreover, he would be among the elite within that prestigious category. Captain Xiao hastily inquired. Did you ask him his name? I did. He said his name is Qin Juanhao. Captain Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh my, wait a moment. I will have someone investigate whether this individual exists at the second high school. If all of this is accurate, we have struck gold. Finding such a talent is a rare treasure, one that is formidable not only regionally but also nationally. Conveniently, the first round of talent assessments is set to commence in the next 2 days. I must witness this for myself. We cannot allow other agencies to snatch away such an exceptional prodigy, especially those despicable folks from the 9th Bureau, who always seem to intercept our talents. Qin Juanhao. I shall remember that name. Ellie, with her ice-blue eyes, gazed into the vast, rain-soaked night, rubbing her still slightly aching backside. Indeed, she had etched his name into her memory. Fang Xin shook off the raindrops from the umbrella. Just as the door swung open, a voice echoed from within the room. P.S. This narrative embodies a thrilling storyline. The exposition may be somewhat lengthy at the outset, but rest assured, the exhilaration will take flight after just 10 chapters. Chapter 2. The Elixirs in the Kitchen. Aunt Fang Huilan sat with her family of 4. On the table, alongside simple home-cooked dishes, lay 2 peculiar light blue elixirs. Fang Huilan's youngest daughter, Jiang Xiaoyu, glared at the scant 2 elixirs and exclaimed with indignation, Mom, how can there be only 2 elixirs for 3 people? The aptitude test is just around the corner. How can I proceed without this elixir? My classmate's father leveraged connections to procure her a full 10 elixirs. Among my classmates, only a handful from impoverished families lack them. Aunt Fang Huilan replied apologetically, Xiaoyu, these elixirs are in short supply. We managed to acquire these through considerable effort, and they are exorbitantly priced. Your father and I have discussed it. You are still young, so it will be best for you to refrain from this aptitude test. Let your sister and cousin Fang Xin participate this time. We will ensure you receive 2 fresh elixirs next time. All right? Jiang Xiaoyu slammed her hand on the table. No. So, that means the one that should have been mine has been taken by Fang Xin, correct? Child, what sort of talk is that? Jiang Xiaoyu stood up in fury. Am I mistaken? You favor your orphan nephew, who consumes our resources and now seeks to seize what rightfully belongs to me. How can he have the audacity? Are you never satisfied? With tears welling in her eyes, Jiang Xiaoyu turned to her father. Jiang Weidong, Dad. Speak justly. Why should Fang Xin receive what is mine? If we hadn't taken him in, he would have perished from starvation. Jiang Weidong gazed at the 2 elixirs on the table. Huilan, why not give Fang Xin's elixir to Xiaoyu? After all, she is our own daughter. Fang Xin consumes our provisions. We have already shown him great benevolence. No, Fang Huilan interjected firmly. The aptitude test is crucial. It impacts future employment opportunities. If one possesses sufficient talent, they can receive national support. My brother and sister-in-law serve the nation. If Fang Xin can follow in their footsteps, they would surely be proud. Jiang Weidong banged the table. Why is it not permissible? Your nephew is precious, but my daughter is not. Who holds authority in this household? You or I? If it were not for us, your nephew Fang Xin would have long been a lost soul. Seated at the side, the elder daughter, Jiang Xiaocha, lifted her gaze and adjusted her glasses. Strictly speaking, everything we consume, even our dwelling, is what Fang Xin's parents left for him. Without us, he might have fared better, while we are the ones left in disarray. If I am not mistaken, the fund for these 2 elixirs came from the money left to Fang Xin by my uncle and aunt, correct? Jiang Weidong was momentarily at a loss for words. Jiang Xiaoyu pressed on. The money left by his parents is long spent. And considering how long he has stayed in our home, the expenses incurred for his care have surely offset any debts. I refuse to accept this. That elixir must be mine. I do not wish to be ridiculed by my classmates for being unable to afford an elixir. Moreover, I have boasted to them that my parents will certainly procure the potion for me. As she spoke, Jiang Xiaoyu seized a vial of potion, claiming it as her own. Just as Fang Huilan was about to speak, a commotion arose at the door. The family turned their gaze towards the entrance. Fang Huilan rose to greet the arrival. Xin is back. It's quite perilous out at night. Why are you returning so late? Fang Xin changed her shoes and replied that she had been at the bookstore for a while. Dinner is ready. Jiang Xiaoyu shot a disdainful glance at Fang Xin, muttering under her breath about her shamelessness. Fang Xin, unfazed, had overheard every word spoken by her aunt's family. When her parents passed away, they left behind immense wealth, which attracted the covetous eyes of many relatives, each eager to claim a share. It was during that time that Fang Xin gained insight into the depths of human nature. Later, she lived with her grandfather for a while, during which he recounted many stories she had never heard before. In the early 20th century, a mad scientist discovered that the world had undergone a transformation. Humanity's genes had dramatically altered under some indescribable force. Initially, people dismissed it as the ramblings of a lunatic. But one day, some individuals could lift a ton with one hand, summon storms, become invisible, or perform push-ups without using their hands. From that moment, everything changed. With the surge of power, human desires also escalated. Awakened individuals gradually divided into 2 camps, known as the Holy Light Army and the Eternal Night Army, engaged in ceaseless conflict. By the end of the century, the historic War of the Gods unfolded, concluding with a narrow victory for the forces of light. Years have passed, and the awakening process has become more regulated. The authorities meticulously oversee the awakened, beginning talent assessments in high school to determine potential awakenings. Talent is categorized for ease of remembrance, ranging from A-level to the highest SSS level, with higher levels being exceedingly rare. In the entire Long Kingdom, each year, there are millions of candidates, yet no more than 20 possess SSS level talent. Each one is destined for a bright future. Fang Xin is uncertain about her specific talent. Her current combat strength, judged by the standards of the awakened, should be at level 4, unmatched among her peers. She had previously researched and found that in the history of the Long Kingdom, only 2 individuals had reached level 4 at such a young age, both possessing SSS level talent. The disparity in talent ultimately dictates the potential for growth. Thus, the higher the level, the better the benefits and privileges, attracting the attention of various official factions and formidable powers. Fang Xin awakened her killing talent after her parents' demise. She can enhance her overall strength through acts of violence, and, in turn, awaken her power talent through this ability. She vividly recalls her grandfather's astonished expression when she shared this revelation with him. That night, her grandfather remained awake, sitting in the courtyard and smoking throughout the night, repeatedly murmuring words like fate, the twilight of the gods, and godslayers. The following day, grandfather announced his impending journey, repeatedly advising Fang Xin to conceal his remarkable talent from others. He gifted Fang Xin a pendant to wear around his neck, which would help him evade detection. Subsequently, grandfather vanished without a trace. During the period of his disappearance, Uncle Jiang Weidong faced dire straits in his business, accumulating a staggering debt that left his family on the brink of destitution, ultimately leading them to seek assistance from Fang Xin. At that time, Jiang Weidong still exhibited a semblance of integrity. Fang Xin aided in settling the debts, and when Andy's family found themselves homeless, Fang Xin graciously offered them shelter in the house left by his parents. Aunt Fang Huilan served a bowl of rice to Fang Xin, affectionately ruffling his hair. Little Xin, I heard from Xiao Feng's mother that you ranked second in the recent monthly exam. Is that true? Fang Xin nodded in affirmation. My little Xin is truly remarkable. Aunt Fang Huilan beamed with pride at him. Jiang Xiaoyu scoffed dismissively. What good is being academically accomplished? Times have changed. Awakening one's talent is far more valuable. Jiang Xiaocha, taking small bites of her meal, chimed in, if one lacks intelligence, even awakened talent is merely cannon fodder. Aunt Fang Huilan gestured for her daughters to cease their bickering and continued, speaking to Fang Xin. Lil Xin, the talent assessment is in a few days, and Annie has even procured a potion for you. Xiaoyu protested. Why should he have it? It's mine. Just as Aunt Fang Huilan was about to interject, Xiao Cha wiped her mouth and pushed the potion toward Fang Xin. Brother, this is for you. I'm done eating. I'm going to my room. Xiao Jia. Aunt Fang Huilan called out, but Xiao Cha had already retreated to her chamber. Xiaoyu gleefully remarked, Mom, if she doesn't want it, then so be it. Aunt Fang Huilan gazed at the closed door with a complex expression. Jiang Weidong set down his utensils, turned slightly, and glared at Fang Xin. Coldly, he brandished a newspaper, stating, Fang Xin. Fang Xin looked up. This potion was hard to come by. Oh. Noticing Fang Xin's nonchalant demeanor, Jiang Weidong shook the newspaper vigorously, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. Do you understand how many connections I had to leverage to acquire this potion? Wow. Seeing Fang Xin's reaction, Jiang Weidong's voice rose in anger. Let me tell you, do not squander it. My efforts cannot go to waste. If you fail to achieve anything, you shall move out of my house. How absurd. Jiang Weidong, infuriated, slammed the table, rising to his feet. Pointing an accusatory finger at the air, he subsequently slammed the newspaper down. As he stormed off to his room, he kicked the trash can in frustration. Aunt Fang Huilan gritted her teeth and followed him into the bedroom, slamming the door behind her. What do you mean by this, Jiang Weidong? His voice boomed, deliberately loud enough for Fang Xin to hear. What do you think it means? Just look at him. An ungrateful wretch with no upbringing. Is this how one speaks to their elders? I'll be damned if he manages to awaken any talent after stealing my eldest daughter's potion. Jiang Xiaoyu, biting on her chopsticks, swayed her head with a sense of pride and hummed, Fang Xin. I specifically inquired with the senior students. Excelling in studies does not necessarily guarantee the awakening of a remarkable talent. Previously, several top students in our school failed to awaken any abilities at all. If by chance, you awaken the most inferior E-rank talent, I shall have the pleasure of laughing at you for 2.5 years. Chapter 3. Who is Qin Junhao? Fang Xin took a bite of her meal. In comparison, she preferred her cousin Jiang Xiaocha, who was knowledgeable, polite, and possessed a kind heart akin to that of her aunt. In stark contrast, Jiang Xiaoyu had perfectly inherited her father's disdainful attitude towards the less fortunate, favoring the wealthy instead. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaoyu's words, Fang Xin chuckled. Rest assured, even the dead skin from my heels surpasses your talent. How distasteful. Jiang Xiaoyu glared at Fang Xin, then scoffed. I shall see what level of talent you awaken. With that, she picked up her potion and retreated to her room. Aunt Fang Huilan emerged from her chamber, her eyes slightly red, her hands tightly clutching her apron, casting an apologetic glance towards her eldest daughter, Jiang Xiaocha's door. After a long moment of hesitation, she approached and knocked gently. Xiaocha, is it convenient for Mom to come in and speak with you for a moment? From within, Jiang Xiaocha's voice replied, Mom, I'm sleeping. Let's talk tomorrow. Fang Huilan sighed and returned to the dining table, glancing at the potion on the table. In this era dominated by awakeners, many significant jobs were monopolized by them. Non-awakeners like Jiang Weidong and Fang Huilan could only find meager-paying jobs to support their household. Xiaoxin, don't be upset by what your uncle said. Show him some results to demonstrate that my nephew is not lacking, Fang Huilan urged gently. Fang Xin felt a pang of sympathy for her aunt. They often said that a good man is not without a good wife, and a worthless man might marry a virtuous one. Jiang Weidong's marriage to a woman as kind and capable as Fang Huilan was indeed a stroke of luck. Fang Xin frequently felt a deep sense of compassion for her aunt, who had cared for her meticulously since the passing of her parents. "It's all right, Aunt. I've had enough to eat." After placing her dishes in the sink, she prepared to wash them when Fang Huilon lightly patted her shoulder. "You go read in your room. I will handle this." Returning to her room, Fang Xin's phone buzzed incessantly in her pocket. The class group chat had exploded with messages surpassing 99. The homeroom teacher had announced that talent testing would occur over the next 2 days, advising families to purchase a potion in advance if possible. This potion, known as SpaceX, was designed to maximize the awakening of human potential, developed by a renowned research team under the esteemed Leon Company. However, nearly 80% of these potions were seized by affluent families and powerful organizations, leaving only a paltry 20% for the average populace. During the talent test, the success rate for those who injected the potion would increase by 10 to 15%, akin to adding 10 to 15 points to one's college entrance examination score. Consequently, many families were willing to invest in a potion for their children. This year's testing format had undergone reform. From the onset of high school, talent assessments would be administered, granting each student 2 opportunities before graduation. Thus, students in their first and second years could also participate early, with the prospect of 2 chances. Some would utilize one opportunity prematurely. Should their talent test yield favorable results, they could enjoy generous benefits ahead of time. This is precisely why the second-year student Jiang Xiaoyu is so eager to undergo a talent assessment. Ever since the homeroom teacher, Cheng Wenjin, announced the news, the group chat has been incessantly buzzing. The most active participant in the chat is a certain Qin Juanhao, whose nickname is Ordinary Rich Second Generation. His academic performance is mediocre, his appearance unremarkable, yet he hails from a well-to-do family, with his father being a prominent local businessman. From the day Fang Xin met Qin Juanhao, the latter has dedicated himself to being an exemplary cog in the inflationary machinery of ostentation, believing that one cannot survive a moment without showing off. A year ago, Qin Juanhao bullied a less fortunate student to the point of tragedy, and despite his family's connections allowing him to evade repercussions, Fang Xin has since harbored no goodwill towards him. Qin Juanhao flooded the chat with a dozen photos showcasing an exquisite box filled with vials. "Sigh, my dad is truly something. I said I didn't want any, yet he insisted on buying them. Now he has purchased 20 vials for me in one go." He continued, "Don't misunderstand, this wasn't taken in my bedroom. It was in the bodyguard's quarters. My room is not so shabby." Qin Juanhao tagged Chu Xinyao, asking, "Xinyao, have you purchased your vials? If you need more, I can have my family's bodyguard team personally deliver a couple to your home." The class beauty, Chu Xinyao, coldly responded, "No need." Stung by her rejection, Qin Juanhao swiftly redirected his attention towards Fang Xin. Fang Xin comes from a good family, is handsome, and excels academically, which has always irked Qin Juanhao, who feels overshadowed by him. Qin Juanhao commented, "Fang Xin, I heard someone mention they saw your aunt and uncle while buying vials. They only managed to get 2. Money alone, 1 tea suffice without connections. I also heard you have 2 younger sisters. 3 of you sharing 2 vials is clearly insufficient. How about you beg me? I might sell you one." Just as Fang Xin was about to retort, his phone vibrated with a message from the class beauty, Chu Xinyao. Chu Xinyao wrote, "Fang, I happen to have some extra vials. You can come and pick them up from my house. If you're busy, I could deliver them to you." The underlying flirtation in her words led many to speculate about a deeper connection. Fang Xin smiled slightly, acknowledging the serendipity of their bond. This adorable girl with a round face had been his classmate since kindergarten, continuing through to high school, where they were in the same class. "No need, Xiao Chu," he replied. Qin Juanhao, feeling slighted, exclaimed, "Xinyao, if he doesn't want them, I do. I want them. Give them to me." However, Qin Juanhao was muted by the chat administrator, Chu Xinyao, for half an hour. It is often said that what one cannot possess stirs unrest. Despite Qin Juanhao's privileged background, Chu Xinyao's indifference only deepened his dismay. Seeing her treat Fang Xin with kindness fueled his desire to undermine him. With Qin Juanhao absent from the chat, a palpable quiet descended. Someone deftly redirected the conversation. "I heard from former classmates that at their school, the neighboring number 1 high school, A student with an A-class psychic talent emerged, attracting attention from several special departments, leading to fierce competition. Envy fills the air. My aspirations are modest. Merely wishing to achieve a B grade suffices. I wonder who in our class possesses the most remarkable talent. I believe it ought to be Fang Xin. With such exceptional academic performance, his innate abilities must surely be commendable. Yet, that is not always the case. There have been instances where those who excelled in studies discovered they possessed rather meager talents. Indeed, some consistently ranked at the top in cultural examinations, only to find their test results disappointing, failing to even attain a grade of E. This sentiment is echoed by Su Xiaoqiang, a devoted sycophant of Qin Juanhao. I believe my brother Hao is truly the most impressive. In due course, the results of the talent assessment will reveal everything. Our homeroom teacher, Cheng Wenjin, sent a message. Dear students, remain calm. Regardless of the final outcomes, we must face them with composure. This is our first talent assessment in our senior year. Even if this attempt proves unsatisfactory, we will engage in targeted practice and strive wholeheartedly for the second assessment. The hour grows late. It is time for everyone to rest. Fang Xin set aside his phone, raised his palm, and gazed at the back of his hand. His irises gradually transformed into a deep crimson, with a dozen blood-red runes appearing upon his knuckles, 4 of which glowed with a particularly vivid hue, resembling a hand of slaughter. It was during his grandfather's tenure running a small restaurant in their town that Fang Xin first awakened this talent for violence while assisting in the slaughter of chickens. As he embraced this path of bloodshed, his overall capabilities steadily advanced. Strength, speed, agility, and sensory perception all improved. Most terrifying of all was Fang Xin's regenerative ability. By chance, he encountered beings of extraordinary power, known as Urin, who, akin to awakened individuals, had their desires amplified to an alarming degree, engaging in ruthless acts of violence and pillaging. After reluctantly intervening in a dire situation, Fang Xin realized that confronting such beings significantly enhanced his own abilities. From that moment on, he fixated on this type of individual, having relentlessly pursued this path until now. Presently, Fang Xin's combat prowess stands unrivaled among his peers, and his murderous talent remains concealed unless he chooses to reveal it. Since his grandfather advised against openly displaying this lethal gift, Fang Xin decided to harness the strength he awakened through his talent for violence. Although his strength is not on par with his murderous talent, it is by no means lacking. The following morning, after breakfast, he made his way to school. His classmates arrived notably early that day. No sooner had he settled into his seat than the beautiful homeroom teacher, Cheng Wenjin, adorned in a lovely dress, entered the classroom. Dear students, do not be anxious, relax your minds. Wait for my instruction before administering the serum. By the way, are there any students without the serum? Qin Juanhao flicked his middle part and, upon hearing this, turned his gaze toward Fang Xin, who was seated by the window. A smile plastered on his face that did not quite reach his eyes. Fang Xin, the teacher is addressing you. Before Fang Xin could respond, a pretty girl with a round face seated in front of him opened her backpack and retrieved a vial. Teacher, I brought the serum for Fang Xin, she exclaimed, placing the vial on his desk with a sweet smile that revealed her adorable little canines. Qin Juanhao's expression darkened in an instant. Cheng Wenjin offered a gentle smile. Reiterating her words, everyone, please do not be anxious. Relax a little. Your mindset significantly influences the test. I believe that all of you in our class are exceptional talents, and I am confident that we can uncover remarkable gifts. Achieving an S rank is certainly within the realm of possibility. A student interjected, that must be Fang Xin. Who said that? The S rank has to be mine, immediately retorted Su Xiaoqiang, the devoted follower of Qin Juanhao. Amidst the commotion, a voice called out, Teacher Cheng, could you step outside for a moment? Everyone turned to see the principal at the entrance, accompanied by 2 individuals. One was clad in a trench coat and adorned with a top hat, while the other possessed silver hair and icy blue eyes. What is it, principal? Cheng Wenjin inquired. The principal gestured to close the door and, peering through the window into the classroom, curiously asked, Teacher Cheng, which one of them is Qin Juanhao? Chapter 4. The test commences. Cheng Wenjin was momentarily taken aback. Instinctively, she turned to look at the position where Qin Juanhao was located. The principal, with hands clasped behind his back and slightly hunched, peered through the window. The two individuals accompanying him hailed from a special department. It was evident that Principal Ji wished to observe a student who had caught the attention of such a unique department ahead of time. Cheng Wenjin cast a glance at the two figures behind the principal before pointing towards Qin Juanhao. That is Qin Juanhao. Team leader Xiao, donning a top hat, bent over and followed Cheng Wenjin's gesture to gaze into the classroom. He then turned to the striking woman with ice-blue eyes beside him. "Ailey, take a look. Could that be him?" Ailey's azure eyes fixated on Qin Juanhao through the glass. He was wearing a mask previously, and I was nearly fainting at the time, so I couldn't discern his features clearly, but his height and build match. Cheng Wenjin, puzzled, inquired, "Principal, who are these two?" Principal Ji chuckled lightly. "Teacher Cheng, these two are from the 7th Division. This is Mr. Xiao Wudong, and this is Ms. Ailey." Cheng Wenjin was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed in surprise, "The 7th Division? They are looking for Qin Juanhao? Has he been selected in advance?" Xiao Wudong immediately raised his hand, signaling for confidentiality. Yet his eyes betrayed a sense of triumph at having preemptively secured a genius. After a brief exchange, Xiao Wudong turned to leave with Ailey. Just as they were about to depart, Ailey's gaze suddenly fell upon a figure seated by the window. Fang Xin, upon noticing Ailey's arrival, couldn't help but mutter to himself about how small the world was, casually lifting his bangs and donning his deskmate's glasses. "What is up, Ailey?" Ailey snapped back to reality. "Nothing." As they exited, Xiao Wudong was in high spirits. The individuals from the 9th Division had recently requested a delay in the announcement of test results, hoping to use this tactic to preemptively secure students with exceptional talents. Goodness, they may have illustrious achievements and the backing of Elder Yi, but this is utterly overbearing. However, Old Xiao considered himself fortunate to have unearthed a gem ahead of time. Once the talent assessment concludes, we shall promptly seek out Qin Juanhao to finalize the contract. The thought of the 9th Division's members wearing sour expressions at that moment makes me want to laugh. Inside the classroom, chaos erupted as soon as the principal called Cheng Wenjin and stepped outside. When the door was closing, students in the front row distinctly heard the principal inquire about Qin Juanhao's identity. Subsequently, the two seemingly important figures turned their attention towards him. What on earth is happening? Who are those people? A student sitting near the door listened intently. Did they mention the 7th Division? No way. The 7th Division. I have a distant cousin there. The legendary Tian Dun Bureau's 7th Division. My cousin was discovered early, just a glance outside the classroom, and once the test concludes, he signed a contract and is now quite the figure. Many wore expressions of shock, whispering among themselves, Tian Dun Bureau? The Shield Bureau is an extraordinary organization established specifically to address the needs of individuals with unique abilities. It oversees 9 special operative divisions, and while the overall strength of the 7th Division may not rank among the top 3, it still belongs to the Shield Bureau. Moreover, their entry requirements are exceptionally stringent, with a minimum qualification of B rank. Can you believe it? 8 B rank threshold. The most impressive division within the Shield Bureau is the 9th Division, colloquially known as the Monster House, where only prodigies are accepted with an entrance requirement of S rank. S rank? Those admitted must be geniuses. We can only watch from the sidelines. Su Xiaoqiang, ever the sycophant, exclaimed, "Wow, how good you've hit the jackpot." Regardless of which division it is, being acknowledged in advance is the most impressive feat. He smirked. "I told you my how good is the best. Who among you still doubts it? Come on, step forward." Qin Juanhao found himself somewhat bewildered. "Qin Juanhao, how were you discovered? Share your secrets with us. We need all the help we can get." One classmate inquired. Truth be told, Qin Juanhao himself could not articulate the exact reason, but Su Xiaoqiang quickly defended him, saying, "Isn't it obvious? How go? Your family is so influential. You must know someone in the Shield Bureau, right?" Upon hearing this, Qin Juanhao's eyes widened in realization. "Yes, my father knows someone. I remember. He had dinner with him before. Did you hear that? That's the advantage of having a solid family background. My Hao Ge has imparted wisdom to you all. Can you learn from it? Su Xiaoqing Fo Wen. Qin Juanhao couldn't help but smile. Xiaoqiang, we are all classmates. Please don't say such things. It's too damaging to everyone's pride. As he spoke, he glanced at Chu Xinyao. Su Xiaoqing, Ava Posepti, Vimat, Jubanhu. Have you seen the prowess of my Hao Ge? Chu Xinyao scoffed. She merely glanced. Who knows what truly transpired? Perhaps it was a case of Qin Juanhao's father being apprehended for some wrongdoing. Su Xiaoqiang was momentarily taken aback. In terms of background, Chu Xinyao's family was also quite affluent. It was known that her mother held the position of director at the Electric Bureau. However, her father's profession remained a mystery, rumored to be a high-ranking official, which led Chu Xinyao to dismiss Qin Juanhao's claims entirely. Chu Xinyao waved her hand in front of Fang Xin. You're not even nearsighted. Why are you wearing glasses? Fang Xin chuckled, returning the glasses to his desk mate, having merely wanted to experience how it felt to wear them. He glanced out the window, noticing that Xiao Wudong and AI Li had already walked far away. Fang Xin had not anticipated encountering them. Fortunately, it had been raining heavily that day, and he wore a mask, while AI Li had sustained severe injuries. Otherwise, they would have surely been discovered. His own talent was rather peculiar. Fang Xin had searched online, but found no relevant entries. Who could tell what might happen if they decided to take him in for research purposes? The classroom buzzed with speculation when the door swung open. The homeroom teacher, Cheng Wenjin, entered, casting a significant glance at Qin Juanhao. Teacher, what did those people say earlier? Nothing of consequence, Cheng Wenjin replied with a smile. Was it that my Hao Ge was specially recruited by the 7th Division? Su Xiaoqiang eagerly inquired. Cheng Wenjin raised a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Upon seeing Cheng Wenjin smiling, the classmates of Class 2 and 3 erupted once more. How impressive, Hao Ge! Qin Juanhao also felt a surge of excitement. After the test concludes, should he indeed be recruited by the 7th Division, every one of us in the class will celebrate. Whatever you wish to eat, drink, or do, it will be on me. Indeed, Hao Ge is formidable, shouted the sycophant Su Xiaoqiang, his voice breaking with enthusiasm. Fang Xin observed Qin Juanhao, who was half-heartedly toasting with champagne. If the results of the talent test were disappointing, the higher he soared, the more devastating his fall would be. In the front row, Chu Xinyao turned around, resting her chin on a stack of books on Fang Xin's desk. Fang Xin, let them have their fun. We shall have ours. After the test, do you have time? A new ocean-themed pavilion has opened in our city, and I would love for you to accompany me. Let's see, I'm not certain. All right then, we can go once you have the time. Sure. Chu Xinyao smiled sweetly, revealing her adorable little canines. It's a promise. You mustn't go back on your word. Understood. Cheng Wenjin glanced at his phone. Attention, students. Please ensure you have your student ID and potions ready. We will set off in an orderly manner. The talent test is about to commence. Chapter 5. Fang Xin stood in line at the 9th station, the queue resembling a long serpent. Many students appeared anxious, for this was a pivotal moment in their lives. In this era, only those who have awakened possess absolute authority. It is exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to secure a decent livelihood. However, attaining a D grade in the talent assessment, provided one refrains from criminal misdeeds, can lead to a stable position. The talent assessment was divided into 3 zones, 1 for first and second year students, and 2 for third year students. Chu Xinyao stood behind Fang Xin, her delicate fingers tracing patterns on his back. Occasionally, she would poke him, urging him to guess what she had just sketched. In the distance, around the talent assessment area, numerous individuals in uniforms were gathered. Information was relayed through astute classmates. Most of these uniformed individuals were officials, with some hailing from prestigious families and various large organizations. Awakening is highly coveted, and every faction seeks to recruit promising talents. Qin Juanhao raised his chin, searching for the 2 individuals from the 7th station he had seen earlier outside the classroom. Many classmates gazed at him enviously. His sycophantic companion, Su Xiaoqiang, rubbed his hands together like a fly, exclaiming, "Bro, how, over there, the people you're looking for are that way." Following Su Xiaoqiang's direction, they spotted Xiao Wudong and AI Li standing side by side. How impressive. Bro, how, you'll surely become like that one day. Don't forget me when you do. Qin Juanhao draped an arm around Su Xiaoqiang's shoulders, reassuring him, "Rest assured, I won't forget you." Just as they spoke, two figures approached from afar. A tall, slender young man with white hair and sunglasses strolled past the officials with his hands in his pockets, followed closely by a beautiful girl holding a lollipop and a box. Upon sighting the duo, everyone immediately stood at attention. Non-official members nodded in greeting, while official members saluted in succession. Even Xiao Wudong and AI Li from the 7th station stood straight, saluting the two. However, the white-haired leader remained oblivious, hands still in his pockets. As he navigated through the crowd and entered a classroom, "Who is that? So arrogant? All officials must salute," murmured the crowd. "The 9th station. The legendary 9th station. Did you see the box that pretty girl is holding? The dragon emblem on it signifies the 9th station. Indeed, the 9th station boasts the highest benefits and privileges. Their members rank above those of other stations and can mobilize personnel from the other 8 stations in emergencies, showing no favoritism. If only I could join the 9th station. I would even marry the campus beauty for that." Fang Xin observed the white-haired young man and the beautiful girl entering the classroom. Even without any discernible aura emanating from them, Fang Xin, with his extensive combat experience, could acutely sense the palpable threat they posed, particularly from the white-haired one. Fang Xin felt that with a mere thought, he could be eliminated in an instant. Based on his previous online assessments, Fang Xin believed his power talent to be an S grade. If one were to possess an S-level talent, it is highly likely that they would be taken by the 9th Division. The individuals from a 9th Division are exceptionally formidable, should they discover one's proclivity for slaughter. It would be a grave concern if they were to harbor ulterior motives, leading to the possibility of being subjected to dissection for research purposes. In fact, Fang Xin had contemplated this very scenario the previous night, opting not to utilize any potions to avoid drawing the attention of the higher-ups. In the afternoon, Jiang Xiaocha would undergo testing, with the potion to be administered to his sister, Jiang Xiaocha, at a later time. The reason for withholding it yesterday was merely to provoke Jiang Weidong. The students whose names were called were instructed to bring their student IDs and, if they had potions, to receive their injections in an orderly manner before entering the testing area for the talent assessment. Zhang Yuxuan, Wang Zihan, Li Sini. Each section was equipped with several classrooms, where tall cabinets stood over 2 meters high. Once the students entered for the talent test, they would only need to wait for 3 to 5 minutes. However, Cheng Wenjin had just announced that this year's test results would not be disclosed on the same day, but rather postponed by a day. This news left many students disheartened, as the anticipation of waiting for results was quite tormenting. Qin Juanhao's gaze shifted to Xiao Wudong from the 7th Division. Xiao Wudong also glanced over, smiling and nodding at Qin Juanhao. "He nodded at you, how good," exclaimed the eager Su Xiaoqiang. "Did you all see that?" The individual from the 7th Division acknowledged my how good. Su Xiaoqiang boasted to his classmates. Qin Juanhao's lips curled into a smirk, though he advised Su Xiaoqiang to maintain a low profile. We still don't know what talents or levels will be revealed. A sidelong glance was cast towards Fang Xin and Chu Xinyao, only to find Chu Xinyao scribbling on Fang Xin's back. The two engaged in a game of Pictionary, completely disregarding him. Casting a sideways glance at Fang Xin, Qin Juanhao pondered what talent might ultimately be revealed. However, he had heard that sometimes students with exceptional academic performance, due to excessive cerebral development, could yield contrary results in talent assessments. There was once a senior with outstanding grades who ended up with an A-level excavator talent. Fang Xin, I wouldn't be surprised if you ended up with something similar. Fang Xin nodded in agreement. That would still be quite decent. It's certainly better than an A-level sycophant talent. The adage that lies do not wound, but the truth is a sharp blade, resonated profoundly, as it struck a nerve with Qin Juanhao, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Su Xiaoqiang hastily patted Qin Juanhao's chest to calm him. How good. Let us not take offense from such individuals. Soon enough, we shall be part of the 7th Division, and once you join, it will be a trivial matter to deal with him. Qin Juanhao let out a cold chuckle. Just wait and see how I will handle you then. Chu Xinyao poked Fang Xin in the lower back, What about the potion I gave you? Did you forget to bring it? You, Zhu Xinyi Foen, Pao Ding. How could you be so careless at such a crucial moment? As she spoke, Chu Xinyao handed her potion to Fang Xin and turned to dash back to the classroom to retrieve the potion she had previously given him. Fang Xin grasped Chu Xinyao's arm gently, smiling softly. We are about to be called. Going back now will leave us with insufficient time. Arriving late will be regarded as an absence. How can you act like this? Chu Xinya et kali man si oli. No worries, if it doesn't work this time, there will always be another opportunity. The voice of Cheng Wenjin echoed from ahead as the students called by name proceeded orderly into the testing area with their identification. Qin Junhao, Su Xiaquing, Zhang Hao, Li Baoen, Fang Xin, Zhu Xinya. Fang Xin exchanged a reassuring glance with Chu Xinyao and made his way toward the testing zone. In the distance, Xiao Wudong noticed Qin Junhao heading toward the testing area and immediately broke into a smile. He turned to AI Li and said, "Quick, the contract. Once he emerges, we shall secure his signature in advance." Ha ha. The 9th Division has been domineering for so long. It's our turn to be assertive for the 7th Division. Fang Xin entered the colossal white testing apparatus, placing his student ID in the sensing area. Following identity verification, a red light continuously scanned him. Fang Xin touched the pendant given to him by his grandfather. Inside the classroom, a white-haired girl sat on a chair, swaying back and forth. She opened a suitcase, revealing a precision control keyboard and a display screen. A camera protruding from one end projected images of various testing zones onto the wall. As time ticked away, an abrupt, jarring sound interrupted the white-haired girl's movements, drawing her attention to the wall as display. On the screen, depicting Fang Xin, a box appeared, flashing ominously. After a few seconds, several lines of text materialized. Name, Fang Xin. Talent 1, Strength Talent, SS level, no potion. Talent 2, Perception Talent, S level, no potion. Talent 3, Beast Mastery Talent, S level, no potion. Talent 4, Light Talent, a level, no potion. Talent 5, Mental Talent, a level, no potion. Comprehensive Combat Power Assessment, level 3. The girl lifted her gaze, her beautiful eyes sparkling with astonishment. To measure an SS level talent without the use of potions and to reveal such an array of talents. If potions were employed, all his talents could potentially ascend a level. Moreover, he possessed a combat power level of 3, an exceedingly rare existence among students. The white-haired girl gradually adjusted her sunglasses, revealing eyes that glimmered with a blinding white light, as if harboring 2 terrifying thunder pools. A smile slowly curled at the corners of her mouth. Fang Xin, the 9th Division has claimed you. Chapter 6. Our family Ozumding. The test has concluded. Candidates, please take your identification and exit the testing chamber. Fang Xin stepped out of the testing chamber, clutching his student ID. According to his homeroom teacher, Cheng Wenjin, the test results would not be announced school-wide until the day after tomorrow. However, in reality, the results could be known on the same day. Thus, in the following 2 days, various influential organizations would undoubtedly devise means to access the scores ahead of time and seize promising candidates. Naturally, everyone was required to remain behind the 9th Department. The 9th Department held the privilege of prioritizing selections, and other organizations had protested, claiming that the 9th Department's practices were exceedingly unfair and tyrannical. After extensive discussions, it was decided that each cohort of the 9th Department could select a maximum of 3 candidates of S grade or above from each district. Fang Xin reached up to touch the pendant around his neck. With this pendant, his innate talent for killing could be concealed during the assessment. Based on the knowledge he had gleaned online, he estimated his power talent to be at S grade, but without the administration of any enhancing agents today, he would likely be assessed as merely A grade. This might attract the attention of organizations like the Tianxil Bureau, but it would certainly prevent him from being chosen by the 9th Department. To Fang Xin, the individuals from the 9th Department were terrifying. Mingling among such monstrous beings could swiftly lead to his exposure. Taking a deep breath, he noticed a commotion among his classmates. Qin Junhao had just exited the classroom when he was yanked into another room by Xiao Wudong, prompting gasps and envious murmurs from onlookers. Su Xiaoqiang was especially animated, whistling in excitement. "Brother Hao is amazing." This created a small uproar on the playground. Qin Juanhao, abandoning pretense, wore a broad grin and waved enthusiastically at the cheering classmates. Inside the classroom, a white-haired student peered out the window. "What is that fool Xiao Wudong doing?" The beautiful girl beside him remarked. "He has already signed a student. Did we miss any promising candidates?" The white-haired student shook his head. "No." "So what is he up to?" The girl casually tossed her hair aside, revealing her delicate, fair ears adorned with a lovely ear cuff. "I overheard Xiao Wudong mention he found a good candidate and wanted to poach our pick." The white-haired student scratched his nose, gesturing toward the box in front of the girl. "Does that idiot not realize we brought the most advanced detection equipment this time?" The girl rested her chin on her hand. "It's not surprising he hasn't heard about the upgraded detection equipment yet. The news hasn't reached the 9th Department. What grade is the candidate he's trying to poach?" She glanced at Qin Juanhao's test results, noting that he was originally C grade, but had artificially boosted his score with a plethora of agents, barely qualifying as B grade. The white-haired student yawned. "Trash. By the way, prepare the contract. Let us go to Fang Xin's house tonight to sign it. We can time it around dinner and snag a meal." As Fang Xin walked towards the class, the topic of conversation among his classmates was solely Qin Juanhao, with everyone expressing envy. This was no longer merely a secure position. It was akin to a golden opportunity. Securing a place in the Tianxil Bureau, even outside the 9th Department's monstrous realm, was an unparalleled honor. Chu Xinyao approached and grasped Fang Xin's arm. "Xiao Fang, let us sit over there. It's too noisy here." Fang Xin hesitated momentarily. "I need to return to the classroom first, then visit Class 8 to look for my sister." "What do you need her for?" "To give her some potions." Chu Xinyao pouted. "So you're saving the potions for your sister. You really don't want to use mine? You could just use the potions I gave you, since you don't have enough." "Xiao Fang, we have known each other since kindergarten. You shouldn't be so polite with me. You can ask for anything you want. As long as I have it, you will never lack for it. Did you hear that?" While speaking, Chu Xinyao stood on her tiptoes and playfully poked Fang Xin's forehead with her delicate fingers. Fang Xin raised an eyebrow slightly. "Anything? MHM, can you give me a kiss?" "Fang Xin. Juxia feisty bintet Fang Xin et wise." "I'll get the potion now." Upon reaching Class 8, he found the atmosphere chaotic as there were no classes today. Through the window, many students were chattering excitedly about the talent tests, with potions on nearly every desk. Jiang Xiaocha was seated with headphones on, engrossed in a book. "Jiang Xiaocha," Fang Xin called out. Jiang Xiaocha was nudged by her deskmate and looked up towards the door, adjusting her glasses before hastening outside. "Brother, are you done with the tests?" "Yes, here, take this." Fang Xin handed her the potion. Seeing it, Jiang Xiaocha was momentarily stunned. She recognized it as the one from last night. You didn't use the potion?" "I forgot. Just go ahead and use it." Jiang Xiaocha lowered her head, biting her lip. "Brother, thank you. No need to be so polite." Jiang Xiaocha looked up at Fang Xin, her eyes slightly reddened. "I know you didn't use it to save it for me." "Oh, come now. If I didn't need it, I would have returned it to you last night." "You didn't return it last night just to annoy Dad, didn't you?" Fang Xin awkwardly scratched his cheek. He flicked Jiang Xiaocha's forehead playfully. "Stop saying nonsense. My classmates are watching." Jiang Xiaocha glanced at Chu Xinyao, who was also looking at her, and both exchanged a subtle nod of acknowledgement. When they returned to the classroom, Qin Juanhao stood at the podium. "Classmates, since you've all seen this, I won't pretend anymore. I have indeed been recruited by the 7th Bureau. I informed my father about it, and he said he would donate a building to our school on behalf of our class to thank you all for your support over the years. Additionally, my father has instructed the butler to arrange everything. The day after tomorrow, I will send the family driver to pick you all up. All expenses will be covered by me." At this point, Qin Juanhao looked at Chu Xinyao. "Chu Xinyao, you must come too." "I'm sorry, but Xiao Fang and I have plans to visit the Ocean Theme Pavilion. You all enjoy yourselves." Qin Juanhao was momentarily taken aback, wishing to say more. But Chu Xinyao put on her headphones. Seeing her refusal, Qin Juanhao sat back down, his face dark with resentment, casting a glare at Fang Xin that seemed to wish for his very skin to be flayed. Qin Juanhao took out his phone and sent a message. Dad, please book the marine-themed pavilion in our city. I would like to gather with my classmates there. The talent assessment continued until just before school let out in the afternoon, when an unexpected incident erupted. Someone, in a moment of sheer folly, leaked the test results of several students, causing the score sheets to spread like wildfire throughout the school. Upon seeing the results, reactions varied. Some rejoiced while others despaired. Fang Xin also received the test results. After perusing for a while, he was surprised to discover the scores of Jiang Xiaocha and Jiang Xiaoyu, despite not finding his own. Name: Jiang Xiaocha. Talent: Mental System Talent, Grade A, Potion. Talent: Healing System Talent, Grade C, Potion. Name: Jiang Xiaoyu. Talent: Beast Mastery Talent, Grade C, Potion. When Fang Xin returned home, his aunt was bustling in the kitchen, a radiant smile illuminating her face. His uncle, Jiang Weidong, had taken out a treasured bottle of wine he had kept for many years, drinking merrily while joyfully slapping his thigh. Jiang Xiaoyu lounged arrogantly on the sofa, legs crossed, exuding an air of authority as if to say, "Today, I am in charge." Jiang Xiaocha sat at the table, engrossed in her book. "Xiao Xian is back," Aunt Fang Huilan exclaimed, wiping her hands on her apron and beaming at Fang Xin. "Anything delicious cooking, Aunt? Fang Xin eaten guit, chicken, duck, fish, and meat. All your favorites are prepared." Jiang Xiaoyu abruptly sat up, retorted, "Mom, what does that have to do with him? My sister and I are the true heroes of the day." Aunt Fang Huilan, in high spirits due to her daughter's excellent results, especially her eldest daughter, Jiang Xiaocha, whose scores would surely attract numerous organizations, beamed. "They are all my precious gems." Jiang Xiaoyu scoffed. "Who knows if your nephew will be a treasure or trash by then?" Aunt Fang Huilan chided. "Oh, you child, what nonsense. TSK, TSK. Your brother will certainly excel. Today is a day of celebration. Do not speak such words. Xiao Xin, please take a seat. Dinner will be ready shortly." Jiang Weidong cleared his throat with vigor, placing his phone on the table, displaying the electronic report cards of his two daughters. "Come, Fang Xin, take a look at your sister's results." Fang Xin glanced and smiled. "They are both remarkable." Jiang Xiaoyu scoffed again. "Whether they are remarkable or not, do you need to say anything?" Jiang Weidong took another sip of wine and tapped his fingers on the table. "Fang Xin, look again at your elder sister, Xiaocha, Grade A Talent. Do you understand what this signifies? Many organizations will be vying for her. Other children are chosen by organizations. But your sister, Xiaocha, gets to choose which organization she desires to join. That is the difference. Do you comprehend?" Fang Xin flattered. "Uncle, you speak the truth." Jiang Weidong slammed his wine glass on the table, pointing his finger at Fang Xin, and, fueled by the wine, admonished, "If it weren't for you taking Xiaocha's potion, her results would be even better. Remember this, Fang Xin, you are my daughter. You will owe her for life." Fang Huilan immediately defended Fang Xindao, exclaiming, "Jiang Weidong, on this joyous occasion, uttering such heartless words is utterly excessive. Excessive, my foot." Jiang Weidong slammed the table and stood up, pointing at Fang Xin. "Today, in a celebratory spirit and under the influence of alcohol, let me make this clear, Fang Xin. Remember this well. My daughter is magnanimous and bestowed upon you the potion. Were it not for her generosity, her innate talent would undoubtedly have reached S grade, and her future achievements would have soared even higher. You have robbed my daughter of a bright future. You owe her a debt that you will never repay." Suddenly, Jiang Xiaocha slammed her palm onto the table with great force. Jiang Weidong trembled in shock, turning to Jiang Xiaocha with a conciliatory smile. "What is it, Xiaocha? Did I frighten you? My apologies, my apologies. I'm merely worried that Fang Xion's lackluster performance might lead to the waste of that potion." Jiang Xiaocha, gripping an empty syringe, glared fiercely at Jiang Weidong. "My brother gave me the potion. It is I who owe him. Our entire family is indebted to him." Chapter 7. Meeting the commander, the family's gaze was fixed upon the vial of medication. Jiang Weidong was momentarily rendered speechless. He recognized that vial, and he was entirely certain that Jiang Xiaocha could not possibly be lying about it. Thus, Fang Xin had indeed not utilized this medication and had given it to Jiang Xiaocha instead. Aunt Fang Huilan swiftly seized the syringe, turning around with urgency, her hands gripping Fang Xin's arm tightly as tears brimmed in her eyes. Why, child? You are driving me to the brink. This belongs to you. Or were you thinking giving it to your sister? As she spoke, her lips trembled, and 2 streams of tears cascaded down her cheeks. And it's fine. I can manage without the medication, Jiang Xiaocha reassured her, wiping away her tears. Em sorry, aunt. I truly am. Jiang Xiaoyu, chewing gum, interjected Mom. Why are you crying? You've ruined my good mood. Even if Fang Xin used that medication, it wouldn't necessarily be better than what my sister has, right? Moreover, your nephew willingly gave the medication to Jiang Xiaocha. No one forced him. Jiang Xiaoyu, have a shred of conscience. Jiang Xiaocha retorted angrily. Jiang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. Didn't he say himself that he could manage without the medication? Why are you fretting for him? Besides, he is consuming our resources. Shouldn't he be the one with a conscience? With a resounding slap, Jiang Xiaocha struck Jiang Xiaoyu across the face. The blow was crisp and decisive, leaving Jiang Xiaoyu momentarily stunned. Moments later, she burst into tears. Dad, do something. She asked, turning against me. Jiang Weidong cradled Jiang Xiaoyu, soothing her cheek. Xiaocha, what are you doing? Why would you hit your own sister over someone else? Jiang Xiaocha glared coldly at Jiang Weidong. Someone else? We are the outsiders in this family. Do not forget, it was my brother who took us in. Now, I implore you, immediately apologize to my brother for your earlier behavior. Xiaocha, I am your father, Jiang Weidong asserted. Jiang Xiaocha reiterated coldly, apologize. If you refuse, I will forfeit any chance of joining any organization. Jiang Weidong was suddenly alarmed. Xiaocha, you. Jiang Xiaocha's gaze remained icy. With her recent academic achievements, she was destined to become the pillar of the family. Moreover, Jiang Weidong was acutely aware of his own shortcomings. Stealing a glance at Fang Xin, he said apologetically, My apologies, Fang Xin. My words were indeed excessive. I apologize to you, and please persuade Xiaocha not to give up on joining a major organization. Fang Xin gently flicked Jiang Xiaocha's fair forehead, thinking that she was worth the trouble, far superior to Jiang Xiaoyu, who was a thankless wretch. I'm hungry, Xiaocha. Oh, all right, I'll fetch you some rice. Jiang Xiaocha responded, heading toward the kitchen. With red-rimmed eyes, Fang Huilan gazed at Fang Xin with a face full of remorse. Xiaoxin aunt, I'm hungry. Let us eat. Fang Huilan squeezed Fang Xin's arm. All right, I'll prepare a couple more dishes before we eat. Cuddled in Jiang Weidong's embrace, Jiang Xiaoyu whimpered, Dad, it hurts. Jiang Weidong gently patted Jiang Xiaoyu's back and tenderly caressed his daughter's cheek, casting a fierce glance at Fang Xin, whom he deemed the true instigator of the situation. With a huff, he took his daughter to find an ice pack to soothe her. In a hushed tone, he said, Xiaoyu, remember, we are family. This incident is entirely Fang Xin's fault. That slap is on him. I've never heard of a child achieving remarkable results without medication. He clearly intends to wait for the next test, which will require my connections to procure the necessary substances. Just watch. Dad will surely make sure he pays for this. Jiang Xiaoyu glared fiercely at Fang Xin, exclaiming, All right, Dad. A knock resounded at the door. Who is it? Auntie rushed over to open it. Standing at the entrance was a jovial, portly man, carrying an assortment of gifts. Is this Jiang Xiaocha's residence? You must be Jiang Xiaocha's mother. We are from the Tian'an Chamber of Commerce. We have come specifically to discuss Jiang Xiaocha's potential membership with us, without regard for Fang Huilan's invitation. The rotund man freed a hand to shake hers and, accompanied by an assistant, squeezed his way inside. Fang Huilan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. Calling out to the kitchen, Xiaocha, come here. Jiang Xiaocha emerged from the kitchen, drying her hands. Hello, Jiang Xiaocha. I am Tong Fengwu from the Tian'an Chamber of Commerce. The plump man greeted her with a beaming smile, extending his hand for a handshake. And you are? Jiang Weidong promptly approached. The man, ever affable, bent slightly and hurried over. You must be Jiang Xiaocha's father. I am Tong Fengwu from the Tian'an Chamber of Commerce, the largest commercial association in our entire district. Jiang Weidong nodded vigorously, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Greetings. Please have a seat. You are here regarding our Xiaocha, correct? Indeed, Jiang Xiaocha's academic performance is outstanding. The Tian'an Chamber of Commerce has sent me, the representative for Lancheng, to invite her to join us. Should she accept, we will provide her with a lavish apartment in the prestigious Baoyuan and a luxury vehicle for transportation. In her first year with the Tian'an Chamber of Commerce, she will receive an annual salary of 800,000, which will double in the second year. After 3 years, based on her contributions to the chamber, she will also receive shares and dividends. Tong Fengwu excitedly listed the myriad benefits. Jiang Weidong's eyes gleamed with anticipation, swallowing hard several times. He turned to look at Jiang Xiaocha, musing that if she soared to success, he, as her father, would surely benefit as well. So Xiaocha, what do you think? Tong Fengwu inquired once more. Before Jiang Xiaocha could respond, another knock echoed at the door. Fang Huilan opened it to reveal a professionally dressed woman, adorned with glasses, accompanied by 2 assistants bearing gifts. The woman extended her hand, saying, "You must be Xiaocha's mother. Hello, am Li Yingqiao, the representative of the Li family from the provincial city, here to discuss matters concerning Jiang Xiaocha." Welcome, welcome. Fang Huilan gazed eagerly at the other party, who exuded a formidable aura, resembling a strong woman. She stepped aside to allow entry. Li Yingqiao, strutting in her high heels, cast a fleeting glance at the rotund Tong Fengwu, who returned a benign smile, but was met with a mere scoff. "You must be Jiang Xiaocha's father." Li Yingqiao extended her hand towards Jiang Weidong. Jiang Weidong licked his lips, feeling somewhat elated. Someone was vying for his daughter. After years of being overshadowed, he finally felt a sense of pride. He had just overheard the neighbors gossiping about their family. "Hello." Jiang Weidong quickly reached out his hand. Li Yingqiao turned to Jiang Xiaocha with a smile. "Hello, Jiang Xiaocha. I'm Li Yingqiao from the Li family in the provincial capital. It's a pleasure to meet you. I assume the friends from the Tian'an Chamber of Commerce have already presented their offer? The Li family is prepared to double whatever they propose." Tong Fengwu squinted, his eyes widening slightly. "I must say, generally, that seems rather ungracious." Li Yingqiao, unfazed, replied with a smile, "I believe Jiang Xiaocha deserves it." Witnessing the back and forth between the two families, Jiang Weidong felt as though he were soaring. This was exhilarating. "Let us all sit down and discuss." Jiang Weidong interjected to ease the tension. Just then, another knock echoed through the room, and Fang Huilan opened the door. This time, the visitors appeared more formal. Clad in uniforms, their gifts were modest compared to the flamboyance of the previous 2 families. The leader was a man with a square face, somewhat rigid in demeanor. "Greetings. I am Chu Gang, captain of the 2nd Special Operations Team from the 4th Bureau of the Tiandun Agency, here for Jiang Xiaocha." Fang Huilan promptly opened the door wider. "Please come in." Chu Gang stepped inside, his gaze sweeping over Tong Fengwu and Li Yingqiao. Both greeted him with smiles. "Captain Chu has arrived." Jiang Xiaocha, have you made your choice?" "Not yet." "Ah, well, the 4th Bureau would like to extend an invitation for your inclusion. You may decide now." Jiang Weidong spoke with a voice tinged with excitement, feeling as though he were experiencing a peak moment in life. "Captain Chu, please take a seat." Chu Gang sat down. "You all please sit as well." Tong Fengwu and Li Yingqiao took their seats in turn. Li Yingqiao spoke first, regardless of our competition. "The final decision rests in the hands of Jiang Xiaocha. It ultimately depends on her choice." Jiang Xiaocha was momentarily taken aback. She had heard of individuals with exceptional talents being courted by various factions, but never anticipated such a direct contest. After a brief hesitation, she declared, "I'll listen to my brother." Fang Xin was momentarily stunned, clearly taken aback by Jiang Xiaocha's statement. The 3 parties turned their attention towards Fang Xin. Li Yingqiao smiled. "You are Jiang Xiaocha's brother? Which family do you wish for your sister to join?" Jiang Weidong quickly interjected. "Why listen to him? I am her father. I am the head of this household. Which of you can guarantee my daughter's acceptance?" As he spoke, Jiang Weidong pulled Jiang Xiaoyu closer. "May I ask, who is your daughter?" "Sea-level beast mastery talent." Chu stated with unwavering determination that the talent was too low. The 4th location would not be accepted. Tong Fengwu's eyes darted, and he declared, "We will accept." Li Yinxiao, without a moment's hesitation, added, "We shall accept as well. The conditions are still double that of the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce." I said to Li, "Why do you always oppose me?" The portly man remarked, exasperated. Li Yinxiao ignored him and continued to gaze at Jiang Ziyak, saying, "Classmate Jiang Ziyak, the decision lies in your hands." Unexpectedly, Jiang Ziyak replied, "I will heed my brother's advice." "Oh, this child!" Jiang Weidong exclaimed, rising abruptly. Tong Fengwu scrutinized Fang Xin. "Are you also a student?" "Indeed," he replied. "What is your name?" "Fang Xin," Jiang Weidong inquired. "Did you all know the results in advance? May we see his scores?" Tong Fengwu chuckled, slightly embarrassed, and said, "Well, the score sheets we received only include those at the sea level and above. My score sheet does not contain the name Fang Xin. So, that implies below sea level?" Jiang Weidong thought to himself, feeling a surge of delight. "That is approximately the implication." Jiang Xiaoyu immediately laughed out loud, and Jiang Weidong cast a sidelong glance at Fang Xin, emitting a triumphant grunt through his nostrils. Fang Xin was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated receiving no sea-level recognition at all. Jiang Weidong, with his legs crossed, glanced at Fang Xin and remarked, "Below sea level. Then the job prospects may not be very promising." Jiang Xiaoyu gleefully regarded Fang Xin, rubbing her slightly swollen face, embodying the feeling of revenge fulfilled. To everyone's astonishment, Jiang Ziyak suddenly declared, "Whichever company is willing to hire my brother, I will go there." This statement left all present momentarily speechless. Chu was the first to respond, maintaining his stern demeanor. "The threshold for the fourth location is quite high. We do not accept those with inadequate talent." Tong Fengwu, weighing the pros and cons with his shifty eyes, felt it was somewhat unprofitable. Li Yinxiao interjected, "The Li family can accept him, but the benefits may be relatively lower, considering his talent is rather lacking," and he... Before she could finish, a knock echoed through the room. "Is someone else coming?" Jiang Weidong exclaimed excitedly, pointing towards the door. With a beaming smile, Fang Huilan approached the entrance and opened the door. Upon opening, they found a white-haired individual in uniform, wearing sunglasses, accompanied by a beautiful girl. "You are here to see Ziyak, correct?" "What Ziyak? I'm looking for coffee." "Fang Xin Guit. He is here. Who are you?" "We are his friends," the white-haired man replied as he and the lovely girl stepped inside. "We are looking for Fang Xin." Upon seeing the white-haired man, Fang Xin felt a tightening in his chest. "Why has the 9th District come here?" At that moment, Jiang Weidong, floating on cloud 9, noticed the white-haired figure entering. "Fang Xin, as a student, you neglect your studies and associate with such dubious friends? You even bring them home?" Jiang Weidong's reprimand was cut short as Tong Fengwu and Li Yinxiao stood up, bowing respectfully. "Mr. Zhuge." Chu Gang immediately stood up straight, saluted sharply, and declared, "Chu Gang from the 4th Special Operations Division, reporting to the commander." Chapter 8. The true identity of grandfather. The atmosphere became suddenly still, an unsettling silence enveloping the space. In one moment, Jiang Weidong was brimming with arrogance, and in the next, the smile on his face froze in disbelief. Tong Fengwu from the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce and Li Yinxiao from the provincial Li family stood respectfully before the white-haired man. Most notably, Chu Gang, an official from a government agency, stood up and saluted, addressing him as commander. Jiang Weidong swallowed hard, utterly astonished that this white-haired individual possessed such a significant status. Yet, a question lingered in his mind. What could this man possibly want with Fang Xin, whose talent barely reached sea level? "What brings you to seek Fang Xin?" Jiang Weidong immediately altered his tone, forcing a smile as he inquired. The white-haired man paid him no heed and extended his hand toward Fang Xin. "Greetings. I am Zhuge Hang from the 9th Special Operations Division of the Tiandun Bureau." Fang Xin hesitated for a moment before reciprocating the gesture, filled with confusion. Despite not having used any enhancement agents, how could he have been detected? Did the 9th Division possess some unique means? What was the purpose of this visit? A charming smile appeared on Zhuge Hang's handsome face. "There are two matters at hand. First, I would like to invite you to join the Ninth Division. Second, I hope to share a meal. Join the Ninth Division? What is that? Do they accept individuals with less than sea-level results? Jiang Weidong, akin to an inquisitive child, bombarded them with questions. Tong Fengwu and Li Yinxiao looked at him as if he were a fool. Chu Gang maintained his stoic demeanor, reiterating, "The Ninth Division is the most elite special operations unit of the Tiandun Bureau. It only accepts members with S-level talents or above." But didn't Mr. Tong just say that Fang Xin is not on the list? Jiang Weidong protested. Tong Fengwu replied curtly, "The individuals selected by the Ninth Division have their information encrypted. We lack the authority to access it. Therefore, he may not appear on the list." Jiang Weidong's eyes widened in shock, his mind reeling. Jiang Xiaoyu mirrored his disbelief. In contrast, Fang Huilan and Jiang Xiaocha were filled with excitement, their hearts racing from the dramatic turn of events. Does this mean my little Xin possesses exceptional talent? Zhu Geheng settled comfortably as if he were at home. He has awakened 5 talents, and in the absence of enhancement agents, his highest talent is rated at SS level. Here is his transcript. As he spoke, Zhu Geheng produced a slender black device, unfolding it into an L-shaped form, revealing a virtual screen displaying Fang Xin's information. Fang Huilan took it in her trembling hands, her excitement palpable. Jiang Weidong leaned in closely, and upon seeing the list of awakened talents, he was rendered speechless, utterly astonished. There was 1 SS-level talent, 2 S-levels, and 2 A-levels. The weakest among them could secure a stable government position. What was more alarming was that he had yet to use any enhancement agents. If he did, all his talent levels would increase by 1. Upon seeing this, Fang Xin couldn't help but furrow his brow. Jiang Weidong felt a tightness in his throat, his breathing constricted, as if a hand was gripping his neck. Spotting a button on the right side of the display, he clicked it. On the second page, there is a summary of Fang Xin's family circumstances. Fang Dai, Granito. Information classified. Fang Zhengping. Father, information classified. Yi Rojia. Mother, information classified. Upon seeing this, Fang Xin was momentarily taken aback. His parents had previously engaged in research within governmental institutions, so the classified information was understandable. However, he could not fathom why his grandfather's information was also classified. Further along, there was a section detailing Fang Xin's current family situation with Jiang Weidong's family. Yet, this page bore evident handwritten remarks. Jiang Weidong, uncle a fool. Fang Huilan, aunt a good person. Jiang Xiaocha, cousin a kind soul. Jiang Xiaoyu, cousin a little rascal. The expressions on Jiang Weidong and Jiang Xiaoyu's faces shifted drastically. With a snap, Bai Mao withdrew the document, closing it as if nothing had occurred. Little dear. Bai Mao, Zhu Geheng, snapped his fingers. A beautiful young lady produced an exquisitely crafted, substantial box and presented it to Fang Xin. Zhu Geheng swayed in his chair, opened it, recorded the information, and then proceeded to eat. After a moment of silence, Fang Xin posed the question, "Must I join the Ninth Division?" Upon utterance, all present were taken aback. Those unfamiliar with the Ninth Division could comprehend, yet Tong Fengwu and Li Yinxiao, who were aware of it, stared wide-eyed at Fang Xin, bewildered by his seemingly deranged remark. Zhu Geheng's movements faltered momentarily, a smile creeping across his lips. Generally, anyone who received an invitation to join the Ninth Division would jubilantly celebrate, as if igniting firecrackers at their ancestors' graves, eager to awaken their forebears to join in the festivity. You are the first person in history to decline an invitation to the Ninth Division. Fang Xin pondered. Perhaps the history of your Ninth Division is simply too brief. Tong Fengwu and Li Yinxiao exchanged glances with Fang Xin, silently acknowledging his courage in addressing Mr. Zhuge in such a manner. Clearly, the young lad was unaware of the stature of this individual. Zhu Geheng chuckled at this observation, saying, "Your reasoning is not without merit." The Ninth Division was established during the chaotic period of the last century, originating from the notorious Divine Court organization, later merging with the Heavenly Shield Bureau. By calculation, it has only been in existence for 92 years. According to regulations, Individuals approached by the Ninth Division may choose to decline, yet while others might refuse, you cannot. Fang Xin's heart tightened, secretly speculating whether his talent for slaughter had been discovered. Why? Zhuge Heng grinned, revealing his pearly whites. Let us converse in another location. With a snap of his fingers, in the next instant, everyone in the room witnessed Fang Xin and Zhuge Heng vanish from sight. Where did they go? Jiang Weidong gazed in shock at the empty space. The young lady referred to as Little Deer explained, Mr. Zhuge possesses a powerful spatial ability. Some matters are not suitable for discussion in the presence of outsiders. Hence, he has created a temporary domain to confer privately with Fang Xin. Jiang Weidong's family found it utterly fascinating. Tong Fengwu and Li Yinxiao wore expressions of astonishment, while Chu Gang's demeanor shifted for the first time, pondering the newfound strength of Mr. Zhuge. The little deer chuckled. Mr. Zhuge grows stronger with every passing moment. Fang Xin surveyed his surroundings, realizing he had entered an isolated realm, encircled by shimmering waters that, upon prolonged gaze, could induce a sense of dizziness. Do not be alarmed. It is just you and me here. We can discuss certain private matters. The voice of Zhuge Heng echoed from behind. Fang Xin turned around. Although the white-haired figure exuded no overt threat, the palpable aura of pressure emanating from his every gesture was almost suffocating. Do you know who your grandfather is? Zhuge Heng inquired. My grandfather? Indeed. Fang Xin replied earnestly. My grandfather is my grandpa. Zhuge Heng clicked his tongue. Such a way of speaking could lead to dire consequences. After a brief pause, he returned to the subject at hand, addressing the matter directly. Your grandfather, Fang Yingtai, has likely never disclosed his true identity to any of you. He is the predecessor of the Ninth Bureau and the foremost among the 4 divine generals of the Divine Court organization. Fang Qingdi. Chapter 9. 2 Matters. Fang Xin was momentarily taken aback. Upon witnessing the subtle change in Fang Xin's expression, Zhuge Heng confirmed that he was indeed oblivious to the truth. Fang Xin himself was astonished. He had never anticipated that the old man possessed such a formidable identity. Reflecting on the old man's various anecdotes, it became apparent that there were deeper layers to uncover. The old man consistently presented himself as a retired soldier, yet he never disclosed the number of his unit. Whenever questioned, he would merely claim to be an ordinary soldier from a common battalion, expressing a desire for a tranquil life after laying down his arms. In the past, when Fang Xin was in his hometown, accompanying his grandfather after the death of his parents, his grandfather regaled him with numerous tales from the last century. Among these were intricate details about the Sacred Light Army and the Eternal Night Army, which were scarcely mentioned in textbooks. Yet, the old man spoke of them with remarkable clarity. Now, upon further reflection, it was evident that the old man had known something significant when he learned of Fang Xin's talents. Although Fang Xin endeavored to maintain a calm facade before the strikingly handsome Zhuge Heng, a tempest raged within him. Fang Qingdi? I have never heard of him. Of course, you haven't, Zhuge Heng replied with a smile, for his name is taboo. Your grandfather, Fang Qingdi, betrayed the organization, inflicting unprecedented damage upon the Divine Court. To put it plainly, the gods' chaos merely bruised the Divine Court, but your grandfather single-handedly dealt it a grave blow. Fang Xin's mind was once again engulfed in turmoil, astonished that the kindly old man had once been so powerful. However, a grave expression settled upon Fang Xin's face. Are you suggesting that you intend to capture me? Zhuge Heng chuckled. Not at all, for I am but a devoted admirer of your grandfather. Moreover, the reason your grandfather defected from the organization was due to the rampant factionalism and severe discord within it. Someone falsely accused him of treason, seeking to eliminate him. A founding hero. In time, the faction responsible for his vilification fell from grace, and the Divine Court rehabilitated your grandfather's name. Is this the reason you are so eager for me to join the Ninth Division? Fang Xin inquired once more. Zhuge Heng raised 2 fingers. I hope there are 2 reasons for your joining the Ninth Division. First, your grandfather was a founding figure of the Ninth Division, which is the predecessor of the Divine Court. The current leader of the Ninth Division, Elder Yi, was a close ally of your grandfather. By joining the Ninth Division, you would be under his protection, ensuring a smooth path ahead. As long as you achieve merit in battle, no one will obstruct your promotion. In other words, you would be seen as the prince of the 9th division. And the second reason? Fang Xin pressed, intrigued. Zhuge Heng's tone grew serious. This is equally crucial. Both your parents were top-tier researchers, and their tragic accident appears to be more than a mere mishap. It bears the hallmarks of a conspiracy. They discovered something, an innovation that could enhance genes at minimal cost. Someone has targeted this discovery, orchestrating the accident to eliminate your parents. With their passing, the whereabouts of this knowledge remain elusive, and it is speculated that it may lie with you. Innocent individuals often bear the burden of wealth. Hence the phrase, a man without guilt can suffer for possessing treasure. Thus, joining the 9th Department is not solely for your future. It also serves to safeguard your safety. Of course, you may choose to decline, and I shall grant you 3 days for contemplation. Here, take this. If you come to a decision, simply crush it, and I shall manifest. Naturally, should you encounter peril, you may also crush this item, and I will appear to ensure your survival. Zhuge Heng flicked his finger, and a nearly transparent orb soared before Fang Xin. Fang Xin grasped the object in his hand. It was remarkably light. He needed to devise a means to contact his grandfather to verify the authenticity of Zhuge Heng's claims. Fang Xin stowed the object away. Are you exceptionally powerful? Prior to the tumult of the gods, the realms of combat strength were categorized into 14 distinct grades: summoning, source flow, pulsation, grounding, well observation, harmonization, mirror breaking, void response, spiritual platform, and so forth. Later, for simplicity, they were directly referred to as level 1, 2, 3, and so on. As for my combat prowess, under the current classification, while wearing glasses, my strength is rated at level 11. Fang Xin regarded Zhuge Heng, who had been wearing sunglasses since their first encounter. What about without glasses? Zhuge Heng did not specify a level. He merely inserted his hands into his pockets and flashed a confident grin, exclaiming, "Very strong." Even though Zhuge Heng did not disclose the specifics of his strength, Fang Xin could sense an overwhelming air of ostentation reminiscent of Sakamoto. Logically speaking, if you were so formidable, shouldn't you hold a high position and seldom make an appearance? Fang Xin inquired, puzzled. Zhuge Heng grinned, revealing his pearly whites, and replied, "I have a nickname, the street rascal of the 9th Department. However, this trip has indeed been worthwhile, as I encountered my idol, Fang Qingdi. Where has your grandfather gone? According to the information you provided, he visited your hometown, but did not find anyone. I do not know. Did he not say anything before he left? Nothing at all." Zhuge Heng interlocked his fingers behind his head and continued, "The item that Xiao Lu just gave you is the Tian Shield Bureau's independently developed Tian Shield Smart Connector. Within the entire Tian Shield Bureau, only newly joined members of the 9th Department are equipped with it. Newcomers in the other 8 departments must undergo a year-long assessment period before receiving one. Upon successful identity verification, you can use it to contact teammates, access information, and check others' talent and combat levels. As for additional functions, once you decide to join the 9th Department, someone will introduce them to you. Do you have any further inquiries? If not, we shall take our leave. I am famished and came specifically during mealtime to partake. Why have I never sensed my other talents? Because you have yet to achieve true awakening. It is akin to a marksman who has not yet touched a gun, unaware of his innate affinity for it. Upon grasping the firearm, training is still required. After the talent assessment, the 9th Department will tailor training for you to hone your abilities. Any more questions? None for now. Snap. Zhuge Heng snapped his fingers. Everything before them shattered like a broken mirror, and when it reassembled, they found themselves back in the living room. Fang Xin felt that this talent was exceedingly wondrous. However, this is inextricably linked to the remarkable presence of Zhuge Yin, renowned as the 9th Street Prodigy. Upon the arrival of the 2 individuals, all eyes in the room swiftly turned towards them. Zhuge Yin boldly took a seat, exclaiming, "Aunt Fang, serve the dishes." Fang Huilan momentarily found herself at a loss, as Zhuge Cheng showed no hesitation in heading to the kitchen himself to fetch the food. How delightful! I knew arriving at mealtime would be wise. Zhuge Cheng placed the dishes on the table and glanced at Tong Fengwu, Li Yinxiao, and Chu Gang. What are you all still doing here? Are you here to mooch off our meal? Tong Fengwu quickly shook his head, insisting, no. We are here to recruit Jiang Xiaocha, the sister of Fang Xin. And you are? I am Tong Fengwu from the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce. Zhuge Cheng responded with a dismissive, oh, I see. A merchant from the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce. You've likely exploited many students from humble backgrounds with your contracts for under-the-table work. Get lost. Understood. Zhuge Cheng then turned to Li Yinxiao, inquiring, and you? Li family of the provincial capital. Another merchant. You too should leave. Li Yinxiao did not dare show any displeasure and politely bowed. Goodbye, Mr. Zhuge. Jiang Weidong's family was utterly astonished. The Tiannan Chamber of Commerce and the Li family from the provincial capital were formidable entities, well known to common folk. And to see such powerful figures appearing so subservient before this white-haired young man was astonishing. Zhuge Cheng then focused on Chu Gang, who stood up and introduced himself. 4th District, Chu Gang. I know you. Serve yourself a bowl of rice first. You should head to the 1st District. They are in need of personnel in the mental department. If it doesn't suit you, you can then move to your 4th District. Understood, Mr. Zhuge. You have no objections, do you? Zhuge Cheng turned to Jiang Xiaocha. Jiang Xiaocha felt a buzz in her head and instinctively looked at Fang Xin. Let's go with his decision, Fang Xin advised. Jiang Xiaocha nodded, no objections. Jiang Weidong hastily interjected, could my daughter also join your 9th District? During the time Zhuge Cheng and Fang Xin had been absent, Jiang Weidong had inquired about the 9th District, growing increasingly alarmed by its formidable reputation. Which daughter? Both. Zhuge Cheng sat down. Your eldest daughter is barely acceptable, but your youngest is even less so. Even the guard dog at the 9th District possess B-grade fire attributes. Are there any further questions? If not, may I begin eating? I'm famished. Jiang Weidong's face turned pale, yet he dared not defy Zhuge Yan, hurriedly inviting Zhuge Cheng to dine. During the meal, Jiang Weidong frequently and eagerly served Fang Xin, beaming with a smile, almost kneeling before her. Here, Xiao Xin. This is your favorite braised fish. Mr. Zhuge, my Xiao Xin has been exceptionally bright since childhood. Please take good care of her in the future. Xiao Xin, what would you like to drink? Today, you are our family's great benefactor. Let your uncle pour you a drink. After the meal, Zhuge Cheng took an apple, munching on it as he walked out. 3 days. Remember to give me a response. After bidding farewell to Zhuge Hang, as Jiang Weidong returned to his room, he still displayed that obsequious demeanor. Xiaoxin, would you care for another drink? This fine wine was purchased by your uncle. No, thank you. Fang Huilon observed Fang Xin with a sense of satisfaction, as if recollecting something important. Xiaoxin, I almost forgot. A package addressed to you arrived this afternoon, and I placed it in your room. Great. Fang Xin responded, taking the Tian Shield smart connection device back to his room. On his desk lay a delivery box. Upon opening it, he discovered a mobile phone inside. Instantly recognizing it as his grandfather's, he hurriedly retrieved the device. It was out of battery, so he found a charging cable to power it up. Once it rebooted, the photo album appeared prominently at the center of the screen, almost as if it were a foolproof prompt. He clicked on the album and indeed found a video within. As he opened the video, darkness enveloped the screen, accompanied by a shaky camera. After a few seconds, he heard his grandfather's urgent voice. The frantic movements of the camera indicated that his grandfather seemed to be fleeing. In addition, piercing sounds could be heard amidst the video. Xiaoxin, it is your grandfather. You must remember the 2 things I am about to tell you. Chapter 10. Reflections of the Self. Firstly, joining the 9th Division is not a daunting task given your talents. The current leader of the 9th Division is an old friend of mine, and he will undoubtedly look after you. Secondly, before midnight, face the mirror and channel your vital energy to activate your killing runes, sustaining this for half an hour. Xiaoxin, there are many matters that cannot be discussed at the moment. Do not discard this phone, for I shall be in touch with you. At this point, the scene came to a standstill. Fang Xin found himself enveloped in a profound unease. In the video, it seemed as though his grandfather was evading something. However, the dim lighting rendered it impossible to discern the specific location. Fang Xin replayed the video, but failed to uncover any useful clues. Reflecting on his grandfather's abrupt departure, He sensed that there must be hidden truths beneath the surface. Recalling his grandfather's words, it appeared that joining the 9th Division was indeed feasible, thus validating the claims of the white-haired gentleman. As for the second matter, what was the purpose of facing the mirror at night? Fang Xin glanced at the time. It was past 8, leaving him with some hours before the appointed moment. After thoroughly examining his phone, he confirmed that the only clue left by his grandfather was this video. Unable to extract any further valuable information, he set the phone aside, shifting his gaze to the Tian Shield Smart Link device on the table. Upon activation, it revealed the L-shaped apparatus that Zhuge Heng had showcased earlier that afternoon. The device was not cumbersome. In fact, it felt quite light. Once powered on, a virtual screen emerged, presenting 2 buttons: identity registration and account login. Contemplating his options, Fang Xin opted for identity registration. Please position yourself in front of the screen to complete facial recognition. He complied, and once the recognition was successful, he was prompted to enter an invitation code or the name of the inviter. Fang Xin found himself at a loss when it came to entering a name. The white-haired gentleman had only mentioned that his name was Zhuge Heng, without disclosing the last character of his name. Furthermore, the dialog box indicated that he had only one chance to input the information. Zhuge Heng had also departed without leaving any contact details. The moment Fang Xin was prepared to ask, the white-haired individual had vanished, accompanied by a small deer, utilizing his spatial abilities. All he had left Fang Xin was a small spatial orb that could summon him. However, Zhuge Heng had previously mentioned that in times of danger, this orb could also be shattered to call him forth. Fang Xin was determined not to squander the opportunity to benefit from the white-haired gentleman's prowess. He also hoped to witness the true extent of the gentleman's capabilities when the time arose. Meanwhile, his phone buzzed incessantly. Qin Juanhao, having been recruited by the 7th Division, was overjoyed to the point of boasting about it, as his father had gifted him a luxury car worth 7 million. He was currently flaunting photos in their group chat. Su Xiaoqiang, like a devoted sycophant, continued to shower praise. Fang Xin regarded this as mere amusement, observing the two as they exerted themselves to impress others in the chat. Half an hour ago, Chu Xinyao sent a message. Xiao Fang, I wish to visit the ocean-themed pavilion. Will you accompany me, please? I beg you. Fang Xin recalled the time when Chu Xinyao had brought him medicine, feeling that he owed her a favor. He purchased 2 tickets for tomorrow and sent her a screenshot. Chu Xinyao zet ponde zoi fuli. Wow. I knew Xiao Fang was the best. She then added, by the way, the results were originally scheduled to be released the day after tomorrow, but they have been leaked today. The school has decided to announce the results tomorrow. Fang Xin was taken aback. He had not expected the results to be disclosed early. However, he already knew his outcome. Got it. Shall we play some games? He glanced at the time. His grandfather had mentioned in a video that he should look in the mirror before midnight, and he still had some time to spare. Let us log in. Xiao Wudong was in a state of agitation, akin to a monkey that had consumed mustard, pacing back and forth as he scrutinized Qin Juanhao's report card. Each glance brought him closer to tears. This shouldn't be. How could this happen? He lamented. Ailey, are you certain this Qin Juanhao is the same person you encountered in the alley that day? Ailey, with her ice-blue eyes fixed on the screen of a white-framed smart device, replied, It should be, but I can't recall clearly. Xiao Wutong rubbed his head vigorously, as if wearing a mask of anguish. This can't be right. A person barely reaching a B-grade talent should not possess a level 4 combat capability at this age. I thought I had stumbled upon a treasure, and I rushed in to intercept, and now I've become a laughingstock. Furthermore, that Qin Juanhao is throwing a grand celebration, promoting this matter everywhere. He exclaimed in despair, Heavens, I can't take it anymore. I truly wish to kick him hard with my size 42 leather shoes. Ailey abruptly closed the smart device, shifting the topic. We have received a mission from above. We are to protect someone at the 7th Division. Who? Jusi Nia. The specific information has been sent to you. Xiao Wudong shook his wristwatch, which surprisingly revealed a smart device, and, after unlocking it with facial recognition, he saw the latest news. Goodness, this young lady is actually the daughter of that significant figure. How dare the remnants of the Eternal Night Army attempt to kidnap his daughter? Ailey continued, that prominent individual is involved in a confidential matter, and the remnants of the Eternal Night Army wish to use his daughter as leverage to extract secrets from him. However, I must say, their infiltration is far too severe. This early leak of results was orchestrated by their agents. They aim to muddle the waters, masquerading as a formidable force to recruit exceptionally talented individuals and strengthen their power. Xiao Wudong shook his head helplessly, suddenly exclaiming, "Are they actually deploying an 8th-level combatant to kidnap this girl?" Ailey nodded affirmatively. "Thus, our team leader will come personally. We must depart immediately to covertly protect her." Fang Xin set down his phone and glanced at the time. It was nearly midnight. He decided to stop playing. "All right, I'm tired as well. Let us get some rest." "Okay, good night. See you tomorrow." He put down his phone. Fang Xin rose and made his way toward the bathroom, gazing at his reflection in the mirror. He stirred his vital energy, the blood-red, bloodthirsty runes emblazoned on the back of his hand. Yet, the image in the mirror appeared utterly ordinary. What exactly was his grandfather urging him to observe? Fang Xin continued to fixate on the mirror as time slipped away, minute by minute. At the stroke of midnight, he remained transfixed, his mind haunted by bizarre legends. Yet still, nothing seemed amiss. Following his grandfather's instructions, he maintained his vigil for over half an hour, but there were no signs of anything unusual. With a sigh, Fang Xin concluded that he had spent enough time for the day and resolved to wait until tomorrow for another look. As he turned to leave the bathroom, an unexpected chill seized him. His body stiffened, and cold sweat broke out along his spine. For out of the corner of his eye, he beheld his reflection in the mirror. There he was, arms crossed, wearing a smile, intently watching him. Chapter 11. The King of Slaughter. In that fleeting moment, Fang Xin felt an icy dread surge from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. He turned his head stiffly to gaze into the mirror. The reflection of Fang Xin remained motionless, arms crossed, observing him. At last, Fang Xin discerned the figure's true visage. It bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, save for the crimson hue of its eyes, identical to the appearance he assumed when unleashing his murderous talent. The two stared at each other across the glass. The reflection of Fang Xin gradually leaned back, and a blood-red throne materialized behind him. The mirrored Fang Xin sat regally upon the throne, one hand forming a fist to support his chin. Those scarlet eyes fixated intently on the Fang Xin beyond the mirror. The corners of his mouth curled in a seemingly innate royal disdain, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominion and terror. Surprised? A voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Fang Xin's body tensed once more, disbelief washing over him as he beheld the scene before him. The reflection had spoken. It was undeniably astonishing. The shock within him simmered, refusing to settle. Finally, Fang Xin uttered a profound inquiry. "Who are you?" The mirrored Fang Xin remained seated upon the blood-red throne. The lofty voice returned, dripping with condescension. "Who am I?" "Now, that is a question worth exploring. I possess many titles. The Zero Judicator, the Sovereign of the Seven Kings, the King of Slaughter, the God Slayer, or perhaps the Destroyer of Deities. Yet, I also bear a name of sorts, Fang Xin. If you must inquire about my identity, I am you." A tempest of turmoil surged within Fang Xin, threatening to overwhelm him. It felt as though his very mind would ignite. Everything before him transcended his comprehension. The reflected Fang Xin smiled subtly. "You're me?" Fang Xin could hardly believe it. He considered himself merely an exemplary student, distinguished in both virtue and intellect, not possessing the commanding presence of the figure before him. The mirrored Fang Xin, resting his chin upon his hand, mused. "This question is not worthy of your contemplation at present. Do not waste time on it. With your current prowess, you may only gaze upon me for 3 minutes. After that, all shall revert to the norm. Already, 1 minute and 47 seconds have elapsed. Allow me to impart some insights to you. As a god slayer endowed with the talent for slaughter, it seems your understanding of this gift is rather superficial. You only recognize that killing enhances your power. But do you realize that through slaughter, you can also consume the talents of others? You can elevate your existing abilities by slaying foes who share the same talents. The few abilities you currently possess, aside from the light-based talent, have all been acquired through bloodshed. This capability is what renders the talent for slaughter truly terrifying. Certainly, you possess yet another remarkable ability. Through the act of slaying, you nourish me. I am akin to a contract-bound king of slaughter, summoned in times of peril. I can seize your body for a fleeting 3 minutes, though presently, I can only manifest a peak combat prowess of level 5. To invoke me, simply activate the rune of slaughter, place your hand upon your heart, and silently utter Cecilia, and I shall descend. However, you must remain wary of one individual. Today, they wish to. The voice abruptly cuts off, as if the signal has been lost, distorting the reflection in the mirror. Who? Fang Xin quickly leans closer to the mirror, mirroring the movement of his reflection, both gazes filled with bewilderment. 3 minutes have elapsed. Everything reverts to the ordinary. Fang Xin steadies himself against the wash basin, the day's events stretching the limits of his imagination. After splashing water on his face, he gazes into the mirror, where his reflection reminds him to be cautious of someone. Who should he guard against? The sentence remains unfinished. What is it that they wish to discuss today? Fang Xin's mind immediately drifts to Zhuge Heng, the only individual in reality who poses any pressure upon him, the striking white-haired young man from the monster den. Should he be wary of him? Who else could he possibly guard against? It seems he must wait until tomorrow evening to inquire further before the mirror. Outside the bathroom, his aunt's concerned voice breaks the silence. Xiao Xin, are you all right? Are you feeling unwell? Why have you been in the bathroom for so long? Fang Xin quickly responds, I was just playing on my phone. You child, hurry up and rest. Comes the immediate reply from Jiang Weidong, sounding almost obsequious. Look at you. What's wrong with Xiao Xin playing for a bit? If he has the ability to play, then let him enjoy himself. Fang Weilong scoffs, disapproving of Jiang Weidong's sycophantic behavior. Upon returning to his room, Fang Xin's gaze fixates once more on his grandfather's delivery box. It bears no sender's location, only Fang Xin's address and recipient name. He places his phone into the drawer. Looking out at the round moon, he reflects on all he has witnessed. Observing his hands, he finds it astonishing that his innate talent can indeed be enhanced. Yet, he has never heard of such a concept. Fang Xin is abruptly awakened by the cries of Jiang Xiaoyu. Jiang Weidong had risen early to procure Fang Xin's favorite buns, but neglected to buy the milk tea that Jiang Xiaoyu desired. Bolstered by her decent grade from the previous day, Jiang Xiaoyu, emboldened, accuses Jiang Weidong. Why do you buy for Fang Xin and not for me? You went so far. Just because Fang Xin has slightly better grades? Look at what you've become since his results came out. I am your biological daughter. He is merely an orphan. Why do you coddle him so? You truly have no backbone. I am your father. How can you speak to me in such a manner? Jiang Weidong retorts. You may have given birth to me, but that doesn't necessarily make you my father. Jiang Xiaoyu screams. Smack! In a moment of unbearable frustration, Jiang Weidong delivered a resounding slap. As an adult, his strength was considerable. Jiang Xiaoyu's beast-taming talent did not enhance her resilience, and the force of Jiang Weidong's hand left her face askew, silencing her momentarily. After Fang Xin had completed her morning routine, she caught sight of Jiang Xiaoyu glaring at her, her teeth gritting audibly, yet she dared not voice her indignation. Instead, she rhythmically struck the bowl with her spoon, creating an irksome clatter. Xiaoyu, what happened to your face? Fang Xin in quit, fighting in Gozan. Jiang Weidong quickly interjected with a chuckle. This child speaks so recklessly. I had to teach her a lesson. Fang Xin immediately grasped Jiang Weidong's hand, concerned. Oh, uncle, are you all right? All is well. All is well. Jiang Weidong beamed at Fang Xin's concern. Turning to Jiang Xiaoyu, Fang Xin scolded. Xiaoyu, how old are you? How can you be so thoughtless as to collide your face with your father's hand? Look at what you've done to my uncle's hand. It's all askew. Jiang Weidong's expression stiffened. Tears welled up in Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes, and she covered her mouth, bursting into tears as she dashed back to her room. Look how happy this child is. Jiang Xiaocha stifled her laughter. Fang Weilong lightly tapped Fang Xin's head, chiding, Why are you so mischievous? Jiang Xiaocha remarked with a grin. Mom, my brother's sharp tongue isn't a recent development. Jiang Weidong promptly corrected her. What sharp tongue. Your brother is simply humorous. Fang Xin shook her head, recalling an ancient tale she had read, likening Jiang Weidong's demeanor to that of Fang Xin's father-in-law from the story Fang Xin's Success. Brother, there are no classes at school today. Where are you going? Jiang Xiaocha asked. I have plans with classmates. We're going out? He replied, just as his phone vibrated with a voice message from Chu Xinyao. Calling classmate Fang. I'm out and feeling good. Where shall we meet? Xiao Wudong pressed his earpiece. Everyone prepare. Chu Xinyao has already left and is heading to the ocean-themed pavilion. The enemy is on the move, and, at all costs, we must ensure her safety. Suddenly, Ally raised her head. Captain Xiao, there's one more thing. Qin Juanhao has also scheduled the gathering at the ocean-themed pavilion. Chapter 12. The Oceanarium. Upon exiting the subway station, Fang Xin caught sight of Chu Xinyao across the street. Her enchanting eyes were fixated on the exit, and upon noticing Fang Xin, she eagerly waved to him. Have you been waiting long? Fang Xin in Guit. I just arrived. Let us go. Chu Xinya Ziplit, dressed in a charming JK skirt. Her delicate, fair legs swayed gracefully as she walked, complemented by her little shoes and white lace-trimmed socks, exuding an air of innocence and allure. The ocean-themed pavilion had only commenced operations at the end of last month, yet its promotional efforts had proven quite effective, resulting in a considerable number of visitors. In the mid-20th century, humanity, after awakening their latent abilities for several years, discovered that many animals had also gradually developed intelligence, including marine creatures. This newly opened oceanarium featured a variety of marine life that had awakened unique powers. From exterior perspective, the oceanarium resembled a colossal orca lying in repose beneath the earth. Upon entering and presenting their tickets, the staff cheerfully announced, "You too can enjoy all services and performances here today, free of charge with your tickets." Inside the pavilion, a plethora of marine species captivated the eye. Dolphins leaped from the water, waving their fins while greeting, "Hey there, buddy." An octopus played the piano while simultaneously blowing into a clarinet. For some reason, Fang Xin felt an undercurrent of ferocity in the music, as if the octopus might overturn the piano at any moment. There were singing jellyfish, starfish dashing across the seabed in shorts, and a king crab snatching tips from tourists with its formidable pincers. Additionally, individuals with awakened water attributes donned merfolk costumes, dancing amid schools of fish. However, the most exhilarating spectacle of the oceanarium was the underwater animal gladiatorial arena. Currently, a seahorse clad in armor and wielding a spear was engaged in combat with an electric eel shimmering with arcs of electricity. The seahorse exhibited remarkable fighting prowess, inflicting significant injuries upon the electric eel after several charges, much to the audience's delight. As Fang Xin watched the intense duel between the seahorse and the electric eel, he felt a sense of disbelief. It was indeed a rare sight to witness such a confrontation. On either end of the arena, two seals beat drums in encouragement. Were it not for witnessing the scene firsthand, Fang Xin would have suspected he had consumed too many mushrooms. Amidst the spectacle of the duel, a voice rang out. "What a coincidence! You're both here too?" Turning towards the source, Fang Xin saw Qin Juanhao accompanied by his several classmates. Upon spotting Fang Xin and Chu Xinyao, Qin Juanhao feigned surprise. Chu Xinyao's expression shifted, as though she had encountered something distasteful, her brows furrowing. "Are you following me?" she asked. Qin Juanhao quickly deflected the blame onto his father, exclaiming, "Not at all. It's truly a coincidence. My dad mentioned that this ocean-themed pavilion is quite interesting, so he booked the entire place for me to bring my classmates here." "Fang Xin, what brings you here?" Fang Xin spoke with an uncharacteristic seriousness, recounting absurdities. "I stumbled upon a promotional video that touted an array of performances, and I heard rumors of a turtle capable of discarding its shell. A spectacle whimsically dubbed the turtle that tosses its shell by the audience. My curiosity piqued. I decided to investigate." Qin Juanhao's demeanor fluctuated, while Chu Xinyao struggled to suppress her laughter. Fang Xin often chose to ignore Qin Juanhao, but he relished the opportunity to provoke him, knowing it would cause discomfort. Loyal sycophant Su Xiaoqiang sprang forth, indignantly exclaiming, Fang Xin, whom do you refer to as the turtle that tosses its shell? Fang Xin pointed towards a thick glass wall, where indeed a turtle performance was underway. The turtle swam swiftly, its shell lagging behind, as its front flippers flailed between its legs before retreating back into its shell, creating a comical scene that prompted the audience to snap photos. I was speaking of that turtle. Who else could I be referring to? Are there any other turtles tossing shells around here? Susi Aquing Fanta. And Qin Juanhao retorted with a sardonic smile. Fang Xin, with results due today, why aren't you at home awaiting your scores? What brings you here for leisure? Su Xiaoxiang chimed in. Indeed, my brother has already been accepted by the 7th Division. A person of his caliber has a bright future. It is only natural for him to indulge in a bit of fun. Fang Xin maintained his earnest demeanor. Didn't I just say? I came to witness the turtle tossing its shell. What could be more delightful than results? Qin Juanhao clenched his fists, a forced grin plastered across his face. In just 2 hours, the results will be revealed. I heard you didn't even use any potions yesterday. I'm keen to see if you'll still find amusement when the scores are announced. Su Xiaoqiang took pleasure in the moment, boasting, what if by then you, Fang Xin, become the punchline for my brother Hao? At that moment, a shrill scream erupted from the direction of the arena. An electric eel, engaged in combat with a seahorse, suddenly unleashed a brilliant burst of electricity. The front row of spectators was instantly reduced to charred remnants. Chaos erupted throughout the aquarium. With a tremendous crash, the turtle, having lost its shell, covered its legs, and its eyes glinted with a fierce human-like intensity. One claw seized the shell and, akin to a discus thrower, flung it away. Amidst a thunderous explosion, the glass barrier separating the visitors from the marine creature shattered, collapsing under the force. Water surged forth into the main exhibit as the shell returned to the turtle-esque grasp, which hurled it again, the sound of impacts echoing. All glass walls succumbed to destruction, unleashing the underwater beings into the fray. Visitors, caught in a frenzy, scrambled to escape, only to find the exit sealed at that critical moment. The seahorse in combat slowly turned, its spear now aimed at Chu Xinyao, disguised as a staff member. Xiao Wutong could only gaze in shock at the unfolding chaos, cradling his head in disbelief. Oh, my heavens! My heavens! The remnants of the Eternal Night Army are utterly insane. They have not only deployed formidable warriors of level 8, but have also utilized a sacred artifact shaped like an aquarium, all to capture a defenseless little girl. Xiao Wuzhong, maintain your composure and protect that girl. A voice called from behind. Xiao Wuzhong swiftly turned to see a man clad in a suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. Standing behind him, the man was imposing, with a cold gaze and an air of calmness. Team leader, Xiao Wuzhong exclaimed. The man adjusted his tie and instructed, You few go protect Chu Xinyao. I will locate the level 8 adversary among our foes. Understood. Xiao Wuzhong immediately gathered his team and moved toward Chu Xinyao. At that moment, the main hall had descended into chaos. Fang Xin's eyes swept across every corner of the venue, gripping the small spatial orb given to him by Zhuge Heng. If the situation truly demanded it, he could summon the strikingly handsome Zhuge Heng to take action. The instant the turmoil erupted, several figures in black rushed forward to shield Qin Juanhao. Turning to Chu Xinyao, Qin Juanhao reassured her, Xinyao, do not be afraid. Come to my side. My bodyguards are all highly skilled experts hired at great expense by my father. And this strongest bodyguard captain is indeed a formidable warrior of level 3. Chapter 13, A Single Punch. Qin Juanhao concealed himself behind his bodyguard, beckoning to Chu Xinyao. With a hint of panic adorning her delicate visage, Chu Xinyao grasped Fang Xin's arm, clearly startled. Xinyao, come here now. Why are you hiding behind Fang Xin? Can he truly protect you? Qin Juanhao urged once more. Chu Xinyao's complexion paled. Noticing Fang Xin's immobility, she bit her lip and resolutely remained behind him. Qin Juanhao, in a fit of exasperation, directed several bodyguards. Do not act unless it is absolutely necessary. I must show them my true capabilities. They shall learn that I am the most reliable. Furthermore, prioritize the protection of Chu Xinyao. Fang Xin is of no concern. Fang Xion's gaze was fixed on the seahorse wielding a spear, which was aimed menacingly in Chu Xinyao's direction. Suddenly, the seahorse surged towards her, slicing through the water with a snowy white streak. Within mere moments, it was upon them, thrusting the spear towards Chu Xinyao. Although the attack was not aimed at a vital point, it could incapacitate her. Fang Xian swiftly pulled Chu Xinyao aside, and almost instantaneously, several figures emerged beside them. Leading the charge was Xiao Wuzhong, who elegantly deflected the seahorse's spear with a strike of his sword, positioning himself in front of them. Ailey and her team have blocked the way to protect you, Miss Chu. Fang Xian was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Chu Xinyao. It was astonishing that she had garnered the attention of the 7th Division. What kind of background did she possess? While her mother held some influence, it was hardly sufficient to summon the 7th Division for her daughter as protection. This implied that, as rumored, Chu Xinyao's father was no ordinary individual. When Fang Xian raised his gaze, he found Ailey observing him intently. Their eyes met, and she smiled and nodded. He reciprocated with a polite nod. Besides Xiao Wuzhong's squad, another team engaged in battle, with their leader confronting an electric eel. Upon seeing Xiao Wuzhong and Ailey, Qin Juanhao immediately waved his arms in excitement and raced towards them. Team Xiao, Sister Ailey, are you here to protect me? He exclaimed enthusiastically. No. Qin Juanhao awkwardly forced a smile, realizing his attempt at bravado had failed. He swiftly changed the subject. Is the 7th Division on a mission? Indeed. Qin Juanhao eagerly added. May I join? I have a bodyguard. My bodyguard captain possesses Tier 3 combat capability. I wish to fight alongside you. Xiao Wuzhong regarded Qin Juanhao with a face full of disdain. Each encounter with him was painfully tedious. Every time he hoped for something promising, he ended up with this nuisance. Moreover, if the contract signed yesterday were to be rescinded today, the 7th Division's reputation would suffer significantly. Seeing Qin Juanhao made Xiao Wuzhong feel as if he were staring at his own pillar of shame. Out of sight, out of mind. Ailey, take them to find the exit. Ensure the safe escort of Miss Chu. Understood. Et Gotting Miss Chu. Qin Juanhao appeared utterly bewildered, casting a shocked glance at Chu Xinyao. Astonished that her identity was so extraordinary that the 7th Division would specifically be assigned for her protection. The other students also displayed expressions of surprise. Follow me, Ellie declared, leading the team from the 7th Division, with Chu Xinyao shielded in the center as they hurried towards the safety passage. Clang, clang, clang in the distance. The octopus playing the flute and piano suddenly began to frantically pound the piano keys, producing a maddening cacophony, while the flute emitted an ear-piercing shrill that unsettled the mind. The marine creatures attacking, upon hearing the music, had their eyes turned crimson, filled with uncontrollable frenzy. It seemed they were bolstered, fighting without regard for pain, undeterred until the last drop of blood was shed. Meanwhile, the singing jellyfish floated in the water, releasing a melodious sound that evoked a drowsy sensation in those who heard it. This is bad. A psychic octopus and jellyfish. Ellie exclaimed. Form a formation to protect Miss Chu. Xiao Wu, engaged in battle with a seahorse, wore a grave expression. Ellie swiftly activated her wrist device, summoning a Zhilian machine, which she deployed to the ground. The other 3 team members followed suit, and the Zhilian machines emitted crimson rays that intertwined, forming an octagonal barrier, effectively isolating the encroaching water and sound waves. This extraordinary scene filled several students with curiosity. Qin Juanhao, excitedly observing the Zhilian machine, took the opportunity to enlighten his classmates, proclaiming that this device, known as the Sky Shield Zhilian machine, was a treasure independently developed by the Sky Shield Bureau, available only to official members after 1 year of service. Brother Hao, I truly envy you. In a year, you too will possess such a marvelous device. Su Xiaoqiang unabashedly flattered him. The other students gazed at him with envy. With a smile playing on his lips, Qin Juanhao's peripheral vision caught Fang Xian and Chu Xinyao, wearing an expression that seemed to say, Aren't I impressive? Fang Xian merely returned a disinterested glance. He had previously received a Zhilian machine from the white-haired individual. Initially believing it to be merely a communication device for information retrieval, he had not anticipated its remarkable capabilities. Just when they thought they could hold their ground for a while, the situation took a turn. Almost in the next moment, the previous sea turtle returned with a forceful blow. The turtle shell spun as it hurtled towards them, crashing heavily against the barrier. The barrier emitted a thunderous sound, and the nearly transparent shield appeared to crack. Everyone's expression changed, surprised at the turtle's strength. Almost instantly, a chill swept through the air. The water outside the barrier froze in an instant, creating a web of fractures in the shield, which shattered in a heartbeat. The spinning turtle's shell flew back to its owner, who prepared to launch another assault, intent on shattering the barrier and all within it. However, before the tortoise shell could collide with this side, it was forcefully kicked back along its original path. The shell struck the sea turtle heavily, causing it to fly backwards, skimming the water surface before crashing against the wall. After struggling for a moment, it fell still. A man clad in a suit stood before the barrier. He stomped his foot fiercely, causing the ice beneath to crack, and waves of water surged outward, revealing a vacuum space. Adjusting his glasses, the man commanded them to exit from the southeast corner. Ailey nodded, understood. Team leader. Team leader? Qin Juanhao felt as though he had stumbled upon a rare treasure upon hearing those words. Indeed, it was the team leader. What is wrong with the team leader? How? Su Xiaoqiang prodded, playing the role of a supportive friend. Qin Juanhao gazed at the back of the suited man with a mix of excitement and admiration. The highest title in the 7th Division was that of director, followed by team leaders, then squad leaders, and finally team captains. Ailey was a team captain, requiring a combat strength of level 3 to qualify. Captain Xiao was a squad leader, necessitating level 5. As for the team leader, one needed a combat strength of level 8 to attain such a position. Su Xiaoqiang exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, we don't even have an 8th level powerhouse stationed in our small city of Lancheng, and today we meet one in the flesh." Fang Xin, glancing at Chu Xinyao, pondered the significance of having a team leader of at least level 8 deployed for protection. What kind of entity was Chu Xinyao's father? The suited man adjusted his tie and coldly eyed the shoal of fish, locking onto the diver clad in fishman attire. "My friend, work is already tedious, and you choose to lurk in the shadows and play tricks, which makes it all the more irksome." As the fish scattered, the diver smiled, revealing himself as Team Leader Sheng from the 7th Division, a surprising deployment indeed. The suited man unwound his tie, wrapping it around his arm. Such a splendid holy-grade artifact. Yet you wield it ineffectively. What a waste. Then let us see you try. The diver's expression darkened as he raised his hand, turning himself into the epicenter of a freezing circle, intending to transform the area into a realm of ice and snow. The fish surrounding him morphed into a spiraling cone encased in ice, hurtling towards the suited man. The tie wrapped around the suited man's arm radiated a blinding golden light, akin to an icebreaker charging towards the diver. Instantly, the ice surface shattered, a massive crack forming. "Stop looking. Let us go," Ailey urged. The group of students snapped back to reality, witnessing the fierce confrontation between the powerful. Ailey led the way, only to find their path obstructed by a dolphin. The dolphin regarded the newcomers, its gaze fixated on Qin Juanhao, speaking in a thick accent. "What are you staring at?" Cowering behind the bodyguards, Qin Juanhao retorted. "What is it to you? You little brat. Who do you think you are?" The dolphin erupted in fury. Fang Xin observed the talking dolphin, recognizing that some animals possessed high intelligence, and many gifted creatures could articulate human speech. The dolphin spun around and charged toward them. Ailey stepped forward, her blue patterned blade shimmering with light as she clashed against the dolphin. The dolphin possesses a water attribute talent, while Ellie is endowed with an assassination talent. Both exhibit third-tier combat prowess, engaging in a fiercely matched duel. Qin Juanhao and his companions watched with bated breath. However, Fang Xin, seasoned by countless skirmishes, remained unfazed. A crimson gash had appeared along the dolphin's flank, and an exclamation of anger erupted. "You insufferable wretch! I shall end you. Leopard, what are you two doing? I'll hold this foul creature. You must seize that target and report back." From the side, two seals, previously drumming in the arena, emerged, accompanied by a few minor aquatic soldiers, charging toward Chu Xinyao. "Protect Miss Chu," Ellie shouted as she turned. 3 team members swiftly encircled Chu Xinyao, engaging the adversaries. Yet, the overwhelming numbers of the enemy began to overpower them, and both seals were at the pinnacle of second-tier strength. Qin Juanhao licked his lips, sensing an opportunity. "Xinyao, do not fear. I shall protect you." But in the blink of an eye, the 2 seals opened their mouths, unleashing a resounding drumbeat that echoed like thunder. In that moment of distraction, 1 team member was obliterated into a mist of blood, while the other 2 sustained injuries. The seals swiftly redirected their assault towards Chu Xinyao. This harrowing scene left many spectators in stunned silence, confronting death so closely for the first time. As the seals approached, the captain of Qin Juanhao's bodyguard team, following his earlier instructions, attempted to protect Chu Xinyao. However, Qin Juanhao seized the captain, exclaiming, "What are you doing protecting her? Protect me." With the 2 seals drawing near, Ellie sought to return, but the dolphin clung desperately to her. "Ha! You pitiful creature. I am destined for great deeds." Fang Xin positioned himself protectively behind Chu Xinyao, twisting his waist and delivering a powerful punch. Chapter 14. Is he truly powerful? This singular punch is the culmination of countless life and death trials. A fierce blow that embodies the prowess of a prodigy who can achieve SS-level strength without the aid of any elixir. It is a punch that is both straightforward and unyielding, capable of shattering all barriers with its overwhelming force. With a swift motion, the air crackled as my fist connected squarely with the seal's chest. The impact was so forceful that it pierced through the creature's torso, causing a gushing of crimson from its heart. It struggled momentarily before collapsing to the ground. Without missing a beat, I leaped, my legs clamping around the head of another seal. My elbow descended like a blade, crashing down with a savage force that echoed with a sickening crack. The seal's skull shattered, blood pouring from its mouth and nose, before it fell lifelessly to the earth. This entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. It felt like an eternity. My expression remained stoic as I rinsed my bloodied fists in the shallow water, which barely reached my knees. Ellie's icy blue eyes sparkled with astonishment as she exclaimed, "What the hell? There's a hidden master, and he's just a student." After washing my hands, I turned to face the astonished expressions of Qin Juanhao and my classmates. I've always had a penchant for boxing and have learned a bit of martial arts. "Isn't it normal to take down a couple of seals?" I remarked casually. Qin Juanhao gulped nervously. "Normal? Absolutely not. Those aren't ordinary seals. They're second-tier peak combatants. Even the most basic seal shouldn't be able to be felled by a single punch." Panic had replaced astonishment on Qin Juanhao's face as he realized the gravity of my strength. If I desired to harm him, it seemed his bodyguards wouldn't stand a chance. My classmates stared at me in disbelief. The studious and amiable Fang Xin had revealed an extraordinary side. "Jusi Nia," her heart racing, placed a hand on her chest and exhaled in relief, offering me a sweet smile. "Thank you, Fang Xin." I intended to inquire why these individuals had attacked Chu Xinyao, but reconsidered with so many classmates around, I thought better of it. Ellie's assault intensified, and the dolphin was increasingly struggling against her onslaught. Suddenly, it spun and vanished beneath the water's surface, like a shadow slipping away. Beneath the knee-deep water, a dark figure surged forward. A hand emerged from below, reaching for Chu Xinyao's ankle. She squealed in alarm as her legs were pulled beneath the surface. A gust of wind swept through the corridor, causing ripples across the water. A blinding golden light surged toward us, revealing a man in a suit wielding a hefty machete, aiming to sever the hand that clutched Chu Xinyao's leg. A piercing scream erupted from the depths. Moments later, a severed hand floated to the surface, and not far away, a whirlpool formed as the diver resurfaced, his face ashen with shock. The man in the suit once again erupted with a dazzling golden light that radiated outward. As the brilliance dissipated, the diver was found bound and cast onto the ground. The man meticulously adjusted his tie and tucked it into his pocket. Others from the 7th Division began to gather around. Xiao Wuzhong also approached. The man in the suit adjusted his glasses and turned his gaze towards the pale and still shaken Qin Juanhao. Xiao Wuzhong, is this how you squander a spot on a newcomer for our 7th Division? The mere mention of this made Xiao Wuzhong feel as if he had swallowed a fly. Captain, I merely misjudged him. At least the boy has met the standard, wouldn't you agree? Their conversation was laden with implications, clear enough for anyone present, even a dolphin, to comprehend. It was an obvious disdain for Qin Juanhao. The remnants of Qin Juanhao's former pride were thoroughly shattered by the remarks of Captain Sheng and Xiao Wuzhong. His classmates looked at him with varied expressions, realizing he had indeed misjudged. Captain Sheng turned to Fang Xin. What is your name? Fang Xin, a talent in the power system, capable of defeating peak level 2 combatants. Your potential is at least an A, possibly even an S. This revelation left many classmates in astonishment. Fang Xin possessed such exceptional talent. Qin Juanhao appeared utterly despondent. His previous advantages evaporated. Which organization have you joined? I have yet to join any organization. That shouldn't be the case. Hasn't anyone approached you? They have, but I have not agreed yet. I am still considering. Captain Sheng paused. So you're still contemplating? This implies that the organizations that sought you have been unsuccessful, correct? Did the 9th Division approach you? No. If they did, given their domineering nature, they wouldn't allow anyone to ponder. How about joining our 7th Division? After the assessment period, I can promote you directly to team leader. This statement momentarily stunned the assembled classmates, with some even gasping in disbelief. To receive a personal invitation from the leader of the 7th Division and to be offered immediate promotion post-assessment was nothing short of extraordinary. Captain, we have filled our quota. Xiao Wuzhong interjected. Captain Sheng removed his glasses and sighed, cleaning them as he spoke. Then we shall recruit one more. I will speak to the director about this. What say you, Fang Xin? No, thank you. Captain Sheng paused in his actions. Xiao Wuzhong and the other classmates were equally taken aback. Only Oili, with her blue eyes, fixed her gaze on Fang Xin, seemingly grasping the underlying reason. The leader of the 7th Division had personally extended an invitation, and Fang Xin had outright refused? Just like that, Qin Juanhao felt a surge of envy, his face turning a shade of purple. After being accepted into the 7th Division, he had celebrated boisterously, eager for the world to know of his acceptance. Yet, Fang Xin rejected the invitation to the 7th Division, even though Captain Sheng had promised him a team leadership position following the assessment, an offer that was undeniably generous. Oh dear, is there no law, no justice? Team leader Sheng adjusted his glasses and inquired, So, do you have other thoughts? A sudden, aged voice echoed, startling everyone. In an instant, team leader Sheng radiated a golden light, entering a state of readiness as if faced with a formidable adversary. Turning around, he beheld the churning waters, where atop a 2-meter-high wave sat an elder on a turtle shell, smiling at them. Gripping his machete, the astonishment flickered in Sheng's eyes behind his lenses. In a small place like Lan City, a powerhouse with a combat level of 10 had appeared. You remnants of the Yongye Army are indeed willing to invest heavily. Team leader Sheng coldly glared at the elder perched on the turtle's back. The elder chuckled softly. Your Tian Shield Bureau has dispatched an elite leader of level 8. Surely. We must demonstrate ample sincerity. No? Team leader Sheng swept his gaze around, suddenly furrowing his brow. The scenery outside the theme hall rapidly receded, as if the entire oceanic pavilion were soaring through the sky. At that moment, all communication devices malfunctioned. The elder maintained his smile. Since this holy tier artifact has been activated, we must surely complete our mission. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. No one can rescue you now. You shall become sustenance for this artifact. As he spoke, the elder's gaze shifted back to Fang Xin. Aside from you, little one, what have you considered? I observe your swift and decisive actions. At your age, such skills are indeed rare. Now, I present you with 2 choices. Either join us in the 9 Nether, or alas, I shall be compelled to take severe measures. After all, should you grow stronger, you would undoubtedly become a formidable rival. Qin Juanhao regarded Fang Xin with envy and resentment. What the hell? You could have just been with the 7th Division, but now the villains want you too? Are we not allowed to live? Fang Xin looked at the elder, clutching a small spatial orb in his hand. Can I choose option C? The elder burst in a hearty laughter. Little one, few dare to jest with me. Qin Juanhao whispered urgently to Fang Xin. Join him, even if it's a ruse. Find a way to flatter him. Speak sweetly, so he might spare us all. Do you wish to watch so many classmates perish? The elder pointed at Qin Juanhao. This little one displays good awareness and clever thinking. He turned his attention back to Fang Xin. I have yet to ask you your name. Fang Xin replied earnestly. I am called Qin Juanhao. Qin Juanhao was taken aback for a moment. What? Your name is Qin Juanhao? What am I supposed to be called then? Don't you dare trick me. Old man. His name is Fang Xin. Ha ha ha. Fang Xin, little one, you are quite amusing. The more I learn about you, the more I like you. If you join us, I can release your classmates, but should you dare to refuse, I could end their lives right now. Fang Xin, why are you still hesitating? Save everyone. Qin Juanhao urged in a low voice. There are many ways to rescue others. One need not always beg for mercy. Then what other options do you propose? Team leader Sheng turned back, casting an annoyed glance at Qin Juanhao. Qin Juanhao forced a smile that resembled a cry. Fang Xin gazed at the elder and inquired, Elder, are you truly a level 10 powerhouse? Indeed, a mid-level 10, the elder replied. Are you formidable in combat? Fang Xin pressed on. No one present can best me, not even the leader of the 7th Division. Then can you defeat him? Suddenly, with a sharp sound, a small sphere of space was crushed, warping the very fabric of reality. A man with white hair stood behind Fang Xin, hands tucked into his pockets, flashing a grin that revealed his characteristic white teeth. The elder's expression shifted dramatically for the first time. He leapt to his feet and exclaimed in shock, Zhuge Heng. Chapter 15 Greetings. Oh, come now, old Wang, is it truly necessary to be so exhilarated upon seeing me? Zhuge Heng casually inserted his hands into his pockets. It was only when everyone turned to look that they realized he was suspended in mid-air, his feet barely touching the ground. As he moved forward, it appeared as though transparent steps materialized beneath him. As he descended from these ethereal steps, the water pooling on the ground parted dramatically to either side, leaving him standing upon dry ground. Observing the elder's panicked expression, the classmates of Qin Juanhao were left utterly bewildered. They recalled the earlier appearance of this silver-haired figure at school, where he had displayed an air of invincibility. Everyone was aware of his formidable strength, yet none could have anticipated such a terrifying level of power. Even a 10th-tier warrior was rendered anxious in his presence. However, it did not take long for Qin Juanhao and his peers to recognize another pressing question. How had Fang Xin summoned someone from the 9th Division? Could it be? They immediately contemplated a shocking possibility, gazing incredulously at Fang Xin. Had Fang Xin facilitated the recruitment for the 9th Division? That division was known as the strongest entity within the Sky Shield Bureau, often referred to as the Monster Chamber. In that instant, all of Qin Juanhao's pride was utterly shattered, and his mindset crumbled. Su Xiaoqiang, the sycophant devoted to his protector, was equally astounded, never having imagined that Fang Xin could be associated with the 9th Division. With a swift motion, Zhuge Heng delivered a playful slap to the back of Fang Xin's head, causing him to lurch forward slightly. Damn it, you've managed to take advantage of me. You are the first one to do so. Though the gesture was a light-hearted one, it lacked any semblance of reproach, resembling more an interaction between close friends. Mr. Zhuge, team leader Sheng, turned around, visibly relieved upon seeing Zhuge Heng, as if his mere presence assured that the crisis of the day had been averted and the situation was now under control. Zhuge Heng ambled over to team leader Sheng, hands still in his pockets. Your overconfidence and the significant gaps in intelligence retrieval nearly led both teams to utter ruin. A month of suspension for self-reflection is in order. Team leader Sheng nodded, unable to counter such a statement. Understood. Zhuge Heng raised his chin slightly, regarding the elder perched upon the turtle. Shall I come over and bring you to tears, or will you come to me and end up half dead? The elder's expression twisted into a grimace. Zhuge Heng, I shall not back down easily. Is that so? Very well. Then I shall ensure you are left in a state of half-death. The elder raised his arms, and an icy chill swept through the assembly, causing the blood within their veins to feel as though it might freeze. With the human body composed of 70% water, this elder, possessing a water attribute talent, was capable of manipulating the moisture within each individual S-body. He lifted a finger and pointed forward once more, causing a highly corrosive and pungent slime to ooze from the walls of the passage, seemingly intent on dissolving everyone present. "You shall all perish," he roared. Yet, in the next moment, the elder froze, his body stiffening. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Zhuge Heng had somehow positioned himself at his side. With one hand tucked into his pocket and the other gripping the old man's neck, he prepared to deliver a forceful blow. The silhouettes of the two flickered momentarily in mid-air before vanishing into thin air. In the next instant, they materialized before the wall. With a resounding crash, the old man was thrust into the wall as if he were embedded within it. Blood erupted from his mouth, a crimson torrent, his expression one of sheer terror. At the pinnacle of level 11, truly, he was a prodigy most likely to achieve divinity in nearly a decade. Slowly, he loosened his grip on the old man's neck. "I appreciate the compliment, but you were mistaken." As he adjusted his sunglasses, his eyes appeared as formidable as twin thunder pools. It has been nearly 30 years. With a single punch, he struck the old man fiercely in the abdomen. The blow seemed to pierce through the very fabric of reality. The old man doubled over like a shrimp, spewing forth blood mixed with fragments of his own organs, collapsing helplessly to his knees. At the moment he hit the ground, the wall behind him, a bastion of steel, was blasted apart, creating a massive 2-meter diameter gap. The walls beyond were similarly shattered, forming concentric circles of varying sizes. Remarkably, the walls appeared to writhe, as if alive. With his hands in his pockets, he bent forward, observing the undulating wall in fascination. "This holy tier artifact is quite impressive. A pity it is wasted on you. I shall take it to the little dragon girl of the 5 Elements Palace later. It will earn me a favor." "Thank you, old turtle." The old man lay curled on the ground, his gaze vacant, his complexion ashen, utterly devoid of will. He turned back and approached Fang Xin. "Have you made your decision? Are you certain you wish to join the 9th Division?" "Very well." "The item?" Fang Xin looked bewildered. "What item?" "The Sky Shield Smart Link device I gave you yesterday. You didn't bring it home? Where did you leave it?" he inquired. Fang Xin nodded after a moment of confusion. "It's on my desk, why?" At that, amidst the astonished expressions of Fang Xin and the others, he plunged his hand into the void. When he withdrew it, he held an apple, which he casually bit into. He then plunged his hand into the void once more and pulled out the Sky Shield Smart Link device he had given to Fang Xin the previous day. Tossing it to him, he took another bite of the apple. "When you get home, explain to your aunt that I took the apple. I may have startled her earlier." Fang Xion's mind was buzzing. He realized that the 9th Division was remarkably powerful. Yet, he had not anticipated just how formidable it truly was. He had activated the device yesterday, and after facial recognition, he had entered his name. That was when he learned the name of the white-haired individual. Beep. Identity verification successful. Member Fang Xin, welcome to the 9th Division. As he munched on the apple, he assured, "After joining the 9th Division, someone will surely come to connect with you. Subsequent training arrangements will be made for you. I shall periodically check in to monitor your progress." Fang Xin, seizing the opportunity, eagerly urged, "Please provide me with your contact information." Zhuge Heng raised his chin slightly, indicating the Zhilian device in Fang Xion's hand. "In a moment, Xiao Lu will add you to the group, where you can find my contact details." Glancing outside, Zhuge Heng continued towards team leader Sheng. "A mistake is a mistake, and a merit is a merit. I shall take this sacred tier artifact with me, and I will duly report the accomplishments of your 7th Division without omission. Is that agreeable?" "We shall heed Mr. Zhuge." With a snap, Zhuge Heng, with an apple clenched in his mouth, snapped his fingers with his free hand. The surrounding scenery shattered like a broken mirror, fragmenting into disarray, and as everything began to coalesce and reorganize, everyone found themselves standing in an open space. Observing their surroundings, they realized they were still at the previous ocean-themed pavilion, albeit the orca-shaped structure had vanished in a thin air, leaving the area barren. All the visitors wore expressions of bewilderment. Fang Xin exhaled. This is utterly surreal. Fang Xin, you have joined the Ninth Division. You have entered the division known as the Monster House. One classmate broke the silence first. Others gazed at Fang Xin with envy. Team leader Sheng chuckled. Just now, you mentioned you hadn't made a decision yet. I assumed you were contemplating some organization, but it turns out you were considering the Ninth Division. You are the first student to face the recruitment for the Ninth Division. Fang Xin smiled nonchalantly. Someone must always take the first step in any endeavor. Team leader Sheng chuckled. Su Xiaoxiang looked at the Tian Dun Jillian device in Fang Xin's hand. Bro, didn't you say one must join the Tian Dun Bureau for a year to obtain this? How did he acquire it early? Team leader Sheng interjected, because he has been selected by the Ninth Division. It is as simple as that. Qin Juanhao appeared crestfallen. Captain Xiao, the new recruit you accepted chose to compromise when facing an enemy. His mindset is gravely flawed, and you must follow up. We cannot have weaklings in the 7th Division. Team leader Sheng adjusted his glasses, his tone cold and serious. Xiao Wutong, on the verge of tears, responded with a nod. Glancing at his shameful protege, Qin Juanhao understood, leader. While speaking, he helplessly looked at Qin Juanhao for now. Memorize the rules and regulations of the 7th Division until you can recite them flawlessly. Qin Juanhao felt as though the sky was collapsing. Xiao Wudong turned back to Fang Xin, finding him increasingly likable. Team leader Sheng regarded Fang Xin and extended his hand. I am Sheng Tianqi. We shall be colleagues from now on. Fang Xin shook hands confidently. I am Fang Xin. I look forward to your guidance. Team leader Sheng glanced at his watch. The danger has been averted. Prepare to regroup. As the members of the 7th Division prepared to depart, Ai Li stepped forward and extended her delicate white hand. Her beautiful ice-blue eyes fixed on Fang Xin. Li. Hello, Fang Xin. Chapter 16. The result was not suppressed. Ellie's tone was heavy with formality, causing Fang Xin to hesitate momentarily. He was captivated by Ellie's striking ice-blue eyes. Upon hearing her words, Fang Xin quickly realized that Ellie had recognized him. However, judging by Xiao Wudong's actions, it was evident that Ellie had not divulged the matter to him. Hello, Captain Ellie. Just call me Ellie. Their eyes met, and Ellie broke the silence first. Shall we exchange contact information? Certainly. After exchanging numbers, Ellie departed with her team. Fang Xin tucked his phone into his pocket. After the day's events, although his arm had been cleaned, the water used earlier was not very sanitary. He planned to return home for a shower. Chu Xinyao approached sweetly, saying, Thank you, Fang Xin. Then why don't you give me a little bow? Chu Xinyao playfully poked Fang Xin's stomach with her finger, feigning annoyance. How dreadful. The results are out. Some classmates had received the news and promptly took out their phones to check their scores. To their astonishment, Fang Xin ranked first in the overall results. Wow, someone hasn't awakened any talents. Yet Fang Xin has awakened 5? Without any potions, he is this strong? If he used potions, wouldn't all his scores improve even further? An SSS level power talent? I told you, Fang Xin is the best. Wait a moment. Chu Xinyao is second? An SSS level light talent? An SS level healing talent? Incredible. Fang Xin glanced at Chu Xinyao in mild surprise. Impressive, right? You underestimated me, didn't you? Indeed. I misjudged you. Chu Xinyao, feeling playful, poked Fang Xin's stomach again, her annoyance palpable. Su Xiaoxiang scanned the results, exclaiming, How good, I found you. A B-level Earth talent. All classmates turned to Qin Juanhao, whose scores were relatively high but paled in comparison to Fang Xin and Chu Xinyao, like a firefly against the brilliance of the moon. At that moment, Qin Juanhao felt utterly deflated, lacking the arrogance he had previously displayed, casting envious glances at Fang Xin. Fang Xin paid him no mind. Checking the time, he said, Xiao Chu, I want to head home. All right, let us go together. After bidding farewell to their classmates, they sat side by side on the subway. With such a high talent, why didn't the 9th Division find you? Fang Xin in Guit Pu Dao. Chu Xinyao paused before replying. No, I didn't because of my father. I must go elsewhere. Your father is. Before he could finish, Chu Xinyao placed her hand over Fang Xin's mouth. saying, Xiao Fang, can we not discuss this topic? Upon witnessing Fang Xian's gaze, Chu Xinyao elaborated, Xiao Fang, my father's identity is rather special, and I am unable to disclose it for the time being. However, rest assured, if the day comes when I can share, you shall be the first to know. All right? Chu Xinyao tilted her head, her exquisite eyes fixed on Fang Xian, wearing an expression of earnest plea. All right. I knew Xiao Fang would be the best. Upon returning home, she was greeted by the sight of her Aunt Fang Huilan and Uncle Jiang Weidong, who appeared suspiciously huddled together. Fang Huilan clutched a rolling pin, while Jiang Weidong wielded a mop. The sound of the door startled the couple. What are you up to? Fang Xin in guit pu dao. Xiao Xian, you have no idea. Something strange happened today. It was quite terrifying. While I was tidying up the room, a hand suddenly appeared in the living room, groping around. And then it snatched an apple before vanishing. Fang Huilan recounted, still shaken. Fang Xian immediately recalled that this was the work of Zhuge Hang. And that was an apple Zhuge Hang took when he fetched something for me. He mentioned that it might have startled you, and asked me to explain. Zhuge Hang? Fang Huilan took a moment to grasp it. That white-haired fellow from the 9th Bureau yesterday. Fang Xin, film pet? Realization dawned on Fang Huilan as she patted her chest. Oh, it was him. You nearly gave me a heart attack. But this 9th Bureau person is rather frightening, isn't he? To take things from afar? Fang Xin, you haven't seen the more terrifying aspects yet. Otherwise, it would leave you utterly astonished. After taking a shower, Fang Xian gazed at the mirror fogged by steam and wiped the surface clean. Tonight, he intended to inquire of the reflection regarding whom he should be wary of. After changing into fresh attire, upon returning to his room, he noticed the Tian-Dun Zhihui device on the table flickering with a light. Upon opening it, he discovered a user named Xiao Lu had added him to a group. The group was titled 9th Bureau Red Lotus District Qingxuan Class. There were not many members in the group, including Fang Xian. Alongside Xiao Lu and Zhuge Hang, there were only 8 individuals. Fang Xian noted that Zhuge Hang's avatar was a Tai Chi fish design and promptly added him as a friend. Messages began to appear in the group. One avatar depicted a muscular man, whose real name was Tai'e. Another newcomer? Fang Xin. Is she a girl? What's her height? Weight? Measurements? What talents does she possess? Stop it, you glutton. Is that any way to speak? Don't scare the girl away, urged Zhang Yaozu, whose avatar featured a yellow chick in overalls holding a basketball. Sure, Tailang retorted. All right, Zhang Yaozu, but girls appreciate my straightforwardness. Fang Xian, do you like muscular men? Fang Xian pondered for a moment before responding. Hello, everyone. My name is Fang Xian. My biological sex is male, yet I experience gender dysphoria and perceive myself as a girl. Additionally, I identify as a lesbian, hence my attraction is only towards females. After a prolonged silence in the group, a handsome avatar named by Yulin remarked, well, here comes another eccentric. At our 9th Division, new recruits aren't admitted unless they exhibit some form of affliction, correct? Sure, Tailang inquired of Bai Yulin. Are you now an elder brother or sister? Bai Yulin replied, I'm my brother. Sure, Tailang remarked. Ah, your split personality has worsened. Now you have gained a younger brother. Our 9th Division is hardly a den of oddities. It resembles a hospital for the afflicted. Zhang Yaozu shifted the topic. Have you seen? This year, after the national aptitude test results were released, 18 individuals attained the SSS rank across the 12 regions. Our Honglian district alone produced 3. Following the chaos of the Divine War, the territory of Longhua expanded significantly, now encompassing a vast expanse. For better coordination and management, it has been divided into 12 districts, with Lancheng being a small city under the jurisdiction of Qingzhou Province in the Honglian district. Zhang Yaozu continued, isn't it remarkable that even a small place like Lancheng managed to produce an SSS rank? I believe it is a light-based talent of SSS rank. Such talents are notoriously difficult to manifest, and achieving the SSS rank is an even greater feat. Sure, Tailang interjected, to protect personal information, the score sheets conceal names. But I've heard it was a particularly beautiful young lady. Wait, isn't Fang Xian from Lancheng? Exclaimed someone. Could it be that Fang Xian is the girl from Lancheng who possesses the SSS rank in light-based talent? Fang Xin was momentarily taken aback, not realizing that Chu Xinyao had already garnered some fame. That's not me. Bai Yulin, the individual with a split personality, mused. For a small place like Lancheng to produce an SSS rank is truly remarkable. Unexpectedly, Xiao Lu suddenly spoke up. Strictly speaking, Lancheng actually produced 2 students with SSS rank talents. 2. The SSS rank statistics only list 1, don't they, Instructor Xiao Lu? One inquired. Xiao Lu explained. The other student did not use any potions, hence their score was recorded as SS rank. Our very own Fang Xin. Wow. Those who achieve such feats without potions are truly impressive. Shi Tailang exclaimed in astonishment. Zhang Yaozu echoed his surprise. Good heavens. I've barely managed to achieve an SS rank using potions. And you, without potions, possess an SS rank? Why didn't you use any potions? Fang Xin humbly responded. I heard that the 9th division can be quite demanding, so I thought to forego the potions and temper my results to blend in elsewhere. Yet, it turned out that the results were beyond what was anticipated. Chapter 17. The old case after a prolonged silence in the group chat. Shi Tailang sent a message. I can't take it anymore. I will offer 500,000. Who will go to Lan City and teach him a lesson? I'll add 100,000. I'll contribute 200,000. I'll chip in another 100,000. Several members who had been silent began to respond. Raising the stakes, Xiao Lu shifted the topic. All right, everyone, let's take a moment of silence. Once the results are out, we'll have a week of rest. After a week, someone will come to pick you up to the training camp. See you all in a week. Fang Xion's smart device vibrated again. It was a friend request from Xiao Lu. Upon accepting, Xiao Lu messaged, Fang Xion, please sign the contract and send it back to me. Do I need to print the contract myself? Just align the virtual screen of the device with the table. Fang Xion complied, and a radiant flash revealed a contract on the table. After signing, he tapped the plus sign in the bottom right corner, revealing a transmission button. Send the contract to me. Fang Xion gazed in astonishment at this remarkable technology. It appeared to be a spatial artifact. However, its exact tier remained unknown to him. Once everything was completed, Xiao Lu sent Fang Xion a user manual for the device, along with the regulations of the 9th Division. Additionally, a plane ticket and a bank card, yet to be password protected, were transmitted. Please ensure you read the regulations of the 9th Division carefully. The bank card contains 1 million, a bonus for joining the 9th Division. Lastly, welcome to the 9th Division, Fang Xion. We will see you in a week. Fang Xion replied, see you in a week. He skimmed through the regulations, committing the main points to memory, and subsequently reviewed the user manual. The revelations were even more astonishing. The device also had an alternate name, the treasure machine. When used individually, it could emit a laser resembling a saber. During team operations, with 2 or more individuals, it could form a barrier and facilitate short-range teleportation. This device was a priceless artifact developed at great expense by the Heaven Shield Bureau. Artifact tiers range from the initial 1st rank to the 9th, beyond which lay the spiritual, divine, sacred, and legendary ranks. The thematic pavilion encountered earlier was an alarming sacred tier artifact. The model of the smart device in Fang Xion's possession was a 4th tier artifact. According to the regulations, new recruits to the 9th Division were typically issued 1st tier devices, but Zhuge Heng had granted Fang Xion an exception, directly providing him with a 4th tier device. As Fang Xion's abilities progressed within the 9th Division, he would be equipped with even more advanced smart devices. Following the manual's instructions, Fang Xion activated the device, and a crimson beam of laser shot forth, resembling a Tang Dao, exuding formidable power. However, despite its ability to cut through iron effortlessly, the laser sword required a significant expenditure of the user's vitality. Thus, many opted not to utilize it, unless a user endowed with the talent of strength. Possessing a formidable health bar is indifferent to such matters, they would be inclined to utilize it. It appears that this item is crafted for one's own preparation. Fang Xion brandished the laser sword, relishing its exquisite feel. He felt that should he invoke his killing talent, he could potentially match the strength of an initial level 5 combatant. While engrossed in his examination of the laser sword, his phone vibrated several times in succession. Picking it up, he discovered it was a message from Ellie. Fang Xin, do you have a moment? Let us have a chat. As he toyed with his phone, he pondered Ellie's intentions, responding with a vague message. What's the matter? Ellie replied promptly, thank you for saving me that day. Oh, I almost forgot. Thank you for rescuing me. Fang Xin inquired, when did you realize? Ellie recounted, I noticed when I visited your classroom that day. Fang Xin, still puzzled, asked, why didn't you inform team leader Xiao? She explained, various indications suggested you preferred to remain undisclosed, so I chose not to mention it. Observing Ellie's messages, Fang Xin mused, you've shared so much. Yet your ultimate purpose isn't merely to express gratitude, is it? Indeed, I am grateful. You are my savior, and I shall never forget that. However, the reason I sought you out today is that I require your assistance. Having met Ellie only thrice and conversed merely twice, he felt it was rather presumptuous for her to request help so soon after their acquaintance, akin to borrowing money from a stranger. After a lengthy pause without a reply, Ellie sent another message. Fang Xin, are you still there? Reflecting for a moment, he responded earnestly, my brother is asleep. The other party was typing. After an extended interval, Ellie's message arrived, lengthy and earnest. Fang Xin, I truly need your help. My parents were murdered many years ago, and my sister went missing in her early years. That case was classified as unresolved, but I have relentlessly pursued the truth and searched for my sister. Her name is Aiko, and I recently uncovered a lead about her. However, the adversary possesses a level 4 combatant-s prowess, and I am at a disadvantage. As a mere squad leader, I lack the authority and means to mobilize my team for personal matters, so I have only been able to hire a few bounty hunters, who, after all, are not my own and thus not entirely reliable. Therefore, I implore you to assist me. If you doubt my words, you may retrieve the case files through the Zhilian machine for verification. Fang Xin investigated Ellie's claims and indeed found the case files. The incident dated back over a decade. Ellie's parents were both doctors who perished in a car accident. The case file contained a photograph of young Ellie, a miniature version of her present self, sitting forlornly with disheveled hair, traces of tears upon her face, and a look of utter bewilderment. Her small frame evoking a deep sense of compassion. After thoroughly reviewing the entire case, it became evident that 6 months after the tragic death of Ellie's parents, her twin sister mysteriously vanished. During the same period, hundreds of children went missing, and inexplicably, the case eventually became a cold one, devoid of any leads. Suddenly, Fang Xin's gaze sharpened, as if he had unearthed a significant clue. He retrieved the file regarding his parents' car accident for further examination. The file contained only a few brief descriptions and a handful of photographs, with the remainder being encrypted documents. Fang Xin's attention abruptly fixated on the photograph of the vehicle that had collided with his parents. He sat up abruptly and pulled up the image of the car that had struck Ellie's parents. Enlarging the photograph, he noticed that both vehicles bore a peculiar charm shaped like a sunny doll, each adorned with an unsettling smile. Was this mere coincidence, or was it orchestrated? A multitude of questions swirled in Fang Xin's mind. Who could possibly be behind the harm inflicted upon his parents? It seemed imperative that he pursue this matter further. After careful consideration, Fang Xin messaged Ellie, agreeing to meet, requesting the time and place. Ellie appeared somewhat taken aback by his prompt acquiescence. The meeting was set for 9 o'clock the following morning at a CAF located at 122 Tianan Road. As a token of gratitude, she assured him that all spoils would belong to him, and she would also provide him with a fruit of perception to awaken his innate talent before his journey to the training camp. See you tomorrow morning. Fang Xin sat up, reflecting on the incident involving his parents. Given the encryption of their file, he realized that accessing it would require either turning to Zhuge Hang or meeting certain criteria of his own position. He retrieved his grandfather's phone from the drawer, but found no new messages and remained unaware of his grandfather's current whereabouts. Time swiftly passed, and it was nearing midnight. Fang Xin entered the bathroom, standing before the mirror, channeling his vital energy. For crimson runes of slaughter slowly emerged as he gazed intently at his reflection. Chapter 18. Do not hold back. It was midnight. Fang Xin had been gazing at his reflection in the mirror for a full 45 minutes. Yet, today he could not discern the familiar visage of himself. With furrowed brows, Fang Xin scrutinized his image. Moments ago, he had even feigned a turn, mimicking last night's actions. However, the periphery revealed no anomalies. Last night had unfolded without issue. What was amiss tonight? Could it be the absence of a triggering mechanism? Recalling the events of yesterday, Fang Xin pondered whether the omission of watching his grandfather's video could be the cause. Time had already passed the designated point, leaving him to consider attempting it again tomorrow night. Returning to his bedroom, Fang Xin lay on his bed, contemplating his plans with Ellie for the following day. The next morning, after breakfast, he received a message from Ellie, indicating their meeting place at a nearby CF. Upon arrival, Fang Xin found Ellie already waiting at the entrance. Her silvery hair was tied into a short ponytail, adorned with a baseball cap. The fitted jacket and snug jeans accentuated her graceful figure perfectly. Over here, Ellie waved him over. Fang Xin had also donned a baseball cap for this occasion. As he approached, Ellie remarked, "There is still a considerable degree of risk involved. Are you certain you're prepared? Are you sure the opponent is only at level 4? I've been scouting for half a month. There shouldn't be any issues." He replied confidently. "What about the others you hired?" Ellie questioned, gripping Fang Xin's arm. "They're not exactly innocuous, so we must use aliases and false information. I'll go by Zhao Yaomei, a newcomer from out of town. You should adopt a different name as well." "Then I shall be Qin Juanhao," he suggested. "Let us change that," Ellie insisted. "You'll be Qin Xiaoqiang, a distant cousin." As she spoke, she presented Fang Xin with a mask and revealed a delicate little box. "Put this mask on. It will alter your appearance. This is the sensory fruit I promised you." Fang Xin was taken aback. "You're giving me this before we even begin? I'm just thrilled you could come." Ellie exclaimed. "What about your captain and teammates? Aren't they assisting you?" Ellie donned her mask, which seamlessly transformed her features to the point of rendering any distinguishing marks undetectable, even altering her face shape and hair color. In response to Fang Xin's inquiry, she sighed. "They did help before, but this time, Captain Xiao mismanaged the information and mistakenly recruited Qin Juanhao, wasting a slot. He is currently grounded, writing a reflection. As for my other teammates, you know they were injured during yesterday's mission." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Fang Xin scratched the side of his face, realizing the tangled web of circumstances leading back to him. Had Captain Xiao not hastily made selections, Qin Juanhao would not have been chosen, and thus he would not be confined. Fang Xin placed a mask upon his face, witnessing the transformation. He checked his new appearance in his phone's camera, finding no trace of his original self. He then opened the exquisite little box, revealing a vibrant red fruit inside. "You can eat it now," Ellie urged. Fang Xin took a bite. The fruit, succulent and crisp, was consumed in just 2 bites, filling the body with a refreshing sensation akin to a mouthful of mint candy, rendering the individual utterly invigorated. Fang Xin's already keen perception sharpened instantaneously. Previously, his extraordinary auditory and visual faculties, along with his heightened sense of smell, taste, and touch, set him apart. However, after devouring this sensory fruit, he found himself capable of perceiving every movement within a 30-meter radius, including the tiniest insects scuttling on the ground, all coalescing in his mind to form a 3-dimensional tableau. Within this range, he could discern every spoken word and action with remarkable clarity, even overhearing the voice of a waiter in the CAF hiding in the restroom, conversing with a friend. As Fang Xin opened his eyes and exhaled, he pondered if this was the awakening of his perceptual talent. Indeed, this ability was exceptional, allowing him to perceive all activities around him clearly, even enabling early reconnaissance of potential threats. However, such perceptual focus drained energy. Prolonged use could leave one feeling a tad dizzy. "Thank you for your assistance," Ellie said, tilting her head. At that moment, her icy blue eyes, now concealed beneath a mask, had transformed into a deep black as she earnestly regarded Fang Xin, articulating each word with intent. "Helping you also aids my own cause. Let's proceed." Taken aback for a moment, Ellie offered no further words, leading the way ahead. Fang Xin followed, observing Ellie's silhouette. Despite being merely a year older, She had already ascended to the position of team leader in the 7th Division following her graduation from the training camp, a testament to her extraordinary dedication. They crossed the street and entered a quaint grocery shop, where a robust man with a fierce demeanor lounged at the counter. As they entered, the bell above the door chimed melodiously. Ellie approached and presented a card. The burly man glanced at it before gesturing inward, 4th room on the right. Fang Xin followed the indicated path, only to be met with a wall. Ellie retrieved her card and led the way. Suddenly, the wall shimmered with rippling waves, and as Ellie grasped Fang Xin's hand, they stepped through, entering the designated private room. Fang Xin, still astonished, had not anticipated such hidden depths within the grocery store. Once seated, Ellie elaborated, every city possesses its own black market trading hub, and this is the one in Lawn City. Here, one can seek or post missions, exchange items, and acquire information. Everything one might expect from a black market can be found here. The bounty hunters I have hired will arrive shortly. Once they do, we shall embark on our mission. She produced a small orb and tapped it, causing it to emit a radiant glow. Above them, a holographic projection materialized, revealing a standalone villa, its structure displayed with remarkable clarity. From our previous conversation, it seemed you connected your parents' tragic accident with your sister's disappearance, Ellie noted, to which Fang Xin nodded. I stumbled upon a clue. The driver responsible for my parents' death and the person who abducted my sister both bore a 6-pointed star tattoo on their arms. Fang Xin was taken aback. Has the driver who collided with your parents been found? It took a year after the accident for my parents' case to be resolved, but by then, the driver was already deceased, leaving many leads severed. As Fang Xin remained in silence, the door creaked open. 3 individuals entered in succession. One was a towering figure, reminiscent of a Titan, standing at nearly 2 meters tall. The second was a middle-aged man with golden hair and an extraordinarily elongated face, adorned with a bushy beard. And lastly, a voluptuous woman with slightly dark skin, her wavy hair cascading down, dressed provocatively in a low-cut outfit that accentuated her curves, paired with ultra-short shorts and fishnet stockings, exuding an undeniable allure. Why are there others? The Titan sat down and directed a low voice towards Fang Xin. I interjected. He is my cousin and will not take a share of your commission. The muscular man cast a sideways glance at Fang Xin, scrutinizing him from head to toe before commenting, your cousin? He looks as frail as a little chick. Can he really keep pace? Let us hope he doesn't hinder us. Chapter 19. Is the younger brother fierce? Fang Xin cast a glance at the 3 individuals before him. His perceptive talent had now awakened, granting him an additional skill, the ability to sense impending danger, commonly referred to as the 6th sense. The most exceptional SSS-level perceptive talents could even foresee future crises. Fang Xin's perceptive talent, without the aid of any elixirs, was classified as A-grade. However, given the prevailing circumstances where everyone relied on such potions, his talent could be considered at the SS level. Moreover, the King of Slaughter he had previously encountered in the mirror had mentioned that Fang Xin's talent could be enhanced by eliminating foes with the same abilities. Through his perceptive talent, Fang Xin discerned that the 3 individuals posed no threat to him, indicating their combat prowess was at level 4 or below. Ailey spoke earnestly. Rest assured, he won't be a liability. Now that we are all gathered, let us devise a concrete battle plan. The burly man scratched his bald head. What plan? Let's just charge in. Absolutely not. Ailey interjected promptly. There are 7 individuals inside the villa, and the 2 on watch outside possess level 1 combat abilities. Hey you, with your psychic talent, you will cooperate with me to distract those 2 sentries while I eliminate them. Ailey turned her gaze towards the alluring woman who had been playing with her hair since taking a seat. The enchanting woman twirled a strand of hair around her finger and retorted, Is this a joke? You want me, a peak level 2, to take out 2 level 1s? And I have to cooperate with you? Aren't you underestimating me a bit? Better safe than sorry, Ailey continued. After we eliminate the sentries, there are 2 guards on the first floor, one at level 1 and the other at level 2. On the second floor, there are also 2, one at level 2 and the other at level 3. You will similarly use your psychic abilities to confuse the enemies on both floors. Hey you and my cousin Qin Xiaoqiang will engage the foes on the first floor, while Jean Rue and I will confront those on the second. Ailey then glanced at the blonde man. Little brother, stay behind your sister. Heiyu crossed her voluptuous legs and playfully licked her lips at Fang Xin. Vixen. The burly man cursed under his breath. Fang Xin chose to ignore the remark. Ailey continued, our true target lies on the third floor, a level 4 expert in psychic abilities. Therefore, during our assault, Baru, we need you to confront that level 4 expert on the third floor. If you can hold out for just a moment, we will rush up to assist you. Baru. The burly man scratched his head and grinned, but the opponent is a level 4 psychic. If Heiyu launches a psychic attack, 1T they sense it? Ailey explained. The target usually summons a companion around noon for release, at which time their defenses are often at their weakest. If we strike during this period, their sensitivity will be significantly reduced. Baru chuckled. Then 1T, I scare him into submission? I love doing this kind of thing, haha. Prepare to depart. Ailey commanded, collecting the holographic projection device. The group exited the convenience store, splitting into 2 factions. Ailey led Fang Xin to a vehicle. After more than half an hour, upon arriving at the outskirts, they concealed their vehicle amidst the dense foliage, a mere 500 meters from their destination. Shortly thereafter, another car approached, and 3 individuals, led by Baru, alighted from it. The 5 of them fixated their gazes upon the villa. After a brief wait, Ellie glanced at her watch. It was already 11:45. She muttered under her breath, it should be arriving soon. Just then, a taxi halted outside the villa. A woman, clad in a revealing dress and exuding allure, disembarked. Her long, porcelain legs accentuated by red high heels that echoed a tantalizing rhythm against the ground. As she walked, her curves swayed enticingly. The 2 sentinels stationed in the yard promptly approached for inspection, and during this moment, their faces lit up with lewd grins. The woman offered no resistance, giggling flirtatiously with them. Baru rubbed his bald head and licked his lips, recognizing her as a rare beauty, undoubtedly capable of eliciting delightful sounds. I must inquire about her rates later. Ellie maintained a stern expression, casting another glance at the time, ready to take action in 10 minutes. As seconds ticked by, Fang Xin absent-mindedly scratched his ear. His hearing, already exceptional, had been further enhanced by the sensory fruit gifted by Ellie. As Baru had noted, the sounds of pleasure were indeed captivating. Fang Xin swiftly redirected his focus elsewhere. Now, Ellie commanded suddenly. Black Pearl surged forward first, with Ellie hunched closely behind, miraculously melding into the shadows on the ground. Fang Xin was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, her assassination skills were remarkable. Kid, don't lag behind. I wonder why they brought along someone so inexperienced. Baru clapped a hand heavily on Fang Xin's shoulder, grinning widely as he charged ahead, his form seamlessly merging with the earth. The blond man, appearing somewhat frail, bent slightly to gather momentum, and propelled himself toward the villa with an oddly swift motion, revealing his wind-based abilities. Fang Xin followed closely. Black Pearl reached out toward the 2 sentinels, causing their pupils to dilate and their focus to wane. In an instant, Ellie emerged from the shadows, a glimmer of icy blue light flashing as she swiftly severed one man's throat before vanishing back into the darkness and slipping through a second-floor window. The blond man took a running leap, crashing through the same window. Suddenly, the ground trembled as a soiled dragon surged forth, enveloping Baru in a warm, earthen glow as he barreled through a third-floor window. The sound of shattering glass resonated, followed by startled cries. Black Pearl, chewing gum, sauntered toward the first floor with her curvaceous legs. She glanced at Fang Xin, playfully remarking, "Little brother, if you hide behind your sister and get hurt, she will be heartbroken." As she spoke, she bumped her hips against Fang Xin before entering the villa. The 2 individuals on the first floor rose, initially intending to ascend to the upper levels. The Black Pearl chewed gum, and in an instant, the formidable foe was vanquished. Another adversary of lesser strength clasped his head in despair. "Little brother, is sister fierce?" The Black Pearl cast a flirtatious glance at Fang Xin. Yet, she could not have anticipated what was to unfold. On the staircase between the second and first floors, an enemy of considerable power, descended from the upper level. Upon sighting the two on the ground floor, he charged at the Black Pearl with a menacing expression. The Black Pearl's face turned ashen in terror, swallowing her gum in fright as she unleashed a mental attack to impede his advance. The adversary's countenance shifted slightly, clearly disrupted by the psychic assault. Nevertheless, being a level 3 combatant with a strength-oriented talent, he disregarded all and lunged towards the Black Pearl. "Jean Rouet, save me," she cried out. The sound of rushing wind echoed from above. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a figure flashed by in her peripheral vision. Fang Xin delivered a flying knee strike to the enemy's face. Instantaneous defeat. The Black Pearl stood frozen in place. The blond man remained poised on the staircase between the two floors. Fang Xin turned back, gazing at the Black Pearl with a gentle smile, and remarked, "Sister, is little brother fierce?" Chapter 20. Embracing the King's Judgment. Aging Pearl stared blankly at Fang Xin. Although Fang Xin's appearance had undergone a transformation, his features still retained a youthful essence. This was why Aging Pearl and her companions had doubted Fang Xin's capabilities. However, just moments ago, Fang Xin had astonishingly dispatched a formidable adversary of level 3 combat power, prompting them to reassess their initial impressions. Regaining her composure, Aging Pearl, with a lingering sense of trepidation, adjusted her heavy decolletage and flashed a charming smile at Fang Xin, playfully licking her lips. Her younger brother was indeed impressive. Yet, she pondered, was he equally adept in other aspects? Fang Xin responded with a smile, thinking to himself, "Dream on if you envision an older sibling preying on a younger one." The sounds of commotion reverberated from above. Fang Xin deftly maneuvered past the golden-haired man and ascended the stairs. Aging Pearl had dealt with another enemy and approached Jean Rouet, realizing she had underestimated him. The golden-haired man spoke in a grave tone, so young, yet possessing at least level 3 combat power. "I just observed that he has a talent for strength, at least an SS grade. He must be a young lord from some prestigious organization undergoing training." Aging Pearl licked her lips. "Then I must savor him even more." On the 3rd floor, chaos reigned. Baru radiated a yellowish light, his entire form enveloped in earthy armor. On the bed lay the beautiful woman from earlier, now cowering in a corner, clutching the blanket in terror, her skin revealed in stark contrast as she screamed. A slightly overweight man, clad in tattered shorts, was frantically evading the sudden onslaught of earthy hands. His face twisted in rage, he reached out toward Baru in desperation. A nearly transparent hand appeared out of thin air, reaching for Baru's head, launching an attack on his psyche. Ellie stood in a corner, gripping her azure-patterned knife, poised to strike at the opportune moment. After Fang Xin arrived, Aging Pearl and the golden-haired man followed suit. The fleeing, overweight man roared in frustration, rolling on the ground as he rubbed a ring on his finger. A translucent raincoat materialized, which he quickly donned. In that instant, the man's body became transparent, rendering him invisible. Fang Xin felt a pang of alarm and immediately activated his perception ability. The entire room unfolded in his mind. His sensing talent countered the invisibility cloak. He spotted the portly figure holding a peculiar revolver, aiming at Baru's head. "Be careful, he has a gun," Fang Xin shouted urgently. With a resounding bang, the gun fired. The yellowish glow enveloping Baru surged toward his head, heart, and groin. After the shot rang out, the yellow light dissipated and a small yellow orb shattered on the ground. Baru's complexion turned pale as a fissure opened on his brow, blood trickling down. He had narrowly escaped death. Baru turned to look at Fang Xin. The trace of disdain he had felt moments ago completely vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Fang Xin had saved his life, had the timing been more opportune. He would have been eager to bow in reverence. The portly man glanced back at Fang Xin, a sinister laugh escaping his lips. Remarkably, there was another with a talent for perception. As he spoke, the dark muzzle of a gun was aimed squarely at Fang Xin. Noticing this, Baru, though unable to see the portly man, had a fair guess of the situation and raised his hand decisively. A wall of earth surged forth before Fang Xin. Bang! The gunfire echoed, and the earthen barrier summoned by Baru crumbled instantly. Fang Xin had already darted to another location, the runes of slaughter faintly shimmering upon his hand. Brother, reveal your position. I shall eliminate him. Baru shouted fervently. Fang Xin, bending slightly, fixed a fierce gaze upon the direction of the portly man. Could he not transform the ground into sand? That would reveal his footprints. Fang Xin et golim vemendin. Slapping his forehead, Baru suddenly understood. Damn, how did I not think of that? With a stomp of his foot, the ground turned to sand. As the portly man moved, a series of footprints materialized beneath him. Ha! Brother, you are truly my kin. I underestimated you earlier. Without you, I would have surely perished today. Baru laugid heartily. The portly man's face contorted with rage as he aimed his weapon at Fang Xin once more. Fang Xin evaded with a swift motion, his awakened perception ability allowing him to anticipate the man's firing position, narrowly avoiding the second shot. Baru clasped his hands together, conjuring two hands of earth that rose from the ground, closing in on the portly man. Ha! I got him. The earthen hands tightened their grip. The cloak that rendered the portly man invisible slipped away, revealing his grotesque visage and bulging eyes. Ellie and the blonde man launched their attacks, aiming to incapacitate the portly man. Unexpectedly, he let out a furious roar, a green light emanating from the ring on his finger. He consumed a fruit, blood vessels creeping across his eyes, and he became utterly deranged. A surge of power erupted forth. Forbidden fruit, Baru shouted in astonishment. The portly man's smile twisted grotesquely. I would gladly sacrifice 3 years of my life for a fleeting moment of 5th-level combat power to annihilate you. Baru cried out, run. The portly man reached out towards Baru, a nearly transparent hand appearing at the back of his head, squeezing mercilessly. Baru let out a cry of anguish, staggering and collapsing to the ground, blood streaming from his orifices. The blonde man and the black pearl fled in haste. Ellie's expression turned icy as she shouted at Fang Xin, run. But unexpectedly, the portly man's ring flickered with light, and he brandished a foot-long object resembling a conductor's baton. He pointed it at the fleeing blonde man, the black pearl, and Ellie, then directed it towards Fang Xin. Having leapt from the window, the 3 individuals who sought to escape found themselves as if ensnared in a spell midair, crashing to the ground, utterly immobilized. Their expressions were filled with terror. The rotund man's gaze fell upon Fang Xin, who remained in the room, discovering that Fang Xin had not fled. Moreover, he observed Fang Xin placing a hand over his heart in a defiant gesture. A sinister smile crept across the man's face as he fixated on Fang Xin with a menacing glare. Damn it, it's because of you that I was forced to consume the forbidden fruit. For each bite of that cursed fruit, I shall lose 3 years of my life. I shan't kill you. Instead, since I am doomed to live 3 years less, I will torment you for 3 years. I will start by severing your tongue. As he spoke, the corpulent man advanced towards Fang Xin, intent on executing his gruesome threat. Fang Xin, with one hand pressed against his heart, contemplated that in this dire situation, rather than fleeing for his life, it would be far more gratifying to confront him head-on. Furthermore, he still possessed the trump card of the King of Slaughter. Fang Xin silently chanted within his heart, Saya. The corpulent man approached, but at that very moment, Fang Xin, who was supposed to be paralyzed, slowly lifted his head. His crimson eyes glimmered with an innate disdain befitting a king. One hand gradually rose, revealing an array of concentric rings formed by swirling runes of slaughter upon his arm, 5 circles in total. Mortal, gaze upon me. Prepare to face the judgment of the king. Chapter 21. Spoils of war. Fang Xion's palm faced the corpulent man. The slaughter runes etched upon the back of his hand, glowing a deep crimson. 5 runes coalesced into a swirling ring that encircled his arm with alarming speed. The obese man was transfixed by Fang Xion's blood-red eyes, his mind shaken. He had never before witnessed such a prodigious talent, nor felt an aura as commanding as that of a sovereign's descent. His countenance twisted in horror as he yearned to flee, yet his legs felt as heavy as lead, rendering him immobile. Though he had once used a treasured artifact to immobilize Fang Xin, It was now he who found himself ensnared. Fang Xian's palm remained poised before the man. With a resounding crash, the ring of slaughter surged forth, striking the man with unyielding force. He staggered backward, taking 5 unsteady steps, and 5 crimson concentric circles manifested upon his chest, resembling a target, with the center aimed directly at his heart. Fang Xian raised his hand once more. The rings of slaughter whirled frantically around his arm, the outermost ring diminishing in size, while the inner rings expanded, akin to a deadly spear. With a swift thrust directed at the target over the man's heart, the spear pierced through. The man lowered his gaze, his mouth agape, blood trickling forth in a chilling stream. His bulging eyes widened in horror as he beheld a gaping, fist-sized wound that traversed his chest. Struggling to lift his head, disbelief washed over him as he stared at Fang Xian. What manner of talent was this? With a thud, the man collapsed to the ground, his body crumpling. Fang Xian extended his hand toward the fallen figure, and a glimmer of blood soared into his palm, visibly enhancing the 4th slaughter rune on the back of his hand to an even deeper crimson. An enhancement to his mental prowess was certainly in order. His gaze shifted, locking onto the woman cowering beside the bed. The woman, paralyzed with fear, had never encountered such a bizarre spectacle. In her panic, she knocked over the bedside table and discovered a gun nestled within. Grasping the weapon with both hands, she aimed it at Fang Xian. Realizing her impending doom, she resolved to fight back, firing a shot without hesitation. Fang Xian tilted his head slightly, the bullet grazing his cheek, leaving a crimson mark in its wake. His blood-red eyes bore into hers as he wiped the blood from his face, and in a miraculous instant, the wound healed before her very eyes. The sheer abnormality of his regenerative ability rendered her speechless. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Fang Xian's scarlet gaze as his arm, still entwined with the rings of slaughter, rose once more, aimed at the woman. With a thunderous explosion, a gaping wound appeared in her chest, and she collapsed softly to the ground. Fang Xian's gaze roamed, his arms outstretched, on the 1st and 2nd floors, as well as within the courtyard. A few lifeless bodies emanated a faint crimson glow, which spiraled towards Fang Xian's arm entwined in the ring of slaughter. Silently, the glow merged with his arm, causing the 4th rune to blaze in a vivid scarlet, hinting that the 5th was on the verge of illumination. The ring of slaughter wrapped around his arm took on an additional hue of crimson. Fang Xian casually waved his arm, causing the ring to retract. The crimson tide within his eyes gradually receded, transforming bit by bit into darkness. Clutching his chest, he gasped for breath, sinking to the ground with one hand pressed against the earth. As he regained his senses, his heart raced violently, as if it might leap from his mouth. His complexion was pale, and beads of sweat glistened on his forehead. During the moment when his body was overtaken, he perceived everything from a godlike perspective, observing the actions of the king of slaughter. Gazing at the 2 corpses on the ground, Fang Xian had never anticipated that the king of slaughter, born from his innate talent for carnage, could be so terrifying. Looking at the man's lifeless body, a thought flickered through Fang Xian's mind. He needed to devise a way to lure Ellie and the others over. Sensing the absence of surveillance cameras in this vicinity, he finally felt a sense of relief. With the demise of the corpulent man, the restraints binding Ellie and her companions outside were also successively lifted. The blonde man and the dark-haired woman exchanged astonished and wary glances towards the 3rd floor. Hesitant to approach the villa, they first fled to safety, dragging the severely injured and unconscious Baru along with them. Ellie turned back. Fang Xian remained inside, and she had brought him here. Now that his fate hung in the balance, she could not simply abandon him. With the restraints lifted, this situation could only mean that the corpulent man was dead or had chosen to lift the restrictions himself, though the latter possibility was nearly non-existent. However, if the first were true, the corpulent man had reached level 5 through the forbidden fruit. Could it be that Fang Xian had slain him? Ellie considered this possibility unlikely, but recalled their first encounter when Fang Xian had effortlessly dispatched an adversary of initial level 4. It seemed that killing the corpulent man was not entirely out of the realm of possibility. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, she could not leave Fang Xin behind. Gritting her teeth, Ellie activated her assassination talent, slipping into the shadows and ascending the stairs. Upon discovering the corpulent man's corpse, Ellie stood frozen, confirming his demise. Her gaze shifted to Fang Xin, who lay on the ground, pallid and weakened. She rushed forward. Fang Xin, are you injured? Fang Xin, clutching his chest, struggled to shake his head in denial. What has happened? Did you kill him? Ellie inquired again. Fang Xin earnestly fabricated a tale. I don't know, I was immobilized. Then suddenly my heart felt uneasy, and I fainted. What transpired afterward is a blur. Ellie placed her hand on Fang Xin's chest, feeling his rapid heartbeat, seemingly confirming his lack of deception. Confounded, she pondered who had truly slain the man. Realizing Fang Xin's heart raced uncontrollably, she hastily lifted him, exclaiming, I'll take you to the hospital. You must hurry. If you delay your visit to the hospital, I shall have recovered by then. Ellie paused momentarily, unsure of how to continue the conversation. From the moment she first met Fang Xin, he possessed an infuriating knack for conversation. Fang Xin gets the dites me scene, assuring her that he would be fine after a brief respite. Glancing at the lifeless, corpulent man, it was evident he had perished, severing any potential leads to information. After a moment of silence, Ellie remarked, It matters not. As long as you are alive, we can pursue the clues at our own pace. I recall you possess a psychic talent. Once it awakens and reaches a certain level, you can compel the enemy to utter the truth. Fang Xin was momentarily taken aback. He had not realized the extent of his psychic abilities. Are you suggesting that we team up again next time? He inquired. Is that permissible? Ellie's voice was soft, her tone cautious yet tinged with a hint of desperation. Fang Xin observed Ellie, recalling their first encounter in that alley, where her entire team had perished. The second time they met was at the ocean-themed hall, where one teammate was gravely injured and two more were incapacitated. Today marked their third meeting, with another tall companion severely wounded, rendered almost incapable of coherent speech even after treatment. Fang Xin wondered if Ellie possessed some peculiar talent, perhaps one that inadvertently brought misfortune to her allies. He gently rubbed his chest, feeling his heart rate stabilize. When shall we next embark on this venture together? He inquired. The exact timing remains uncertain, but I have a lead that may yield results within 2 weeks, she replied. 2 weeks, you say? That may pose a challenge. I have obligations to attend to, as my uncle is remarrying and has requested my presence as a groomsman. Ellie pouted playfully, offering a smile tinged with apology. That is my fault. I should have gathered more information. This time, it nearly cost us our lives. My sincerest apologies. Do not apologize. Simply reimburse the medical expenses. Ellie pursed her lips, retrieving a command baton capable of immobilizing foes from the ground. She then picked up the firearm that had nearly claimed Baru's life. Removing her cloaking device, she took the ring from the man's hand, handing it to Fang Xin. This is for you, as promised. All spoils belong to you. Fang Xin regarded the ring. Truth be told, the items were quite tempting. Yet, he had previously suffered losses due to such temptations. In earlier encounters, when he had targeted anomalies, he had also stumbled upon equipment. However, these items were marked, and should the owner have connections, they could trace him via the lingering aura of their belongings. Having learned this lesson the hard way, he had refrained from collecting equipment ever since. It carries his essence. What if I take it and they come seeking revenge? Other spoils must be surrendered, but the 9th location has a special channel for members to erase the aura of their loot. You need only scan the items with the intelligence link device. Fang Xin picked up the items. At that moment, the silent black pearl and the blonde man entered from outside. Upon discovering the man's demise, their faces reflected shock as they turned to Fang Xin. Did you do this? Fang Xin shook his head. I do not know. You do not know? Fang Xin reiterated the explanation he had just given to AI Li to the 2 individuals, who remained skeptical. The group dispersed to thoroughly inspect the room inside and out. Heijun Zhu gazed upward, pondering how a 5th-level individual had met their demise. The blond man contemplated for a moment and asserted with increasing conviction that it must be as he suspected. The individual was a young master sent by a super organization for training. Either a senior had intervened, or the individual was in possession of some formidable artifact capable of causing great destruction. He Zhenzhu licked her lips, her curiosity about him intensifying as they prepared to part ways. He Zhenzhu slipped a small note into Fang Xian's pocket and gestured for him to remember to contact her. Upon retrieving the note, Fang Xian discovered it contained a means of contact, which he casually discarded. He bid farewell to Ai Li in a park outside his home. After returning home, Fang Xian accessed the Zhilian device and indeed found an option for a spoils processing room. Holding the ring, he sensed that the internal space was substantial, equivalent to a room, and it was filled with various items. In addition to the immobilization stick, a revolver, and an invisibility cloak. There was also a substantial amount of cash, totaling approximately 7 million. Suddenly, Fang Xian let out a soft exclamation, having sensed something intriguing. Chapter 22. The Diary. It is an antiquated notebook. Fang Xian retrieved it from within the expansive confines of a spatial ring. The presence of such an ordinary notebook amidst a throng of strikingly handsome individuals is akin to a goblin seated among a gathering of exquisite beauties, impossible to overlook. Upon opening the notebook, a torn fragment of newspaper fluttered down, caught delicately between Fang Xian's fingers. The scrap was no larger than the palm of his hand and bore singed edges. It contained a news article dated from the mid-20th century, which proclaimed that after a decade of relentless dedication, the research team at Leon Corporation had achieved significant advancements in the Hongwang project. The newly developed Hongwang No. 1 was heralded as an epic-making substance, capable of enhancing the overall abilities of animals that had awakened their innate talents. Beasts of high aptitude, under the influence of Hongwang No. 1, could rival the legendary creatures of antiquity. For those gifted in beast mastery, this was a monumental boon. The remarkable progress of this research project, which underwent 3 transformative leaps in a short span, was attributed to the tireless efforts of Professor Shang and his team. The continuation of the article, however, was missing. Fang Xian turned the newspaper scrap over to reveal an old photograph emblazoned with the imposing logo of Leon Red Company. A titan in the field of biotechnology today. A sense of confusion washed over Fang Xian. He had never heard of Leon Corporation developing any potions to enhance animals. He searched for this newspaper online, but found no related entries. Subsequently, he sought keywords from the article within the Tian Shield Intelligent Network, yet discovered nothing. There were no records of the Hongwang project or Hongwang No. 1. Doubt lingered in Fang Xian's mind, hinting at a hidden secret behind this matter. Considering the timeline, the mention of Hongwang No. 1 predated the divine chaos by several decades. His gaze returned to the notebook. Upon further inspection, he found it densely filled with intricate biological diagrams and complex formulas spanning several pages. Through some of the recorded text, Fang Xian was astonished to discover that this notebook seemingly contained the core secrets of Hongwang No. 1. Flipping to subsequent pages, he encountered several diary entries, though many pages had been torn out, rendering the accounts incomplete. August 2nd, 2158, overcast. These selfish individuals are resorting to threats against my teacher's family to seize the core formula of Hongwang No. 1. My teacher has incinerated the most vital laboratory. I have heard that their leader is furious, vowing to torment my teacher to death. I'm terrified, yet I must heed my teacher's words and refuse to yield to such scoundrels. September 4th, 2158, cloudy. Madness reigns. They have gone insane. My teacher has been taken for half a month. These lunatics, in their quest for Hongwang No. 1, have even murdered my teacher's wife. They claim to be champions of justice, yet commit such heinous acts, utterly unworthy of being called human. December 1st, 2158, heavy rain. My mood mirrors the dismal weather today. It is utterly dreadful. My teacher has been imprisoned for over 3 months, and despite my relentless efforts to seek assistance, I have been unable to secure his release. I have heard that a young man named Fang Qingdi spoke up on behalf of my teacher. Had he not intervened, my teacher might have met a fatal end today. On April 12th, 2159, the skies were overcast. During my visit to the prison today, My teacher confided in me a secret only I could comprehend, revealing that prior to the announcement of Hong Huang No. 1, he had injected it into a ferocious beast, yielding remarkably successful results. He named this beast Qilin. At present, the creature has yet to mature, and my teacher has instructed me to assist in its escape. On September 19th, 2162, the weather transitioned from sunny to cloudy. It has been over 2 years since we fled that place, yet the memories remain vivid. Countless nights, I have awakened from nightmares, haunted by the day of our escape. Were it not for the young man named Fang Xin granting me mercy, I might have perished 2 years ago. My teacher has also been absent for over a year, and the beast has gradually grown, astonishingly awakening the powers of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. It is no wonder that my teacher endured such torment. Had Hong Huang No. 1 fallen into the hands of those hypocritical individuals, the ramifications would have been dire. My time is running short, lacking the beast master aptitude. I cannot forge a bond with this young Qilin, and I find myself unable to identify a suitable candidate. The young man with the surname Fang seems promising, yet he too lacks the requisite talent. On December 18th, 2162, heavy snow fell. I find myself at the brink of exhaustion. I entrusted the Qilin to the divine demon ruins, instructing it to seek out a person of integrity and kindness to form a pact. Drawing upon the last vestiges of my witchcraft abilities, I bestowed the notebook with both blessing and curse. Should a virtuous individual acquire this tome, they may contract with the Qilin. Conversely, if one of nefarious intent obtains it, they shall meet a grim fate. This entry concludes here. Suddenly, Fang Xin felt a sharp sting in his fingertip, as though pricked by something. Without hesitation, he cast the notebook aside. Upon inspecting his finger, he indeed discovered a small red mark. Fang Xin gazed at the notebook abandoned on the table. What a peculiar person. One writes a diary and invokes blessings and curses. Clearly, no sensible person would keep a diary. Rubbing his fingertip, he sensed an inexplicable presence about him, yet there were no outward changes. Nevertheless, his thoughts returned to the content of the diary. The diary mentioned his grandfather's name, indicating a connection between his grandfather and the author, suggesting that his grandfather had extended a reprieve, allowing the author to live a few more years. Furthermore, the elusive Hong Huang No. 1 had birthed a creature now heralded as the Qilin. The author had placed the Qilin within the divine demon ruins, where only a person of virtue could forge a bond with it. Fang Xin massaged his finger. Fortune would favor him, for he too possessed the beast master aptitude. If he could tame this Qilin, his ascent would be assured. Upon investigating the divine demon ruins noted in the diary, he found it marked as a forbidden area. Fang Xin engaged in self-reflection. Aside from my somewhat acerbic tongue, I should be quite benevolent, shouldn't I? No, starting tomorrow, I shall resolutely assist elderly ladies across the street. Fang Xin contemplated. However, how did this relate to his own grandfather? Fang Xin felt as though he were ensnared in a series of enigmas, akin to a tangled ball of yarn. The talents for slaughter, his parents' tragic accident, the calamity that befell Eli's family, the disappearance of Eli's sister, and now the emergence of this journal. It appeared that all these elements were interconnected in some inexplicable manner, yet the specifics of this connection eluded him. His thoughts gradually coalesced. He located the option for the spoils processing chamber. To be cautious, Fang Xin first scanned the invisibility cloak. It vanished into thin air, and moments later, the indicator light on the Zhilian device flickered, ejecting the cloak. Upon inspection, Fang Xin discovered it had become a forsaken item. He then methodically inserted each item, such as the immobilization rod and the revolver, one by one, thoroughly processing all his belongings. Only then did he feel a sense of relief, having reclaimed everything as his own. Among these items, his curiosity was particularly piqued by the immobilization rod. The Zhilian device had assessed these items earlier. The invisibility cloak was a 4th-tier artifact, as was the revolver, which contained only 3 bullets, capable of eliminating a level 4 combatant without any protective artifacts. However, the immobilization rod was a remarkable 9th-tier artifact, usable only by individuals whose combat strength reached level 5. It was no wonder that the individual possessed such an item, withholding it until after consuming the forbidden fruit. At level 5, it could only immobilize adversaries of equal or lower rank, and its usage was limited to 3 times. However, as one's combat strength increased, so too would the frequency of its use. Fang Xin brandished the immobilization rod. It truly was a remarkable find, and he had not anticipated uncovering such valuable equipment. As the clock struck 11, Fang Xin sat up in bed. He retrieved his grandfather's phone from the drawer and perused the videos in his grandfather's album. Afterward, he turned and stepped into the bathroom. Facing the mirror, he activated the slaughter rune. Chapter 23. The Nine Crown Prince. It was 12:30. Fang Xin gazed at his reflection in the mirror, surprised to find himself unchanged from the previous night. Despite his attempts to present himself in a flamboyant manner, the image before him betrayed no additional response. He pondered incessantly, seeking to identify which aspect of his routine had faltered. Today, he had meticulously replicated the events leading up to this moment, yet the mirror failed to unveil the king of slaughter. Returning to his bedroom, he reclined on his bed, contemplating the elusive trigger that remained absent. Tossing and turning, he recalled the mention of the divine relic housing the Qilin in his diary. This formidable beast, dubbed the Qilin by Professor Shang, had awakened the 4 elemental talents of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. If he could forge a contract with this creature, akin to the legendary beings of the primordial age, it would be a tremendous boon. Fang Xin perused the information available. The origins of the divine relic were shrouded in mystery, as the location was perpetually enveloped in thick fog. Few who ventured within emerged alive, and those who did often returned in a state of madness. Even the most formidable warriors had entered, only to vanish without a trace. Fragments of their ravings offered glimpses into the relic's interior. Ancient statues of deities stood scattered throughout, though many were incomplete due to their age. Additionally, the relic harbored numerous rare treasures. Although deemed a forbidden zone, the site opened its gates twice a year. Through the grim experiences of countless brave souls who had sacrificed their lives, it was observed that higher realms faced greater restrictions, whereas those of lesser realms encountered a more welcoming environment. Each year, the midterm and final assessments of the youth training camp were conducted in the fringes of the divine relic. Fang Xin's eyes sparkled with excitement. If this were the case, he could seize the opportunity to enter and seek the Qilin during both assessments. The thought thrilled him. However, the curse inscribed in his notebook was a troubling factor. The man Fang Xin had slain that day was a prime example of its effects. To a certain extent, he too had fallen victim to the notebook's curse. Taking out the diary once more, Fang Xin scrutinized the intricate formulas at the beginning. Much of it eluded his understanding, yet several annotated notes provided clarity. After diligently reviewing the content, he sat up on his bed, a wave of exhilaration washing over him. The Qilin, injected with the primordial number 1 serum by Professor Shang, possessed 4 talents of SSS grade. If it were to mature, it could rival the primordial beasts. Calculating the passage of time, he realized that many years had elapsed since the awakening of talents. The lifespan of those awakened was significantly extended compared to ordinary individuals. As far as Fang Xin knew, some of the first awakened still lived. Logically, the Qilin should also have survived. If it had endured to this day, its combat prowess was unfathomable. He tucked away his notebook, and Fang Xin's gaze burned with intensity, determined to find a way to forge a pact with the Qilin. His phone vibrated incessantly. Upon picking it up, he discovered that Qin Juanhao had once again begun to boast in the class group chat. He had initiated several generous red envelopes. As a loyal sycophant, Su Xiaoqiang, having snatched one of the envelopes, was the first to respond. "Brother Hao, why are you still awake? What's troubling you? You're about to report to the 7th Division. What could possibly be bothering you? I'm heading to the youth training camp soon. My father bought me a private jet and insisted I fly there. To be honest, I initially wanted to take the train to experience life a bit. But our housekeeper mentioned that the train was filled with workers heading to the city, which is rather off-putting, so I abandoned that idea. I thought about keeping a low profile at the training camp and driving there instead, but I can't decide whether to take my 7 million yuan sports car or the 12 million yuan supercar. Although the 7 million yuan model is somewhat more affordable, I have a fondness for its design. The 12 million yuan car is superior in every aspect except its style. I'm at a loss as to which one to choose, Qin Juanhao lamented. As he spoke, he sent another message, tagging Chu Xinyao. Xinyao, could you help me choose? He attached several photos of the sports cars. Seeing an opportunity to benefit, Fang Xin quickly grabbed several red envelopes. Upon noticing the alert for the red envelope, Chu Xinyao messaged, Xiao Fang, you aren't asleep either? No, just troubled. What's bothering you? I have too many awakened talents, and their levels are rather mediocre. I'm uncertain which one to practice first, and it's keeping me awake, Fang Xin replied. After he finished speaking, Qin Juanhao ceased his boasting. The group chat fell into a quieter state. Fang Xin's phone vibrated once more. It was a private message from Chu Xinyao. Xiao Fang. My father expressed his gratitude for saving me last time. He also mentioned that he would like to meet you sometime. Sure, have him arrange a time with my secretary. Fang Xin. Chu Xinyao replied with an angry emoji. Her father had always been a mysterious figure. His sudden request for a meeting caught Fang Xin off guard. To be honest, he was quite curious to discover what kind of person he truly was. When? Fang Xin inquired earnestly. Chu Xinyao continued. He is quite busy lately, and with the youth training camp commencing soon, you'll also be participating in training, so there's little time to arrange a meeting. We can only do it after the midterm exams. There will be a week's break then, so that's when it will be. Fang Xin agreed. All right. Chu Xinyao replied happily, but you mustn't tea back out. I won tea. Chu Xinyao then preemptively warned Fang Xin, there's one more thing. My father has a peculiar temperament, and due to his work, he can be rather sharp-tongued. Just a heads up. It's no big deal. I have a bit of knowledge of martial arts. Xiao Fang. Chu Xinyao playfully tapped on Fang Xin's avatar in exasperation. I'm just joking. I would never resort to violence. Chu Xinyao continued. Xiao Fang, my father has some acquaintances in the government, and he also has connections within the Tiandun Bureau. After you join the training camp, remember to train diligently every day. I will keep a watchful eye on you. When the time comes, you can visit my home and converse with my father properly. I will plead with him on your behalf, ensuring that your ascent within the 9th Division encounters no obstacles. Otherwise, in such an environment, without a formidable backing, even if you possess military achievements, advancing will be exceedingly difficult. Fang Xin paused for a few seconds. This topic had previously been mentioned to him by the white-haired Zhuge Hang. However, at that time, Zhuge Hang had conveyed to Fang Xin that the esteemed Elder Yi, who presides over the 9th Division, was a sworn brother of Fang Xin's grandfather. As long as Fang Xin joined the 9th Division and did not commit any egregious errors, he would ascend smoothly and experience no hindrances on his path to success. In other words, Fang Xin was destined to be the heir apparent of the 9th Division. Chapter 24, Decapitation Operation Xiao Fang. Why aren't you responding? Are you asleep? Fang Zhu. Remember to message me back tomorrow. Good night. Fang Xin paused for a moment before replying. No need to trouble your father. Chu Xinyao mistakenly assumed that Fang Xin's pride had been wounded. Xiao Fang, we are about to step into society, and such matters are quite normal. To thrive in this world, having a strong backing is crucial. I understand your sentiments. You possess ample ability and pride, desiring to carve out your own path through hard work. However, with effort coupled with support, you can circumvent many detours. Fang Xin's he well understood the rationale behind Chu Xinyao's words. Regardless of the circumstances, to grow strong and endure in the long run, not only must one possess formidable personal strength, but a solid foundation is also essential. Chu Xinyao continued. Take Zhuge Heng from the 9th Division, for instance. My father mentioned that such a remarkable prodigy must have a powerful Zhuge family backing him. Fang Xin was momentarily taken aback, realizing the formidable influence behind the white-haired Zhuge Heng. Indeed, comparisons can be disheartening. Chu Xinyao seemed to recall something. Oh, there's one more thing you can listen to, but it's up to you whether to act on it. My father said that Zhuge Heng is likely to become the director of the 9th Division in the future, or even assume the position of the chief of the Tiandun Bureau. At the very least, he might become the 3rd chief of the Tiandun Bureau. Furthermore, the Zhuge family behind him is one of the most prominent families in the entire Long Kingdom. If possible, it would be wise to cultivate a good relationship with Zhuge Heng, It could greatly benefit your future. Fang Xin glanced at the lengthy message from Chu Xinyao. Honestly, he detested flattery and looked down upon individuals like Su Xiaoqiang, even if such people often fared well in reality. It did not prevent Fang Xin from holding them in disdain. Moreover, whether it was the white-haired Zhuge Heng or Chu Xinyao's father, he remained merely an outsider in their eyes. They could not wholeheartedly assist him. Even if they did offer help, it would require an equivalent exchange. Thus, seeking their protection felt as futile as imploring the dragon ancestor for blessings. Nevens, Fang Xin und Perspektive. With her mother working within the agency, she had been exposed to various connections, recognizing that society operates on relationships, hence her desire to assist Fang Xin. After a long silence from Fang Xin, Chu Xinyao sent another message. Xiao Fang, it's perfectly fine if you don't want to compromise. Just know that you have me behind you. If you dislike this approach, I can handle these matters. I am your strongest support. Fang Xin Chuka Sopti. He had known Chu Xinyao since kindergarten. The reason she treated him so kindly was twofold. They were indeed fated to be friends, and in her youth, Chu Xinyao had not been as beautiful as she was now. In elementary school, she was chubby and somewhat clumsy, often bullied for her love of food. Yet, Fang Xin always stood protectively behind her. At that time, Chu Xinyao's parents had yet to establish themselves, both being workaholics with little attention devoted to her well-being. Fang Xin recalled an instance when Chu Xinyao fell gravely ill. In the end, her father did not even spare a glance, and her mother visited only once, leaving abruptly after answering a phone call. During that period, it was Fang Xin's parents who took care of Chu Xinyao, as Fang Xin's parents had not yet passed away. Fang Xin sent a message in response. Then I shall devote myself entirely to becoming a charming accessory to Sister Yao's leg. Hee hee. All right, dear Fang. I'm feeling tired and wish to sleep. Good night. After exchanging good nights, Fang Xin lay in bed, casting a glance out the window. The tranquility of Lan City tonight was almost surreal. Due to frequent nocturnal activities by unusual individuals, there was a curfew in place, prohibiting anyone from venturing out after midnight. Nevertheless, there were usually some disturbances, with patrols from the police department intermittently roaming the streets. Yet tonight was exceptionally quiet. Observing the incessantly blinking notifications of the Tian-Dun intelligent network, Fang Xin picked up her device and noticed new messages in the group for the 9th training camp. The topic was initiated by someone named Tai'e. I heard that there will be an assessment exam after the commencement of this year's training camp. Are you all aware? Zhang Yaozu replied promptly. Not just this year. It's an annual occurrence. Tai'e continued. My brother mentioned that during this assessment, we will face puppets ranging from level 1 to level 3 based on our combat prowess. However, the assessment of the 9th training camp is known as the Devil's Trial, where each puppet represents the pinnacle of its respective level. To put in perspective, the level 1 puppets from our 9th training camp could contend with level 2 puppets from other locations. I have heard that few participants complete the assessment without sustaining injuries unless they possess a combat level of 4. Combat level 4? Are you jesting? Someone named Shen Yu interjected. It's no joke. Those who awaken their SSS level talents early have the potential to reach combat level 4. There have been precedents in history. Zhang Yaozu clarified. Tai'e immediately chimed in. Haha, you yourself mentioned history. In the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom, since the discovery of talent awakening in the early 20th century, nearly 2 centuries have passed. Among all high school students of this age group, only 2 have awakened an SSS level talent and achieved combat level 4. You fatso. Can't you refrain from arguing with me? Zhang Yaozu retorted angrily. After a playful exchange, Tai'e asked, by the way, have you all awakened your talents? What are your combat levels? I'll go first. I'm at early level 2. How infuriating. I am at peak level 1. You fatso are at level 2. Zhang Yaozu exclaimed. I'm also at peak level 1. Shen Yu added. Tai'e expressed his frustration. Damn it, are we all doomed? Remember to bring along various medicines when you come. What about the 3 of you? What combat levels are you at? Fang Xin surveyed the messages in the group. The current training camp was akin to universities of yore. It was said that students of the past had a relatively easier time, while now, The institution known as the training camp was as grueling as a dog's life. Fortunately, upon graduation from the training camp, job placements were guaranteed with generous allowances and various benefits. It was rumored that previous university graduates faced unemployment and entered society as mere laborers. The previous talent assessment was merely a test. Naturally, those with higher talent levels would awaken earlier. Currently, Fang Xin's power-based talent enables him to exert peak combat prowess at level 3, while his killing talent allows him to reach peak combat capabilities at level 4. Should he summon the King of Slaughter, he could achieve peak strength at level 5. Thus, it could be said that he barely ranks among the top 3 in the entire history of Long Nation. Suddenly, Bai Yulin sent a message to divert the conversation. Are you aware that tonight in the Honglian district, there's a decapitation operation targeting the otherworldly beings? Bai Yulin tagged Fang Xin, new brother. Your Lan City is also involved in this operation. How is the situation there? Fang Xin was momentarily taken aback, rising to gaze out the window, realizing why the night was eerily quiet. Just as he intended to respond, a hand materialized from thin air, grasping at random before seizing his arm and yanking him forcefully. In an instant, Fang Xin vanished from the spot. Chapter 25. The individual with white hair had brought me here, and Fang Xin felt utterly dazzled. Once everything settled, he discovered the white-haired figure standing beside him, hands tucked into pockets, wearing sunglasses even in the late hours of the night. Upon glancing downward, Fang Xin was alarmed to find himself suspended approximately 500 meters above the ground. Startled, he instinctively grasped the arm of the white-haired figure. With a grin revealing his pearly whites, the figure greeted him, "Good evening." Regaining his composure, Fang Xin retorted, "Brother, if you want to chat with me at this late hour, you could have simply come to my house instead of dragging me out here. What if I had been in the bathroom or shower? I would have ended up exposed." Zhuge Heng tilted his chin, gesturing downward. "I brought you here to offer you some odd jobs, to earn some credits for convenient purchases when school starts." Fang Xin looked down and realized he was hovering over Lan City. The entire city lay before him, and it seemed far from tranquil tonight. Suspended in midair, he observed that Lan City was enveloped in a massive hemispherical barrier, with the residences of its inhabitants shielded by a nearly transparent light membrane. This setup served two purposes: to prevent enemies from escaping, making it easier to capture them, and to isolate sound, thus avoiding disturbances to the populace. Numerous battles of varying scales were erupting throughout the city. Fang Xin quickly connected the dots, realizing this was the decapitation operation mentioned by Yulin in their group chat. "Are you in charge of this decapitation operation targeting the abnormal beings in Lan City?" Zhuge Heng, soaring above the night sky with hands still in pockets, shook his head. "I am not the overall commander of Lan City. I serve as the provincial head for this operation in Qingzhou." Fang Xin clicked his tongue, finding the white-haired figure rather ostentatious. Zhuge Heng continued to survey the area below, then explained, "Most of these abnormal beings are remnants of the Eternal Night Army. You may have encountered references to the Eternal Night Army in your history textbooks, so I shall refrain from further elaboration. These individuals aspire to restore the Eternal Night. There are many abnormal beings, both organized and disorganized, but any entity posing a threat to ordinary citizens is a target for the Heavenly Shield Bureau." Reflecting on Zhuge Heng's earlier mention of credits, Fang Xin inquired, "What exactly are these credits?" Upon enrollment in the training camp, the authorities provide students with a portion of resources. However, to truly develop, a student cannot solely rely on official provisions, as the authorities are not engaged in charity. They assign tasks to allow students to earn credits, which can then be exchanged for necessary resources. Defeating a first-level enemy yields 100 credits, 200 for a second-level enemy, and so forth for lower levels. If the enemy is officially wanted, additional credits are awarded. Of course, credits can also be purchased with real money, but 1 million can only be exchanged for 100 credits. As for you, not counting fixed assets, the several tens of millions your parents left you would only suffice for a few thousand credits. Some rare resources and artifacts require thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of credits, making your current assets insufficient and impractical for such exchanges. Moreover, A plethora of resources is held in the hands of officials and various factions, which cannot simply be acquired with wealth. Thus, within the realm of awakened ones, points serve as the true currency, far more valuable than mere cash. Most importantly, points signify an awakened one's genuine prowess. If I were to expend an entire billion points, would that not diminish my strength? Zhuge Heng flashed a bright smile, revealing his pearly whites, as he explained that there exists a points ranking system among awakened ones, with each level corresponding to a different star rating. Upon accumulating 1 billion points, one star rating would soar, and others would instantly grasp your capabilities just by glancing at your card. Fang Xin nodded in understanding. Does the card that Xiao Lu sent you also include your intelligence-linked device? I left it on my desk. Zhuge Heng extended his arm, his hand disappearing into the void, and moments later, he retrieved a bank card containing 1 million, presenting it to Fang Xin. Each new student at the 9th District possesses a card with 1 million in cash, equivalent to 100 points. After defeating adversaries, the system will automatically elevate your points. Holding the card, Fang Xin also accepted the intelligence-linked device from Zhuge Heng. So, will my points increase after I eliminate enemies? Indeed, but you must scan the defeated foes after the battle concludes. If the information is verified and confirms they are anomalies, points will be awarded. Of course, scanning enemies slain by others will yield no benefits, so refrain from harboring any unscrupulous thoughts. How can it be determined that I did not kill them? Zhuge Heng elucidated. When the intelligence-linked device scans a corpse, it captures the deceased's essence. The reviewing personnel, typically possessing perception-based talents, can access memories from moments before death and cross-reference them with your identity data in the database. Upon approval, your points will be increased. Fang Xin gazed at the intelligence-linked device in his hand, realizing why it is also referred to as a treasure device. It truly is formidable. Are there any other questions? Zhuge Heng inquired. If I collaborate with someone to eliminate an enemy, how are the points allocated? Points are distributed based on the proportion of damage each of you inflicted on the foe. Fang Xin nodded, comprehending the explanation. Understood, let us commence. Wait a moment. Could I have a pair of shoes? Fang Xin hastily requested, having been abruptly taken from his bed and still clad in his pajamas, barefoot. Zhuge Heng grinned. If an enemy were to ambush you while you're on the toilet, do you think that merciless foe would wait for you to finish before attacking? As he spoke, Zhuge Heng gently patted Fang Xin's back, encouraging him. Suddenly, Fang Xin's surroundings shifted, and he found himself within a barrier. Inside the barrier stood 3 second-level anomalies and 1 third-level anomaly, while the Shield Bureau had a 5-member team. Upon Fang Xin's unexpected arrival, everyone momentarily froze, taken aback by the sight of him in pajamas and bare feet, standing awkwardly between the two factions as neither side could discern his allegiance. The ground was slick with grime, forcing Fang Xin to adopt a precarious stance. A grotesque figure fixed its gaze upon Fang Xin. From the heights of the azure to the depths of the underworld, Fang Xin hesitated, bewildered by the desolation surrounding him. The figure revealed a chilling smirk, declaring, "Incorrect command." As it spoke, a colossal hand reached out towards Fang Xin from afar. He felt a sudden chill emanating from beneath his feet, and to his astonishment, a nearly transparent hand emerged from the murky water below. It was a manifestation of a vengeful spirit's innate ability. In an instant, a flash of light cut through the air. The captain of the Heaven Shield Bureau's team wielded a laser sword, crafted from the intelligent device, and swiftly severed the ethereal hand. "Protect him," the captain instructed urgently. One of the team members positioned himself in front of Fang Xin, cautioning, "Do not move." "How did you arrive here?" Fang Xin pointed toward the heavens, beneath the crescent moon in the night sky. "That white-haired figure brought me here." Chapter 26. Battle. The team member protecting Fang Xin momentarily froze, instinctively lifting his gaze towards the sky. Upon seeing that figure, he was rendered speechless once more. "Are you the new recruit, brought by Instructor Zhuge? You are from the 9th Division?" Indeed. Just as he spoke, a new round of combat erupted between the squad and the 3 strange individuals. The squad leader possessed an electric attribute talent, boasting a combat strength of level 3. The burly man on the opposing side, endowed with a vengeful spirit talent, also matched that level of strength. Both sides were evenly matched in their fierce exchange. Amidst the heated battle, the burly man staggered backward, pressing one hand against the ground. An eerie pattern emerged on the surface, and, as he pulled upward, the earth split open, revealing a corpse resembling a zombie. It oozed a nauseating, foul-smelling slime, and this corpse, too, possessed a combat strength of level 3. With a sinister grin, the burly man declared, "Everyone must die. Retreat." The team member shielded Fang Xin behind him. Earlier, Fang Xin had mentioned that he was brought here by someone with white hair. However, seeing Fang Xin still clad in pajamas, the squad member pondered that this new recruit from the 9th Division must have been yanked out of bed by Instructor Zhuge, thrust into the brutal battlefield. After all, Instructor Zhuge was known for unconventional methods. It was not unusual for a new recruit to be tossed into the fray in the 9th Division's monstrous training ground. "Stay behind me," the squad member urged Fang Xin. Every new recruit from the 9th Division was undoubtedly a promising talent, and he dared not take any chances. If something were to happen to him within their ranks, the consequences would be unbearable. Rather than merely training the new recruits, it was also a test for the seasoned members from other divisions. Unexpectedly, Fang Xin suddenly charged forward. The squad member hastily shouted, "What are you doing?" The burly man, seeing Fang Xin rush towards him, grinned wickedly. "Not bad. Transforming into a zombie is a great choice." The squad leader, Guang, noticed Fang Xin advancing towards the level 3 burly man and exclaimed, "Hey, where are you?" Before he could finish his sentence, Fang Xin leaped into the air. With a strike as sharp as a blade and knees as formidable as spears, he delivered a powerful blow directly to the man's face, causing him to stagger. The burly man was instantly knocked senseless. Fang Xin swiftly wrapped his arms around the man's head, squeezing tightly. With a swift twist of his waist, a loud crack echoed as the man's neck snapped, resulting in immediate death. The movement was clean and decisive, devoid of any hesitation. As the burly man fell, the zombie stood motionless, as if its power had been abruptly severed. Before the man's body even touched the ground, Fang Xin propelled himself forward, his weapon, a crimson laser blade, piercing through the forehead of another strange individual. As he withdrew the blade, Fang Xin fluidly transitioned into another strike, executing a swift maneuver that pierced the last opponent's heart from behind. This sequence of events, though lengthy in description, transpired in the blink of an eye. In the skies above, Zhuge fixed his gaze upon Fang Xin's direction, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Indeed, Fang Xin tucked the intelligence device into his pajama pocket, crouched down, and examined a pair of shoes belonging to a nearby individual, whose size bore a resemblance to his own. After a brief sniff, he was overcome with nausea and hastily discarded the footwear. Turning around, he found the entire squad staring at him, their faces a tableau of astonishment. Was this truly the combat prowess of a new recruit from the 9th Division? It was no wonder he was destined to join the ranks of the extraordinary. Such terror emanated from a mere novice. Was there no justice left in the world? Yet, to possess a third-level combat strength even before enrollment was indeed remarkable within the 9th Division. Although his peculiar habit of sniffing shoes was somewhat odd, such eccentricities were not uncommon among geniuses. The squad leader approached Fang Xin and saluted him. "Greetings, I am Tian Junhui from the 6th Division." Fang Xin quickly rose to his feet, noticing the insignia on Tian's chest, featuring a swirling cloud with the character for land at its center. "Good day, sir. I am Fang Xin." Fang Xin returned the salute. The other squad members also honored him with salutes. Tian Junhui hastily gestured for Fang Xin to refrain from addressing him as sir. No, brother. Please don't call me sir. You're a new recruit from the 9th Division, right?" The other squad members wore amused expressions. Fang Xin, somewhat perplexed, nodded. "Yes." Tian Junhui chuckled. "As a new recruit from the 9th Division, you're on par with the squad leaders from other divisions. You needn't call me sir. I truly cannot bear that title." Fang Xin was taken aback. It appeared that the treatment in the 9th Division was indeed exceptional. Tian Junhui continued, "So, will you be joining us?" Fang Xin maintained his stance, declaring, "I am open to it, but first, I need to find a pair of shoes from someone whose feet do not exude an unpleasant odor." Only then did they notice that Fang Xin was barefoot. No wonder he had previously sniffed the shoes. They had assumed it was merely a quirky habit. The corpse on the ground vanished into thin air after being scanned by the intelligence device. A light flickered within Fang Xin's pajama pocket. Upon retrieving a bank card, he observed numbers materializing on its surface. Starting from 100, the digits transformed to 520. Among the 3 individuals he had encountered earlier, 2 were of second level and 1 of third level. The 3 could yield 700 points. Tian Junhui's squad had sustained 40% of the damage, while Fang Xin had borne 60%. Thus, Fang Xin acquired 60% of the total points. Feeling somewhat embarrassed for appropriating their points, Fang Xin proposed, "How about this? You all can follow me to accumulate damage, and we can expedite our passage through the levels. Once we amass enough quantity, the points will naturally follow, correct?" Tian Junhui glanced at his companions, who unanimously agreed. They had witnessed Fang Xin's prowess. As long as they increased their numbers, accumulating points would be a breeze. Raising his wrist, the holographic display of his watch projected a 3-dimensional map of Lan City, dotted with numerous red points representing the movements of other individuals. Fang Xin gazed curiously at the wristwatch. When he first encountered Ellie, she possessed a similar device. "What is this?" he inquired. Tian Junhui explained, "This is a Tiandun watch, essentially a basic version of a smart device that resembles a wristwatch and has storage capabilities. It is provided upon graduation from the training camp and serves as a symbol of identity. However, upon completing the 9th training camp, you won't receive a Tiandun watch, but rather a Tiandun ring, which is a more advanced version. Fang Xin Sudeli Understol." "Ah, I see." Tian Junhui pointed at several red dots on the screen and asked, "There are a few fleeing anomalies over there. Shall we pursue them?" "Certainly." Tian Junhui noticed that Fang Xin was still barefoot. With a twist of his wrist, he produced a pair of new shoes, offering them with a smile. "Here, if you don't mind, you can have these." Fang Xin gratefully accepted, exclaiming, "How could I possibly mind? Thank you." Once he donned the shoes, they set off towards the location of the red dots. Half an hour later, the expressions of Tian Junhui and the others were filled with joy. In just 30 minutes, under Fang Xin's leadership, they had swiftly dealt with 4 enemy teams. They focused on inflicting damage, while Fang Xin executed the final blows, effectively splitting the responsibilities. Fang Xin glanced at his card, noting that his score had surged from 520 to 1,570. According to Tian Junhui, to check the balance on the card, one simply needed to place it on the smart device. The anomalies had not yet been fully cleared. Tian Junhui selected another enemy team, seeking Fang Xin's opinion afterward, clearly regarding him as their central figure. Upon assessing the enemies, Fang Xin noted 5 individuals in the opposing team, 2 at level 3, 2 at level 2, and 1 at level 1. "Let us engage." Fang Xin Gongman, having encountered anomalies numerous times, he harbored no psychological burden in eliminating these vile individuals who committed atrocious acts. Minutes later, Fang Xin's team clashed with the enemies. In a brief encounter, Fang Xin severely injured one of the level 3 opponents and directed his team to inflict damage while he prepared to strike at the opportune moment. Just as everything seemed to progress smoothly, the lowest-ranked enemy, a grotesque youth with triangular eyes, screamed, "Grandpa, Grandma, save me." An unsettling sensation surged through Fang Xin. Under the influence of his perceptive abilities, a wave of imminent danger washed over him. He swiftly dodged, only to witness the ground where he had just stood crack open, revealing a massive centipede that emerged from beneath. Its gaping maw, filled with sharp fangs, lunged towards the spot he had vacated. Missing its target, the centipede coiled its body and struck at the nearest teammate. As that teammate attempted to flee, a voice rang out, "If you dare to escape, you shall be tripped." Upon uttering this, the fleeing teammate stumbled in place, and the centipede bit off his lower leg. Emerging from the earth, the centipede revealed 2 figures seated upon its back, an elderly man and woman. Both individuals bore grim expressions, the elder's lips stained with fresh blood, his pair of yellowish eyes glaring at Fang Xin, a young man endowed with formidable strength. Such youth undoubtedly hinted at remarkable potential. Old woman, let him bleed. Let our precious grandson drink it for a tremendous boost. Behind him, the witch-like elderly woman let out a sinister chuckle, affirming, indeed, there will be plenty of blood. You take a bowl, and I shall take a bowl. The remainder shall be for our cherished grandson. Beep, beep. As Tian Junhui glanced at his watch, his demeanor turned serious. 3 small red dots flickered initially, then transformed into 4. A 4th-tier Beastmaster, a 3rd-tier Witch Doctor. Fang Xin cast his gaze upward, only to discover that Zhuge Heng had vanished into the night, his whereabouts unknown. Instinctively, he reached for his ring. Zhuge Heng possessed extraordinary abilities. Who could tell where he might be? Thus, he refrained from employing his lethal talents for the moment. Fortunately, within his ring lay an invisibility cloak and a revolver, capable of taking down the 4th-tier elder with a single shot. Tian Junhui and several team members dragged the injured teammate back without hesitation, urgently calling for their captain's support, requesting assistance. Please. The old woman perched atop the centipede let out a mocking laugh. Dare to call for help? Your tongue will rot. The call for support from Tian Junhui and his companions was met with muffled groans, dark blood spilling from their mouths. Fang Xin raised an eyebrow, his eyes widening in disbelief. What the hell? Is the curse of the witch doctor's talent truly this sinister? The old woman's brown eyes fixated on Fang Xin, revealing her avarice. After encountering us, you still wish to live? You must be dreaming. Old man, take his life. Let our precious grandson drink his blood. Chapter 27. The brutal slaughter of level for the massive centipede reared its upper body high. The elder on its back licked his bloodied lips, seemingly having just feasted on human blood. His gray-blue eyes fixated upon Fang Xin, glowing with an eerie light. Strike the centipede beneath you. Kill it. The nearly 10-meter-long centipede emitted a piercing sound as it lunged toward Fang Xin. Without hesitation, Tian Junhui and the others deployed the Zhilian device, forming a protective half-spherical barrier around themselves. Defend the barrier. Call for reinforcements. Tian Junhui's words were slurred, dark blood oozing from his mouth. The nearby team members simultaneously sent out distress signals. The centipede opened its gaping maw, aiming to engulf the barrier. A deafening sonic boom erupted from the impact. The old woman held a drum made of human skin, and with a flick of her wrist, it produced a disorienting sound. Her yellowed teeth were revolting, and her voice rasped like nails scraping against metal. If we do not breach the barrier, all our comrades will perish. The barrier's radiance visibly dimmed. Maintaining his composure, Tian Junhui commanded, Xiao Chong, use your psychic talent against her. Before Tian Junhui finished speaking, a young man beside him locked his gaze on the old woman, unleashing a mental attack. A nearly transparent psychic knife darted toward her head. Unexpectedly, the old woman produced a strange scarf from nowhere and draped it over her head, nullifying all psychic assaults. With a sinister smile, the old woman taunted, Old man, attack from beneath the barrier. At her command, the elder stood up and stomped his foot, causing the centipede beneath him to plunge into the ground. Tian Junhui's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, Tiles. He saw a seemingly honest young man pressing both hands against the ground. Instantly, the earth hardened like iron. The massive centipede's head surged upward, lifting a large section of the ground, the very surface of the barrier. With a determined effort, the centipede aimed to propel the barrier and its occupants skyward, intending to shatter them upon descent. Tian Junhui's demeanor grew stern as he fought to remain calm, glancing at his watch. Several small blue dots were rapidly converging toward their location. Fang Xin, do not fear. Reinforcements are on the way. You, wait, where's Fang Xin? Tian Junhui's words faltered as he noticed Fang Xin was inexplicably absent. The other team members exchanged anxious glances. Just moments ago, Fang Xin had stood at the rear of their formation, but in their focus on the enemy's attack, they had failed to notice his disappearance. A sense of gravity enveloped them. As the barrier descended, an unexpected gunshot echoed from the distance, startling the elder with beast-taming abilities. The elder's head was struck by a sudden flare of fire, just a meter away, as if bursting like a watermelon. The vibrant hues of red and white splattered across the face of an elderly woman nearby. Startled, She let out a shriek. And if she had not dared to remove her invisibility cloak, her entire family. The curse had not yet fully escaped her lips. Clad in an invisibility cloak, Fang Xin swiftly approached the old woman, twisting his waist and delivering a powerful punch. The elderly woman's jaw misaligned, her teeth flying from her mouth as her body followed suit, propelled through the air. Fang Xin possessed a talent for immense strength, a gift that many awakened individuals scorned for its brutish nature. In close combat, those with a strength-based talent reigned supreme. Once touched, a single blow could obliterate a body entirely. Hence, some awakened would deliberately train their physiques, ensuring that when confronted by the might of strength talent, they could at least retain a complete corpse. The elderly woman soared away like a tumbleweed in the wind, her trajectory dictated by the force of Fang Xin's punch. He was no benevolent soul, concerned about the old woman's demise being too messy. He swiftly moved forward and delivered another blow, driving her head into the wall. Who has cursing whom to death? My parents have long passed. Fang Xin muttered a slew of invectives, feeling unsatisfied, and directed 2 more kicks at the elderly woman. The entire sequence unfolded with astonishing rapidity. It was only when both the elderly individuals had perished that the onlookers finally reacted. In the distance, a massive centipede roared sharply, seemingly provoked, twisting violently in place and damaging numerous walls. Fang Xin, still cloaked in invisibility, advanced rapidly towards the enemy squad. 1 punch for each adversary, every strike resonating with brutal impact. Each blow targeted vital points, and within moments, the remaining foes lay vanquished. As each enemy collapsed, a faint glimmer of blood surged from their bodies, seamlessly integrating into Fang Xin's own. The events transpired so swiftly that no one discerned any anomalies. At the instant the blood of the beast-taming elder merged with Fang Xin, he felt an unusual sensation, as if he had absorbed the essence of the elder's talent, enhancing his own beast-taming abilities. Fang Xin casually collected the treasures and spatial rings of the 2 elders, inspecting their contents. Inside the rings lay a haphazard assortment of items, with a bank card in the pocket of the pajamas flashing like a strobe light. Upon retrieving it, he discovered that the elderly couple were both listed on the wanted poster. One had a bounty of 450 points, the other 350, totaling a substantial 800 points, all awarded to Fang Xin. As for the other 5-member squad, Tianjunhui's team had previously dealt 37% of the damage, while Fang Xin contributed 63%, collectively amassing a total of 1,100 points, of which Fang Xin claimed 693. Thus, his total score soared to 3,063 points. Elated, he could hardly contain his joy. This was equivalent to over 30 million in cash. In the distance, a group of individuals hurried towards him, their badges emblazoned with the character for the 6th Division. Upon witnessing the dark blood at the corners of Tianjunhui and his companions' mouths, alongside the heap of corpses strewn about, they beheld Fang Xin standing amidst the carnage, clad in nothing but pajamas, grinning foolishly. Instantly, everyone assumed a combat stance, directing their attention toward Fang Xin. Tianjunhui hastily grasped the captain's arm. Though his words remained somewhat garbled, the message was discernible. Captain Zhang, he is a new recruit from the 9th Division. Captain Zhang stood frozen, surveying the lifeless bodies before him and then glancing at Fang Xin. Are you implying that this new recruit from the 9th Division has slain a level 4 Beastmaster and a level 3 Witchmaster, along with an entire 5-man team? The entire squad brought by Captain Zhang gaped in astonishment at this newcomer in pajamas. This was utterly extraordinary. They were aware that the 9th Division's monster den was filled with prodigious talents. Yet a recruit who had not even officially enrolled had managed to kill a level 4 Beastmaster, a level 3 Witchmaster, and a 5-man team. Was this not excessively outrageous? Is he truly level 4? Captain Zhang inquired, his throat tightening with apprehension. It is worth noting that, at such a young age, only 2 individuals throughout the annals of Dragon Country's history possessed level 4 prowess. Fang Xin tucked the card into his pocket and turned to face Captain Zhang. It's not as remarkable as you think. I was merely at level 3 earlier. My ability to defeat them was entirely reliant on the use of a treasured artifact. Captain Zhang smacked his lips, acknowledging that level 3 was already quite extraordinary. In the 9th Division, that would indeed make him a standout. Fang Xin pointed at the colossal centipede still writhing on the ground. What shall we do with this? Since you killed the Beastmaster, this centipede now belongs to you. The decision regarding its fate rests solely in your hands. A voice interjected before Fang Xin could respond. A figure with white hair materialized out of thin air, descending the spatial staircase to stand before Fang Xin, hovering 30 centimeters above the ground, hands casually tucked into his pockets. Instructor Zhuge. All team members saluted in unison. Instructor Zhuge merely acknowledged them with a non-committal hum. When Fang Xin had encountered peril moments ago, the white-haired figure had appeared above Lan City, and upon arrival, he found Fang Xin had already dispatched the elderly couple in a squad. A broad grin spread across Zhuge's face, as if he had uncovered a rare treasure. Fang Xin turned around, fully aware of the white-haired figure's omnipresence. Hence, he had refrained from utilizing his killing talent earlier. Hearing Zhuge's inquiry, Fang Xin glanced at the enormous centipede and shook his head. It's too ugly. I don't want it. Recalling the magnificent Qilin mentioned in the diary he had obtained, Fang Xin deemed the centipede utterly inferior. This is a level 4 mud dragon centipede. Furthermore, its potential is not to be underestimated. It could accompany you at least up to level 10. Zhuge reminded him once more. Is there anything else I could exchange it for? Zhuge nodded in agreement. Certainly. If you truly wish to decline, you may visit the Beast Palace to swap it for a comparable creature. As he spoke, Zhuge snapped his fingers, and the centipede vanished from sight. The members of the 6th Division looked on enviously at Fang Xin. The white-haired individual is renowned as the most formidable genius of this century, and to be under his protection promises an immeasurable future. Ah, I nearly forgot. Your beast-taming talent has yet to be fully awakened. Allow me to escort you to the Palace of Beasts for your awakening. With a snap of his fingers, the scenery before them shifted. They found themselves atop a mountain, and in the blink of an eye, the landscape twisted once more. This cycle repeated thrice before they emerged in an opulent bedroom. In the grand bed lay a man with a bushy beard and long hair, his chest bristling with hair, flanked by 2 stunning beauties of contrasting styles. The trio appeared to have endured fierce battles, now soundly asleep. Zhuge hung, settled into a chair, pouring himself a cup of tea, savoring it leisurely. Beneath the vast bed, a thick cloud of dark mist began to rise. A colossal shadow slithered forth, resembling a giant python. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that it was a formidable serpent with a pronounced bulge on its forehead, on the verge of transforming into a dragon. The serpent opened its gaping maw, lunging towards Zhuge Hung. He turned his head slightly downward, and his sunglasses slipped just enough to reveal his eyes, which radiated an intense, blinding light. Begone! The fierce serpent, sensing the undeniable threat, recoiled swiftly to the edge of the bed, nudging the sleeping bearded man. Awakened abruptly, the man gazed at the leisurely, sipping Zhuge Hung, his expression shifting to a mixture of irritation and exasperation. Mr. Zhuge, what brings you here at such an ungodly hour? Zhuge Hung swirled the lid of his teacup, stirring the leaves as he took a sip. I have heard that the master of the palace possesses remarkable beast-taming talents. It seems your skills in handling people are equally impressive. Chapter 28. The 9th level, the bearded man sat upon the bed, awakening the 2 women beside him. Upon realizing the presence of 2 unfamiliar figures in the room, they instinctively clutched their chests and recoiled into the embrace of the Lady Palace Master. She comfortingly wrapped her arms around them, signaling that all was well. Mr. Zhuge, what brings you to the Beast Palace at this hour? Asked the Lady Palace Master. Zhuge Hung adjusted his sunglasses, concealing his eyes, and holstered his firearm. I dislike being threatened with a gun, he replied. The Lady Palace Master lowered her head, hastily pulling on a pair of undergarments, followed by a golden robe, before descending from the bed. Now, you may enlighten me on the purpose of your late-night visit, she urged. I have recruited a new student with a talent for beast mastery. I came to the Beast Palace for a complete awakening and to select 2 suitable ferocious beasts for him to form a pact with, Zhuge Heng explained. The Lady Palace Master furrowed her brow, glancing at Fang Xin, who was dressed in sleepwear. You came all this way in the dead of night for this? She inquired, taking a seat. I have other matters to attend to during the day. I lack the time to bring him here. As she scrutinized Fang Xin from head to toe, she noticed bloodstains on his sleeves and shoes. A new student with beast mastery talent who bears your attention must possess at least S-level aptitude, correct? Indeed, S-level. And without the aid of any potions, Zhuge Heng confirmed. The Lady Palace Master's hands, which were fastening her robe, suddenly halted. Without potions? That implies SS-level beast mastery talent? While speaking, her gaze fixated on Fang Xin, akin to a famished predator encountering fresh prey, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Mr. Zhuge, might we acquire him for our beast palace? Absolutely not, Zhuge Heng retorted. Though the 9th Division is formidable, it is well known that each domain has its specialties. In terms of beast mastery talent, the Beast Palace is unparalleled. If you entrust him to me, I shall devote all my efforts to his training. The Lady Palace Master regarded Fang Xin with an expression akin to a lecherous old man eyeing a stunning beauty, nearly drooling with desire. To her astonishment, Zhuge Heng resolutely denied her request. That is not an option. What do you mean it is not an option? He possesses beast mastery talent. He would flourish under our guidance in the Beast Palace. Zhuge Heng set his teacup aside. Beast mastery talent is not his primary aptitude. What? An SS-level beast mastery talent is not his main aptitude? Then what is his primary talent? The Lady Palace Master, in her agitation, stood upright. SSS-level strength talent. She circled around Fang Xin with her hands clasped behind her back. Forcing a smile, she deemed amiable as she patted his shoulder. Young man, what is your name? Fang Xin, he replied. The Lady Palace Master pondered for a moment. Fang Xin? I do not recall this name on the list of new students with SSS-level talent. Zhuge Heng chuckled, did I not mention? He has not utilized any potions. The Lady Palace Master smacked her forehead, gazing enviously at Fang Xin. Such promising talent. Yet all have been claimed by your 9th Division. As he spoke, he reseated himself and poured himself a cup of tea. Mr. Zhuge, we're old friends, and you know that I am somewhat of a businessman. A businessman must always consider the benefits before undertaking any venture. In our Beast Palace, the awakening of the Beast Master affinity offers far more advantages than in other places. The subsequent rapport with beasts will be exceedingly high, making the signing of contracts much simpler. Mr. Zhuge stated directly, the Beast Palace will assist in his awakening, and I shall provide you with a piece of information. The Palace Master interjected, you just mentioned sending him a ferocious beast. With a snap of his fingers, a colossal centipede appeared in the room. This is what I have procured. A reciprocal exchange will suffice. Of course, if you wish to forge a favorable bond with him, a higher-ranked beast would be even better. Though I do not mind either way. It depends on your willingness. The Palace Master smiled and glanced once more at Fang Xin, her eyes revealing a desire to retain him within the Beast Palace. However, she found herself unable to compete with the striking white-haired figure before her and ultimately refrained from pursuing it further. Very well. What was that piece of information you mentioned earlier? The Palace Master inquired again. Mr. Zhuge revealed a charming smile. First, let him awaken. After that, I shall share the news with you, which will certainly keep you awake with joy tonight. The Palace Master rose and said, Mr. Zhuge, among everyone in your Tianqiu Bureau, I most enjoy conducting business with you, and I regard you as a friend. So, shall we prepare for the awakening? Let us go. I will lead you. Mr. Zhuge chuckled. That sounds rather troublesome. Before he finished speaking, the surrounding environment blurred and distorted. When the scene stabilized once more, Fang Xin found himself standing at the foot of a mountain. A winding path led up towards the summit, obscured by lush trees lining the way. The Palace Master clicked her tongue, acknowledging the prowess of the spatial affinity, renowned as one of the foremost talents. Mr. Zhuge tilted his head, gesturing for the Palace Master to lead the way, casually remarking, individual capability is paramount. Do not elevate it to mere talent. The Palace Master laughed heartily. Her golden robe billowing open in the night breeze, revealing her chest adorned with a profusion of hair. As they ascended, she continued the conversation. I have heard that Mr. Zhuge is to be promoted? Is this news credible? Mr. Zhuge smiled at her inquiry. Who told you that? I overheard it while chatting with a few members of the Five Elements Alliance. Mr. Zhuge began to ascend the steps. They have presented me with two choices, either to serve as the governor of the Red Lotus District in the church or to select any one of the other 8 offices as director. The palace master paused slightly before continuing. And what was your final decision, Mr. Zhuge? I went to the home of the old fellow who issues the transfer orders. And after a cordial and friendly negotiation, he ultimately agreed to let me remain in the 9th office. I need not go anywhere else. The palace master turned back to Mr. Zhuge. Mr. Zhuge, being appointed as the governor of the Red Lotus District by the church is indeed a promotion. Zhuge Hang regarded the matter with disdain. The group of charlatans from the church, skilled only in manipulation and power struggles, were a source of annoyance to him. The head palace mistress, seemingly shocked, quickly covered Zhuge Hang's mouth, exclaiming, Mr. Zhuge, you must not speak so carelessly. Zhuge Hang, irritated, pushed aside her hand, retorting, I said what I said. If they seek trouble, let them come to me. The head palace mistress glanced around nervously, as if fearing eavesdroppers, and chose not to continue discussing such topics with Zhuge Hang. She then led Zhuge Hang and Fang Xin to the summit of the mountain. Atop the peak stood a grand altar, at the center of which was a massive staircase comprised of 9 steps. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that entwined upon the 9 steps lay the skeletal remains of a colossal dragon, with the head of the dragon positioned at the pinnacle, the 9th step. Zhuge Hang tilted his head towards Fang Xin, urging him, go on, ascend as far as you can. The head palace mistress interjected, once you begin your ascent, if the pressure becomes overwhelming, please stop. Try to linger as long as you can on the step you can withstand, but do not overexert yourself, especially on the final 3 steps. However, given your SS-level beast mastery talent, it shouldn't be an issue to endure the 8th step for a while. What benefits are there to staying up there? Fang Xin inquit, pu dao. The head palace mistress patiently elucidated by absorbing the essence of the dragon bones. You will awaken your beast mastery talent. The essence will meld with your own, and the longer you remain, the greater the dragon's essence within you will become. In the future, when you wish to form a contract with spirit beasts or even divine beasts, where others may take 3 hours, you will only require 3 minutes. With determination, Fang Xin ascended the staircase. He could indeed sense a peculiar aura, reminiscent of wild beasts, exuding a certain pressure. He climbed 4 steps in one breath, feeling the pressure intensify as he continued upward, akin to being scrutinized by the king of beasts. However, for Fang Xin, it posed no challenge. In the blink of an eye, he reached the 7th step. The pressure had increased significantly, yet Fang Xin perceived it as manageable and boldly stepped onto the 8th step. The weight of the pressure nearly doubled compared to the 7th, causing his heart to race slightly, yet it was entirely tolerable. Fang Xin gazed up at the 9th step, his eyes glimmering with eagerness. The head palace mistress looked at Fang Xin with longing. It appeared he had reached his limit. An SS-level beast mastery talent was a rare gem within the Palace of Beasts. Once he matured, as long as no SS-level talents emerged in the Palace of Beasts, he would certainly be a contender for the future leader of the palace. Just as she thought this, Fang Xin boldly stepped onto the 9th tier. Chapter 29. What is he trying to do? Upon witnessing the scene, the Lord of the Beast Palace gasped in alarm. Zhuge Hang also wore a perplexed expression. If one cannot withstand the pressure of the true dragon, the consequence could be explosive demise. The Lady Sovereign hastily issued a warning. After a few moments of silence, Zhuge Hang concluded that since the individual managed to ascend, he must have prepared himself mentally in advance. Thus, it was best to observe quietly. However, young individuals of such age often possess a penchant for bravado, likely unaware of the formidable power of the 9th level. The Lady Sovereign reiterated her caution. Zhuge Hang cast a sidelong glance at the Lady Sovereign. Old Shang, are you concerned about the responsibility should someone from the 9th Department perish under your watch? Fear not. I shall bear the consequences if anything goes awry. The Lady Sovereign offered an awkward smile. I am merely worried. Such a promising talent cannot be allowed to perish before my very eyes. While speaking, the Lady Sovereign kept her gaze fixed on Fang Xin. Fang Xin had been atop for over a dozen seconds. Although his complexion appeared flushed, reminiscent of someone who had just engaged in vigorous exercise, there were no evident negative reactions. This should not be possible. Only those of SSS rank can ascend. The Lady Sovereign pondered. Zhuge Heng, too, was somewhat astonished, for he understood the significance of the 9th level of the Beast Palace's talent staircase. After a moment of contemplation, he speculated perhaps he possesses a power-based talent. The Lady Sovereign nodded in agreement, as this was the only plausible explanation. A power-based talent, particularly one of SSS rank, would indeed endow him with a physique far superior to that of an ordinary beast master, making this explanation reasonable. As time elapsed, Fang Xin sensed a strange aura merging with his own internal energy. Throughout this process, a raw and untamed essence began to envelop him, accompanied by an ineffable aura of kingship. How long had anyone in the history of the Beast Palace lingered on the 9th level? The Lady Sovereign recalled that it was the founder of the Beast Palace, who remained for a full 40 minutes. The second was the retired lord of the Beast Palace, who endured for 32 minutes. As for the third, he lasted only 13 minutes. All three had invoked celestial phenomena, drawing the homage of myriad beasts. As an SS-level beast master, I previously attempted it, and could only withstand 2 minutes before retreating. This new acolyte, possessing an SS-level beast master talent alongside top-tier power-based aptitude, should be able to endure longer than I did. Yet, the 9th level harbors the purest essence of the true dragon, no matter how formidable his physique. There exists a limit. Zhuge Heng remained silent, patiently awaiting Fang Xin. At that moment, Fang Xin perceived no adverse effects aside from a slight quickening of his heartbeat. The aura continued to integrate with his being. 10 minutes swiftly passed. The Lady Sovereign could no longer remain composed and craned her neck to gaze upward, her eyes wide with disbelief. 10 minutes? How could this be? Surely he has not perished up there, has he? Fang Xin, seated cross-legged, opened his eyes to signal that all was well. The Lady Sovereign was momentarily taken aback. From such a distance, he could hear our conversation. Zhu Kang's my seven li, casually mentioning that, without the aid of any potions, he possessed an S-rank perceptive talent. The Lord Shang's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Fang Xin, her envy palpable, as if she were beholding an unparalleled treasure. You have truly stumbled upon a gem, she exclaimed, all the while glancing at the time. 11 minutes had already elapsed. Soon, he would surpass the record of our Beast Palace's third most powerful individual. A faint purple aura began to swirl around Fang Xin, visibly intensifying. Numerous lower-tier ferocious and spiritual beasts within the Beast Palace grew increasingly restless, emitting low growls. 2 minutes later, Lord Shang, sitting upon a stone, clapped her furry thigh and stood up, exclaiming that he had exceeded the third strongest of the Beast Palace. The aura enveloping Fang Xin became more robust, while the restless roars of lower-tier ferocious beasts echoed throughout the palace. In the wilderness, a deer swiftly approached, carrying a monkey on its back. Lord Shang turned her gaze toward them. Both the deer and the monkey were fixated on Fang Xin, who stood upon the 9th step. Moments later, the deer turned its head to look at Zhuge Heng. He offered a warm smile. Good evening. In the next instant, the deer spoke in a resonant female voice. Mr. Zhuge, this is the new student at the 9th position. Time passed inexorably, and Fang Xion's endurance reached 20 minutes. The aura surrounding him grew even more substantial, causing the mid-tier, ferocious beasts in the palace to become agitated. The atmosphere within the Beast Palace became extraordinarily lively. Meanwhile, above the mountain, the clear night sky suddenly coalesced into swirling clouds, within which a terrifying presence seemed to flicker in and out of sight. 20 minutes. Lord Shang swallowed hard. The roar of a tiger echoed as a majestic white tiger swiftly approached, settling nearby with its piercing yellow eyes fixed on Fang Xin. A colorful, unknown ferocious bird descended from the sky, circling above before alighting on a treetop. also gazing intently at Fang Xin. Shortly thereafter, a wild boar, standing as tall as a human, charged forward, its crimson eyes locked onto Fang Xin. "Good evening, everyone." Zhuge Heng greeted all present with utmost courtesy. "New student at the 9th position?" The boar growled, its voice rough, revealing one tusk half-broken while the other glimmered ominously. "Indeed, an SSS rank beast mastery talent?" The boar inquired further. The three newcomers behind it elicited a noticeable shift in Lord Shang's demeanor, as she patiently clarified, "No, it is an SS rank beast mastery talent, but an SSS rank strength talent." As half an hour elapsed, the faint purple aura surrounding Fang Xin divided into two swirling tendrils, dancing joyfully around him. Above in the sky, amidst the rolling clouds, an enormous dragon's head slowly emerged from a mist. A terrifying and overwhelming pressure swept across the surroundings. A deafening roar erupted. In an instant, all the ferocious beasts and spirit beasts within the beast palace stirred in a frenzy, awakening everyone from their slumber. The lord of the palace stared wide-eyed, as if his eyes were as large as cows' eggs. Half an hour, 31 minutes, 32 minutes, 33 minutes. At the very moment it reached 32 minutes. The lord of the palace, in an emotional frenzy, clutched his head, for he had surpassed the second strongest figure in the history of the beast palace. The expressions of others mirrored his astonishment. The cacophony within the beast palace grew increasingly chaotic, as if the very world were boiling under the terrifying roars of the beasts. All eyes were fixed in the direction of Fang Xin. 34 minutes. 35 minutes. The powerful figures of the beast palace gazed at Fang Xin, realizing he was on the verge of surpassing the founding ancestor of the beast palace. Should he indeed eclipse this revered figure, they would go to any lengths to retain this young prodigy. 37 minutes. 38 minutes. Fang Xion's complexion flushed crimson as he glanced at the back of his hand. He was acutely aware that, with the merging of this formidable aura, enduring for a little longer would pose no issue. However, his innate talent for slaughter was nearing its limit. 39 minutes. Just 1 minute remained to stand shoulder to shoulder with the founding ancestor. In a sudden burst, Fang Xian rose to his feet, forcibly halting all progress. The skies roiled with clouds. A dragon's roar echoed across the heavens. The pressure radiated in all directions. The myriad beasts of the beast palace bowed in reverence. So close, just a hair's breadth from surpassing the founding ancestor. The lord of the palace licked his lips, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. What began as a mere favor had unexpectedly stirred such a commotion, even invoking a celestial phenomenon with the beasts in homage. The onlooking deer, monkeys, white tigers, colorful birds, and wild boars displayed astonished expressions. Their emotions varied. Particularly, the wild boar, situated closest, was already contemplating seizing the opportunity. Suddenly, a sparrow flitted into view, hovering gracefully before the lord of the palace. He quickly extended his hands to support the delicate creature. "Old palace master." The sparrow gazed at Fang Xin, then tilted its head towards the white-haired, handsome figure, Zhuge Heng, who stood nearby with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. In the next moment, the sparrow's beak uttered a voice imbued with age. "Indeed, a fine seedling, young one of the Zhuge family. If you allow us to have this child, I shall bestow upon you a divine beast with a combat power of 12 tiers. What say you?" Chapter 30. New Zhuge Heng wore a smile at the corners of his mouth. A 12th tier divine beast. The old palace master is indeed generous. "So, have you agreed?" "I refuse." "Zuhan family decolin." The sparrow once again emitted a frail voice, a 13th tier. "I shall gift you a 13th tier divine beast. It's a bargain. This child, if placed in your 9th division, would not be properly taught by your beast masters. Such a promising talent would only be squandered." Zhuge Heng shook his head once more. Declining again, the wild boar beside him, its eyes a blazing crimson, exuded a chilling aura of danger and terror. "Old palace master, why waste words with him? Let us seize him directly." The massive white tiger, coiled in place, seemed to concur with the boar's sentiment, the king's emblem on its forehead radiating a terrifying murderous intent. The multicolored bird's expression was inscrutable, while the monkey and the deer with grand antlers were caught in a dilemma. Zhuge Heng gently nodded, his sunglasses sliding down slightly to reveal his eyes. Suddenly, the sky roared with thunder, as if a storm was brewing above. Zhuge Heng displayed no fear. One hand rested in his pocket while the other rose, a sphere of lightning swirling in his palm, warping the surrounding space. He grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth, and said, "Shall we test it?" The sparrow coughed lightly, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. The palace master hastily interjected, "Mr. Zhuge, didn't you mention that there is news that would excite us all to the point of sleeplessness tonight?" The old palace master, Mr. Zhuge, has stated that this news is sufficient to awaken this new recruit's talents. The sparrow tilted its head at Zhuge Heng, inquiring, "What news?" Unexpectedly, Zhuge Heng laughed. "I've changed my mind. That news not only concerns his talent awakening, but also involves finding a suitable spirit beast for him." The palace master quickly coughed as a signal. "Zhuge, you didn't mention this to me before. Earlier, your 10,000 beast palace had no intention of taking action. I must at least be compensated for the psychological distress caused to this young man, right?" The white-haired youth. "Are you here to rampage in our 10,000 beast palace?" The wild boar bellowed. Zhuge Heng remained unfazed, responding, "Your 10,000 beast palace cannot stop me. You may not be able to stop me, but we can make you pay a price. You will not take this promising talent away. He is specifically chosen for intensive training by Old Master Yi. Then, Old Master Yi shall come to your 10,000 beast palace to claim him." Zhuge Heng's words momentarily stunned the inhabitants of the palace. The sparrow and the palace master's palm diverted the topic. "What news were you referring to earlier? Let him choose a spirit beast first." After a brief silence, the sparrow waved a wing, casting a flash of light. A small mountain floated in the sky, teeming with various spirit beasts roaming within. "Choose." The sparrow addressed Fang Xin in a warm and friendly tone. Fang Xin felt a bit anxious. He had not expected these individuals would go so far as to resort to force to claim him. Once again, I couldn't resist casting a glance at Zhuge Heng. This white-haired individual is truly remarkable, boldly venturing alone into the territory of others, unperturbed in the face of so many formidable opponents. My gaze returned to the mountain suspended in the sky, where I could discern the shimmering golden characters spelling 10,000 Beasts Mountain. This is a treasure of great significance. While I am uncertain of its precise tier, it is undoubtedly superior to the previous oceanarium. Within this treasure of 10,000 Beast Mountain, there are numerous miniature spirit beasts. As my eyes scanned the surroundings, Zhuge Heng advised, "Choose the ones that resonate with you the most." Ultimately, my gaze settled upon 2 wolves, one black and one white. Upon seeing these wolves, I distinctly felt my vitality coalescing towards the hand marked with slaughter runes, suggesting a profound affinity, whether through my beast-taming aptitude or my slaughter talent. "I want them," I declared. Zhuge Heng cautioned, "They're only of the 3rd tier. You should select something better." "Did you notice the bear lying in the cave? It's a peak 4th tier. Its potential is immense, capable of reaching at least the 12th tier. If you choose it, once you attain 4th tier combat strength, you can forge a contract with it." "Ah, little white-haired one, I shall choose whichever I please, and I have already made my selection," the wild boar interjected, while the sparrow turned to me. "You have made your choice." I nodded, affirming my decision. "Excellent." The sparrow waved its wing once more, and the 2 wolves materialized before me. They stood before me, merely exchanging a glance, seemingly accepting me at once. The black wolf possessed a speed-based talent, while the white wolf was endowed with a mental prowess. I placed my hand upon the foreheads of the 2 wolves. A faint glimmer emerged from the center of their brows. I merged my essence with those glimmers, and in a brief moment, I established a connection with these wolves. Upon closing my eyes, not only could I command them, but I could also switch to their perspectives. The sparrows, white tigers, and wild boars around us were merely vessels through which their beast masters engaged in conversation with Zhuge Heng. Typically, a beast master, upon awakening their talent, can only forge contracts with spirit beasts of the 1st tier. The bond between a beast master and their spirit beast is reciprocal, as the spirit beast's strength grows. so too does that of the Beastmaster. The higher the Beastmaster's talent, the stronger the spirit beasts they can contract with. They can even seize spirit beasts from those with lesser talents. Currently, I possess third-tier combat strength, enabling me to contract with spirit beasts of the same tier without difficulty. Once everything concluded, the two wolves transformed into streaks of light, diving into my arm, leaving behind a fleeting wolf emblem. These wolves seemed to resonate with my slaughter talent. Yet, given the crowd, I planned to investigate the matter further in solitude. Zhuge Heng, witnessing my choice of the two wolves, couldn't help but click his tongue, while the wild boar chuckled softly. As the sparrow flapped its wings, the mountain of beasts vanished into thin air. A venerable voice echoed once more. The descendants of the Zhuge clan, I have granted your request. Now, it is time to discuss the information you spoke of, is it not? Zhuge Heng gestured lightly, pushing up his sunglasses to conceal his eyes, which harbored the tempest of thunder. The storm in the sky gradually receded. Do you all remember the primordial one? Upon hearing this, everyone in the Palace of Beasts paused in astonishment. Fang Xin was momentarily taken aback as well. This was something he was aware of. Was it not the very subject mentioned in the fragments of newspaper and notebook? The core secrets of the primordial one had long since vanished. What purpose did this serve? Zhuge Heng smiled and continued. The professor who developed the primordial one had 3 students. When the professor was captured, one student committed suicide by poison, another fled abroad, and the professor's most devoted disciple disappeared. The student who escaped overseas was extradited back to the country not long ago. According to her account, during the development of the primordial one serum, her teacher had nurtured a divine beast, one whose power could rival that of the ancient deities. Its codename, Qilin. Chapter 31. The meeting gift, a voice, aged and resonant, emerged from the sparrow's beak, distinctly trembling as it uttered 2 words. Qilin? The other formidable beings of the Beast Palace stirred restlessly at the mention. Continue, the sparrow urged. Zhuge Heng maintained his composure, resembling the professor's student extradited from abroad, now in the clutches of the church. The terrifying entities of the Beast Palace fell into a brief silence. If he was indeed in the church's hands, the situation would prove precarious. Unexpectedly, Zhuge Heng chuckled. However, the incompetence of those church members is astounding. Their minds are solely occupied with vying for fame and fortune, allowing remnants of the Eternal Night Army to exploit a gap. During transport, they managed to abduct that professor's student. Upon hearing this, the menacing beings of the Beast Palace emanated an aura of dread. When and where? The wild boar inquired immediately. Zhuge Heng cleared his ears. That's another piece of information. One, no. It comes at a price. We want. Zhuge Heng pointed at Fang Xin after his enrollment. The Grand Mistress dedicates a day each week to teach him. The Grand Mistress paused briefly, then, without hesitation, declared deal. Now, may I continue? Zhuge Heng resumed. For days prior, on Mount Dangyin, the leader of the Eternal Night Army, who sees that professor's student bears the surname Ko. Ko! The sparrow's voice faltered momentarily before exclaiming, It's him! Zhuge Heng snapped his fingers. I have perused the interrogation documents regarding that professor's student. The Qilin, a divine beast, was discovered by her serendipitously, yet she is certain her teacher entrusted the creature to a missing favored disciple. As for its whereabouts, I cannot say, but she was involved throughout the development of Honghuang No. 1. The power of Honghuang No. 1. I need not elaborate for you all, I presume? The assembly of formidable beings fell into a fleeting silence, each lost in their own thoughts, particularly the wild boar, whose scarlet eyes conveyed a singular intent. Seize. The white tiger and the colorful bird exchanged glances, seeking guidance from the sparrow. Zhuge Heng remained unhurried, quietly observing these entities. Fang Xin watched the powerful figures with wide eyes, feeling like a fragile novice amidst titans. Most distressing was the knowledge he held regarding their quest. He was acutely aware that all the formulas for Honghuang No. 1 resided within the diary he had previously obtained. A sense of guilt washed over him, akin to a commoner possessing a treasure that incited envy. Though mere seconds of silence passed, each moment felt interminable. The sparrow broke the quietude first. Zhuge's little one. This information is indeed commendable. Shall we depart? Wait. The sparrow interjected once more. Zhuge Heng halted, slowly turning his head. Old palace master, is there something else? With a flutter of wings, the treasured artifact of Beast Mountain materialized momentarily, revealing a great white bear before Fang Xian's eyes. Fang Xian, is it? Yes. The sparrow chuckled amiably, declaring that the explosive flame bear was a gift from me to you. Fang Xin, glancing at the bear, realized it was the very one Zhuge Heng had allowed him to choose moments ago. He turned to Zhuge Heng, inquiring whether he should accept it. Zhuge Heng smiled and said, "State your conditions." There were no particular conditions. It was merely to foster a goodwill relationship. Of course, if in the future you encounter any disciples of our beast palace in distress, lending a hand would solidify our bond. Zhuge Heng tilted his head towards Fang Xian and said, "Thank you. Thank you, esteemed palace master." The palace master, with a benevolent smile, replied, "Do visit the beast palace more often. If you have any questions regarding beast taming, feel free to seek me out anytime." "Certainly, esteemed palace master. Farewell." With a snap of his fingers, Zhuge Heng made a gesture, and in a flash, the two vanished from sight. The wild boar, watching the spot where they had just been, growled in frustration. Are we really just going to let him take such a promising specimen away? A woman's voice emerged from the seven-colored bird. If we forcibly detain him, that white-haired fellow will undoubtedly retaliate. While we could potentially inflict significant harm upon him with our combined strength, the Beast Palace would then face the wrath of both the Zhuge family and the Ninth Division. The Beast Palace cannot bear such a burden. The wild boar exhaled a cloud of mist. As for the Qilin, the sparrow's tone turned icy. Investigate the Yin Mountains for leads and find a way to retrieve that professor's student from the Eternal Night Army. The primordial no. One is of utmost importance to our Beast Palace. The scenery around them shifted, and Fang Xian found himself back in his bedroom. Zhuge Heng picked up a packet of chips from the table and took a bite. "I've submitted that centipede on your behalf. The corresponding points will be credited to you. As for the bear, I have opened a new spatial realm for it. Take this spatial orb. Once you reach the requisite level to control it, crush the orb, and the bear will appear before you." With a flick of his finger, a spatial orb materialized before Zhuge Heng, which Fang Xian took. "Will this thing bring you to me if I crush it?" Zhuge Heng chuckled. "Are you becoming addicted to freeloading off me? Fang Xin, my CP Xin. Can you not appear before me at will? If your exact location is known and you have the spatial coordinates, then yes." Fang Xian nodded, understanding now. "Are there any other queries?" "None. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Oh, by the way, the decapitation operation will last for half a month. Be sure to rest well during the day. I will call you promptly at 1 o'clock tomorrow morning." With that, Zhuge Heng vanished. Fang Xian lay on his bed, exhaling deeply. So much had transpired that evening. Outside the window, sounds occasionally filtered in, and Fang Xian noticed that the barrier which had once enveloped Lan City was now absent. It seemed the night's operation had concluded. After lying still for a moment, his thoughts drifted back to the two wolves. Previously, he had merely utilized his beast-taming abilities to control them. However, his innate talent for slaughter evidently resonated more profoundly with the two wolves. Fang Xian sat upright once more, raising his arms. A black and a white beam of light materialized from thin air. The two wolves settled before him. The black wolf possessed a speed-oriented talent, while the white wolf wielded a mental prowess. Together, they could launch a coordinated assault. Additionally, the black wolf harbored a lethal instant kill skill, capable of concentrating all its energy to unleash a devastating strike at an astonishing speed. Yet, the release of this skill required a somewhat lengthy preparation. The white wolf, endowed with mental abilities, could effectively slow down time for the enemy, thus compensating for the black wolf's extended preparation time and setting the stage for its instant kill. To preempt the sudden appearance of Zhuge Heng, the white-haired adversary, Fang Xian summoned the two wolves back, silently leaping through the window and into a nearby park. 2 miles away, channeling his slaughter talent, a series of kill runes re-emerged on the back of his hand, with 4 particularly vivid crimson symbols. The two wolves, heads bowed, appeared as loyal companions, flanking Fang Xian. It was at the moment his palm, made contact with the wolves that. Chapter 32. Inventory of spoils. The two wolves, one black and one white, trembled slightly. Almost immediately, two imperceptible rays of crimson light pierced the foreheads of the wolves. In that fleeting moment, Fang Xin could distinctly sense an ineffable resonance emanating from the two creatures. A flicker of crimson flashed in the wolves' eyes, and a symbol of slaughter momentarily appeared in their pupils. It was as if Fang Xin had bestowed upon them the innate talent for carnage. Furthermore, he could intuitively predict that after engaging in slaughter and consuming the strength of their foes, their own power would amplify. As they grew stronger, Fang Xin, who originally could enhance himself through his beast mastery talent, would now experience even greater augmentation due to the newfound killing aptitude, akin to a skill enhancement. Under the influence of this slaughter talent, the wolves' capabilities would experience a significant escalation, and their self-healing abilities would become astonishingly formidable. In essence, Fang Xin now resembled a sovereign of slaughter, granting the two wolves a simplified version of this lethal gift. It was plainly evident that the aura of the wolves had intensified considerably compared to before. Intriguingly, given their inherently savage nature, the wolves exhibited a thirst for bloodshed, concealing any indication of their slaughter talent with remarkable finesse. Their potential had also evolved. Previously capped at level 10, they had now ascended to level 12, with the prospect of further advancement in the future. Fang Xin was elated, never having anticipated such an effect from his slaughter talent. With a mission on the horizon, he could experiment with this newfound power on the battlefield. Additionally, he possessed a bear gifted by the former lord of the Beast Palace, and the thought of endowing that bear with the slaughter talent thrilled him. He needed to devise a plan to elevate his power-based talent to level 4, allowing him to contract with the bear openly. He named the black wolf Xiao Bai and the white wolf Xiao Kai. Raising his hand, he summoned the two wolves, who transformed into streaks of light and entered Fang Xin's arm, manifesting a wolf insignia that gradually faded into his skin. Upon returning to his room, he lay down, and the bank card from the 9th location flickered momentarily. The displayed number had changed, adding 400 points, bringing his total to 3,463 points. Upon reviewing the details, he discovered that the points were earned from the centipede he had submitted. If this pace continued, with only a few days left before the training camp commenced, Fang Xin could easily reach 10,000 points before the start classes. As he lay down, Fang Xin recalled something, turning over to retrieve the items he had acquired from the Beastmaster and the Witch Doctor earlier that day. Among the few treasures in the elderly man's spatial ring, one particular scale caught his eye. Upon extracting it, he found it to be a 4th-tier defensive artifact. In addition, he discovered several insect eggs, which upon inspection revealed they contained spiders. Disgusted, he hastily stowed them away in his spatial ring, intending to exchange them for points. After a thorough examination, Fang Xin discovered a pair of large red triangular undergarments. Upon retrieving them and scanning with the intelligence device, he was astonished to find that this peculiar item was a treasure capable of resisting the curses of sorcerers and the venom of insects. To activate its powers, one merely needed to wear it over their trousers and channel their vitality. Despite its odd appearance, it was indeed a 7th-tier artifact. He meticulously scanned each item, converting them into his possession. The treasures primarily consisted of this few artifacts, along with a wealth of gold, silver, and cash, totaling approximately over 10 million. The identities of these individuals were not meant to be revealed, and should their true selves come to light, their bank accounts would be frozen, rendering their deposits useless. Thus, they preferred to carry most of their wealth with them. Fang Xin then glanced at the elderly woman's spatial ring. She possessed a 6th-tier scarf that could fend off mental attacks. The scarf, a grayish-blue hue, appeared somewhat rustic when worn, yet its ability to withstand mental assaults rendered its aesthetic inconsequential. Additionally, there was a 4th-tier human skin drum capable of initiating mental attacks. Within the elderly woman's spatial ring, there was only 4 million in cash. The rest were various jars containing numerous insects and poisons. Among these items, Fang Xin also discovered a scarecrow and several needles. Upon further inspection, he realized this was a 6th-tier curse artifact. by placing personal items of the intended victim, such as hair, nails, or blood, upon the scarecrow and piercing it with a needle. The target would be cursed, experiencing pain where the needle struck, potentially leading to their demise. Even those without sorcerer's talents could wield this item, though it would deplete their vitality. After scanning all these items, Fang Xin felt quite accomplished. The night had proven fruitful, and he awaited the battlefield of the morrow. Having toiled throughout the night, he was somewhat fatigued, especially with another operation planned for later. Thus, he allowed himself to sleep until 10 o'clock. Upon awakening, he glanced at his phone and saw several messages from Chu Xinyao. Xiao Fang, I will be leaving Lan City tomorrow. Would you accompany me for the day? Where to? Fang Xin replied. To my father's place. Fang Xin chose not to inquire further. I can accompany you, but I shall refrain from any physically exhausting activities. Come over, let us sit by the city moat for a while. Then we can stroll around the school, and afterwards, accompany me to Fengming Temple. I've heard there is an old woman there who reads fortunes with remarkable accuracy. I wish to seek a blessing. After reading her messages, Fang Xin felt no inclination to dampen her spirits. Sure, you should tidy up and come directly to my house. My mother isn't home, and after I put on some makeup, we can set off. Sounds good. See you in 2 hours. Xiao Fang, I'm going to get you. After a refreshing shower, Fang Xin changed his attire. In the living room, Jiang Xiaoyu was playfully coaxing Jiang Weidong, Dad, could you please give me that spatial ring? Several of my wealthy classmates have one. If I wear one out, they will surely envy me. Don't worry. Once the allowance comes through, I'll return the money to you double, okay, Dad? Xiaoyu, this is a manifestation of your vanity. Such behavior is inappropriate. Fang Huilan spoke solemnly. Mom, what do you mean by vanity? I'm not refusing to repay you. Jiang Xiaoyu retorted persistently. Dad, can you please give this to me? Jiang Weidong replied sternly. No, this is for your brother. Oh, Dad, why are you always biased? Just because you give it to him doesn't mean he will even want it. If your brother does not want it, then it shall go to your sister. I refuse. Rest assured, Jiang Shaochai has never been one to quarrel or fight for things. She listens to you. If you say to give it to me, she won't utter a word of dissent. Why are you always like this? Upon noticing Fang Xin preparing to leave, Jiang Weidong immediately put on a smile. His demeanor shifting dramatically since Fang Xin joined the 9th Division. Ah, Xiaoxin, you're heading out? Yes, and I want to be back for lunch. I'll be eating out with my classmates. Jiang Weidong continued. Xiaoxin, I bought you a spatial ring. Although it only has a cubic meter of storage, it will certainly be quite convenient. Xiaoyu, quickly bring the ring. Jiang Xiaoyu pouted, reluctantly removing the ring. However, Fang Xin chuckled. I don't want it. With that, she exited the house. As she descended the stairs, she encountered Jiang Shaochai, who was taking out the trash. Brother, are you going out to play? Yes. After the exams concluded, students were granted their holiday, with those excelling heading to the training camp, while others remained at school for targeted training in the latter half of the semester. Fang Xin paused. Shaochai, let me give you something. She handed Jiang Shaochai a spatial ring. This is a spatial ring? Jiang Shaochai exclaimed in surprise. Yes. Where did you get it? I obtained it during a mission with that white-haired one. Jiang Shaochai gazed at the ring. If you give this to me, what will you use? I have more. Jiang Shaochai looked up. Thank you, brother. Fang Xin playfully flicked Jiang Shaochai's smooth forehead. Now hurry back. In the room, Jiang Weidong stood frozen, turning to Fang Huilan. Does this child still hold a grudge against me? With the things you've said and done, it's hard not to harbor resentment. Aunt Fang Huilan retorted indignantly. Jiang Weidong held the ring. What should we do? This ring costs quite a bit. Perhaps you should give it to Xiaoxin. He listens to you. Fang Huilan sighed. Xiaoxin is just like his parents, stubborn. If he says he doesn't want it, he truly does not. Jiang Xiaoyu took the ring, proudly putting it on. He didn't want it, so now it's mine. Just then, Jiang Shaochai entered from outside. Shaochai, did you see your brother just now? Jiang Weidong inquired eagerly. I did. How was his mood? Jiang Weidong pressed further. He seemed quite well. Jiang Weidong's heart eased somewhat. Shaochai, I have a spatial ring for you. Xiaoyu, give the ring to your sister. I refuse. It is mine as long as it is on my hand. Jiang Xiaoyu exclaimed. What is the matter with you, child? I simply won't give it to you. Jiang Xiaoqiao cast a cold glance at Jiang Xiaoyu and declared, I don't want it. Even if you want it, I won't give it to you. It belongs to me, Jiang Xiaoyu proclaimed with pride. As Jiang Xiaoqiao reached for the apple, Fang Huilong glanced at Jiang Xiaoqiao's finger. Xiaoqiao, where did you get that ring on your hand? Jiang Weidong also turned his attention her way. Oh, this appears to be a spatial ring, doesn't it? Where did it come from? My brother gave it to me just now downstairs. The couple, Jiang Weidong and Fang Huilong, were momentarily taken aback. Your brother gave it to you? What did he use? He mentioned he has more. Have you asked your brother where he acquired it? Fang Huilong inquired further. He said he obtained it during a mission with Mr. Zhuge from the 9th Division. Jiang Weidong slapped his thigh, exclaiming, being part of the 9th Division makes all the difference. How large is this ring's space? As big as a room. The triumphant smile on Jiang Xiaoyu's face gradually faded as she looked at her own spatial ring, which had a mere 1 cubic meter capacity, and she burst into tears. Fang Xin arrived at the villa district where Chu Xinyao resided. After the security guard received a call, he allowed entry. Fang Xin had visited Chu Xinyao's home before and had never met her father. However, he had encountered her mother once, a woman who always carried herself with an air of superiority, leaving Fang Xin with a rather unfavorable impression, thus making his visits infrequent. He pressed the doorbell. The window on the 2nd floor opened. Xiao Fang, come in first. Wait a moment. I will finish my makeup soon. Fang Xin stood, accustomed to such behavior. To his surprise, the one who opened the door was not the housekeeper, but a tall, remarkably muscular man clad in a suit, exuding an imposing presence. A peculiar badge adorned his collar, featuring an eye with a sun as its pupil. The man looked down at Fang Xin with disdainful golden eyes. Are you Fang Xin? If you intend to hit me, I can call Qin Ju and Hao. Chapter 33. The Old Woman, the Two Locked Eyes. The man with golden pupils sought to overwhelm Fang Xin with his imposing aura, yet to his surprise, Fang Xin remained utterly unfazed. In the past, Fang Xin might have felt a hint of intimidation, but after encountering numerous formidable figures alongside the white-haired one, such a display of power held little significance in his eyes. The man's combat prowess appeared to be akin to that of Sheng Tianqi, the leader of the 7th group, perhaps even surpassing it. This left Fang Xin increasingly perplexed about the true identity of Chu Xinyao's father. Not only was he under the protection of the 7th Division, but he was also safeguarded by this 8th-level powerhouse from an unknown organization. Upon hearing Fang Xin's words, the man with golden pupils sneered contemptuously, labeling him a despicable insect merely skilled in verbal sparring. Fang Xin's smile gradually faded, his gaze turning icy as he regarded the man. Guard, step aside. His words immediately caused veins to bulge on the man's forehead. The golden-eyed man erupted with a brilliant glow, yet he hesitated to act, instead opting to unleash his oppressive aura, futilely hoping to intimidate Fang Xin. Little did he know that Fang Xin could withstand the true dragon pressure from the 9th level of the 10,000 Beast Palace. This trivial display of dominance felt like mere drizzle in comparison. Well, sure, let my friend come up. Suddenly, Chu Xinyao's voice echoed from upstairs. Fang Xin cast a glance at the golden-eyed man, realizing his name was Huashur. Huashur fixed his gaze on Fang Xin, resting a hand on his shoulder. Despicable insect, you shall pay for your words, and remember to conduct yourself with decorum when addressing my lady. Fang Xin smiled faintly, never one to indulge such individuals. He stepped forward, deliberately colliding his shoulder with Huashur's. Despite Huashur's elevated status, his physical strength paled in comparison to Fang Xin's SSS-level prowess. The impact sent Huashur staggering. Fang Xin slightly inclined his head, remarking, even if a poodle bears the title of noble, it remains merely a dog. It is not the place of a dog to dictate decorum to others. With that, he ascended the stairs. Huashur rubbed his shoulder, moving his arms. Although he regularly trained his physique, facing someone with Fang Xin's extraordinary physical talents at such close range without utilizing his own abilities only led to his disadvantage. Huashur's golden eyes fixed on Fang Xin's retreating figure, his forehead throbbing with rage. However, considering Fang Xin was a guest of Chu Xinyao and a new student of the Ninth Division, reputed to have the protection of that extraordinary white-haired individual. He ultimately restrained his fury. "Xiao Fang, please wait a moment. I just need to fix my hair." Chu Xinyao's room was adorned in shades of pink blankets, a pink princess bed, and even the piano, bookshelf, and vanity were all pink. Her parents spent little time with her, compensating for their absence through material means. Chu Xinyao tilted her head to glance at Fang Xin. Today, she wore light makeup, her hair fashioned into a high ponytail, paired with a light blue blouse and a short skirt, complemented by knee-high white socks, radiating youthful vitality. Chu Xinyao bit her hair tie, adjusting her ponytail. After glancing at herself in the mirror, she turned to Fang Xin with a sweet smile and asked, "Xiao Fang, do I look different today?" Fang Xin replied, "Did you wash your hair?" Chu Xinyao, hands on her hips and fuming, retorted, "Xiao Fang, why are you always so infuriating?" Sitting at the table, Fang Xin perused a comic book, pondering his innate SS-level talent for annoyance. It was simply in his nature. Chu Xinyao let out a soft hum and, barefoot and clad in white thigh-high socks, hopped over to Fang Xin, her feet bouncing on the pink carpet. A delightful aroma wafted into her nose as she leaned closer, pointing at her eyes. "Look at my eyes. Can you see any changes?" Fang Xin gazed into her beautiful eyes, seeing his own reflection mirrored within, as if staring into a looking glass. He lightly adjusted his bangs, amused. "How can I be so handsome?" Chu Xinyao poked him playfully in the stomach, exclaiming, "I wanted you to look at me, not yourself." Fang Xin scrutinized her for a few seconds and concluded, "You look the same as always." With a huff, Chu Xinyao pressed, "Did you not notice my pupils are slightly golden?" "Perhaps a bit. Have you worn color contacts?" he inquired. "No, my light affinity talent has awakened." Fang Xin paused, recalling the golden-eyed lion downstairs. Is that what happens when the light affinity talent awakens? Does that mean the lion downstairs also possesses it? Chu Xinyao chuckled and teased. "Your mouth is only quiet when it's not talking. When it does, it can drive one to madness. That lion, that Huosher also has the light affinity talent. Xiao Fang, you too possess the light affinity talent. An A-level light affinity talent." She shook her head. "No. Since you haven't used the potion, you must possess S-level light affinity talent. Your talent hasn't awakened yet, has it? Here, take this. It can help you awaken your light affinity talent. The more talents you awaken, the more means of self-protection you'll have." As she spoke, Chu Xinyao handed Fang Xin a small 3-inch sculpture. It felt surprisingly heavy, and though its material was unknown, an indescribable power resonated from it. During the day or night, hold it up to the sun or moon. Let the sunlight or moonlight bathe it, and as you focus on it, you will enter a wondrous state of contemplation, allowing you to naturally awaken your light affinity talent. "You're giving this to me. What will you use?" Fang Xin asked. Chu Xinyao poked him gently on the head. "Are you foolish? I've already awakened, so I have no need for it. Oh, by the way, an ordinary light affinity talent can only awaken to either sunlight or moonlight, but since you possess S-level talent, you can awaken to both. Now, let us go and have fun. You're here to accompany me today." With that, Chu Xinyao took Fang Xin by the arm and led him downstairs. Upon seeing their close camaraderie, Huosher below couldn't help but interject a reminder. "Miss, you are of noble stature," before the words could be fully expressed. Chu Xinyao interrupted, "Huosher, I shall be leaving Lan City tomorrow. Today, my friend has taken time to accompany me. Thus it holds great significance for me. I am grateful for your protection, but I kindly ask that you refrain from excessive remarks and do not disturb us. Xiao Fang, let us depart." As she donned her shoes, Chu Xinyao tugged at Fang Xin and exited the door. Huosher's golden eyes brimmed with fury, yet he found himself powerless. He lowered his head in acquiescence, silently trailing behind them. The two walked side by side along the tranquil outskirts of Lan City. Fang Xin. Time passed, and they found themselves seated together. "Xiao Fang, we have grown up together. Yet I never anticipated that we would part ways for our futures. It feels rather unfamiliar." Fang Xin gazed into the distance, pondering the words of a book. In this world, there are no everlasting banquets, yet it also states, life is filled with encounters. Chu Xinyao rested her chin on her hands, staring into the horizon. Xiao Fang, what if I miss you? If I knock towards the direction of Lan City, will I feel your presence? Xiao Fang. Chu Xinyao clutched Fang Xian's waist, prompting him to produce a scarf and offer it to her. This is for you. Upon glancing at the scarf, Chu Xinyao immediately scrunched her face in disdain. It's hideous. I absolutely refuse. But this is a fine item with a 6-tier defense against mental attacks. I still don't want it. It's too ugly. Oh, Xiao Fang, do you possess a spatial ring? Yes. Do you want one? I can gift you one. That would be delightful. But if you give it to me, what will you use? I have two. Without further thought, Fang Xian handed a spatial ring to Chu Xinyao. Ecstatic, she beamed as she held the ring. Xiao Fang, you are quite prosperous now, possessing not one, but 2 spatial rings. Originally, there were 3. I gifted one to my sister. Chu Xinyao grasped Fang Xian's arm, her large, radiant eyes blinking. Xiao Fang, you are remarkable. Let me cling to you and ride your coattails from now on, shall I? Fang Xian playfully pushed her head away. Off you go. Chu Xinyao giggled. Come, let us visit Fengming Temple. Fengming Temple, a renowned Buddhist establishment on the outskirts of Lan City, is famed for its efficacy, drawing throngs of visitors, especially during holidays. Outside the temple lies an ancient street lined with shops selling local specialties, quaint inns, and an assortment of peculiar items. After lighting incense and paying respects at Fengming Temple, Chu Xinyao led Fang Xian to the ancient street. After meandering for a few minutes, she pointed to a small storefront. This must be the place. My sister mentioned that an old woman here has an uncanny ability to read fortunes. Entering the small shop, Chu Xinyao called out, Hello, is anyone here? After several attempts, a door creaked open, revealing a hunchbacked old woman. Little girl, seeking a fortune? Indeed. Guangming. Inside was a small room, its walls adorned with an array of curious objects. The elderly woman, her back severely hunched, sat at the opposite end of a low table and gently pushed a crystal ball towards her. Place your hands upon it and concentrate on the matter you wish to inquire about, she instructed. Chu Xinyao complied. The crystal ball emitted a soft glow, which gradually intensified, only to suddenly dim before illuminating once more. It was at this moment that Fang Xian realized the old woman was a master of perception. With one hand resting on Chu Xinyao's palm, the old woman closed her eyes. After a few minutes, both opened their eyes in unison. The old woman smiled and said, Child, your future is radiant. Even if darkness should arise, it shall be but fleeting. Thank you, grandmother. How much do I owe you? Whatever you deem fit. Whether it be a coin or 1,000, it matters not, even if you choose to offer nothing at all. Chu Xinyao promptly transferred 6,666. The old woman then turned her gaze towards Fang Xian. Her eyes were devoid of white and pupil, appearing entirely like pools of water, yet they seemed to pierce through to his very soul. Young man, let me read your fate as well. I have little to inquire, Fang Xian shrugged. Upon saying this, he intended to leave with Chu Xinyao. However, the old woman's voice, weathered and profound, called out to him from behind. The distant bells toll. The clarion of war resounds. The eagle surveys the earth from above. The vulture feasts upon the living. The ancient kings descend. Slaughter. The prologue to a surreal apocalypse. Slaughter. The final chapter of a fabricated era. Chapter 34. The grandfather's new message. Fang Xian paused slightly, turning his head slowly to look at the old woman seated behind the low table. Her aquamarine eyes remained calm, fixed intently on his direction. To an outsider, her words might have seemed like mere idle chatter, lacking substance. Yet, these utterances compelled Fang Xian to halt in his tracks. The nature of his murderous talent was a secret known only to himself and his grandfather. All others privy to this truth had met their demise at his hands. The reflection of Fang Xian in the mirror had previously proclaimed himself the king of slaughter. The old woman's words seemed to encapsulate both his identity and his concealed secrets. Chu Xinyao was perplexed by Fang Xian's decision to resume his seat, but she obediently sat aside. Child, do you wish to inquire about something? The old woman's aquamarine gaze bore into Fang Xian. Their eyes locked in a silent exchange. May I ask what you meant by your earlier words? The old woman chuckled softly. It holds no significance. I am but a blind woman, prone to uttering nonsensical remarks. After a brief pause, she continued, Child, give me your hand. After a moment as contemplation, Fang Xin extended his hand. The old woman grasped it, her vacant eyes staring into the void. Seconds later, her body trembled violently, her hollow gaze fixated on Fang Xin. What's wrong? Chu Xinyao inquired, noticing the change. The old woman turned to face her directly. My dear, please step outside. I have matters to discuss with him. Confused, Chu Xinyao complied and walked toward the door. Once she was certain the girl had distanced herself, the old woman turned back to Fang Xin, her aquamarine eyes locking onto him. Child, close your eyes. Fang Xin obeyed. As soon as he did, he found himself amidst a battlefield, strewn with corpses and drenched in blood. Countless bodies formed a mountain of the dead, atop which sat a throne. This throne was familiar to Fang Xin, the very one he had seen in the mirror. Driven by an instinctive urge, he approached the throne atop the mound of corpses. Yet, in the next instant, a beam of golden light pierced through his heart. Fang Xin attempted to turn, but could not discern the identity of the assailant concealed behind a mask. Desperate to unveil the masked figure, his vision blurred, and he opened his eyes to find himself back in the room, his heart racing. He clutched his chest, gasping for breath as the old woman's soft murmurs reached his ears. The circle of slaughter pierces the mortal realm. The sword of hypocrisy demands the heart. Eternal night descends. You shall ultimately ascend to the throne. Fang Xin leaned against the table, one hand pressed to his heart, which throbbed violently, as if on the verge of bursting. The old woman's hand rested gently on his shoulder, a warm current flowing into him. Only then did he begin to regain his composure. Grandmother, what was that just now? He asked, lifting his gaze to meet hers. The elderly woman chuckled softly. If one can glimpse the future, then one indeed sees the future. The young man, feeling somewhat dull-witted, implored her for clarity. The old woman, with a warm smile directed at Fang Xin, replied, Child, I am a person cursed, and there are certain truths I cannot utter. However, I can offer you a warning. You must be wary of someone. Fang Xin abruptly lifted his head to gaze intently at the old woman. The words echoed eerily. He remembered that the reflection in the mirror had spoken the same. Who? The old woman produced a pristine handkerchief to gently wipe the sweat from Fang Xin's brow. Her gaze tender, akin to a kind elder watching over her descendant. She had just mentioned that she was cursed and could not speak freely, yet she could provide a hint. That person stands in the light. Fang Xin was taken aback, slowly turning his head towards the doorway. Grandmother, is it her? Is she the one you see? He recalled the figure who had stabbed him moments ago, but the face was unclear. Then I do not know. The old woman withdrew her hand, her watery eyes fixed on Fang Xin, her smile gentle. You must return now. That lovely young lady was supposed to leave Lan City today, but has delayed her departure for you. Fang Xin rose, retrieving his phone to transfer 6,666 to the old woman. Grandmother, about today. The old woman laughed. I am but a blind woman, speaking nonsensical words that no one listens to or believes. Grandmother, do those gifted in perception possess the ability to see what I have seen? In the entire Dragon Kingdom, there are only 3 who can, myself, a certain fate master of the Dragon Kingdom, and another whom you will encounter. Fang Xin stared at the old woman, astonished that such a presence could be hidden in the small confines of Lan City. Grandmother, you. The old woman raised her hand, interrupting his inquiry. All that has passed is merely a prologue. What lies before your eyes is the future. Child, may our paths cross again by fate. Farewell, grandmother. She nodded slightly. As Fang Xin exited the little shop, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. He turned back to glance at the old woman's shop, having sensed no hint of threat from her, which had allowed him to sit comfortably. Yet, the visions he had witnessed lingered in his mind. He sensed her as a formidable being of perception, yet she exuded an aura of fragility. Coupled with what she had mentioned about her curse, everything began to make sense. Chu Xinyao poked Fang Xin. Little Fang, what did the old woman say to you? Fang Xin, with a straight face, replied. She asked whether sweet or savory tofu pudding is more delicious. Chu Xinyao poked him again. Still hiding things from me. The old woman also mentioned that you were supposed to leave today. Chu Xinyao paused. Wow, she knows all this? Fang Xin, intrigued, mused. That old woman is quite perceptive. Why are there so few visitors here? Chu Xinyao walked beside Fang Xin with her hands clasped behind her back. This fortune teller, known for relying on fate, would only make an appearance when in good spirits. If someone sought her out, she would offer her services. Otherwise, she would depart shortly after arriving. Consequently, visitors were scarce, especially considering that the nearby Fengming Temple was renowned for its accuracy, drawing many people there. Huasher trailed behind the two. Miss, if you wish to consult a fortune teller, the most powerful diviner in Longhua is a friend of Mr. Chu. You could easily seek him out. Chu Xinyao halted abruptly and turned to Huasher, saying, Please refrain from interrupting our conversation. Maintain a respectful distance. Miss Chu, I am here to ensure your safety. Huasher replied with utmost respect. Isn't Lan City safe at the moment? Chu Xinyao retorted, visibly irritated. Huasher continued, Miss Chu, after your last encounter with danger, Mr. Chu was furious and proposed a decisive action. Although Lan City has undergone a thorough cleansing, it is better to be cautious. Stop talking. Chu Xinyao interrupted him sharply. Fang Xin's eyes widened in disbelief. What the heck? So the decisive action was initiated by Chu Xinyao's father? Chu Xinyao tugged at Fang Xin's arm, urging Xiao Fang. Let us move quickly and ignore him. Noticing Fang Xin's expression, she asked, Why are you looking at me like that? Chu Jia, I no longer wish to strive. I seek sponsorship. Fang Xin et Gulim. Chu Xinya's my sweetly, Anzai. From now on, you shall stand behind me. I will be your support, your most steadfast ally. They spent the entire day together. After dinner, they attended a late-night movie. Before getting into the car, Chu Xinyao waved energetically at Fang Xin, who reciprocated the gesture. Upon returning home, it was already past 10 o'clock. Fang Xin hurriedly washed up, retreated to his room, and retrieved the phone sent by his grandfather from a drawer. He planned to watch something later before heading to the bathroom to check his reflection. However, upon unlocking the phone, he was astonished to find a new message had appeared. Eagerly, he opened the unexpected notification. Chapter 35, Visualization. Xiao Xin, during the midterm assessment of the training camp, received a message. Be sure to go to the No. 9 Demon Ruins. Remember. After reading, delete this message and do not contact Grandpa proactively. Wait for his news. Fang Xin pondered over this message. Why did his grandfather insist he visit the number 9 Demon Ruins? The mention of the Demon Ruins instantly conjured thoughts of that Qilin. While reviewing his diary from the notebook, he recalled that a student of the professor had explicitly noted how Fang Xin's grandfather had assisted them. Fang Xin mulled over this repeatedly. He checked the phone number from which the message originated and discovered it was from an unknown area. Lying in bed, his mind was awash with questions. He exhaled deeply, deciding to set aside these inquiries for now. He would uncover the specifics when the time came. For now, he turned his attention to the King of Slaughter reflected in the mirror. Previously, the King of Slaughter had spoken only half a sentence, and today, that old lady reiterated the same warning, urging Fang Xin to be wary of someone. Recalling the figure who had stabbed him, he realized he needed to identify that person ahead of time. He replayed the video once more, standing before the mirror in the bathroom. Half an hour passed without any sign of change. Fang Xin lay back down, reflecting on the triggering conditions of that day. However, after much contemplation, he could not pinpoint what had been amiss. Glancing at the time, he noticed it was already past 12:40 a.m. Zhuge Heng had mentioned that they would commence their actions at 1 a.m. Fang Xin dressed, donned a mask, and sat quietly on his bed, awaiting Zhuge Heng's summons. Footsteps echoed outside. He sensed it was his aunt heading to the restroom. His perceptive talent could sometimes be overly sensitive, having witnessed more than once the intimate encounters of couples in this building. Thus, upon returning home, he focused solely on sensing his own room. A gentle knock sounded at the door. Xiao Xin, aren't you asleep yet? Not yet, Aunt. May I come in? She inquired again. His aunt had always been kind and respectful of their privacy. Sure, Aunt. Fang Huilan pushed the door open and was taken aback to find Fang Xin fully dressed and seated on his bed. Why are you dressed? Are you going out? There's a task coming up. Fang Huilan looked bewildered. A task? What task? Just as she spoke, a hand materialized from the void, haphazardly swiping before seizing Fang Xin's face. Fang Xin swatted away the errant hand and then grasped the white-haired figure's hand, signaling that all was well. The white-haired individual pulled, and Fang Xin vanished from sight. Fang Huilan stood frozen, utterly stupefied. After what felt like an eternity, she exclaimed, "My goodness, these awakened beings are simply astonishing." In the air, 500 meters above ground, the white-haired figure had inadvertently smeared Fang Xin's clothing with saliva while grasping his face, and now, unexpectedly held a crystal ball in hand. Zhuge Heng tossed it into the sky. The crystal orb spun gracefully in midair, emitting a chilling luminescence that cascaded down upon the city below. In a mere breath, the entire metropolis was enveloped in a protective dome, followed swiftly by radiant membranes that encased numerous residential buildings. Zhuge Heng, with his hands casually tucked in his pockets, stifled a yawn and lightly tapped the frame of his sunglasses, commanding, "Commence action." It was then that Fang Xin noticed the white-haired man's sunglasses were indeed a precious artifact. Shortly thereafter, teams began to emerge from the city, initiating a purge of the remnants of the Eternal Night Army throughout the streets and alleys. Isn't this Lan City? Zhuge Heng pondered, clearing his ears. Indeed, in such a small place as Lan City, the remnants of the Eternal Night Army would hardly focus their efforts here. Thus, the eradication should be rather effortless. Are there any further concerns? At this moment, Fang Xin was growing increasingly impatient to test the attack power of the two wolves. "May I act independently?" he inquired. "No problem." As soon as the words left Zhuge Heng's lips, Fang Xin found himself on the ground. Upon landing, he promptly donned a headscarf to guard against mental attacks, followed by slipping on a pair of crimson shorts over his trousers for curse protection. With deft movements, he adorned himself in stealth attire, secured a revolver at his waist, and grasped the scales of a defensive artifact in his hand. With all preparations in place, he melded into the shadows of the night. From the sky, Zhuge Heng rolled his eyes dramatically. Fang Xin, equipped with a connectivity device that displayed the locations of the remnants, chose to remain inconspicuous for his first strike. He targeted a squad with merely third-level combat prowess. Upon approaching, he unleashed two wolves, one black and one white, who swiftly vanished into the night. The white wolf launched a mental assault first, while the black wolf gathered energy before transforming into a streak of dark light that pierced the enemy's chest. The execution was instantaneous, a testament to the speed of the encounter. Both wolves consumed the enemy's life force, enhancing their own strength, which in turn elevated Fang Xin's prowess. He seized usable artifacts from the fallen foes, retrieving the two wolves as he traversed the urban darkness. Employing this method, Fang Xin amassed an astounding total of 4,620 points in a single night, bringing his tally to 8,083 points. He became a one-man squad, resulting in a proportional increase in his shared points. Upon being returned home that evening, Fang Xin meticulously counted his assorted spoils of war. He selected a few useful items while exchanging the rest for points, which swiftly escalated to 9,228. Containing his excitement, he gazed out at the moonlight streaming through the window, retrieving the small sculpture gifted to him by Chu Xinyao. The sculpture depicted a winged figure, reminiscent of a female angel. Fang Xin raised the small artifact to face the moonlight, fixated on it as a gentle, cool radiance began to emanate from the sculpture, enveloping him and intertwining with his breath as it filled his nostrils. In Fang Xin's mind, a colossal figure gradually emerged, clad in silver armor and wielding a cross-shaped sword, with magnificent white wings unfurling beneath a pristine round moon. The moonlight enveloped this figure in a sacred radiance, and as the wings fluttered, countless luminous particles fell to the earth like starlight, resembling a deity safeguarding the night, or perhaps a sovereign governing its depths. Yet as he gazed, the once immaculate moon in the sky began to transform, slowly shifting to a deep crimson hue. Within this sanguine moon, a throne appeared, and upon it sat a shadowy figure, exalted above the heavens, exuding an overwhelming presence that seemed to dominate the world. The 12-winged deity, suspended in the night sky, gradually turned to face the blood moon and bowed in reverence. Fang Xin slowly awakened, reflecting on the figure he had just seen. The silhouette within the blood moon struck a familiar chord within him. He could almost sense it was the manifestation of his killing prowess. He lifted his gaze to the night sky, where the cool lunar glow gradually permeated his senses, soothing his spirit and lungs. It was quite comforting. The light-based talents were divided into sunlight and moonlight. He resolved to explore the effects of sunlight the following day. The next day, as the sun hung high in the sky, Fang Xin retrieved the small sculpture once more, positioning it to face the sun as he began his visualization. Gradually, a radiant sun materialized in his mind. Beneath its brilliance, a gigantic figure floated between heaven and earth, adorned in golden armor, its enormous wings unfurling. Even from a considerable distance, one could feel the searing waves of energy emanating from this being, as though it could scorch the vast earth in an instant, embodying the very source of light in the world. Yet, as Fang Xin continued his visualization, the radiant sun began to undergo a transformation of its own. Chapter 36. The ancient prophecy, the radiant sun, suspended in the sky, gradually transformed into an inky blackness over time, as if it had succumbed to a solar eclipse. Beneath this once brilliant orb stood the Golden Warrior, an ancient deity embodying daylight and illumination. His resplendent golden armor began to dim, exuding tendrils of darkness. Subsequently, he slowly turned, facing the direction of the dark sun, lowering his proud head as if choosing to submit. Gazing in the direction of his reverence, one could discern a throne once again suspended amidst the dark sun. Upon this throne sat a figure, reclining sideways, one elbow resting on the armrest, chin cradled in one hand, coldly surveying the expanse of the mortal realm. With a start, Fang Xin opened his eyes, reflecting upon the vision that had just unfolded in his mind. The figure upon the throne was all too familiar. Was it not himself? He raised his hand, and upon the back, the runes of slaughter emerged. To his astonishment, this talent for carnage was extraordinarily formidable. The reflection in the mirror had proclaimed him the foremost among the 7 kings, implying the existence of other sovereigns of unique talents aside from the king of slaughter. As his thoughts returned, Fang Xin felt particles of light gradually converging into his being. It appeared that he too had awakened a talent of the light attribute. He retrieved his mobile device and activated the front-facing camera, yet found no alteration in the appearance of his eyes. Contemplating further, he surmised that his awakening might differ from that of others. After a moment's reflection, he took out his smart device, searching for information on awakening the light attribute talent and its visualizations. Upon conducting the search, he was taken aback once again. The light attribute was divided into solar and lunar categories. Those with ordinary talents could awaken only one, while those with S-rank talent or above could awaken both. The visualization process required one to hold a statue of the goddess of light, facing either the sun or the moon, to behold either the sun god or moon goddess. However, the deity scene varied with talent level, discernible by the number of wings. Individuals with B rank or lower talent could only see 2-winged deities, while those with B rank or higher could perceive 4, 6, 8, 10, and at the zenith 12 wings. Fang Xin was perplexed, having tested with a potion that indicated an A-rank talent, yet his actual prowess was S-rank. Why then could he perceive a 12-winged deity? Could it be attributed to his slaughter talent? He delved into further inquiries regarding the light attribute talent, but curiously, he found scant information available. Many talents boasted corresponding skills and techniques, yet the light attribute lacked any guidance on skill utilization. Lastly, he sought to understand why the information on the light attribute was so scarce. The results revealed several explanations. All resources and techniques pertaining to the light attribute had been monopolized by the church. As Fang Xin scrolled through, his gaze fixated on an image, a totem, to be precise, the totem of the church. One eye, with its pupil resembling a radiant sun. This emblem is indeed reminiscent of the badge worn by the lion dog encountered at Chu Xingyao's home. Thus, it appears that Chu Xinyao's father is affiliated with the church. Fang Xin couldn't help but recall a prior conversation between Zhuge Hang and the palace master at the Beast Palace, where the church sought to appoint the striking white-haired Zhuge Hang as the governor of the Honglian district, only to be met with refusal. Moreover, the professor who developed the Hong Huang No. 1, along with his surviving students, had also been extradited back from abroad by the church, suggesting its considerable influence. From Zhuge Hang's cryptic remarks, one could discern the intense power struggles within the church, leading to the conclusion that the white-haired individual held a deep disdain for its actions. Fang Xin searched for more information on the church. Apart from what had just been discovered, no other news surfaced, rendering it quite enigmatic. Upon reflection, it became apparent why Chu Xinyao remained tight-lipped about her father. The roots of this silence lay here. However, there was one more revelation from the earlier findings. Anyone exhibiting a talent for the light element would be forcibly taken by the church, regardless of their level. Fang Xin pondered this while caressing the intelligence device, realizing that her own aptitude for the light element was commendable. And the only reason she hadn't been taken by the church was her affiliation with the 9th Division. Meanwhile, in the capital, within the ancient and magnificent Temple of the Light, a middle-aged man adorned with a crown and draped in a golden-white embroidered cloak gazed upward at the colossal statue of the goddess of light standing in the temple. His cloak, intricately woven with celestial motifs, moved as he shifted, creating an illusion of the sun, moon, and stars slowly revolving. Behind the statue, a massive orb floated in mid-air, reminiscent of the sun. Yet at this moment, it appeared as if it were undergoing an eclipse, gradually consumed by darkness. The middle-aged man's eyes shone with a brilliant golden light. The temple trembled as a figure rushed in, their crimson cloak trailing behind, swaying with each hurried step. Upon witnessing the scene, their pupils dilated in shock. "Your Holiness, what is this?" The middle-aged man, fixated on the sun, being devoured by darkness, murmuring, "The great eclipse. A reversal of light and dark. The 7 kings reunite. Judgment descends." The figure behind him trembled violently, their voice quaking this. "The turmoil of the gods has scarcely ceased for a century. Is there any way to thwart the arrival of the 7 kings?" The middle-aged man slowly turned, his golden eyes radiating a terrifying brilliance. "Yes. Either we enslave them to serve us, or we must devise every means to eradicate them in their infancy." Once more, the figure shuddered violently. An uncharacteristic chill swept through the once warm temple. "We must keep a constant watch on the remnants of the eternal night, sending agents to infiltrate their ranks. If the 7 kings emerge, they will undoubtedly sense our presence before we can act. We must seize them before they can make contact. Those who align with us shall prosper. Those who oppose us shall perish." Understood. Fang Xin, in pursuit of rejuvenation, diligently accumulated points during the night and indulged in a little extra slumber. As night fell, he persevered before the mirror. Yet, as per usual, no results were yielded. Returning to his bed, he awaited quietly. Suddenly, a hand materialized out of thin air. Fang Xin reached out and grasped it. With a firm tug, he vanished without a trace. Gazing down upon the city beneath him, he realized he had been transported to yet another locale. Zhuge Hang tossed a spherical artifact into the sky, and the protective shield descended once more. "Do you have any inquiries?" Zhuge Hang asked. "Could you procure for me some skills or techniques pertaining to the light affinity?" Zhuge Hang paused in his ear-cleaning gesture. "Have you awakened the light affinity?" "Indeed. The techniques and skills of the light affinity are quite distinct, unlike other affinities, which can be found online or through the intelligence devices. The light affinity has been monopolized by those self-righteous church elders who consider themselves superior. Obtaining this is undoubtedly challenging. After all, the nephew of the church as prominent figure recently had me break my leg. However, since you've requested it, I shall devise a means for you. I'll have it ready by the start of term." Fang Xin was taken aback. This individual was indeed remarkable. "Thank you. A trivial matter. Any other questions?" "For now, none." With a snap of his fingers, Fang Xin found himself on the battlefield. This night did not yield the bountiful rewards of previous days, for the decapitation operation had entered its 3rd day. The remnants of eternal night and the aberrants had mostly fled, resulting in a significant decrease in numbers. Fang Xin managed to gather merely 2,832 points that night, bringing his total to 12,060. At the very moment his points reached 10,000, his card suddenly flickered, revealing 2 stars. Mr. Fang Xin, Viting. Congratulations on your promotion to a 2-star user. In the following days, Fang Xin continued his relentless pursuit of slaughter under the cover of night. The members of the Shield Bureau, tasked with eradicating the aberrants, became aware of a new recruit from the 9th Division, clad in invisibility attire, whose strikes were ruthless and decisive, boasting a combat level of 3 even before enrollment. Few knew his visage. Beneath the shroud of night, only legends of him circulated. Just when it seemed all would pass peacefully on the final day, he encountered a wind-affiliated aberrant. A gust swept through, dislodging Fang Xin's invisibility cloak and revealing him clad in red undergarments. This moment was fortuitously captured by a member of the Shield Bureau. Although his face was not fully visible, it became common knowledge that the 9th Division had a flamboyant new recruit, a level 3 combatant, donned in red undergarments. Upon returning home and lying down, Fang Xin received a message in the small group chat of the 9th Division's training camp. Did you all know? Our current cohort in the 9th Division has a big shot, level 3 combat power, even before enrollment. Zhang Yaozu was the first to respond. Who is it? So formidable? I do not know. The information has been concealed. Those on missions are not allowed to disclose anything, but a photograph has circulated. As Tai'e spoke, he shared a photograph. In the image, a figure leaps high, adorned with an elderly lady's headscarf, an unusual mask on their face, a revolver in one hand, and a laser sword in the other. They sport a striking pair of bright red shorts, embellished with a pair of mandarin ducks. Behold, everyone now refers to him as the Red Shorts War God. What a flamboyant ensemble. Who could this be? Could it possibly be someone from our group? Tai'e continued, noting that 2 members in the chat had remained silent. Could one of them be the culprit? Bai Yulin chimed in, stating that the photograph clearly depicted a male. And among the 2 silent members, one is Fang Xin and the other is devour, the latter being a girl. Si Tailang Teket Fang Xin, Aking, Bodo Xin. Is this Red Shorts War God you? Fang Xin glanced at the group messages, then at the photograph. With trembling hands, he slowly typed a response. How could it possibly be me? There is no one in our Lan city, nor in the entirety of the Honglian district, who could be so flamboyant. Chapter 37. The 9th Division is over there. Fang Xin felt an overwhelming urge to find a crevice to hide in. The embarrassment was unbearable. Tai'e also chimed in. Wow, it's quite a rarity for Xin Gu to send a message. Currently, only devour in our group remains silent. He continued, by the way, did you all participate in this assassination operation in the Honglian district? Zhang Yaozu inquired. Xinyu took the opportunity to respond. This current intake of the 9th Division has only admitted 36 new recruits. It seems that for this assassination mission, only one individual with the best overall performance from each group was selected for an early trial. I've merely heard this, so I cannot guarantee the accuracy of the information. Zhang Yaozu asked, who from our group went? Is it Xin Gu or Bauer? Bai Yulin interjected. Bauer sent me a message the other day, stating that she was dispatched to the battlefield by instructor Zhuge. It appears that our group as top performer is indeed Bauer. Zhang Yaozu exclaimed, wow, we have someone as remarkable as Xin Gu in our group. Bauer must be extraordinary. Bai Yulin continued, Bauer possesses a rare blade god talent. An SSS-level blade god talent. Truly formidable. We attend the same school, and her performance is the best in the entire Taiyang district. Zhang Yaozu was astonished. Is that so? We have 2 SSS-level elites in our small group. The 9th Division S monster realm is indeed terrifying. Tai'e remarked, if that's the case, if the war god in red shorts isn't Bauer, then it must be one of the other 5 individuals with the best overall performance. Once we arrive at the training camp, we will find out. All new recruits of the Heavenly Shield Bureau train in one academy. Tai'e shifted the topic. I have a little insider information that my grandfather told me. He mentioned that the master of the Beastmaster Palace will personally come to teach in our 9th Division. The master of the Beastmaster Palace? Someone of such status is coming to teach? Are you joking? Is this information reliable? Pretty much, sure, Tai'e replied. According to my grandfather, a few nights ago, a new student with Beastmaster talent from our 9th Division was taken to the Beastmaster Palace to awaken their talent. The result was a celestial phenomenon, and their talent was second only to the founder of the Beastmaster Palace. The old master of the Beastmaster Palace was quite shaken by this. I heard that they even attempted to claim the student for themselves, but ultimately retreated in fear of the 9th Division's might. However, the Beastmaster Palace is very fond of our new recruit and specifically sent the palace master to give lessons. Wow, which esteemed individual possesses such influence? For the palace master of the Beastmaster Palace to personally come and teach? Sure, Tai'e continued. I have no idea. It seems that no one in our group has Beastmaster talent, so it must belong to another squad. We'll find out tomorrow when we report to the training camp. Come asleep, everyone. We must report by noon tomorrow, and the baseline assessment starts at 3 in the afternoon. Fang Xin put down his communication device. Although the training camp is located in Yunqing of the Honglian district, it is not in the same province as Fang Xin, so it will take over an hour to fly there tomorrow. He took out his card and swiped it on the device. Beep. The display showed his points. 18. 328 points. This is the result of Fang Xin's relentless efforts over the past few days, amounting to a staggering 8 billion in cash. Among the numerous treasures scavenged during this time, only 2 captivated Fang Xin's interest. One was a 5th-tier orb known as the Earth Spirit Pearl, which enabled descent to depths of 10 meters beneath the surface and allowed passage through walls. The other was a 6th-tier mask, which, when worn, could briefly blind an enemy for 3 seconds upon being spotted. In the ever-changing chaos of the battlefield, 3 seconds could indeed turn the tide of battle. These 2 items were acquired from a 4th-tier extraordinary being through a stealthy ambush. All other treasures that could be exchanged for points had already been utilized. In terms of cash, Fang Xin had amassed over 230 million from various extraordinary beings over the past few days. Although some of these beings lacked valuable treasures, they had accumulated considerable cash through their nefarious deeds of burning, killing, and pillaging. However, Fang Xin's greatest discomfort lay in the fact that he had run out of bullets for his revolver. Within the smart device, there was a marketplace for trading treasures, and Fang Xin successfully found bullets compatible with his revolver, each priced at 400 points. When he inquired with the seller about receiving a few bullets for free as a student, the seller curtly advised him to leave. Reluctantly, Fang Xin spent 2,000 points to purchase 5 bullets, knowing that a single bullet could eliminate a 4th-tier extraordinary being, yielding rewards far exceeding the cost. The following morning, Fang Xin awoke to the sounds of his aunt tidying up. After a glance at the time, he quickly gathered his belongings and took a shower. His aunt Fang Huilan was busy packing for her daughter, Jiang Xiaocha, while offering her a stream of advice and reminders. Upon seeing Fang Xin, she said, Xin, after you and your sister arrive there, keep in touch and look out for each other. Got it, aunt. Fang Huilan continued to pack numerous items, including various clothes, and even prepared some of Fang Xin and Jiang Xiaocha's favorite foods, which she had made since early morning. Jiang Weidong reassured her, Why are you so upset? I heard there's a break after the midterms, and they'll be back then. Fang Huilan affectionately patted Fang Xin's head, and then Jiang Xiaocha's, her eyes brimming with reluctance. The youngest daughter, Jiang Xiaoyu, would not be reporting in. Although this year marked a system reform, she would still need to remain at school for a semester to study theoretical knowledge. Nevertheless, Jiang Xiaoyu had already signed a contract with an organization, providing her with a decent stipend during her studies. Fang Xin and Jiang Xiaocha were on the same flight to Yunqing. When the plane arrived, it was already 10:30. There was a direct shuttle to the Sky Shield Academy, and Fang Xin took Jiang Xiaocha onto the bus. The vehicle was filled with unfamiliar faces, all chattering excitedly. These were new recruits from various regions heading to the Sky Shield Bureau. After boarding, Fang Xin casually retrieved a travel guide from the pocket of the seat in front of him and covered his face with it. But the noise from the new recruits was incessant. Jiang Xiaocha handed him her headphones and flashed him a sweet smile. Fang Xin leaned against the window, while his sister seemed to understand his thoughts. In the front row sat a girl, her voice sharp and incessant, chattering away since the moment we boarded the vehicle. To be frank, I was not in good spirits that day, which is why I barely managed to attain an A grade. Otherwise, I could have joined the 9th Division. It was just a hair's breadth away. However, not a single person from our school was selected by the 9th Division. The best among us is me, and I ended up in the 6th Division. I am Huang Hui. Which division are you all from? What are your names? We shall all be classmates henceforth. So let us get acquainted in advance. She inquired of the few individuals seated nearby. None of us are from the 9th Division. Huang Hui exclaimed, indeed, the 9th Division. That peculiar place is not one that just anyone can enter. This year, the Tian Bureau recruited over 1,800 individuals across 12 districts nationwide. Yet the 9th Division took in only 36. As she spoke, Huang Hui turned her gaze towards Fang Xin and Jiang Xiaocha seated in the back row. Classmate, what is your name and which division do you belong to? Jiang Xiaocha responded, I am from the 1st Division. The 1st Division, how splendid. Huang Hui then looked at Fang Xin, whose face was obscured by a travel guide, and reached out to lift it away. Hey, classmate, what is your name and which division are you from? Jiang Xiaocha furrowed her brow slightly. Fang Xin, not in the best of moods, opened his eyes and replied, Qin Juanhao, from the 7th Division. Huang Hui responded with an O. The 7th Division, while not as prestigious as our 6th Division, is still respectable. Fang Xin forced a smile and resumed his nap, covering his face with the travel guide once more. Observing this, Huang Hui scoffed, maintaining an air of aloofness. Who knows? I might still be your superior after graduation, Qin Juanhao. The vehicle jostled along the route, with Huang Hui chattering throughout the journey. Upon disembarking, a multitude of vehicles lined the entrance of the school. A host of new faces, filled with curiosity and eagerness, made their way towards the Tian Academy. At the entrance, signs marked the 9 special action divisions, each registration area attended by members of their respective divisions. Huang Hui, upon stepping out, exclaimed, wow, the seniors are all so handsome. So cool. Fang Xin turned his gaze towards the 9th Division, where he spotted the doe he had encountered earlier, handling the registration. Jiang Xiaocha waved at Fang Xin. Brother, I'm going to register now. Fang Xin acknowledged her with a nod. Should you need anything, seek me out. Huang Hui glanced at Fang Xin. Your cousin from the 1st Division is certainly more accomplished than your 7th Division. Qin Juanhao. Fang Xin returned her smile, and Huang Hui pointed out a direction. Your 7th Division is over there, right next to ours in the 6th Division. We shall travel the same path. Tian Junhui approached from this direction. Huang Hui immediately became animated, raising her voice, hello, senior. I am Huang Hui, a new recruit from the 6th Division. Tian Junhui nodded and gestured towards the 6th Division S registration area. Head over there to register. All right, senior. Just as Huang Hui was about to leave, she noticed Tian Junhui suddenly standing at attention, saluting Fang Xin with a sharp clap. Fang Xin returned the salute. Tian Junhui smiled. Your 9th Division is over there. Chapter 38. Balanced Fang Xin nodded slightly and gently patted Tian Junhui, saying, I shall take my leave now. All right. Huang Hui stood frozen in place, watching Fang Xin's retreating figure, then glanced at Tian Junhui. Senior, is he from the 9th Division? Tian Junhui resumed his cold demeanor, responding with a simple Huang Hui was left utterly stunned, feeling as though she had been played for a fool, yet remained powerless to change the situation. Fang Xin weaved through the crowd and arrived at the registration area for the 9th Division. Xiao Lu rested her chin on the table, dozing off. Xiao Lu. Fang Xin waved his hand. Xiao Lu lifted her head, beaming a sweet smile. Fang Xin, you're here. Smile for the camera. Let's get you registered. Fang Xin faced a nearby camera. With a beep, Xiao Lu extended her hand, exclaiming, welcome aboard. Fang Xin? A voice called out. Fang Xin turned and saw a chubby, fair-skinned boy standing behind him. The boy leaned closer, extending his hand with a grin. I'm sure Tailang. Fang Xin shook his hand, replying, hello, hello. Behind Sure Tailang stood a girl with slightly darker skin, clad in sports attire, emblazoned with the word strive on her chest and youth on her back. Brother Xin, can you guess who this is? Sure Tailang asked, playfully wrapping an arm around the girl. After a moment's thought, Fang Xin replied, devour, right? The girl's dark face blushed slightly as she playfully punched Tai'e in the stomach, then turned to Fang Xin with an embarrassed smile. Brother Xin. I'm Zhang Yaozu. You're Zhang. Huh? You're a girl? Fang Xin stood in surprise, exclaiming, What a name you have, quite illustrious. Zhang Yaozu scratched her head and chuckled. My brother is named Zhang Guangzong. Fang Xin fell silent for a moment, recalling that this individual often traded barbs with Tai'e in their group chat, sporting an avatar of a little yellow chick with a middle part, leading him to mistakenly believe she was a boy. What about the others? They went to their respective dorms to tidy up their beds. We're here waiting for you while keeping watch. Tai'e said with a somewhat lewd grin. Keeping watch for what? Tai'e leaned closer. Aren't you curious about who the Red Shorts War God is? Many people are eager to find out. Fang Xin instinctively cleared his throat. I'm not that gossipy. Even if he were to show up, he wouldn't wear his shorts on the outside. Tai'e chuckled. Actually, after thorough assessment, we have determined who the Red Shorts War God is. It's Zhang Chong from Team 6. He ranks first in their team's overall performance and has participated in the operation in Honglian District. Someone asked him, and he didn't deny it. Just 5 minutes before you arrived, he registered, and he was dressed quite flamboyantly. No one else fits the bill. Upon hearing this, Fang Xin thought to himself, if someone is willing to bear such a humiliating title, then let them carry it. Tai'e continued, Xin go, before heading to the dormitory. You still need to pay the accommodation fee and various other miscellaneous charges over there. Remember to bring your card. Zhang Meiqiu will accompany you to settle the payments. The dormitories for our 9th Division students are all single rooms. Xinyu arrived early and has already tidied up our rooms, so you only need to drop off your belongings when you get there. I will go to the dining hall to reserve a private room for us. The 6 of us should have a meal together. Meiqiu, please take Xin Gu to pay the fees. I will send the location in our group chat. Zhang Yaozu, with slightly darker skin, playfully punched Tai'e's belly, exclaiming, Get lost, you fatso. You're the coal ball. Your entire family is a bunch of coal balls. Tai'e chuckled. All right, Xin Gu, I'll head off first. Zhang Yaozu led the way, and Fang Xin, curious, asked, Do you two know each other? Our families have been friends for generations. So I've known that fatso since childhood, Zhang Yaozu explained. Unexpectedly, upon arriving to pay the fees, they encountered an old acquaintance. Qin Juanhao stood among several students from the 7th Division, exclaiming jovially, Everyone, don't compete with me. We are all from the 7th Division, and henceforth, we shall be good classmates and comrades. For our first meeting, I will cover all the various academic fees for everyone in the 7th Division. It's not a significant amount. Consider it a welcoming gift. While speaking, he waved his card. Before coming here, my father loaded 5 million into this card, instructing me to build good relationships with everyone. As he spoke, he swiped the card, revealing a balance of 392. The students around Qin Juanhao cheered. Qin Xiao is truly generous. Just a little splurge. Qin Juanhao waved dismissively. Zhang Yaozu shook his head, clicking his tongue. Who knows which wealthy landowner's foolish son this is? Such extravagance. He had already swiped his card for many new students of the 7th Division, with each individual's fees amounting to 20,000. With nearly 200 new students in the 7th Division, that totaled around 4 million. Truly, the wealthy are extravagantly bold. Fang Xin remained unfazed, thinking that Qin Xiao was still desperately trying to flaunt his financial prowess. There were several payment windows with a dedicated one for the 9th Division. Due to the smaller number of people, there was no need to queue. As Fang Xin approached, several new students gazed enviously at the students of the 9th Division. To be part of the Monster House was to be among geniuses. Upon spotting Fang Xin, Qin Juanhao's eyes lit up with a clever idea. Fang Xin, he called, waving. Many nearby turned toward Qin Juanhao. Qin Xiao, do you know someone from the 9th Division? Of course. How could I not? We are both from Lancheng, classmates, and good buddies, Qin Juanhao declared. A collective gasp arose from the new students of the 7th Division. Qin Juanhao approached Fang Xin, holding out his card. Fang Xin, let me pay your academic fees. Qin Juanhao embraced Fang Xin, portraying an intimate familiarity between them. After all, knowing a monster from the 9th Bureau served to highlight his own connections. Are we really that close? Fang Xin pushed Qin Juanhao away with his elbow, clearly aware of his ulterior motives. Qin Juanhao clicked his tongue, holding on to Fang Xin with a feigned benevolent smile. We are both from the same hometown, and we were classmates. It is only reasonable for me to cover your tuition fees. Moreover, after your parents' passing, the inheritance they left you must not be substantial. For you, over 20,000 in fees is no small sum, especially considering your uncle and aunt's meager salaries would take a long time to save. With this, he further belittled Fang Xin, and by paying his fees, Qin Juanhao elevated his own image. Many classmates looked at Fang Xin with varying degrees of pity, surprised to discover the new 9th Bureau student came from such a difficult background. Zhang Yaozu furrowed his brow, inexplicably feeling a sense of aversion towards Qin Juanhao. Unashamed, Qin Juanhao lowered his head and addressed the staff member. "Teacher, I will pay for his fees." He added, "My father deposited 5 million for me, and I still have over 3 million left. That's over 300 points. You needn't feel embarrassed. We're old classmates, and given your family struggles, it's no trouble at all for me to lend a hand." Zhang Yaozu's frown deepened, anger swelling within him as he pulled out his card, ready to swipe for Fang Xin. Just as he was about to speak, Fang Xin expressionlessly retrieved his own card and placed it on the machine. Beep. Payment of 2 points was successful. Account balance: 16,326 points. Chapter 39. I cannot compete with Fang Xin. A lengthy string of numbers appeared. Holding up his card, Qin Juanhao stood frozen in place, his eyes wide as he gazed at Fang Xin's 5-digit points balance. This amounted to a staggering 16 million in cash. Beside him, Zhang Yaozu, who was also preparing to swipe his card for Fang Xin, was equally stunned, his eyes bulging in disbelief. He had not anticipated such a vast accumulation of points in Fang Xin's card. Nearby, new students who were close enough to witness the spectacle gasped in astonishment. A ripple of excitement spread through the crowd, with those who had not seen the scene eagerly inquiring about what had transpired. As the news circulated, the payment area erupted in a commotion. Everyone stared in awe at this new student from the 9th Division. This was their first encounter with a new student possessing such an extraordinary points balance, over 16,000 points. Which affluent heir had come to play here? No wonder he was from the 9th Division, a place of eccentricity, where the entrance was unlike that of ordinary students. Even the instructor at the payment counter wore an astonished expression, stealing a glance at Fang Xin as he handed over the blanket. Among those present, there were undoubtedly many young masters, yet the highest points balance among them was merely in the 4-digit range. Fang Xin was the first new student to possess a 5-digit points balance. Qin Juanhao stood with his mouth agape, his own card still raised high, revealing a meager balance of just over 300 points. His total was but a mere fraction of Fang Xin's. "Where did you amass such a wealth of points?" Qin Juanhao exclaimed in shock. "I did some odd jobs before the semester started and earned a little pocket money," Fang Xin replied coolly, giving Qin Juanhao a gentle shove that sent him stumbling back. After taking a few steps, Fang Xin paused, turned his head slightly, and coldly remarked, "It's understandable to seek glory in front of others, but remember, do not tread upon the shoulders of others to showcase your trivial virtues. It's rather disgraceful. Also, we're not close." With that, Fang Xin turned and walked away. Qin Juanhao stood there, dumbfounded, while the surrounding new students began to whisper and point at him. Many had witnessed Qin Juanhao's earlier actions and felt that his public revelation of Fang Xin's family situation was indeed quite shameless. The instructor at the payment counter shot Qin Juanhao a disdainful glare. Summoning a forced smile, Qin Juanhao, thick-skinned as he was, slinked back to the 7th Division, initially intending to swipe his card for the students behind him. However, those students quickly retorted, "Qin Juanhao, I'll pay my own fees. Your money feels tainted." Others chimed in, "Qin Juanhao, I'll return your money." Fang Xin took in the grandeur of the Tiandun Academy, sprawling over a vast expanse of land, with numerous enormous training facilities. At the very heart of the academy stood a colossal sculpture depicting several figures cast in steel, 4 individuals positioned around 2 in the center. one crouching with hands clasped before him, and another raising a shield high, seemingly resisting all the darkness in the world. Zhang Yaozu eagerly trailed behind Fang Xin. Brother Xin, where did you acquire so many points? By defeating low-level monsters, Fang Xin replied. Fang Xin tactfully suggested that it would be prudent to keep his connection to the assassination operation under wraps for the time being. This would prevent the Red Underpants war god from being recognized. After all, being labeled with such a moniker so early in his academic journey could lead to losing his selection rights in romantic pursuits. A triviality compared to the potential of being referred to as Underpants' brother in the future. Just imagining such a scenario made Fang Xion's toes curl in discomfort. The 9th dormitory was undoubtedly the most luxurious among all the accommodations, equipped with an array of facilities. Under Zhang Yaozu's guidance, Fang Xian arrived at his dormitory located at the easternmost end of the floor, where he set down his bedding and belongings. Brother Xian, I live next door. To my side is the dormitory of the fat guy, while opposite you from left to right are Li Baoer, Bai Yulin, and Shunyu. Zhang Yaozu explained. Just as they were conversing, a student with an androgynous appearance and somewhat delicate features entered from the opposite door. He had long hair and a somewhat feminine style of dress. Fang Xin, hello, I am Bai Yu. Bai Yulin extended a meticulously manicured hand. Fang Xian paused for a moment, recalling that this individual was indeed named Bai Yulin, but Zhang Yaozu leaned in and whispered, Brother Xian. This guy has a split personality, multiple personas, in fact. Right now, he is in the form of his sister, named Bai Yu. He also has a brother named Bai Lin and an elder brother called He Yulin, with each persona representing a different talent. Fang Xian's mind buzzed with astonishment. Is it truly that remarkable? Suppressing his surprise, he extended his hand, responding, Hello, Brother Xian has arrived? Another voice chimed in. Fang Xian turned to see a towering figure at the doorway. The newcomer stooped slightly to enter. Upon closer inspection, Fang Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. This individual stood an imposing 2 meters and 60 centimeters tall. With a robust physique, he resembled a living tower, barely fitting beneath the ceiling. I am Shen Igriku, the newcomer announced, extending a hand as large as a fan. Fang Xian reciprocated the handshake, overwhelmed by a profound sense of astonishment. What about Baoer? Zhang Yaozu inquired. I'm right here, came a soft, melodious voice from the entrance. Fang Xian shifted his gaze to see a fair-skinned, lovely girl standing at the door, her demeanor initially appearing somewhat dazed and clumsy. However, the 2 machetes tucked under her arms disrupted the atmosphere of innocence, as she munched on a bag of potato chips with a crunching sound. With long hair cascading over her shoulders, she wore a white shirt and loose-fitting sweatpants, one leg of which was frayed at the knee. Brother Xian, this is Li Baoer, Zhang Yaozu introduced. Hello, Fang Xian greeted her. Li Baoer continued to mechanically munch on her chips, seemingly lost in thought. Baoer, Brother Xian is greeting you, Bai Yulin prompted. Li Baoer's unfocused gaze sharpened as she responded. Oh, hello. Zhang Yaozu then shifted the topic. The fat guy has sent the location. Let us hurry over for a meal. A few individuals arrived at the restaurant reserved by Shi Tailang, who swiftly distributed cutlery and poured tea, embodying a curious demeanor. I just saw Brother Underwear, Zhang Chong. Yes, right over there. The door to the private room was ajar, and Shi Tailang gestured subtly in that direction. The group turned to see a newcomer seated at a distance, adorned in a floral shirt, pink trousers, and golden shoes. Fang Xian couldn't help but glance as well. Several new students were pointing at him, some even attempting to take covert photos. However, Zhang Chong seemed to relish the attention. Fang Xian shook his head, thinking, if you wish to be known as Brother Underwear, so be it. I just heard someone mention that Brother Underwear has late-stage Tier 3 combat power. He is the most likely candidate to pass the afternoon assessment without injury. Shi Tailang remarked once more. Zhang Yaozu glanced at the time. It was just past noon. Let us finish our meal and take a brief rest. We must gather by 2:30 for the 3 o'clock assessment. I've heard that this year's difficulty has been subtly adjusted, making it even more challenging than in previous years. To pass without injury is quite the feat. I've heard tales of seniors who sustained severe injuries and had to rest for a month to recover. Bai Yulin added. I brought some medicine. I'll distribute it to everyone before the exam. Xin Yu stated. Fang Xin retrieved his smart link device and noticed a message from Zhuge Hang. Xin, can you come help me move some things? The message included a location. Fang Xin stood up. Zhuge called for me. You all eat first. I'll be back shortly. All right, go. If you can't make it back in time, send us a message and we'll bring you some food. Thanks. After exchanging pleasantries, Fang Xin exited the room. Once Fang Xin departed, the group returned to their previous conversation. I heard that the top 3 candidates to pass the assessment the fastest will receive point rewards. Sure, Tailang sipped his tea. Fastest to pass? Just making it to the designated time would be a blessing. Let us not entertain such thoughts. Zhang Yaozu scoffed. Bao with her tier 3 combat power, should have the easiest time among us. Unexpectedly, Li Bao looked at Zhang Yaozu with a puzzled expression and softly replied, I can't defeat Fang Xin. Chapter 40. Preliminary assessment. Upon uttering these words, Li Bao observed the astonished expressions of her fellow new recruits. Bao, are you saying you cannot surpass Fang Xin? Bai Yulin turned to gaze at Li Bao. She nodded affirmatively. Are you certain? Li Bao, munching on potato chips, replied in a soft and melodious tone. Absolutely certain. Goodness. So, does this imply that Xian Gu also possesses a level 3 combat capability? Sure, Tailang exclaimed. Among us, are there truly 2 with such prowess? Indeed, Xian Gu wields an SSS-level power-based talent. Upon reflection, it seems rather unsurprising. Sure, Tailang pondered aloud. However, that doesn't add up. During the previous decapitation operation, weren't the top performers from each team selected to participate? If Bao cannot surpass Xian Gu, why was it Bao who was chosen to represent our squad instead of Xian Gu? Zhang Yaozu queried, perplexed. Li Bao lifted her head, her large eyes blinking adorably. Bai Yulin inquired, is this information accurate? I heard it. Bai Yulin rolled his eyes. Heard information is not necessarily reliable. It's possible that both Bao and Xian Gu are part of our squad. Then why didn't Xian Gu mention the decapitation operation when I asked him in the group chat? Li Bao rested her chin on the table, her mouth busy with chips, because he was preoccupied with eliminating foes and had no time to engage with you. Zhang Yaozu suddenly understood. I see. Could it be that Xian Gu is the legendary red underwear war god? Sure, Tailang immediately countered. Kolbal, have you lost your mind? It has been confirmed that underwear brother is Zhang Chong. Xian Gu clearly embodies the essence of righteousness. How could he possibly don such flamboyant attire? Fatso, you are the real Kolbal. By the way, Xian Gu should certainly achieve commendable results in this afternoon's preliminary examination. Not necessarily. In any case, the preliminary tests at Division 9 are notoriously challenging. Nevertheless, he will undoubtedly outperform me. Sure, Tailang responded. Dozens of trucks laden with various equipment halted on the road. Fang Xin stood in a daze, observing the white-haired individual slurping noodles beside him. Is this what you meant by moving a few items? Zhuge Hang slurped a mouthful of noodles. Resting his elbow on Fang Xin's shoulder, what's the matter? Is it insufficient? Fang Xin, with a darkened expression, replied, I have an entrance assessment this afternoon, brother. Zhuge Hang gestured towards the trucks. The equipment aboard is meant for practice across various venues. I've informed the supervising instructor that if you complete the transport of these items as stipulated, you shall be granted the title of administrator. Others wishing to train outside of specified hours will have to pay and seek permission from the administrator. With your new status, you would be exempt. What do you think? Fang Xin paused, then broke into a smile. Thank you, brother. Off you go, Pikachu. Zhuge Hang playfully nudged Fang Xin before disappearing, still enjoying his noodles. Fang Xin, Pu Dao, wondered what does Pikachu even mean. He opened the truck door and began unloading the equipment as instructed by the supervisor. Fortunately, with his power-based talent, the task was not particularly taxing for Fang Xin. He had been occupied until nearly 2:30. A few members of the team messaged to inquire about Fang Xin's whereabouts. As they were gathering to prepare for the examination, Fang Xin had already moved a dozen vehicles but was met with a few more arrivals. Xiao Lu sent a message in the group stating, Fang Xin, Mr. Zhuge informed the chief examiner that it is acceptable for you to arrive a bit later. Fang Xin replied with a weary acknowledgement. By the time he completed everything, it was already past 3. The coordinator handed him an identification badge, which bore his name on the front and the title administrator on the back. After expressing his gratitude, Fang Xin hurriedly made his way to the examination venue. Upon his arrival, the examination had already commenced. The venue consisted of 9 colossal arenas, with a massive screen suspended above, displaying the scores of the new recruits in this preliminary assessment. The evaluation was based on combat prowess and the duration of their performance, whether in terms of time taken to complete the challenges or the length of time they could endure. To pass, one needed to face a single elite-level puppet initially, followed by 2, then 3. After overcoming the first level, they would advance to the second, facing 1 to 3 puppets again, culminating in the third level with the same structure. If one failed to defeat the puppets, the result would be determined by who could prolong their time the longest, with each level having a maximum threshold: 10 minutes for the first level, 20 for the second, and 30 for the third. Upon conclusion of this preliminary exam, the first place would earn 300 points, the second 200, and the third 100. As Fang Xin surveyed the venue, he glanced up at the large screen. By that point in the examination, the top score was held by an individual named Cheng Yu, who had completed the challenge in 17 minutes and 58 seconds. The top 20 on the screen were predominantly monopolized by the 9th Division, and as more new recruits from the 9th Division entered the arena, their presence expanded into the top 30, leaving the others trailing behind. In the distance, a row of leaders was seated, among them a particularly striking figure with white hair. In contrast to the other leaders, who sat upright and composed, the young man appeared somewhat relaxed and out of place amongst the predominantly middle-aged and elderly crowd. Zhang Yaozu waved at Fang Xin, calling out, "Over here, Xin go." Fang Xin quickly approached, and Zhang Yaozu handed him a sumptuous handheld pancake and a cup of porridge, saying, "Here you go." Just as Fang Xin took a sip of the porridge, a gasp rippled through the crowd. Someone had just broken the record for first place. "No way, it's Brother Underwear," Zhang Yaozu exclaimed, staring at the screen. The new recruits began to murmur in excitement, astonished that Brother Underwear's flamboyant attire matched his exceptional combat ability, as he set a new record of 17 minutes and 42 seconds. Moments later, Brother Underwear emerged from the examination area, his face bruised and battered. Fang Xin noticed that nearly everyone finishing the exam appeared similarly injured, with a few ambulances and staff equipped with healing abilities standing by. Zhang Yaozu also bore signs of injury as he gazed intently at the large screen. Fang Xin glanced over and saw that Zhang Yaozu was positioned in 29th place. Having just taken a bite of food, an announcement echoed, urging the students to enter the examination hall. On another large screen, several names were displayed, with Fang Xin's prominently featured among them. Fang Xin quickly gulped down a mouthful of porridge and devoured 2 more bites of his flatbread. Zhang Yaozu took the unfinished flatbread from Fang Xin, encouraging him, "Hang in there, I'll heat up the bread for you shortly." As Fang Xin made his way toward the examination hall, the large screen flickered once more, revealing updates in the rankings. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as Fang Xin couldn't help but glance over. He saw a name appear at the top, Ji Xuanzi, with a time of 12 minutes and 6 seconds, more than a 5-minute lead over the second place. Yet, the astonishment did not subside. Another wave of gasps arose. The first place had changed again, devour, with a time of 7 minutes and 1 second. The gasps surged like a tidal wave. Goodness, is this some sort of monster room? 7 minutes and 1 second? I barely managed to endure for 7 minutes before I was brought to tears. She completed it in 7 minutes? Can we separate the scores from the 9th section from the others? It's utterly demoralizing. It feels like 2 worlds apart. 7 minutes and 1 second. This is a rarity in the history of the Sky Shield Academy. This secures her first place. 300 points in the bag. In the stands, an elderly man seated at the center interlaced his fingers, leaning back slightly. This devour is indeed extraordinary. 7 minutes and 1 second, placing her among the top 5 in the history of the Sky Shield Academy. The students of this cohort are exceptionally talented, exclaimed a middle-aged man beside him, visibly excited. The old man gazed into the distance, spotting a somewhat naive yet beautiful girl emerging from the examination hall, two machetes tucked under her arms. "Is that Li Bao?" he inquired. "Indeed." The old man's face lit up with satisfaction. "Such potential in this young lady. She appears to be around the same age as my granddaughter. Yet her talent and combat prowess far exceed anything my granddaughter possesses." A bespectacled elder beside him promptly remarked, "But your granddaughter is no slouch either, Dean." Waving his hand dismissively, the old man replied, "No flattery. Let us speak truthfully. This girl has achieved a remarkable first place. It is undoubtedly hers in this year's entrance examination for the Sky Shield Academy. It would be exceedingly difficult for anyone to surpass her." The others nodded in agreement. Zhuge Heng clasped his hands behind his head, leaning back in his chair, casting a glance at Fang Xin as he approached the examination hall, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Chapter 41. Let me warm it up for him upon entering the examination hall. Fang Xin was greeted by the sight of an owl soaring through the air. Its piercing gaze was fixed upon him. Ding! New examinee Fang Xin. Identity verification successful. Preliminary assessment commencing. As the announcement concluded, the owl ascended higher, hovering like an invigilator. Fang Xin's gaze wandered, and he noticed the environment around him morphing. The classroom transformed into an aged residential complex. Suddenly, a scar-faced individual emerged from the shadows, scrutinizing Fang Xin with a heady swagger. Taken aback, Fang Xin was astonished by the lifelike portrayal of this puppet and the unexpected realism of the examination setting, which closely resembled a combat simulation. The scar-faced figure twisted its head, brandishing a dagger as it charged towards Fang Xin. Although it possessed peak-level combat strength, it was no match for Fang Xin. As it approached, Fang Xin employed no elaborate techniques. With a powerful strike, he sent the scar-faced puppet sprawling to the ground, lifeless. The owl in midair tilted its head in response. The scar-faced puppet rose, only to be joined by a long-haired youth who emerged from the side. The duo, one representing melee strength and the other embodying fire attributes, coordinated their assault, closing in on Fang Xin. Without granting them a moment's respite, Fang Xin surged forward, twisting his torso to deliver a crushing blow that rendered the scar-faced puppet immobile once more. Easily evading a fireball aimed at him, he retaliated with a flying knee strike that incapacitated the fire attribute puppet. In the blink of an eye, both puppets recovered and were replaced by another, a young man adorned with a baseball cap who initiated a mental assault. An almost translucent hand reached toward Fang Xin's head. Rolling to evade, Fang Xin drew upon his extensive combat experience, recognizing the necessity of prioritizing the one who launched the mental attack. With a swift slide, he toppled the mental assault puppet and followed up with an elbow strike that shattered its neck. He then hurled the incapacitated puppet toward the fire attribute adversary, sending it crashing down. Fang Xin leaped forward, delivering an elbow strike that drove the scar-faced puppet's head into its chest, then executed a roundhouse kick that incapacitated the fire attribute puppet. Examinee Fang Xin, first stage cleared. Completion time, 42 seconds. As the scene shifted before him, Fang Xin found himself standing at a dock. An ice spear erupted from the water's surface. With sheer force, he shattered it, his overwhelming prowess leaving no room for the opponent to counterattack. A powerful charge followed, demonstrating why the strength attribute is often referred to as the brute talent. Once the body reaches a certain level, it no longer relies on reasoning. Soon, another puppet emerged, this time wielding mental and metal attributes. For someone as battle-hardened as Fang Xin, these challenges were mere child's play, swiftly concluded with nonchalance. Before entering, he had anticipated a formidable trial, yet upon arrival, he discovered it was far simpler than the previous beheading missions. Candidate Fang Xin, second stage, cleared. The cumulative time for the first two stages was 2 minutes and 12 seconds. Upon entering the third stage, he was immediately confronted by an onslaught from the Beastmaster faction. Fang Xin, amused by the scene, swiftly waved his arm, summoning 2 wolves, one black and one white, into existence. Since the test proved so uncomplicated, he decided not to squander time, and instead charged forward with both wolves to expedite the clearing of the stage, hoping to earn a rank and gain points. Outside the examination hall, Li Baoer's score loomed above all others, 7 minutes and 1 second. This achievement ranked among the top 5 in the annals of Tian Academy's history. Many new students and even several instructors craned their necks to gaze in her direction. Li Baoer, zonder wat bashful, retreated behind Zhang Yao zu, scratching her head in apparent discomfort under the scrutiny, a stark contrast to the 2 large sabers tucked beneath her arm. Tai'e Lang approached, his face bruised and swollen, his eyes barely visible through the puffy flesh. With one side of his lips raised, he managed to express, "Baoer is truly impressive." 7 minutes and 1 second. Following him were Bai Yulin, looking battered, and Shun Yu, whose arm was dislocated. Baoer is remarkable, a decisive first place. She finished 5 minutes ahead of his second place. Tai'e Lang inquired, "What about Xin? He just went in." Tai'e Lang tightened the cap of his water bottle. Baoer claimed she couldn't defeat Xin. If she finished in 7 minutes and 1 second, how fast could Xin be? 6 minutes, perhaps? What do you think, Baoer? Lieber lifted her head, appealing udobiclus. I don't know. I haven't faced him. Surely he can't complete it in under 5 minutes. Zhang Yaozu speculated. Tai'e Lang licked his swollen lips. Under 5 minutes? Are you joking, Zhang Meiqiu? In the entire history of Tian Academy, only 2 seniors have accomplished that feat. The best historical time is 3 minutes and 39 seconds. And the entrance test back then wasn't as challenging as it is now. Fatty, can't you think a bit bigger? Tai'e Lang retorted. But you must be grounded in reality. You cannot just dream wildly for the sake of a grand vision. Fatty only knows how to argue with me. How long did Instructor Zhuge take to clear the test? Instructor Zhuge bypassed the training camp entirely and joined the 9th Division. Yet, with his talent, breaking into the top 3 would be effortless. Tai'e redirected the conversation, but truly, Baoer is extraordinary. Some struggled to last even 7 minutes in the first stage, while she cleared it in 7 minutes. Bai Yulin raised his chin, adding in other divisions, let alone lasting 7 minutes. At least 1,200 individuals couldn't endure even 3. After all, prior to arriving here, they were merely students lacking substantial practical experience. It is entirely reasonable that those puppets from the preliminary tests, possessing peak first-level combat capabilities, would falter within 3 minutes. Zhang Yaozu, entwined with Li Baoer, further affirmed the prowess of our Baoer. Has Xin Gu already consumed half of his cake and porridge? Upon noticing the half-eaten food in Zhang Yaozu's hand, Tai'e Lang remarked, "Yes, I just took a couple of bites when the announcement for the exam interrupted me. I must go heat it up shortly." As the group conversed, the previously boisterous faculty and students of the school fell suddenly silent. Tai'e Lang, with swollen eyes, glanced around and inquired softly what happened. "Is everything all right?" Everyone turned in unison to gaze at the large screen displaying the results. The screen flickered momentarily, and gradually, a name appeared above Li Baoer's. Chapter 42. Record-breaking in the stands, the elderly dean wore a gentle and kind smile, gazing fondly in the direction of Li Baoer. His eyes sparkled with delight and pride for the younger generation, who had surpassed their predecessors. "When the time comes to present awards to the top 3, I shall personally bestow one upon this little girl," he exclaimed. "Indeed, Dean Su," he replied, his fingers intertwined over his abdomen. 7 minutes and 1 second. It has been many years since a new student has managed to break the 10-minute barrier. "Dean, isn't it true that the difficulty of the entrance assessments has been increasing year by year?" A middle-aged man beside him flattered. Dean Su twirled his thumbs together. "Doesn't this only further demonstrate how remarkable this girl is? Who was responsible for her admission?" Others turned their gaze towards Zhuge Hang. The dean, pleased, patted Zhuge Hang on the shoulder. "You always manage to surprise me." Zhuge Hang flashed a grin. "Old Su, this is just the beginning." The dean slightly tilted his head and inquired, "What is this girl's background?" Zhuge Hang replied with a smile. "There are only a few who excel in knife techniques in the Dragon Kingdom. Her surname is Li. I doubt you can't guess the rest." The dean paused for a moment, then exclaimed in astonishment, Is she the granddaughter of that esteemed figure? Indeed, the dean's excitement was palpable as he flexed his fingers, a broad smile illuminating his face. I knew it. Such a strong girl cannot possibly come from an ordinary family. How many new students are yet to finish their assessments? A nearby individual responded, Dean, there's still over 90 remaining. The dean adjusted his attire, declaring, It is now a foregone conclusion that this little girl will take first place this year. Come, let us prepare. I must personally award her. As he spoke, the dean rose to his feet. However, as he did, the previously boisterous students and faculty of Tiandun Academy fell silent. Everyone turned their attention to the large screen displaying the results. They watched as the ranking list flickered momentarily. Li Baoer's South first place slowly shifted to second. A name emerged above hers. Student, Fang Xin, 9th Institute. Time, 3 minutes and 12 seconds. The entire assembly of over 1,000 students and faculty members fell into stunned silence. The atmosphere was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, as if a spell of stillness had been cast upon them. A few seconds later, the school erupted into a frenzy. What? 3 minutes and 12 seconds? Am I seeing things? Is this real? Impossible. You completed it in just over 3 minutes? Not only that, but you did it without taking any damage? I thought 7 minutes and 1 second was unbeatable. Who is this newcomer? What do they mean by monster room? This is the true definition of a monster room. This is unbelievable. More than 1,200 new students couldn't last 3 minutes. Yet this individual breezed through in 3 minutes and 12 seconds. The previous record for Tiandun Academy was 3 minutes and 39 seconds. This is a record-breaking feat. The gap between the first and second place was merely 3 seconds, while the difference between second and third was over 30 seconds. The disparity between humans and dogs is indeed stark. Do not jest. For I have heard that at the 9th Division there exists a B-grade, Fire Element Guardian dog with an impressive combat power of level 8. You are outperformed by the dog of the 9th Division. It's utterly disheartening. I strongly recommend removing the members of the 9th Division from the list. Their prowess is a severe blow to the confidence of us from other divisions. Brother, cease your jesting. This performance has also disheartened many from the 9th Division. Amidst the crowd, the injured Qin Juanhao, upon seeing Fang Xian's name, was rendered speechless. Many new recruits from the 7th Division, having been introduced to Fang Xian through Qin Juanhao, were now in awe of Fang Xian's accomplishments, casting disdainful glances at Qin Juanhao. Jiang Zaya gazed up at the leaderboard, and upon spotting Fang Xian's name, adjusted her glasses and beamed sweetly. A nearby classmate, puzzled, inquired, Zayak, what brings you to smile? Oh, nothing. The dean, who had initially seemed poised to leave, lifted his head, his eyes wide with disbelief. Convinced he was seeing things, he rubbed his eyes, leaned forward on the desk, and squinted at the results again. 3 minutes and 12 seconds. It was indisputable. The dean's hand trembled as he pointed at the screen. 3 minutes and 12 seconds? The other leaders of the Tian Shield Academy in the same row were equally astonished. A record-breaking achievement. A record-breaking achievement, Dean. The dean, overwhelmed with emotion, sat down, patted his racing heart, and retrieved a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow, his lips nearly stretching to the back of his head in elation. His gaze shifted to the composed by Mao Zhuge Hong. Ah, Zhuge, did you foresee this? Close enough. Did you recruit this new student? Indeed. Zhuge Hong flashed a bright smile, revealing his pearly whites. The dean heartily clapped Zhuge Hong on the shoulder. You, my boy, will receive top honors. I must share this splendid news with old Yi. While making the call, the dean asked, Zhuge, what background does this Fang Xian possess? Zhuge Hong, with his hands in his pockets, slowly rose, patted Dean Su's shoulder, and leaned in to whisper, Old Su, knowing certain things too early may not be advantageous. You will surely learn in due time. Dean Su paused for a moment as the call connected. A robust voice resonated from the other end. Hello? Dean Su promptly answered. Old Yi, it's me, Su Boshang. I have some splendid news to report. The Tian Shield Academy's top score in this year's preliminary test is 3 minutes and 12 seconds, a new record. What is the name? Fang Xin. Laughter erupted from the other end. Good. Haha, I understand now. Is Zhuge there with you? Pass the phone to him. Dean Su rose. Zhuge, oldie want to speak with you. Zhuge Heng, who was about to leave, turned back. This normally arrogant young man, upon receiving the call, adopted an unprecedentedly polite tone. Oldie, how may I assist you? After a few exchanges, Zhuge Heng hung up and handed the phone back to Dean Su. Dean Su wished to inquire further, but Zhuge Heng waved his hand dismissively and vanished from sight. The dean inquired, how can we proceed with the awards now? I will present the prizes for the top 3. Su Ba-shen replied, but internally he felt perplexed. The tone of Mr. Yi earlier suggested he was already aware of this new student, Fang Xin, coupled with what Zhuge Heng had just mentioned. Su Ba-shen was left pondering the background of this young man. Fang Xin emerged from the examination room, rubbing his shoulders. Xingye, shouted Shi Tailang, his voice hoarse, as he lifted Fang Xin and spun him around. Xingge, you are incredible. Shi Tailang nearly lost his voice in his excitement. Fang Xin accepted the unfinished food from Zhang Yaozu's hands. Zhang Yaozu, in a daze, handed over the still warm bread and porridge. Xingge, you are amazing. You broke the record in just over 3 minutes. Did you know that? Shi Tailang exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Zhang Yaozu retorted, you foolish glutton. Just a moment ago you claimed that Xingge couldn't possibly do it in under 5 minutes. Shi Tailang clicked his tongue. I only knew Xingge was strong, but I never imagined he would be this formidable. Fang Xin quickly replied, it was merely luck. Truly, it wasn't my strength. The test was simply too easy. Shi Tailang spread his hands. Listen to yourself. Is that even a reasonable statement? We can't compete with you in strength or pretense. Is there any room left for us? Just as Fang Xin was about to respond, Zhuge Heng appeared at his side, placing a hand on his shoulder. In the next moment, Fang Xin was astonished to find that the voices of Shi Tailang and the others had become muffled, as if separated by an invisible barrier. And it seemed they could not perceive Zhuge Heng. There's something I forgot to tell you. Chapter 43. The award ceremony. Fang Xin gazed at Zhuge Heng with a hint of confusion. Zhuge Heng placed a reassuring hand on Fang Xin's shoulder. Do not indiscriminately declare yourself as the grandson of the Fang Qing Emperor. Refrain from mentioning it even if questioned. Although your grandfather's unjust case has been rectified, many within the divine court were severely harmed by him before he departed. Those individuals now hold significant positions within the Heavenly Shield Bureau, and should they discover your lineage, you would undoubtedly face the harsh realities of society's wrath. During my investigation into your background, I discreetly altered your family's information. Unless scrutinized closely, it remains concealed. Presently, only Elder Yi, myself, and Xiao Lu from the 9th Division are aware of your true identity. However, it is inevitable that your identity will be revealed. Therefore, before that occurs, focus on enhancing your own strength. While Elder Yi and I can assist in mitigating many troubles, we cannot be at your beck and call at every moment. Moreover, given your recent prominence, you are bound to attract attention. For now, lay low and aim to secure a spot within the top 10 during the midterm assessments. Fang Xin quickly interjected, wait, I have something else to inquire about. Speak. Zhughang Ziplit, could I possibly see the detailed case file regarding my parents' car accident? After a brief pause, Zhuge Heng responded, the authorities have not unearthed any substantial clues. The myriad leads are entangled and opaque. Your parents' information is classified for 2 reasons. Firstly, the case itself is peculiar and linked to several incidents from years past. Secondly, their previous research involved highly confidential matters. Given your current low status and rank, you are not authorized to access it. Furthermore, this case is under a collaborative investigation, and the 9th Division does not wield absolute authority. Even I cannot intervene completely. Fang Xin was taken aback. You cannot fully intervene? Zhughang stood. This illustrates the complexity of the case. Your primary objective now is to enhance your capabilities. Once your strength is formidable enough, everyone will be at your command, and you can pursue any investigation you desire. Since we are on this subject, I must caution you that there may be individuals approaching you for inquiries regarding your parents. Share what you know, but for anything uncertain, regardless of their persuasion, maintain your ignorance, especially concerning those from the church. Fang Xin felt bewildered. How has the church become involved? That merely underscores the intricacy of the situation, Zhuge Hang replied. Fang Xin lowered his gaze, realizing the extensive implications of this matter. Zhuge Hang had mentioned a connection between his parents' case and incidents from many years ago. This revelation conjured the image of a beautiful girl with ice-blue eyes in Fang Xin's mind. The cases involving Ellie's parents and her sister also bore ties to his own family tragedy. Previously, Ellie had mentioned the existence of further clues. Now, since both he and Ellie sought to uncover the same truths, their objectives were aligned. It was imperative to strengthen his connection with Ellie. With a brief farewell, Zhuge Hang vanished from sight. Moments ago, the conversations among Shi Tailang and his companions, initially muffled, gradually became clearer, accompanied by the cacophony of lively chatter in the surroundings. Zhang Yaozu waved his hand in front of Fang Xin, rousing him from his reverie. What are you daydreaming about, Xin Ge? Fang Xin snapped back to reality, replying, nothing much, just pondering over some other matters. The announcement just came through, stating that the top 3 of you are to receive your awards. Our esteemed Dean Su will personally present the prizes. Fang Xin turned his gaze towards the stage, where the dean of Tiandun Academy was beaming at him. His eyes lingered fondly on Fang Xin and Li Baoer, evidently quite fond of the 2 new students. Li Baoer, Apeyaving Zomavat Soziali Anxios, trailed eagerly behind Fang Xin as they ascended the stage. The student who had secured the 3rd place, Ji Xuanze, had already taken his position. Ji Xuanze was of average height, with thick eyebrows and large eyes, his robust physique evident as he smiled and nodded at Fang Xin and Li Baoer upon their arrival. Fang Xin reciprocated the gesture with a polite smile. Dean Su Banshan approached personally to present the awards, which included not only points but also a trophy, a certificate, and a spatial ring. As he handed the trophy to Fang Xin, Su Banshan grasped Fang Xin's hand and inquired, how wonderful. Where's your home? Lan City. Fang Xin replied. Su Banshan nodded, his tone slightly drawn out, seemingly contemplating the powerful families or organizations from Lan City capable of nurturing such promising youth. He then affectionately ruffled Li Baoer's hair, asking, Li Baoer, I am acquainted with your grandfather. How is he faring these days? Li Baoer tilted her head as she accepted the trophy, cheerfully responding, oh, he is doing very well. Su Banshan replied, that is splendid. I shall visit him when I have the opportunity. Li Baoer, with unwavering sincerity, chimed in, oh, my grandfather said that if anyone at Tiandun Academy mentions they will visit him, he would have me tell that person, don't pretend, spare the pleasantries. You know very well whether you will come or not. Su Banshan's smile faltered slightly, yet his seasoned demeanor allowed him to maintain composure. Whilst did he say? Li Baoer, her voice soft and slightly timid, replied, my grandfather also mentioned that if this person asking is named Su Banshan, I should inform him. If you dare to create obstacles for my granddaughter, my sword can span half the kingdom and pierce your brow. Coughing awkwardly, Su Banshan's expression shifted through shades of pale and green, but he managed to force another smile. Ah, Li Lao remains as mischievous as ever. Fang Xin stifled a laugh. Casting a lingering glance at Li Baoer, this fair and delicate yet charming teammate who, when silent, remained unnoticed, but when she spoke, astonished everyone, causing the esteemed director, Su, to wear a countenance more akin to sorrow than joy. However, Fang Xin found himself genuinely intrigued by Li Baoer's grandfather, sensing that this elderly gentleman must possess a fascinating character. Moreover, he was undoubtedly formidable and fearsome. That earlier remark about his blade spanning half the realm and piercing the center of the brow was certainly no idle boast. Observing director Su's expression, it became apparent that Li Baoer's grandfather was indeed capable of such feats. What immense strength must one possess to achieve such things? It was not merely a matter of power, for Su Boshang was, after all, the director of the Tiandun Academy, a position of considerable prestige. Fang Xin gazed at Li Baoer's profile as she offered him her chips, signaling him to share in the snack. He smiled in response. Who would have imagined that this exceptionally gifted and endearingly naive teammate was, in fact, a bona fide third-generation martial artist? Su Boshang protect di Suan, who bowed slightly and introduced himself. Good day, Director. I am Ji Xuanze. Su Basang paused, scrutinizing Ji Xuanze, pondering if he belonged to the Ji family. Chapter 44. Encrypted messages. Ji Xuanze possessed striking features, with thick brows that slightly arched upwards, lending him an air of fierceness. Su Buosheng clapped Ji Xuanze on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Marvelous! It brings me great comfort to see such exemplary young individuals among your generation." Ji Xuanze inclined his head respectfully, replying, "Thank you, Dean. How is your esteemed father faring these days?" Su Buosheng instinctively uttered this inquiry, and upon its conclusion, he glanced at devour, who was intently munching on potato chips nearby. After all, devour's earlier remarks had quite the impact, and for someone in his esteemed position, it had been ages since he had faced such directness. Ji Xuanze's words were quite pleasant to hear. "In response to your query, my father is in excellent health lately. Just before the semester commenced, he asked me to extend his regards to you." Su Buosheng patted Ji Xuanze's shoulder again, saying, "That is splendid." The group gathered for a photograph together. Subsequently, all the new students lined up according to their respective units. Su Buosheng delivered the entrance speech. During the address, Xiao Lu approached the new students from the 9th Division and gently advised them against publicizing their examination results. Furthermore, all occurrences at Tiandun Academy, including the facilities, mentor information, and teammates' details, were strictly confidential. Breaching this confidentiality would result in expulsion from Tiandun Academy, with severe infractions potentially leading to incarceration. As she relayed this information, it became clear that Sister Xiao Lu was the counselor for the new students of the 9th Division. According to Shi Tailang, she appeared pure and sweet, with a temperament that was exceptionally amiable, resembling a neighborly older sister. However, her background was anything but ordinary. Her grandfather was one of the founders of the Tiandun Bureau. By the time they dispersed, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. As Fang Xin and his companions walked towards their dormitory, Bai Yulin suddenly halted, his head bowed, his body trembling slightly. A somewhat juvenile voice emerged from his lips. "Brother, let me out to play for a bit." Yet it was met with a composed voice that reprimanded, "No. Can't you see our sister wants to chat with Fang Xin?" Bai Yulin retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? I wish to converse with all my teammates, not just Fang Xin." A distinctly feminine voice was audible, and it was evident that Bai Yulin's cheeks flushed, casting a playful glance at Fang Xin. Fang Xin felt a sudden tightening in his stomach, his heart racing. "You're blushing like a teapot." Then a robust voice boomed, "What are you chatting about? You lot are a bunch of useless individuals, with such dismal exam results. How dare you seek amusement? Let me out. I want to challenge Fang Xin in a duel to determine supremacy." Shi Tailang leaned closer to Fang Xin, whispering, "Don't be afraid, brother Xin. This lad possesses a rather unique and astonishing talent. When his sister's persona occupies his body, he transforms into a girl." Fang Xin's eyes widened in astonishment. No wonder, when he first encountered Bai Yulin at noon, the feminine tone in his speech sounded entirely natural, devoid of any artificiality. This ability to embody both male and female forms was a first for Fang Xin to hear of. After a violent convulsion, Bai Yulin shook his head vigorously, his once distracted gaze now refocused. He extended his hand towards Fang Xin, greeting, "Hello, brother Xin, I am Bai Yulin." Fang Xin reciprocated the handshake, noticing a subtle transformation in Bai Yulin's appearance. Just moments ago, he had exuded an effeminate beauty, almost reminiscent of a regal woman. But now he appeared notably more androgynous. Shi Tailang suggested that upon returning, everyone should take a shower and gather in the dormitory for a hot pot dinner. They had only managed a hasty lunch, and with Fang Xin absent, the meal felt incomplete. The few individuals present were likely to form a small team post-graduation, and with many days ahead together, it was prudent to foster good relationships from the outset. During the selection of students, the compatibility of each team member's talents was carefully considered. Each team comprised roles for command: offense, defense, regulation, and healing. Within Fang Xin's team, he was tasked with overall strategy and initiating attacks. The dim-witted yet formidable blade god Li Bao handled close-range assaults, while the multifaceted Bai Yulin, with his primary aptitude in the psychic domain, focused on ranged attacks. The towering Shunyu, endowed with earth attributes, was responsible for defense, and the healing specialist Zhang Yaozu, known as Coalball, fulfilled the support role, while the rotund martial artist offered assistance wherever necessary. It seemed evident that Zhuge Heng had a vision when selecting these new students. Upon returning to the dormitory, as Fang Xin prepared to shower, he received a message from Chu Xinyao. "Little Fang, you are amazing. I'm officially a fan." Fang Xin, puzzled, wondered about the source of her excitement. "Oomph, you topped the school in the assessment. I knew little Fang was exceptional. How did you find out?" Fang Xin yin guit, recalling that Sister Lu had specifically instructed against sharing any news from the school today. Chu Xinyao sent a voice message, her tone sweet. "Little Fang, call me sister, and I'll tell you." After pondering for a moment, Fang Xin was certain that Chu Xinyao must have visited the church. For what he understood, the church wielded considerable power, rivaling even the 9th Division. However, it was improbable for a newly admitted ordinary student like Chu Xinyao to access his results. Thus, there was only one possibility. "Did you hear it from your father?" There was a prolonged silence from Chu Xinyao. "Little Fang, how did you know?" "Just a guess," he replied playfully. "Oomph, are you mad?" With that, Chu Xinyao sent a flurry of symbols and numbers, seemingly an expression of her frustration. Fang Xin examined the lengthy sequence of characters. Previously, Chu Xinyao had enjoyed playing cryptographic games with him. They would exchange notes in class using numbers and symbols instead of letters. The numerical symbols corresponded to a custom arrangement of Chinese character strokes that the two had devised. Fang Xin had long since mastered this system, and he quickly deciphered the meaning behind the string of symbols Chu Xinyao had sent. "The church seeks to find you. Exercise caution, for my communications are under surveillance. Do not inquire further." Upon reading this message, a tempest of emotions surged within Fang Xin. This afternoon, following the completion of a preliminary assessment, Zhuge Heng had specifically mentioned this matter to Fang Xin. He also alluded to the involvement of various forces in his parents' case, including the church, indicating that they would eventually approach Fang Xin for inquiries. Now, with Chu Xinyao sending a message regarding this issue, it is evident that such information is not common knowledge among all members of the church. Undoubtedly, Chu Xinyao must have obtained this intelligence from her father. Although the exact position of her father within the church remains unclear, it is certain that it holds significant weight. Thus, this information can be deemed accurate. The reason for their inquiry into Fang Xin had been previously elucidated by Zhuge Heng some time ago. Chapter 45. Impersonation. Zhuge Heng once mentioned that Fang Xin's parents had discovered a substance capable of altering genes at minimal cost. Thus, the car accident that led to their demise harbored a sinister conspiracy. It is evident that a hidden mastermind lurks behind what Fang Xin knows. His thoughts returned to the news regarding Chu Xinyao, which he suspected was likely derived from her father's insights. This prompted Fang Xin to exercise caution. It seemed the intentions of the approaching party were far from benign. He replied to Chu Xinyao, inviting her to a lavish meal during their next encounter. "I shall hold you to that." She responded, "Oh, you ranked first in the mock test. My father praised your exceptional abilities. Also, we had agreed that after your midterm assessments, my father wishes to invite you to our home as a gesture of gratitude for saving me previously." "That sounds perfect. I shall take a shower now." "Great. It's getting chilly, so be sure to dress warmly and remember to eat on time. Don't forget to chat with me whenever you have some free time." After sending the message, Fang Xin proceeded to take a shower. By 6 in the evening, Shi Tailang had already begun preparing for a hot pot feast in his dormitory, with an array of ingredients laid out. This lad had somehow procured a massive iron gourd filled to the brim with liquor. Fang Xin, Bai Yulin, and Xinyu opted for beer, while Zhang Yaozu and Li Bei'er were content with fruit juice. Shi Tailang took a hearty swig from the gourd, eliciting astonishment from the others. "Don't be surprised," Zhang Yaozu explained. "This hefty fellow has an extraordinary capacity for alcohol. It's a family tradition. Moreover, before drinking, he possesses S-level martial arts talent, which escalates to SS level after a few drinks." Seeing the amazement on their faces, Shi Tailang declared, "Out there, I might be a big brother, but in your presence. I am but a younger brother, especially before Gu and Beirjie, where I am the quintessential little brother. Bai Yulin, intrigued, inquired, Gu, you are so formidable. Your parents or elders must be equally impressive, right? Zhang Yaozu discreetly nudged Bai Yulin under the table, signaling him to refrain from speaking out of turn. Fang Xin, sensing the atmosphere, chuckled and replied, My parents are gone. I am an orphan. My apologies, Gu. Bai Yulin quickly responded, flustered. Fang Xin waved it off nonchalantly. Oh, it's nothing. Otherwise, how would you think I became so strong? As the saying goes, one cannot be a protagonist without first being an orphan. This elicited a chuckle from the group. Let us eat. Let us eat. Sure, Tai'e urged. The meal was filled with joy, and everyone began to familiarize themselves with one another. After dining, Xiao Lu sent a message in the group chat, informing them that the class schedule had been arranged. She reminded everyone to check their respective schedules, as the mentors would vary due to the different awakened talents, leading to distinct classes for each individual. Among the various talents, the most powerful was referred to as the primary talent, and the training here would primarily focus on enhancing that main talent. In addition to courses on innate talents, there are also classes on combat tactics, as well as various other subjects encompassing geographical and cultural studies, along with the subtle languages used in dealings with various factions. Fang Xin glanced over and noted that his mentor for the strength-based talent was named Hua Cheng. Each mentor's profile could be accessed by clicking on their avatar, which also displayed evaluations from previous students. A review of Hua Cheng's feedback revealed him to be a formidable level 10 warrior, renowned for his exceptional physical prowess. Reminiscent of a Vajra from Buddhist lore, his colleagues affectionately referred to him as Hua the Vajra, and due to being the sixth child in his family, he was also known in both the underworld and the lawful realm as Master Hua the Sixth. Not only did he serve as a mentor, but he also held the position of leader of the 6th group in the 9th Division. Former students warmly called him Brother Hua the Sixth. Noted for his notoriously fiery temper, yet equally famous for his fierce protectiveness over his students and subordinates. Anyone who dared to lay a hand on them would find him charging in without hesitation. Fang Xin perused the course offerings and discovered that several of his deputies were also enrolled in classes. The intensity of the coursework varied depending on the level of innate talent. Slightly less demanding than the strength-based courses were those pertaining to perception, taught by a stunning beauty named Cheng Bingqing, whose evaluations from past students unanimously hailed her as a goddess. The section for light-based talent was conspicuously empty, as new students in that category were almost entirely monopolized by the church, with all powerful light-based warriors aligned with it. The mentor for mental talents was depicted as an elderly woman wearing rectangular glasses, engaged in knitting. Even through the photograph, Fang Xin could sense an unsettling scrutiny from her gaze. This woman, named Sun Bijuan, was a level 12 warrior in mental talents, though not originally from the 9th Division. She was brought in due to her late husband's former affiliation with it. The comments beneath her profile were overwhelmingly critical, filled with anonymous remarks depicting her as merciless and inhumane, with descriptions such as a living nightmare and a harbinger of death, amounting to thousands of scathing critiques. While the few positive comments were vehemently attacked by other anonymous users. Initially, Fang Xin had assumed the reviews from former students were favorable, but it appeared that this assumption was misguided. Bai Yulin, holding his phone, exclaimed, "Brothers, the sky is falling. Has anyone signed up for the old witch's class?" Sure, Tai'e, having just taken a sip of his drink, spewed it out in laughter. "Old Bai, you're doomed." "Ha ha." Fang Xin chimed in, "I am too. You both are in for it, ha ha." Sure, Tai'e teased, his laughter infuriatingly joyful. "Brother Xin, that old lady doesn't care about your talent level or exam rank. She treats everyone with the same foul temper. Old Bai, Brother Xin, I will often remember you too and burn incense in your honor. Haha. Bai Zulin and Bzat Fang Xin." Declaring, "Brother Xin, we are now kindred spirits in adversity." Fang Xin gently patted Bai Yulin's back. "My dear Bai, you may have misunderstood. The mental affinity talent is merely my secondary profession. In truth, my absence from this class would not be a significant issue. As long as I maintain perfect attendance in my primary talent courses, I should be fine. Bai Yulin smiled with an innocent grin. Xinggu, in other classes, you may escape if it isn't your primary talent, and the instructors might turn a blind eye. However, you must not even think about skipping Master Mieju's class. Not only is skipping unthinkable, but you must also arrive 5 minutes early. Should you dare to be late, you shall face dire consequences. Is that true? Bai Yulin replied with a sense of despair. My uncle was her student, and he once thought the same way as you. Now, over 40 years old and having graduated more than 20 years ago, he still feels anxious at the sight of that old lady knitting. Fang Xin glanced at the photograph of the elderly woman and, despite his skepticism, felt a tinge of curiosity, resolved to witness the truth for himself. Flipping through the course schedule, he noticed that the name of the mentor for the Beast Mastery talent was simply denoted by a large question mark. Upon clicking the question mark icon, a flurry of recent comments appeared. Is there anyone? I heard this mysterious mentor is the master of the Beast Palace. Is it true? Can someone confirm if they really are 18 centimeters tall? Stop spreading rumors. Do you think someone of such a high standing as the master of the Beast Palace would come here to teach? Hey, don't flaunt your intelligence up there. I have reliable information that this mysterious mentor is indeed the master of the Beast Palace. A student from the 9th Department has an exceptional Beast Mastery talent that even the old master of the Beast Palace took notice of. The master is here to teach in order to network. Wow, again with the 9th Department. Who is this giant among men? Does anyone know? That remains unknown. But anyone fortunate enough to attend the Master S classes is surely riding on this individual S coattails. The school is seizing this opportunity to allow us to benefit from a Master S teachings. Thanks to this esteemed figure from the 9th Department. The 9th Department's preliminary test rankings are impressive, especially for those whose primary talent is Beast Mastery. Who could it be? It seems that Brother Ku Chai's primary talent is indeed Beast Mastery. Now that you mention it, someone asked Brother Ku Chai, and he smiled, but neither confirmed nor denied it. His expression seemed to suggest it was indeed him. Wow, Brother Ku Chai has such credentials? Thinking back, it's not surprising he is known as the Red Underpants War God. However, given Brother Ku Chai's prowess on the battlefield, why didn't he rank among the top 3 in this preliminary test? You might not understand. As the saying goes, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Brother Ku Chai is likely playing the long game, keeping a low profile for now, only to later astonish everyone with a remarkable performance. Moreover, Beast Mastery talent tends to shine in the later stages, while the current top student, Fang Xin, possesses a strength-based talent. Such a brute talent proves nearly unbeatable in the early stages, which is a key reason for his top ranking. Wow, I just asked Brother Ku Chai, and it turns out his family indeed has ties to the Beast Palace. He let it slip during a meal that his current fierce beast was a gift from the Beast Palace. Thank you, Brother Underpants. You have enabled us to access the formidable course of the Master of the Beast Palace without any cost. Brother Underpants is truly impressive. Fang Xin read through the post and couldn't help but shake his head. This imposter, Brother Underpants, indeed has a penchant for impersonation. Chapter 46. The 5 abnormalities upon returning to the dormitory after dinner. It was already past 9, nearing 10 o'clock. Sister Lu sent a message inquiring whether Fang Xin would like to represent the freshmen and speak at the morning assembly. Fang Xin declined without hesitation, following Zhuge Heng's advice. Fang Xin was aware that his top position in today's preliminary assessment had attracted considerable attention. It was prudent to remain low-key for the time being. Fang Xin lay on his bed, retrieving the phone his grandfather had sent him to check for messages. His grandfather had not contacted him in several days, and Fang Xin was uncertain of his current whereabouts. As for the midterm test at the 9th Demon Relic, there was still ample time. He reopened the video to ponder over the matter of the King of Slaughter reflected in the mirror later that night. Standing up, he conducted a thorough inspection of the dormitory. He found no signs of surveillance, but to err on the side of caution, Fang Xin decided to be cautious. He was currently under scrutiny and had also caught the attention of the church. Should the King of Slaughter manifest through the mirror, it could lead to dire consequences. The Jillian device vibrated slightly. Fang Xin picked it up to see a message from Zhuge Heng. The virtual screen displayed a notification. You have items delivered. Do you wish to accept? Fang Xin clicked yes, revealing a small sculpture, less than 10 centimeters in height. He positioned the screen over his palm, and the sculpture was gently transmitted into his hand, resembling the one Chu Xinyao had given him previously. Inside were 2 light-based talent skills, albeit only of the 9th tier. Nevertheless, they were adequate for his current needs. The core skills of light-based talents were strictly controlled by the church, making them difficult to acquire. Zhuge Hang promised to procure more skills from the church when possible. Thank you. Fang Xin ziplit politili. He held the small sculpture towards the moonlit sky, focusing intently on it. Moments later, a scene began to materialize in his mind. A vague silhouette executed a sudden dash under the moonlight. Skill: instant flash of light. Utilizing light-based talent, one can teleport within a certain range. Due to the limitations of the skill, he could only teleport within a distance of 10 meters at the initial level, with a maximum range of 5 kilometers. This was incomparable to Zhuge Hang's ability to traverse vast distances in the blink of an eye. However, having any ability was better than none. As Fang Xin continued to visualize, he noticed that the originally moonlit silhouette transformed into one that was nearly indistinguishable from the darkness. In an instant, he teleported beyond the initial distance. Fang Xin suddenly realized that his slaughter talent seemed to enhance this skill. What was once a mere 10-meter instant flash now extended to 30 meters, with the upper limit increasing from 5 kilometers to 15 kilometers, an impressive tripling of capability. Fang Xin recognized that his understanding of the slaughter talent was far too limited. Apart from the skill of flash of light, there exists another formidable technique, the divine art of light slash. A figure stands with arms raised high, gradually forming a sword of moonlight in their grasp. As the ethereal silhouette of the moon god materializes behind them, as this figure swings the sword forward, the moon god mirrors the motion, executing a powerful strike. Within a preliminary range of 10 meters, this sword strikes with the velocity of light, ensuring 100% accuracy. Harnessing the power of the moon god, the user can unleash their maximum strength at their current level. As Fang Xin visualizes, the moon god's appearance shifts, closely resembling the transformation witnessed during previous contemplations. The silver armor worn by the moon god transforms into a pitch-black suit, interspersed with flashes of blood-red hue. With the enhancement of the killing talent, the initial limitation of targeting enemies within 10 meters expands to a remarkable 30 meters. Fang Xin exhales slowly, astonished by the tripled combat efficacy afforded by the killing talent. His eyes sparkle with intensity. However, should this skill be observed by those endowed with the light affinity, they would undoubtedly recognize it as not belonging to their domain. Hence, discretion is paramount. Once unleashed, all witnesses must be silenced, and to thwart any attempt at memory extraction by those with perception abilities, their recollections must be obliterated. As night approached and sleep beckoned, Fang Xin sensed commotion emanating from the adjacent dormitory. Upon investigation, he discovered Bai Yulin engaged in a heated argument with himself, employing various voices, expressions, and tones in a cacophony of dispute. Shi Tailang, cradling a gourd of liquor, sipped while petting it, exuding a rather foolish demeanor, uttering lines unfit for broadcast. Li Baoer had 2 machetes propped up on her bed, one serving as a pillow, while she blissfully slumbered with her heels resting on the other. To his astonishment, Zhang Yaozu was sleepwalking, clutching a pillow as if soothing a child, swaying gently as he ambled about. Shunyu, who appeared the most reticent, was surprisingly sprawled on the floor instead of the bed, curling up within a human-shaped sandbag, resembling a child, murmuring about needing milk. Fang Xin sat up, bemused. A team of 6, and 5 of them were utterly peculiar. What kind of monstrous assembly is this? Surely, this is not a psychiatric ward? He retracted his perception, confining it solely to his own room. The following morning, a notification circulated within the group, announcing a gathering. First, a representative of the new students would speak, followed by a mentor's address. Upon arriving at the venue, Fang Xin noticed many attendees pointing toward a particular area. Following their gaze, he beheld the impostor known as Brother Zhang Chong seated at the forefront, clad in a garish yellow suit adorned with glimmering armor plates that reflected the light. paired with bright red trousers and golden shoes. His hair styled as if licked by a cow. This ensemble is strikingly flamboyant, undoubtedly the most dazzling presence of the day. After a captivating introduction by the host, we now invite the representative of this year's mentors to deliver a speech. A robust figure swiftly ascends the stage, first saluting the leaders and the students below. He then addresses the audience. Dear students, I am Chun Yongye, the leader of the second team of the 1st Special Operations Department of the Heavenly Shield Bureau, and one of the mentors for this session. It is a privilege to stand here and welcome the new students. The Heavenly Shield Bureau was established in the early years of this century, with the noble aim of safeguarding our nation's peace and eradicating social threats posed by organizations led by the Eternal Night Army. We bear the solemn responsibility of ensuring the safety of the lives and property of ordinary citizens. After elaborating extensively, Chun Yongye continued, I have noticed that many new students seem to place great importance on the results of the entrance assessment. However, I must clarify that these results are merely a reference. Many of you have not engaged in combat prior to joining us, so your scores may not reflect your true potential. Yet, following the specialized training ahead, I am confident that many of you will experience a significant improvement in your performance. Therefore, a poor current score does not dictate your ultimate success. Conversely, if your initial score is commendable, do not let pride cloud your judgment, for it is entirely possible that diligent peers may surpass you in the future. Fang Xin keenly sensed numerous gazes directed towards him. Once Chun Yongye concluded his address, the host returned to the stage, expressing gratitude for Mr. Chen's insightful words. We now invite the representative of this year's outstanding freshman, Zhang Chong, to deliver his speech. Rising to his feet, Zhang Chong stomped his golden leather shoes, tossed his gleaming hair, and strode confidently towards the podium. The audience erupted in cheers. Pants Brother is incredible. Truly, Pants Brother. I always believed he was hiding his prowess. And being the representative of the outstanding freshman speaks volumes. Just yesterday, due to the matter concerning the Beastmaster mentor, some argued that the Master of Beast Palace was not here for Pants Brother. Yet, Pants Brother has implicitly acknowledged his prowess, and now he has silenced his detractors. This is irrefutable evidence. Zhang Chong cleared his throat. Esteemed leaders, fellow students, I am Zhang Chong, and it is an honor to speak on behalf of my peers as the representative of the outstanding freshmen. I wholeheartedly agree with the statement made by Mr. Chun. The results of the entrance assessment do not determine our future performances. Some students who currently excel may not necessarily maintain this trajectory, even if they break school records. In the future, it remains entirely possible for others to surpass them. Chapter 47. Never mention it was me. The words of the impostor, Brother Underpants, immediately sparked an uproar. Many instinctively turned their gazes toward Fang Xin, as Zhang Chong's remarks were unmistakably directed at him. Fang Xin was clearly taken aback that Brother Underpants would single him out in front of so many new recruits. Zhang Chong deliberately paused for effect, his gaze fixed on Fang Xin. Even the school leaders and mentors seated in the front row instinctively glanced in Fang Xin's direction. The new recruits buzzed with chatter, quickly dividing into two factions. One faction believed that surpassing Fang Xin was akin to chasing a dream. Those voicing this opinion sounded as though they were still half asleep. Fang Xin had broken the Academy's record, becoming the top performer in the history of Tiandun Academy's entrance assessment. This achievement was not merely the result of luck. It was a testament to his genuine strength. Zhang Chong, seemingly lost in a dream, was making unfounded assertions. Conversely, others felt that Zhang Chong's claims held some merit, especially since Mentor Chun Yongye had previously echoed similar sentiments. What do you call this? They exclaimed. Mentor Chun Yongye just said the same thing. If you're unconvinced, go argue with him. Some individuals were genuinely exasperated. Indeed, the entrance assessment is not indicative of future tests. Some talents naturally falter later on. The individual who topped this assessment possesses a power affinity. Everyone knows what that means. Moreover, many who excelled in past entrance assessments were ultimately surpassed upon graduation. There are countless examples. So what are you pretending for? I stand with Brother Underpants. He is a person of great stature. personally teaching under the Lord of the Beast Palace. Do you think your barking matters? Many of you have benefited from Brother Underpants' influence, so have some dignity. It's merely a better performance in the entrance assessment. It's not insurmountable. The two factions of new recruits continued their incessant squabble. Sitting next to Fang Xin, Tai'e glanced back, pondering whether these individuals were genuinely oblivious or feigning ignorance. Did they truly believe they could surpass Fang Xin? Were they still asleep? Even Fang Xin's weakest talent had earned him a place in the 9th division. Did they have any right to bark? Fang Xin, however, was not at all perturbed by the doubts cast upon him. In fact, he found their skepticism quite beneficial for his own discreet development. On the surface, he would allow them to believe they could surpass him, while quietly nurturing his own strength, ready to eclipse everyone with his prowess. Zhang Chong wore a smile as he observed the fervent debate among the new recruits, seemingly satisfied with the situation, as though this was the outcome he had desired. Casting a glance at Fang Xin, Zhang Chong exuded a provocative demeanor, as if to suggest that he had once been the most prominent among the new recruits, only to have his spotlight stolen by Fang Xin. Fang Xin calmly returned Zhang Chong's gaze with a smile. Tai'e, feeling indignant, muttered, "What qualifications does someone like Zhang Chong have to represent outstanding new students? Why wasn't Fang Xin chosen?" Fang Xin chuckled, "Because I declined." The companions in front were momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, initially believing Zhang Chong to be quite impressive. It turned out he had merely picked up what Fang Xin had discarded, flaunting himself for no reason. It was only when the host called for silence that Zhang Chong resumed his speech. Upon descending the stage, he adjusted his hairstyle, standing tall and proud, akin to a rooster that had just triumphed over a hen. By the end of the conference, the two factions ignited by Zhang Chong's remarks were still embroiled in heated debate. Those with poor entrance exam scores wholeheartedly endorsed Zhang Chong's words, fervently supporting him, while some new students scoffed at his claims. The conflict escalated, culminating in a physical altercation among the new students, which only ceased when the mentor intervened. The ensuing fierce arguments spilled over onto the Tian Academy forum. Ultimately, someone issued a stern warning when the midterm exams arrived. "We shall see if those with good grades can truly be surpassed. Let us see how long you can maintain your arrogance. After the tests, it will be time to shatter your illusions." To speak frankly, the top scorer of the preliminary test is unlikely to retain that position in the midterms. Level 3 combat power marks a crucial turning point. Beyond this, talents such as spiritual and witchcraft abilities can rival those of the strength category. We shall see. Fang Xin dismissed these provocative posts with disdain. That afternoon, textbooks were distributed. The following morning commenced classes on strength-based abilities, followed by beast mastery in the afternoon. Fang Xin's phone vibrated. Someone was adding him as a friend. Upon opening it, he discovered a user named Baron Tianlong had sent a request. Curious, he explored the profile and found the signature pure love old boy. He noticed a daily photo shared yesterday, realizing it belonged to Shang Tianke, the master of the Beast Palace. Fang Xin rolled his eyes dramatically, muttering, "Your pure love, indeed. If I hadn't witnessed you with two stunning beauties, I might have actually believed it. Fang Xin, I'll be teaching you tomorrow." "All right. Thank you, Master Shang, for taking the time amidst your busy schedule to tutor me." Shang Tianke responded with a clasped fist emoji. "May I ask you something? Is there a mentor named Cheng Bingxing in your cohort?" "Yes." "Fang Xin, could you assist me with a small favor? If successful, I shall gift you a 4th-tier spirit beast." Fang Xin, feeling cautious, inquired, "What kind of favor?" Shang Tianke, with a broad face, replied, "Could you provide me with Cheng Bingxing as contact information?" Fang Xin Zhuge, realizing that the Baron of Tianlong and the so-called pure love old boy were not pursuing him, but rather our esteemed teacher Cheng. "Isn't the contact information available in the mentoress profiles?" "That's within your internal system. I can't access it." "Look, your talent awakening was facilitated by me, right? Zhuge Hang is my good friend, and you are one of his prize students. By that logic, we are practically good friends. Help a friend out?" Fang Xin pondered for a moment, then replied, "All right." Turning his head, Fang Xin promptly sent Qin Juanhao's contact information to the palace master. Qin Juanhao's profile picture was an endearing cartoon image, which should serve to obscure his identity. The palace master joyfully responded with a voice message. Thank you, little brother. I will bring the spirit beast to class tomorrow afternoon. Is there any way to send it over right now? Fang Xin inquired, sensing that tomorrow would be too late. The palace master replied, I'm afraid not. The transportation on your end can only use internal channels, and I cannot send it over. Rest assured, you have helped me immensely, and you will certainly reap the rewards. But I must dash now. An old brother is off in pursuit of love. Just don't mention that I gave you my contact information. Fang Xin cautioned. You must promise not to reveal that it was I who provided you with the contact. Fear not. You have aided me greatly. I would never betray you. As night descended, Qin Juanhao racked his brain, contemplating how to mend relations with his classmates from the 7th Division. His gaze gradually settled on Zhang Chong, whose remarks during the freshman assembly had been laced with hostility towards Fang Xin. Moreover, Zhang Chong had a considerable following. Aligning himself with Zhang could potentially rehabilitate his own reputation. Just as he pondered how to connect with Zhang Chong, his phone vibrated. Someone had added him as a friend, with a note identifying them as the palace master of 10,000 beasts. Qin Juanhao bolted upright in surprise. Chapter 48. Let this kid dig his own grave. Qin Juanhao repeatedly scrutinized the account of the individual in question. Upon visiting the person's profile, it appeared that he was indeed the esteemed master of the Beast Palace. Qin Juanhao conducted an online search for information regarding the master of the Beast Palace, and through scattered descriptions and photographs, he confirmed that this individual bore an uncanny resemblance to the person requesting to add him as a friend. However, a sense of doubt lingered in Qin Juanhao's mind. While it was true that his family possessed a modicum of wealth, there were always greater mountains beyond the mountains, and more capable individuals beyond one's own circle. In the eyes of the master of the Beast Palace, his family was inconsequential. It seemed implausible that such a prominent figure would take the initiative to add him as a friend. Suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated his thoughts. Rumor had it within the academy that Brother Underpants was acquainted with the master of the Beast Palace. The very reason the master had come to teach was likely due to his connection with Brother Underpants. Seizing this opportunity, Qin Juanhao decided to inquire about this matter with Brother Underpants, hoping to fortify their relationship in the process. He promptly sought out information regarding Brother Underpants' contact details. Once he successfully added him as a friend, Qin Juanhao wasted no time in initiating conversation. Brother Chong, I am Qin Juanhao, an admirer of yours. Brother Underpants maintained an air of aloofness. Brother Underpants, I have a matter I wish to consult you about. A person just attempted to add me as a friend, but I am unfamiliar with such a prominent figure. I would like to ask for your assistance in discerning whether this is genuine or merely an impersonation. As he spoke, he sent a screenshot for Brother Underpants to review. A few seconds later, Brother Underpants softened his demeanor. This is Uncle Sean's contact information. May I ask who you are? I am Qin Juanhao, a new student from the 7th Division, your admirer. Who is your father? Qin Juanhao momentarily hesitated, but quickly replied, My father is Qin Zongxing. Very well. Does Uncle Shang wish to contact you for any particular reason? I initially thought it was a scam, hence my hesitation to accept. Qin Juanhao held his phone tightly, his hands trembling with excitement. The illustrious master of the Beast Palace had indeed reached out to him. Overwhelmed with emotion, he accepted the friend request. Hello. The moment he sent the message, he received an immediate response. Forget the formalities, just call me Brother Shang. It feels more friendly. Qin Juanhao was momentarily taken aback. I dare not. You are the master of the Beast Palace. Referring to you as Brother Shang feels too presumptuous. I shall continue to call you Master Shang. There is no need for such formality. Outsiders may call me Master Shang, but you are an exception. Just call me Brother Shang. If you wish to be even more informal, you may call me Tian Ke as well. Qin Juanhao's eyes widened in disbelief. This is not right. Here I am, a mere commoner, addressing the esteemed master as Brother Shang already feels like overstepping my bounds. To call you Tian Ke would be utterly inappropriate. Do not flatter me too much. Your profile picture is quite adorable, just like you, playful, charming, and lively. The master continued. Qin Juanhao's eyes widened further, feeling a sense of unease. This sounds rather peculiar. Are you sure you have not added the wrong person? No, it is you. To be frank, ever since I last saw you, you have occupied my thoughts incessantly. I have dreamt of you numerous times, your figure lingering in each vision, and the enchanting fragrance that emanates from you remains etched in my memory, difficult to forget. Qin Juanhao tightened his grip, feeling an unsettling aura. How does this sound? Rather ominous indeed. I possess a hammer-like fragrance. After some contemplation, Qin Juanhao wondered if the head palace master might have indeed contacted the wrong person. Head palace master, do you know who I am? Of course, teacher Xiao Qingzi. You are as pure and untainted as your name. Qin Juanhao felt a sudden rigidity in his body. Head palace master, I am not the person you seek. You mischievous one, do you still wish to deceive me? Head palace master, I genuinely am not the person you are looking for. You must have contacted the wrong individual. You're searching for teacher Cheng Bingqing, aren't you? There was a lengthy silence on the other end. Who are you? What is your name? My name is Qin Juanhao, a new student from the 7th department. He replied earnestly. However, as soon as the words left his lips, he regretted them, realizing he had stumbled upon a significant secret. A bead of sweat formed on his forehead, revealing his anxiety. Today's events must not be disclosed to anyone. Do you understand? The head palace master commanded sternly. Certainly not. I have seen nothing, Qin Juanhao assured, hastily deleting the chat history and taking a screenshot to show the head palace master. He swallowed hard, as if he were safeguarding a monumental secret. At that moment, Brother Kucha inquired, what did Uncle Shang add you for? He contacted the wrong person. After typing a few words, Qin Juanhao deleted them, considering that while out in the world, one's identity is self-assigned and can be articulated ambiguously. This would facilitate future relations with Zhang Chong. After careful consideration, Qin Juanhao replied to Zhang Chong. He mentioned a few matters to me. What matters? Brother Chong, the specifics are truly inconvenient to disclose. Qin Juanhao responded with an air of mystery. He set his phone aside, now aware of the head of the beast hall's little secret. He had not anticipated that such a powerful figure would possess this side. In the beast hall, Shang Tianke reclined in a swimming pool, where a fair-skinned, beautiful Caucasian woman sat beside him, gently massaging his temples. With her snowy legs as his pillow, on either side of him were two stunning beauties, one serving him drinks and the other feeding him fruit. Setting his phone aside, Shang Tianke could not help but chuckle. What is so amusing, master? I was duped by that rascal Fang Xin, haha. How can you still laugh after being deceived? Shang Tianke replied, this fellow is different. Unlike others who would curry favor with me for a 4th-tier battle beast, he did not even ask for Cheng Bingqing's contact information. He has principles, and I enjoy befriending those with integrity. However, there is a matter that requires attention. Please fetch a reset pearl for me. I will need it tomorrow at the Tiandun Academy. Just to be on the safe side, I must erase the memories of one Qin Juanhao to avoid any future embarrassment. Tomorrow afternoon, I must also confront that scoundrel Fang Xin. The audacity of that little rascal to provoke me. The following morning, after breakfast, the class was dedicated to the power system's talents, held in the gravity chamber. Fang Xin greeted a few individuals as he made his way toward the chamber. Not many attended Master Hua Cheng's class. There were only a dozen or so students, and he was not the sole instructor for this course. Master Hua Cheng taught only the most exceptional students, predominantly those endowed with the power talent. Upon entering, Fang Xin surveyed the room and noted that most of the new students with power talents were remarkably muscular. Each one was robust, and even the least among them had a notable physique. In contrast, Fang Xin was relatively slender, yet he belonged to the category where clothes concealed his form, revealing a more toned physique when undressed. As Fang Xin entered, his classmates nodded in acknowledgement. After all, he had ranked first in the preliminary tests. Although Zhang Chong's remarks from yesterday stirred considerable controversy, the power talent was often looked down upon, relegated to the lowest tier of the talent hierarchy. This led the new students with power talents to unite, collectively supporting Fang Xin. Chapter 14. A group of classmates greeted Fang Xin. He nodded in acknowledgement, and they exchanged brief introductions. Including Fang Xin, there were 12 individuals present. As they engaged in light conversation, someone entered from outside. Teacher Hua. Upon seeing the newcomer, everyone greeted him warmly. Prior to class, they had all seen photographs of Hua Cheng and Hua Jingang, so they readily recognized him. Standing at a height of 1.9 meters, Hua Cheng possessed a robust physique, clad in the distinctive uniform of the 9th District, exuding a formidable presence. Reunion is a cherished fate. Previous students often affectionately refer to me as Hua Lu Ge. If you don't mind, you may call me that as well. Hua Liu Ye. The students chorused enthusiastically, and Fang Xin joined in. He could clearly sense that Hua Lu Ge's geniality was genuine. The positive evaluations from many alumni regarding Hua Cheng were a testament to his character. Hua Cheng removed his outer jacket and placed it on a nearby piece of equipment. Let us delve straight into the subject at hand. Those who come to me possess a talent for strength, often referred to as the brute talent or laborer talent, which has always been looked down upon in the hierarchy of abilities. However, true strength does not concern itself with the opinions of others. The most appropriate course of action for the strong is to shatter societal prejudices and break free from the confines of labels. As the saying goes, one force can overcome 10 skills, which underscores that in the presence of absolute strength, many ornate arguments are mere empty talk. Of course, he continued, if we combine formidable power with exquisite skills and astonishing speed, our explosive combat capability becomes unparalleled. Fang Xin. Hua Cheng suddenly called out. Startled, Fang Xin raised his hand. Here, unleash your full strength and attack me. Fang Xin hesitated momentarily, realizing Hua Cheng intended to demonstrate something for the group. Without further contemplation, he charged at Hua Cheng with an Iron Mountain strike. Hua Cheng stood resolute, merely lifting a hand to press down on Fang Xin's shoulder. Fang Xin quickly adjusted his attack, delivering punches like cannonballs, elbows like knives, and knees like spears, employing a variety of unconventional angles in his assault. These techniques were honed through countless battles, rooted in a martial art called Bajiquan that his grandfather had taught him. Yet as he attacked, Fang Xin was astonished to find that no matter how swift his strikes were, Hua Cheng's defense was impenetrable. His once proud strength seemed utterly inconsequential against Hua Cheng. Nevertheless, a smile involuntarily crept upon Hua Cheng's lips, and the other students gasped in awe. Fang Xin's powerful and impactful attacks provided a stunning visual display, while Hua Cheng's calm demeanor instilled an unprecedented sense of pressure. As the demonstration concluded, Hua Cheng was the first to raise his hand in applause, prompting the other students to follow suit. Hua Cheng gently patted Fang Xin's shoulder, acknowledging why Zhuge valued him. He truly stood apart from the rest. Everyone witnessed Fang Xin's recent attack, which, though not without its flaws, possessed a commendable quality. Each strike aimed directly at the vital points. This is crucial in the heat of battle, where one's survival hinges on the outcome. It's either your life or theirs. Thus, one must seize every opportunity to extinguish the enemy's existence. While others may flaunt their various flashy techniques, we shall prevail with a single, decisive blow. I have heard whispers regarding the freshman representative's speech at yesterday's orientation, claiming that the third-level combat power serves as a watershed moment, suggesting that beyond this point, other talent types could easily subdue those of the strength category. Utter nonsense. I do not concern myself with how other strength-type students perceive things. However, if you are in my class, you must acknowledge this. If you are of equal standing and possess the same level of talent yet still falter against your opponent, it reflects a deficiency within you, not within the strength talent itself. Currently, a formidable figure exists within Longhua, a paragon of strength talent, who disregards the nature of your abilities. Before him, sheer strength dismantles all barriers. A tall classmate with a spiky hairstyle excitedly interjected, Brother Hua Lu, are you referring to the master guarding the world's foremost temple? Hua Cheng nodded affirmatively. Indeed, that is precisely who I mean. Thus, I implore you all, do not let idle gossip instill feelings of inferiority. Instead, let your prowess silence all naysayers. Laughter erupted among the group. Hua Cheng raised a hand, adding, furthermore, this is my rule. Now that you're my students, remember well, regardless of others, if any one of you is bullied, no matter who the aggressor may be, the other 11 must rally to support you. Should you find yourselves outmatched, seek assistance from your seniors. If they too are overwhelmed, then you shall come to me. Should I be unable to assist, I have 5 brothers above me. If they cannot prevail, my father has 12 brothers who will stand by my side. But take heed of this as well. All of you must remember, no one is permitted to bully the impoverished, to oppress the weak, to take advantage of the virtuous, or to perpetrate violence against women. Men are not exempt from this rule. Do you understand? Understood, Brother Hualu. Fang Xin Zitge Huicheng, compelled to admit that this Hua Jing Gang emanated an aura of reliability, embodying the essence of a trustworthy elder brother. Hua Cheng clapped his hands, declaring, excellent. Let us commence our first lesson. Many harbor misconceptions about strength talent, including all of you present. The true strength of our talent lies not merely in our extraordinary power, but in our profound exploration and application of our own bodies, far surpassing the average person. Long ago, our levels of mastery were not categorized as they are now, into first and second tiers. Instead, they were defined by terms such as call, source, pulse, grounding, while observation, harmonizing the way, and breaking the mirror, among others. This classification system is more suited to our comprehension of strength talent. Today, we shall first discuss the initial 4 levels. The term summoning, as its name suggests, refers to awakening the innate talents within oneself. This awakening occurs through the refinement of one's natural gifts, enabling the continuous flow of vital energy through the meridians. The pulsation represents the explosive force generated by the brewing of this vital energy, akin to a pulse striking forth with vigor. This power was once known as dark energy. As he spoke, Hua Cheng placed a hand upon Fang Xian's chest. Unbeknownst to Fang Xian, he felt an extraordinary force surge through his limbs like an electric current, causing him to stagger backward in astonishment, realizing the true terror of this power. Hua Cheng smiled, remarking, your combat prowess is formidable. Firstly, your innate talent is exceptionally high. Secondly, your combat experience is extensive. And thirdly, your skills are commendable. However, your understanding of the vital energy pulsation is quite limited. Should you grasp this concept, your battle capability would ascend to the 4th level, attaining the state of standing firm. The state of standing firm, for those endowed with strength-based talents, signifies an enhancement of one's defensive mechanisms, allowing continuous honing of one's vital energy and physical form. Through the vitality generated, a protective barrier emerges at the surface, rendering one as steadfast as a rock, positioned in an undefeated stance. Now strike me again, Hua Cheng urged as he turned toward Fang Xian. Fang Xian unleashed a powerful punch. A nearly transparent protective membrane enveloped Hua Cheng, preventing Fang Xian's fist from making contact. Hua Cheng's body trembled slightly, while Fang Xian was sent reeling backward. Astonished, Fang Xian realized that relying solely on self-study would take an eternity without the guidance of a master. Hua Cheng continued, initially, I intended to teach only the first 3 levels, but due to Fang Xian's presence, I have introduced a 4th level. You may now examine the techniques and skills I have provided, as I have grouped you according to your progress and individual strengths and weaknesses. Subsequently, I will conduct individualized instruction. The school has provided you with textbooks. Feel free to peruse them as supplementary reading. However, the primary focus should remain on my teachings. Fang Xian glanced at the techniques Hua Cheng prepared for him. Martial technique, 9-fold heaven-opening strike. This offensive skill allows one to unleash a punch that manifests 9 layers of cumulative power. Martial technique, golden bell shield. This second technique is a defensive skill accessible only upon reaching the 4th level of combat capability. Previously, Fang Xian's combat prowess had surged dramatically due to his talent for slaughter during an execution, propelling his strength-based abilities to the pinnacle of the 3rd level. Yet, he found himself stagnant at this peak. Until now, he had been oblivious to the cause, but today's explanation illuminated the truth. He lacked knowledge of vital energy pulsation. As Hua Cheng approached, he noticed Fang Xin examining the golden bell shield. This is meant for those who have attained 4th level strength, but first, let me explain the vital energy pulsation. With that, Hua Cheng led Fang Xin to a force measurement device. Throw a punch. Fang Xin struck out with his fist. The display screen of the measuring device flickered, swiftly reaching a staggering 15,999. Gasps of astonishment erupted from his classmates, and Hua Cheng could not help but smile in delight. Certainly, young one, the power of the strength-based talent is calculated as the square of the current level plus 1, multiplied by 1,000. At the pinnacle of 3rd level combat power, it reaches 16,000 kilograms, and you are almost there. Now relax your mind. As he spoke, Hua Cheng placed one hand on Fang Xin's shoulder. Close your eyes and feel. With his eyes shut, Fang Xin could distinctly sense a pulse of power flowing from his shoulder, causing fluctuations in the energy within him, akin to the surging tides. This sensation intensified, with the energy coalescing into his fist. Fang Xin felt that with a single strike he could achieve a qualitative leap. Remember this feeling. Hua Cheng withdrew his hand. Do not rush. Take your time to find that sensation. Your talent is formidable, and within half a month, you should grasp this feeling and attain 4th level combat power. Fang Xin kept his eyes closed. After Hua Cheng had briefly stimulated his energy, the pulsations within him had surged. Now that Hua Cheng had retracted his influence, the fluctuations within Fang Xin diminished significantly, though the sensation persisted. Cling tightly to that feeling. Fang Xin clumsily stirred the energy within him. Hua Cheng clapped his hands and turned to the others, saying, "Come, Fang Xin's progress surpasses yours. Let him find his sensation while I instruct you." Fang Xin, with his eyes still closed, initially felt somewhat awkward, but Hua Cheng's earlier assistance had been pivotal. He seized that feeling, which grew increasingly potent, as if it were on the verge of erupting. The accumulated energy from past battles began to surge forth. Since Hua Cheng was not encumbered by many concerns and mingled easily with everyone, the class proceeded swiftly. Before long, the session concluded. As everyone prepared to leave, they noticed Fang Xin still standing motionless in front of the power tester. Hua Cheng approached and gently patted Fang Xin's shoulder. "Class is over. This is something that cannot be rushed. It takes time." Just as he was speaking, Fang Xin suddenly opened his eyes. Hua Cheng exclaimed in surprise. With a twist of his waist, Fang Xin unleashed a powerful punch. The power tester emitted urgent beeping sounds as the values began to rise. The earlier figure, which had hovered just below 16,000, instantly broke through that barrier. The values surged upwards. A second later, the readings transformed once more, finally stabilizing at an astonishing 18,000 kilograms. Chapter 50. Come sit in the front, will you? The other students were about to leave when they noticed a commotion over here and hurriedly approached. In an instant, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this truly outrageous? It's the first class. Everyone is still muddled from the lessons, grappling with concepts they have yet to digest. And you have already made a breakthrough? You shattered the record in the entrance assessment with an unprecedented score, surpassing even the official historical benchmarks. And now in just the first class, you have achieved a 4th level combat power. Is there still any law or justice in this? How are the rest of us supposed to survive? Hua Cheng grinned widely. Booking Fang Xin. Which teacher wouldn't he adore such a student? No wonder that white-haired fellow always drags this kid around. With remarkable talent, superb comprehension, and formidable combat strength. Truly impressive. Hua Cheng clapped Fang Xin on the shoulder, exuberant beyond measure. The upper limit of 4th level combat power is 25,000 kilograms, and Fang Xin has just broken through, reaching 18,000 kilograms. The other students could only feel a mix of helplessness and admiration. Fang Xin had already outstripped them significantly at the starting line. Hua Cheng shook his head in awe, exclaiming, "Truly deserving of an SSS-level strength talent. Just a moment ago, I remarked that you wouldn't break through for another half-month, and now it seems I have been proven wrong." Fang Xin chuckled. "Thank you, Brother Hualu. Had it not been for your assistance earlier, I Wu Ti have achieved 4th level combat power so swiftly. Hua Cheng responded with bravado. As your mentor, I sent this my duty. Your excellence reflects well upon me as well. At this point, Hua Cheng seemed to recall something and turned to the other students. Let us keep Fang Xin's breakthrough under wraps for now. As the old saying goes, a tall tree attracts the wind. Fang Xin has just claimed first place in the entrance assessment. His prominence could easily attract unnecessary troubles. We must be cautious. If word leaks out, organizations of ill repute or remnants of the Eternal Night Army might take notice. They could either attempt to coerce Fang Xin into serving them or eliminate him entirely, which would be detrimental to him. Everyone nodded in understanding, acknowledging Brother Hua Lu's wisdom. Hua Cheng continued, however, just because I advise you to remain low-key doesn't mean you should always appear weak. When the time comes to show your strength, do not hesitate to do so. After all, some individuals simply deserve a good thrashing. Fang Xin grinned. This mentor was perfectly aligned with his sensibilities. Who would appreciate such a teacher? All right, class is dismissed, and it's time for lunch. I have matters to attend to, but remember, if you encounter any difficulties, whether in your studies or daily life, do not hesitate to seek my help. Understood, Brother Hua Lu. Oh, today is the first day? So the gravity chamber hasn't been calibrated yet. From the next class onward, we will begin weighted training. So prepare yourselves mentally. Got it. Fang Xin and several classmates headed to the cafeteria together. During lunch, they exchanged inquiries about the afternoon's lessons. Upon hearing that Fang Xin had a class in beast mastery that afternoon, a classmate nicknamed Pot Lid was munching on something and asked Xin Go, "Who is your beast mastery instructor?" It's a question mark. Responded Potlit. That would be the master of the Beast Palace. I've also secured a spot in his class. This time, we're taking advantage of the Master's visit to the Beast Palace to benefit from his expertise. Anyone with decent talent in Beast Mastery has been ushered into his class. Xin Go, let us attend together. All right, it's settled then? Inquired a tall student named Zhang Bing. Dressed in a tank top, Pot Lid nodded affirmatively, confirming, despite some of our classmates appearing rather unsophisticated, many possess impressive backgrounds. Some even have connections to the Beast Palace. Inquiries have been made, and indeed, the master will be here. Zhang Bing bit into a piece of meat and remarked, "There are rumors that the master of the Beast Palace is coming specifically for Underwear Brother. Is that true?" "It's highly likely," Pot Lid replied. "There are those who assert with great certainty that Underwear Brother has connections, and it has been said he even referred to the master as uncle during a phone call." Zhang Bing took a sip of his drink. But hasn't Underwear Brother never explicitly stated his ties to the master of the Beast Palace? Pot Lid picked at a fishbone. Though he has not spoken directly, what's the difference from making it obvious? That is true. Honestly, every time I see that ostentatious Underwear Brother, it irks me. I can't quite explain why. Same here, ha. Fang Xin sipped his drink, feeling somewhat guilty after having taken advantage of Shang Tianke the previous day. Yet, this was the Tian Dun Academy. Surely, that old lecher wouldn't trouble him. In the blink of an eye, afternoon arrived. Fang Xin and Pot Lid entered the classroom together. Upon entering, they noticed Underwear Brother had already arrived. Seated in the front row, adorned in flamboyant attire that was hard to ignore. Surrounding him were many admirers, each praising Zhang Chong with flattery. Clearly, Zhang Chong relished this attention. The supporters gathered around him largely backed his assertion from the freshman assembly that preliminary tests were not indicative of future performance, insisting that others with lesser scores but greater talent would surely surpass him. Upon seeing Fang Xin enter, who had become a hot topic among the freshmen, the crowd murmured in curiosity, "What brings him here?" A pockmarked, overweight boy with a curly hairstyle sitting next to Zhang Chong sneered. What else could he be here for? It's quite obvious with so many people present. They're all here to bask in our Brother Chong's glory. The master of the Beast Palace is coming for him, and now the upper echelons of the Tian Dun Bureau are seizing the opportunity to benefit without cost. Many students have been ushered in. Damn it, these people are riding on Brother Chong's coattails, and some even dare to argue with us. They should be paying additional fees for this privilege. The counterfeit underpants brother, Zhang Chong, cleared his throat and declared that there was no need for concern. Uncle Shang had come to teach, contributing to our Tian-Dun Bureau, which could be considered a form of camaraderie. Since everyone was present, it was assured that Uncle Shang would impart his knowledge. The chubby fellow with acne, sporting a foil perm, clapped his hands in praise, exclaiming that our brother Chang was indeed impressive, possessing great vision. Yet he merely looked down upon these individuals. Indeed, look at Fang Xin. After he entered, everyone flocked to him. It's quite amusing, as they remain oblivious to whose coattails they are riding today, occupying those seats. Once our brother Chang rises to prominence, he shall deliver a resounding slap to their faces, teaching them that initial academic success does not guarantee continued excellence. Some students spoke without consideration, deliberately raising their voices for Fang Xin to hear. Guogai glanced at Fang Xin's profile and comforted him, saying, "Brother Xin, don't mind these fools. They are merely envious of you. It's just because of your connection with the palace master of the Beast Palace. That connection belongs to Zhang Chang, not to them. Why should they bark?" A group of eunuchs acting as if they were the emperor's advisors. Fang Xin, lost in thought, simply smiled in response. As discussions swirled among the crowd, a figure strode in through the door. All gazes turned towards the newcomer. He was a man with a grand beard, exactly as depicted in the online photographs. Master Shang. It truly is Master Shang. The enormous classroom erupted in excitement. Brother Underpants is incredible. We must acknowledge that it is indeed Brother Underpants who could bring such a figure to teach us. With all due respect, everyone present had benefited from Brother Underpants' influence. We should truly learn to be grateful. Yet, some individuals were indeed ungrateful, disparaging Brother Chang. From this moment forth, I shall be a loyal fan of Brother Underpants. The classroom buzzed with chatter. Unexpectedly, the counterfeit Brother Underpants in the front row suddenly stood up. Stunt. The sound of chairs shifting echoed as everyone instinctively rose. "Hello, teacher. Everyone, please be seated." Shang Tianke responded, scanning the room from below. The counterfeit Brother Underpants smiled and said, "Master Shang, everyone warmly welcomes your arrival." Shang Tiang's gaze swept across Zhang Chang's face, and with a smile, he replied, "It's you. Please sit down." This remark instantly sparked a flurry of discussion among the attendees. Wow, I knew it. They truly know each other. No wonder he's called Brother Underpants. I'm exhausted from all this talking. Brother Underpants is amazing. Some expressed confusion, asking why such words were spoken. What are you hiding in your ears? A toilet? Why even ask such a question? It must be an act of feigned ignorance. This is all for Brother Chang's sake, to prevent any ill-minded individuals from thinking he has connections. Exactly. Some people really don't know how to use their brains. Why even ask such questions? It's utterly foolish. Engaging with such individuals is a waste of time. They simply can't stand Brother Chang's success. Do you hear how bitter their words are? As the discussions below reached a crescendo, Shang Tiang's gaze fixated upon Fang Xin, who occupied a seat in the rear. Fang Xin. Shang Tiang's unexpected proclamation silenced the entire classroom, drawing everyone's attention. What could be the reason for calling Fang Xin? Perhaps it was merely to glimpse the individual who had topped the entrance examination rankings. Quite a common occurrence. Fang Xin rose to his feet, his smile endearing. "Greetings, Minter Shang." Shang Tianke returned a smile and beckoned. "Come sit in the front." Fang Xin, radiating warmth, replied, "There's no space available in the front. I am quite content sitting here." Suddenly, Shang Tianke pointed at the counterfeit boxer brother, Zhang Chang, who occupied the front row. "Shift back a bit, and let him take your seat." Zhang Chang stood there, momentarily stunned, his face turning pale. The entire classroom was left in disbelief, thinking they must have misheard. Upon noticing the resentment in Zhang Chang's demeanor, Fang Xin, with pure innocence, remarked, "Minter Shang, everyone is already settled, since the class has commenced. There is no need for further shuffling. Please begin the lesson. I can hear perfectly well from here." Shang Tianke, witnessing Fang Xin's cheerful countenance and recalling the awkward incident from the previous day when this lad had outsmarted him, felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a couple of kicks to him. With a smile, he curled his finger, declaring, "I am here specifically for you, while the others are merely auditing the class. What nonsense is it for you to hide at the back? Come to the front. Chapter 51. Terrified, the vast classroom was enveloped in an eerie silence, so profound that the faintest sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All the students present turned their gaze towards Fang Xin, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. The recent declaration by the esteemed Shang Gongzhu echoed in their minds, leaving them utterly stunned. Who would have anticipated that the illustrious Shang Gongzhu had come specifically for Fang Xin? It was evident to all that Fang Xin and Shang Gongzhu shared an acquaintance. However, the realization struck them swiftly. Wasn't Fang Xin a talent of the power system? How could he possibly have the master of the Beast Palace come to impart knowledge on the Beast Mastery system? Could it be that he possessed dual occupational talents? A collective gasp arose as they gazed at Fang Xin in utter shock. Those who had previously mocked him now felt as though they had been soundly slapped in the face by their own arrogance. They had been desperately flattering Zhang Chang, the brother underwear, proclaiming that he was the reason for their success, while deriding Fang Xin for shamelessly attending a class without even a word of gratitude. In hindsight, it was they who had acted without dignity, basking in Fang Xin's brilliance. At that moment, the one paling in color was none other than Zhang Chang himself. Before the semester began, he had seized the title of the Red Underwear Battle God, yet he never openly acknowledged it. He flaunted his flamboyant attire, yearning to be the center of attention among his peers. His academic performance was commendable, and he even represented the new students, speaking up for those whose entrance exam scores were dismal. Upon learning of Shang Gongzhu's arrival to teach, his ambitions surged. He dreamed of being the focal point for all. Thus, he intentionally let it be known that he was acquainted with Shang Gongzhu, casually dropping hints that he referred to her as Uncle Shang, all in hopes of garnering admiration. Yet, he was acutely aware that Shang Gongzhu had not come for him, which is why he never confirmed their connection, only suggesting it for others to speculate. He gambled on the notion that Shang Gongzhu would not publicly disclose her true intentions. Clearly, such gambling requires caution. The students supporting Fang Xin, including Guo, erupted in exuberant cheers, shattering the classroom's tranquility with an uproar that threatened to lift the roof. Brother Xin is incredible, Guo exclaimed in admiration. It turns out Brother Xin is the hidden powerhouse. Zhang Chang was just putting on a fade, thinking Shang Gongzhu was here for him. I nearly believed it myself. What a counterfeit. What of those who had once flattered Zhang Chang? They were now left to howl in dismay. Let your master keep pretending. Someone jeered. How hilarious. The higher they soar, the harder they fall. The sycophants of brother underwear can finally silence themselves. Poor performance in academics and in life. Yet they aspired to surpass Brother Xin. What a dream. The taunts echoed throughout the room. Zhang Chang, his face ashen, feigned composure. A student with acne, sporting a perm, queried, Brother Chang, what is going on? Wasn't Shang Gongzhu here for you? Zhang Chang, maintaining his fade of calm, retorted, Did I ever say that? Did I ever acknowledge it? The hairdresser paused momentarily, realizing that throughout this entire episode, it had merely been Zhang Chang who offered subtle hints, while the remainder was merely the product of everyone's imagination. In an instant, those who had previously supported Zhang Chang appeared conflicted, their expressions shifting from pale to flushed. Shang Tianke cleared his throat and called out, Fang Xin, come here. Reluctantly, Fang Xin trudged towards the front row. Shang Tianke glanced at the imposter, Zhang Chang, having gleaned some insights from the earlier exchanges, and showed no favor towards him, resolutely refusing to indulge his pretensions. You sit at the back. Zhang Chang opened his mouth, feeling an unprecedented humiliation wash over him. He wanted to protest, but ultimately held his tongue, bowing his head as he walked to the rear. As he brushed past Fang Xin, he nudged him slightly and whispered, Fang Xin, let us see who fares better in the midterm assessment. Fang Xin gasu zipli? Who cares about you? Zhang Chang's forehead throbbed with anger. If Shang Gongzhu had merely indicated that her focus was on Fang Xin, he would have felt a slight embarrassment at most. However, being ordered to the back in favor of Fang Xin was an intolerable disgrace. We shall see how this unfolds. Fang Xin dismissed him entirely and took a seat in the front row, occupying the very spot Zhang Chang had left vacant. The pockmarked hairdresser, who had previously fawned over Zhang Chang, approached Fang Xin with a sycophantic grin, saying, "Hello, Brother Xin. How could it be?" Fang Xin deeply. The hairdresser hesitated, licking his lips awkwardly before saying, "It's quite good. I am truly thrilled to have you sitting next to me." "Ah, but your excitement may be premature." Shang Tianke observed Fang Xin with a bemused smile, noting the young man's penchant for provoking. "All right, everyone, let us get to the main topic. Today marks our first lesson, and I believe many of you are already familiar with the Beast Mastery discipline. The vocation of Beast Master, characterized by its unique talents, initially does not exhibit remarkable combat prowess. Yet, as we elevate our realms and nurture more formidable beasts, the feedback we receive strengthens correspondingly. It is well known that Beast Masters lack the physical robustness typical of those gifted in brute strength. TSK. The classroom, initially quiet, was suddenly punctuated by Fang Xin's exclamation, which resonated notably. Shang Tianke, with a smile, clarified, "I'm not implying you are a brute. Rather, I mean that all individuals with strength-based talents are brutes." Fang Xin looked at Shang Tianke with exasperation. He could neither retaliate nor deny the truth of the statement, which was infuriatingly accurate. Many new students began to murmur and chuckle among themselves. Even Shang Gongzhu had asserted that those with strength-based talents were brutes. Shang Tianke continued, "The Beast Master's physical strength is a limitation. Thus, we must foster a strong resonance with the beasts we bond with, for their physical capabilities typically surpass our own. Beasts are classified into 3 categories, with the highest level typically capped at 5. Those within this limit are referred to as ferocious beasts. Levels 6 to 10 are designated as spiritual beasts, while those exceeding 10, with the 11th level known as king beasts, the 12th as emperor beasts, and the 13th as sacred beasts, are collectively termed divine beasts. Beast tamers, depending on their innate talents, can command various kinds, levels, and numbers of beasts. Naturally, the higher the talent, the greater the variety and strength of the beasts they can control, as well as the quantity they can summon. Today marks our first lesson, during which we shall discuss the establishment of a bond with beasts and the signing of contracts." As he spoke, Shang Tianke casually waved his hand, and beside him appeared a massive lizard over 3 meters long and nearly 2 meters tall. Upon its sudden emergence, the great lizard opened its gaping maw and roared ferociously at the ground below. Many students seated in the front row were so startled that they stood up and retreated in panic. Only Fang Xin remained resolute, seated like a mountain amidst the chaos. Observing the commotion around him, Fang Xin noticed that students from the first, second, and third rows were all scrambling to retreat, leaving him alone in the front. Rising from his seat, Fang Xin navigated over the desks and joined his classmates at the back, patting his chest in relief. "Goodness, that scared me to death." Chapter 52. What kind of students are you seeking? Shang Tiang's face was darker than the bottom of a pot, filled with an overwhelming urge to deliver a beating to the young man before him. Initially, the new students were quite intimidated. However, upon seeing Fang Xin, they found themselves at a loss for words. Shang Tianke pointed at Fang Xin, grinding his teeth in irritation. "You come here, si plopoli." Fang Xin chuckled awkwardly and returned to his seat in the front row, prompting other students to follow suit. To their surprise, Shang Tianke declared, "Except for Fang Xin. The rest of you in the front row, move back." The students assumed that Shang Tianke was angry, with some thinking he was showing favoritism. Yet he continued, "This fire-scale giant lizard is highly aggressive. Sitting in the front row puts you at risk of collateral damage." The previously anxious new students burst into laughter upon hearing this. Glancing at Fang Xin, while Zhang Chang, seated at the back, wore a satisfied grin. Now, however, it was Fang Xin's turn to scowl. "This isn't. Master Shang." Shang Tianke, maintaining a serious demeanor, inquired, "What is it? You truly are a little rascal." He chuckled, wishing he could reprimand this young man, if not for the crowd present. Observing their banter, Zhang Chang could no longer maintain his amusement, and the new students began to murmur among themselves, curious about Fang Xin's background that allowed him to converse so freely with Shang Tianke. The fire-scaled giant lizard bared its teeth at the students below before moving its massive head closer to Fang Xin. Many of Fang Xian's supporters tensed, while others, led by Zhang Chong, appeared eager to witness his humiliation. Some even discreetly pulled out their phones, intending to capture Fang Xian's impending embarrassment and shared on forums for all to mock him, showcasing how insignificant a brute with strength-based talents was before a master of beast taming. As Fang Xian eyed the approaching grotesque head with disdain, he pushed it away, exclaiming, "Get away, don't touch me." The true dragon aura he had acquired from the dragon steps of the Beast Palace manifested instinctively. The formerly irritable fire-scaled giant lizard instantly became more docile, its gaze softening as it nudged Fang Xian's palm before retreating to Shang Tianke's side. The classroom fell silent for a few moments, only to erupt with astonished exclamations. What on earth just happened? No way. Is this even possible? An exceptional beast-taming talent? Could this gentleman possibly possess dual mastery talents? Did you all feel that overwhelming aura he exuded? It was intense. Shang Tianke cleared his throat, regaining control of the discussion. Calm down, everyone. As you can see, high-level beast-taming talents exhibit a remarkable affinity with animals. Returning to our earlier topic, this is a king beast with a combat potential of level 11. Most of you have already awakened your beast-taming talents, correct? For those who haven't, other beast-taming instructors will assist you in awakening. Let me begin by teaching you the specific methods for forming contracts with beasts. As he spoke, Shang Tianke demonstrated the method of signing a contract to everyone. He then added, however, there is one point that everyone must remember. Every beastmaster possesses a unique beast affinity. The higher your innate talent, the more beast affinities you will have. Nonetheless, regardless of how many affinities you hold, it is imperative to remember that one must never hastily sign a contract with their innate beast as it pertains to your future potential. Some individuals may possess S-level talent, but if their innate beast were to suddenly mutate and become more powerful one day, both your talent level and your upper limits would subsequently rise as well. Therefore, when selecting your innate beast, ensure that you choose wisely. Fang Xian's mind involuntarily flashed to the mythical Qilin beast mentioned in his notes. The thought of signing a contract with that divine creature and having it as his innate beast was exhilarating. Although Shang Tianke had been somewhat taken advantage of by the official Tianxi Bureau, he nonetheless demonstrated a sense of morality and dedicated himself to teaching earnestly. With 5 minutes remaining until class concluded, Shang Tianke dismissed the fire-scale giant lizard, allowing everyone to ponder the information just conveyed. You may leave after class, but Fang Xian, please step out with me. Fang Xin, Taifan, realizing from Shang Tian's expression that this old rascal was likely seeking to confront him about the incident from the previous night. Well, let us hear it. Fang Xian replied with a pure smile. Shang Tianke waved his hand. Come on. Your instructor Zhuge has stepped out, and I need you to relay a message to him. Skeptical, Fang Xian followed him outside. Just as they exited, the classroom door slammed shut. Sensing trouble, Fang Xian attempted to flee, but Shang Tianke seized his arm and delivered a swift kick to his rear. You little rascal, are you still trying to pull a fast one on me? With his robust arm around Fang Xian's neck, Shang Tianke inquired, who exactly is Qin Juanhao to you? Fang Xian sheepishly smiled, a high school classmate. How could you be so wicked? Pulling pranks left and right. Shang Tianke delivered another kick to Fang Xian's backside. You're targeting our female instructor. How could I possibly let that slide? Hey, you're quite the righteous one. What can I say? It's my nature. As the two bantered, a figure appeared around the distant corner of the staircase. It was an elderly lady wearing framed glasses, with a bag hanging from her arm filled with yarn, knitting needles in hand as she crafted a sweater. Noticing her approach, Shang Tianke immediately released Fang Xian, regaining his authoritative demeanor. Though he acknowledged Fang Xian and enjoyed camaraderie with him, he still maintained the stature of the esteemed palace master of the 10,000 beasts. Fang Xian straightened up upon seeing the newcomer, who was none other than the renowned mentalism instructor of the academy, the venerable Sun Bijuan. Upon seeing her, Shang Tianke bowed respectfully. Senior son, Fang Xian followed suit, bowing as well. Greetings, instructor. The elderly lady furrowed her brow, her gaze upon Shang Tianke replete with disdain. "What brings you here?" "The school has invited me to give a lecture," he replied calmly. Without a moment's hesitation, she retorted, "Have the old fossils at the Sky Shield Bureau run out of options? Are they truly resorting to bringing in someone like you to teach? Are they intent on leading the students astray?" Shang Tianke merely forced a smile, unperturbed. Fang Xin, wide-eyed, wondered how this elderly woman could be so ruthless, disregarding even the lord of the Beast Palace. "Who is she?" The lady cast another glance at Fang Xin. Shang Tianke briefly glanced back at Fang Xin. "This is my student. I am here specifically to teach him. He is also a dear friend of mine," he stated. Upon hearing this, Fang Xin felt a surge of pride. Yet, to his astonishment, the elderly lady's expression darkened, and she rebuked him sharply. "As a student, you associate with such dubious characters? Friends, you say?" Fang Xin was momentarily taken aback. A quick glance revealed Shang Tianke, suppressing a mischievous grin, confirming he had been caught in a trap. "I barely know him. He is here to teach us, not just me, but many students of the Beast Mastery Program," Fang Xin explained. However, the elderly lady remained unconvinced, dismissing him with scorn. Such smooth talk. How could the Sky Shield Bureau employ a student of such questionable repute? What good can come from mingling with such dubious individuals? Fang Xin turned back to Shang Tianke, who could hardly contain his laughter. Clearly, this old rascal did not leave a favorable impression on Sun Bijuan. With a furrowed brow, the elderly lady asked, "What is your name?" Fang Xin replied without hesitation, "Qin." But before he could finish speaking, Shang Tianke interjected, "Senior son. His name is Fang Xin. I shall immediately seek out Su Boshing to inquire how the school could harbor a student like you, mingling with such dubious company. Prepare yourself for expulsion," Sun Bijuan declared, turning on her heel. Fang Xin stood frozen in place. What the hell? The infamous elderly exterminator truly embodies the rumors at this moment. Shang Tianke, chuckling, patted Fang Xin's shoulder. "Brother, your days of ease are over, ha ha ha." Fang Xin, with a dark expression, pleaded Brother Shang. "She intends to report me to the dean for expulsion. You've seen the comments from past students. She is indeed quite troublesome." Shang Tianke, relishing the moment, replied, "Troublesome? My dear brother, she is the most troublesome figure at the entire Sky Shield Academy. But fret not. Dean Su will certainly not let you go. If he does, you can come directly to the Beast Palace. The former lord has already stated he would train you to become the next master of the Beast Palace." Fang Xin pondered this for a moment. "Wait, she accused you of being dubious, which clearly implicates me. How have you managed to provoke her in the past?" Shang Tianke gazed at the departing Sun Bijuan, reminiscing, "Previously, I sought Zhuge Hang for Cheng Bingqing's contact information. And then?" Fang Xin inquired further. Shang Tianke sighed deeply, as if recalling a painful memory. "That white-haired fellow provided me with Elder Sun's contact details. I didn't pay much attention, and upon adding her, I bombarded her with a flurry of flirtatious remarks. I even sent a few photos." "What kind of photos?" Fang Xin asked, curiosity piqued. "Just like that. I displayed a photo showcasing my pectorals and abs. And then what? What happened next?" Shang Tianke smacked his lips, letting out a sigh, as if recalling some terrifying past. This elderly woman was a formidable mentalist who later invaded my dreams, haunting me for an entire month. Every time I closed my eyes, I would see a group of elderly gentlemen clad in swim trunks dancing before me, even asking if I wanted to fall in love. Would I care for a kiss? Fang Xin wore an expression of utter disdain. Shang Tianke patted Fang Xin's shoulder, reveling in his misfortune, remarking that this elderly woman held no favorable impression of me. "So you better be careful." In the director's office, Su Boshang was sipping tea. Suddenly, the door burst open with a loud bang. The elderly woman knitting a sweater stormed in with great force. "Su Boshang, what kind of students are you recruiting?" Chapter 53. A drastic change of attitude. As Su Boshang sipped his tea, his hand trembled, causing the liquid to spill onto his trousers. He hastily set down his cup and grabbed a tissue to dab at the mess. "Sister-in-law, what troubles you?" he inquired, rising swiftly and striding to the door to glance outside before shutting it firmly. What could have ignited such fury? Sun Baijun took a seat, and Su Basang promptly poured her another cup of tea. Why would we allow someone like Shang Tianke, who lacks proper standing, to instruct our new recruits? Su Basang explained. Sister-in-law, among this year's new students, we have an exceptional talent in the beast-taming department. As the saying goes, each field has its specialist. We invited the palace master from the 10,000 Beast Palace to teach our new students, all for their benefit. Initially, he was only meant to teach that outstanding student. But as you may have noticed, many talented students from the beast-taming department are eager to attend his classes. After all, this is his profession. And the more thoroughly he studies, the better equipped our new students will be. Learning now may save them from future hardships. Can someone like Shang Tianke truly endure such disgrace? Sun Baijun retorted coldly. Su Basang replied with a smile. The particulars were negotiated by Zhuge Hang. Sun Baijun scoffed again. A good-for-nothing street loafer, a petty rogue. How fitting. Su Basang had no retort but to smile in acquiescence. There is another matter. One of the new students named Fang Xin. He must be dismissed. Associating with someone like Shang Tianke is a bad influence. Su Basang paused, sister-in-law. Your judgment seems a bit biased. I could consider your request to expel someone else, but not Fang Xin. Why not? She demanded. Someone like him is a disaster waiting to happen at the Tiandun Bureau. Sun Baijun's voice turned icy, showcasing her formidable obstinacy. Su Basang forced a smile, moving swiftly to the door again, peeking outside before closing it once more. Just to be cautious, he conjured a soundproof barrier. Sister-in-law, we truly cannot expel Fang Xin. You may not be aware, but he broke the campus record during the entrance assessment, completing the challenge in just over 3 minutes. He was the first to do so. Sun Bi-yun full herplao, momentarily holding her movements. Is it him? What good is talent if character is lacking? Sister-in-law, this young man has the backing of Elder Yi. Sun Baijun paused, her expression tightening. I detest such nepotism. What if Elder Yi supports him? Su Basang quickly added, Sister-in-law, there's one more thing I must tell you, please. Do not speak of it to anyone. Sun Baijun remained silent, her attention fixed on him as she awaited further revelations. Leaning in closer, Su Basang lowered his voice despite the soundproof barrier. Sister-in-law, his parents are the couple who tragically died in the car accident at the Research Institute, Fang Zhongping and Yi Rujia. Sun Bijuan's hand trembled violently as she suddenly raised her head, staring blankly at Su Basang. Her lips quivered, and the frightening gaze that once resided behind her glasses vanished, replaced by astonishment, confusion, helplessness, and sorrow. A myriad of emotions intertwined, rendering her expression exceedingly complex. He's the child of Xiao Fang and Xiao Yi? Indeed, the old lady, who had previously been domineering, suddenly appeared deflated, her head drooping as if stirred by some distant memory, sinking into the sofa like a frost-bitten eggplant. She murmured softly, repeating the earlier words. He is the child of Xiao Fang and Xiao Yi. Yes, sister-in-law, Su Basang confirmed once more. The old lady, with her head bowed, after a moment, managed a bittersweet yet gentle smile. Initially, she owed that young couple a great debt of gratitude, but after that incident, she had not anticipated encountering their child here. Su Basang jested, Sister-in-law, should we still dismiss this lad? If you wish to proceed with that, I can handle the paperwork right now. Sun Bijuan reverted to her usual icy demeanor, casting a fleeting glance at Su Basang, who immediately sat up straight. Gust ayist. Mirdi ayist. Tell that child to steer clear of Shang Tianke. He is not a virtuous character and should not lead this child astray. With that, she turned to leave. Su Basang hurriedly rose to see her off. Sister-in-law, there is one more matter. This boy's identity information is encrypted, and his parents' situation is quite troublesome. What you heard here today, please do not. Sun Bijuan disdainfully snorted. I am not so indiscreet as to chatter like a pair of loose trousers. Su Basang smiled and attempted to dissolve the sound barrier, only for it to melt away, leaving a hole. Sun Bijuan, while adjusting her sweater, strolled leisurely toward the exit. Observing this, Su Basang could only manage a resigned smile. After bidding farewell to Sun Bijuan, Su Basang sighed, closed the door, and returned to his chair. He retrieved a document from a folder which contained information about Fang Xin. Su Basang tapped the document thoughtfully. Fang Xin, Fang Zhengbing, Fang Yingtai, those whom old Yi wished to protect. This lad's true identity. TSK, quite remarkable indeed. At this moment, Fang Xin felt a whirlwind of emotions. Shang Tianke, delighted beyond measure, clutched Fang Xin and insisted on dining together, suggesting that Fang Xin also arrange a meeting with Qin Juanhao to erase any memories he might harbor. Noticing Fang Xin's intent to message Zhuge Hang, Shang Tianke interjected, "You wish to contact Zhuge Hang? That would only complicate matters. Have you forgotten who provided me with the old lady's contact details? Zhuge Hang avoids this old lady like the plague. Never mind, never mind. Think of it this way. If the Tiandun Bureau does not want you, you can join our Wanshou Palace, and you will be the young lord." How impressive. Fang Xin replied helplessly, "This is a secure position. It's a guaranteed income. Your establishment is a private enterprise. It cannot be compared. Oh, you are quite selective. Upon your arrival here, my position shall become yours. Within the Heavenly Shield Bureau, devoid of connections, even with exceptional skills and remarkable achievements. Your utmost fate may only lead you to become a team leader at the 9th Division, or perhaps a deputy director in another division. Without a background, one is destined to serve as a subordinate to those with connections. I have always reserved the position of the young master for you. Should the Heavenly Shield Bureau choose to dismiss you today, I shall take you away." Shang Tianke, with an arm around Fang Xin, boasted heartily as they approached the dining hall, only to spot Sun Baijun emerging from the administrative building. From a distance, Fang Xin felt an unexplainable pressure upon seeing the elderly lady, his heart racing with anxiety. Shang Tianke also noticed Sun Baijun and playfully patted Fang Xin's shoulder, grinning. Knowing her temperament, even if she cannot dismiss you, it won't be easy for you. Fang Xin nudged Shang Tianke, protesting. "You're the one who took the provocative photos. I'm the one facing repercussions. This is unjust." Shang Tianke chuckled, clearly enjoying the banter. Their camaraderie was evident. As he teased, "What is there to fear? If you get dismissed, I'll have your back." "Huh, look, the lady is coming our way." Fang Xin quickly tried to distance himself from Shang Tianke, but the latter clung to him, deliberately presenting a facade of closeness before the elderly lady. As anticipated, Sun Baijun approached with a stern expression. Shang Tianke bent slightly in greeting, "Senior son," casting a glance at Fang Xin, already prepared to laugh. Ignoring Shang Tianke, Sun Baijun focused her gaze on Fang Xin, her icy demeanor surprisingly softening. Fang Xin nudged Shang Tianke and offered what he believed was a humble smile. "Hello, mentor." "Indeed." Sun Baijun responded gently, raising her hand to tousle Fang Xin's hair. "If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek me out. I reside in Building 26 of the Mentoress Apartments." Fang Xin was momentarily taken aback. Shang Tianke was similarly stunned, questioning whether the script had gone awry. What had transformed this elderly lady? Had she returned from the administrative building as a different person? Unexpectedly, Sun Baijun pointed at Shang Tianke and advised Fang Xin, "Keep your distance from such individuals. Their character is corrupt, their temperament vile, and their lifestyle is utterly disreputable. Do not associate too closely with such people." Though perplexed, Fang Xin nodded, replying, "Understood, mentor son." Shang Tianke, however, was bewildered. "Madam, is your assessment perhaps a bit?" "Begone." Chapter 54. Keep your heart clean. Shang Tian's expression froze as he watched Sun Baijun depart. Turning to Fang Xin, he pondered what had transpired during her visit to the administrative building. What could have caused such a dramatic shift in her demeanor? Fang Xin salet. His anxious heart finally at ease. Perhaps she discovered my exceptional talents from the dean. Shang Tianke mused. This reasoning seemed the most plausible. Just moments ago, he had been scheming to create difficulties for Fang Xin, only to find himself the one who was wounded in the end. News about Fang Xin had already spread among the new students, and he was now under even greater scrutiny. Fortunately, Brother Hua had mentioned the matter, preventing the classmates from the power department from revealing that Fang Xin had already attained 4th level combat power. Otherwise, the new recruits would undoubtedly be in an uproar. Fang Xin had arranged to meet Qin Juanhao, casually mentioning that an important figure wished to see him, urging him to keep it confidential. Initially bewildered, Qin Juanhao quickly surmised that the prominent individual Fang Xin referred to as none other than Shang Tianke. This realization filled him with a mix of excitement and envy. Throughout their school days, he had always been overshadowed by Fang Xin, desperately seeking opportunities to undermine him, yet failing miserably. Now he found himself increasingly distanced from Fang Xin, whose once distant figure had now become an entity of terrifying significance approaching him. However, he took solace in the fact that the master of the Beast Palace sought an audience with him, which still constituted an encounter with a notable individual. Although he had an inkling of the reason, he approached the designated meeting spot with palpable excitement. Upon meeting, Shang Tianke wasted no time in questioning Qin Juanhao. Satisfied to learn that he had not disclosed any specific details to anyone, Shang Tianke relaxed. However, Qin Juanhao had informed Zhang Chang about adding the master of the Beast Palace as a friend. Shang Tianke reviewed their conversation and found nothing alarming within the exchanges. He then produced a pearl, waving it before Qin Juanhao, causing him to lose focus and faint. Shang Tianke patted Fang Xin on the shoulder, saying, "I must take my leave now. Once he regains consciousness, you can handle things." Curiously, Fang Xin inquired about the pearl in Shang Tianke's hand. Shang Tianke glanced at the pearl and tossed it to Fang Xin, stating, "This is called a cleansing pearl, merely a fifth-tier treasure. If you like it, it's yours. It can erase portions of memories from individuals below 5th level combat power, though its usage is quite taxing on mental energy." Fang Xin examined the cleansing pearl, expressing his gratitude. Shang Tianke waved his hand dismissively. "Why the formalities? I still have to socialize with a few leaders from your Tiandun Bureau. I shall take my leave." As he watched Shang Tianke depart, Fang Xin studied the cleansing pearl, glanced at Qin Juanhao, and deleted the chat history between them. Using Qin Juanhao's phone, he dialed his own number. After a few minutes, Qin Juanhao stirred, shaking his head as he regained consciousness, rubbing his temples and surveying his surroundings. Qin Juanhao immediately distanced himself upon noticing Fang Xin beside him. After checking his body for injuries and finding none, he wondered where he was and how Fang Xin had come to be there. "I received a call from you, stating that you had something to discuss, so I came. Upon my arrival, I found you lying here. I was about to inquire what you wanted from me." Fang Xin replied, shaking his phone. Qin Juanhao slapped his head, feeling as though he had blacked out. He vaguely remembered reaching out to Fang Xin, but the details were a blur, and his mind was a complete blank. Fang Xin glanced at the time. "What is it that you wanted to discuss?" Rubbing his temples, Qin Juanhao looked at Fang Xin, a flicker of jealousy passing through his eyes. He then regarded Fang Xin warily. "I've forgotten what it was. Why did I faint? You summoned me here, and now you lie unconscious while I've been waiting by your side. You didn't even offer a word of thanks, and now you question me about your fainting? Are you attempting to play the fool?" Qin Juanhao hesitated. "I genuinely forgot why I called you. Then think it over before contacting me again. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Initially, Fang Xin had no desire to involve himself in the troublesome affairs of the lecherous Shang Tianke. Yet he ultimately acquiesced, recognizing the difficulty of refusing a request. At present, Qin Juanhao had no recollection of his encounters with Shang Tianke. Guided by Fang Xin, he only remembered having reached out to him. As for the impostor, Brother Zhang Chang, Qin Juanhao had previously spoken to him in vague terms. Should Zhang Chang inquire further, Qin Juanhao would be at a loss, leaving Zhang Chang to speculate. On his way back to the dormitory, Fang Xin encountered several new students who eagerly greeted him, resulting in an influx of friend requests, many from striking female classmates. With his phone constantly vibrating, Fang Xin had no choice but to adjust his friend request settings to achieve some peace. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found his roommates, including the chubby Tai'e, engaged in lively conversation. Upon noticing Fang Xion's arrival, Tai'e rushed forward. "Brother Xion, how much more about you is there that we don't know?" "What's going on?" Fang Xion inquired. Tai'e brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "The esteemed Shang Gongzhu is here for you." "Really?" Fang Xin was taken aback. "I was just theorizing with others that perhaps it was Brother Chang who had invited Shang Gongzhu. I never anticipated that a true deity would be so close." Fang Xin clarified, "I'm not certain whether he truly came for me. If I tell you beforehand, and he doesn't show up, it would be quite embarrassing." "Indeed." Brother Xin remains composed. Zhang Yaozu chuckled. "It's just that Brother Chang was being pretentious. He deliberately misled everyone into believing that Shang Gongzhu was here for him, only to be soundly disproven. That big fool Brother Chang has never claimed that Shang Gongzhu was here specifically for him. It was entirely a figment of our imaginations. If you ask me, that rascal is quite cunning. Like a pink, frilly pair of undergarments, he tries to play the part without any substance." Bai Yulin interjected, crossing his arms. Fang Xin observed that Bai Yulin's voice at this moment was a rugged masculine tone, his hair tied up, clad in a sleeveless shirt and workout pants, with prominent muscles on his arms. Upon hearing this, Shi Tailang exclaimed, "Dude, while your words may hold some truth, they are rather coarse." Zhang Meiqiu seemed unfazed, but Bauer was still nearby. Fang Xin quickly realized that this was likely not Bai Yulin, but rather He Yulin, Bai Yulin's elder brother. Zhang Yaozu delivered a punch to Shi Tailang's abdomen. Li Bauer munched on potato chips, her expression blissfully vacant, remarking, "My grandfather used to say, a little dirt in the mouth is inconsequential, as long as the heart remains untainted." Xinyu, who had maintained a low profile, spoke up, "Xin Ge, we are preparing to head to the multifunctional training hall. Care to join us?" "Certainly, I'll change my clothes, and we shall go," Fang Xin replied, eager to practice the two martial techniques that Hua Cheng had imparted today, along with the two light-type skills from Zhuge Heng. Sure, Tailang glanced at the time. It was now 6:30, and the training hall would close at 9:30. "Let us head over early. Every moment we can train counts." After changing clothes and ensuring the administrator's card was tucked securely in his pocket, the group made their way to the training hall. Upon arrival, the training hall was abuzz with activity, already filled with numerous individuals. Fang Xion's gaze shifted and landed upon a familiar silhouette. The other party also noticed him and turned back with a sweet smile. Fang Xion waved his hand. Jiang Xiaocha dashed towards him, her high ponytail bouncing joyfully with each step. Chapter 55. Is there such a demand? Jiang Xiaocha is undeniably beautiful, with an oval face adorned by exquisite features and a tall, slender figure. Although she often dons loose-fitting attire, it is sometimes difficult to conceal her burgeoning curves that come with her age. To outsiders, Jiang Xiaocha maintains an aloof, cold demeanor, resembling a goddess of indifference. However, upon encountering Fang Xion, she readily displays a sweet smile. With the commencement of the training camp, numerous classmates have initiated a fragrant beauty ranking on the internal forum to vote for the most attractive students of this session. Jiang Xiaocha has secured a commendable third position in this ranking. Li Ber, who is in the same team as Fang Xion, also made the list. Albeit her appearance and attire resemble that of an unrefined girl, resulting in a slightly lower score. Nevertheless, her striking looks and formidable combat skills propelled her into the top 10. As Jiang Xiaocha entered the vicinity, many classmates' gazes were drawn to her. Fang Xion playfully flicked her smooth forehead with his fingers. Upon witnessing Jiang Xiaocha approaching Fang Xion, many classmates were enveloped in envy and jealousy, astonished that the third-ranked Jiang Xiaocha was so close to Fang Xion. Shi Tailang, with a mischievous grin, sidled up and urged, "Xin Ge, introduce us." Fang Xin Zipli. "This is my sister, Jiang Xiaocha." "Xiaocha, this is Shi Tailang." "Hello." Jiang Xiaocha greeted nonchalantly. Shi Tailang, with a goofy smile, responded, "Hello, little sister Xiaocha. Just call me Tailang Ge." Fang Xion continued to introduce several others nearby. As they would all be colleagues at the Heavenly Shield Bureau, it was prudent to cultivate friendships. For more connections paved the way for opportunities. After the introductions, Bai Yulin bellowed, "Everyone, we must seize every moment to train and not squander time on frivolous matters." Fang Xion, these so-called weaklings say you are very strong. I want to challenge you to a match. Fang Xion replied, A contest of strength sounds reasonable. But if it's a matter of proving superiority, I think you might be misinterpreting. Bai Yulin paused, and his companions burst into laughter. Let me test just how strong you really are. Bai Lin, and Bai Yulin all claim you are formidable. I remain unconvinced. If you defeat me, I'll unconditionally cast my vote for you as our team leader. Fang Xin scrutinized Bai Yulin, sensing a hint of eccentricity in his demeanor, as he even berated himself. Zhang Yaozu interjected, Xiange, he's the only one in our team who doubts you. Make him cry. All right. Bai Yulin's fists clashed together in anticipation, a grin spreading across his face. My fists are eager for action. Perfect. There's a training hall for simulated combat nearby. We can spar there. Shi Tailang pointed towards the facility. Fang Xin had previously noticed the multifunctional training hall, which was quite remarkable. It is divided into areas for individual and group training, allowing for the honing of solo combat skills and team coordination. Each training hall can adjust its mode to align with the corresponding talents and simulate various combat scenarios, offering a plethora of functionalities. The group made their way into one of the training halls designated for team practice. The clash of fists between He Yulin reverberated once more, signaling the commencement of their bout. Let us see what we are made of. As he spoke, a swirling aura of crimson and ebony enveloped He Yulin, his eyes filled with a sanguine glow. Shi Tailang gasped in realization. Berserk talent. No wonder Bai Yulin's brother is always so irascible. With a grin, He Yulin propelled himself forward, a tempest of energy surging beneath him, akin to a cannonball fired from its chamber, charging towards Fang Xin. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Fang Xin, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at his face. Fang Xin tilted his head slightly. He Yulin's fist grazed past his cheek, the rush of wind ruffling his hair. And Fang Xin raised a hand. With a sharp clap, Fang Xin seized He Yulin by the neck, lifting him effortlessly. The surge of energy coursed through his veins like a tidal wave. Instantly, the wild expression on He Yulin's face evaporated, replaced by a calm demeanor, and his features softened, visibly transforming as his chest inflated and his long legs gradually drew together. You hurt me. A somewhat aggrieved feminine voice emerged from Bai Yulin. Fang Xin paused, momentarily taken aback. Zhang Yaozu appeared equally bewildered, questioning what had just transpired. Has it begun? Is it over already? Huh? One move? There was nothing spectacular about that technique. It ended so quickly? What kind of strength must that require? Jiang Xiao Cha's sparkling eyes were fixed on Fang Xin, her happiness radiating as she witnessed her cousin's prowess. Realizing that this was Bai Yulin, He Yulin's sister, Fang Xin released his grip. Bai Yulin rubbed her reddened neck, her doe-like eyes gazing at Fang Xin. That rascal He Yulin, so lacking in skill, yet so playful. Fang Xin, he wants me to convey to you that he has completely conceded this time. The disparity is too immense. To an ordinary person, encountering you is like a frog in a well gazing at the moon. To an awakened, it is akin to a mayfly witnessing the vast sky. Fang Xin, slightly embarrassed, replied, You flatter me. Everyone here at the 9th District is exceptional, each a genius in their respective fields. Yet, genius merely denotes the threshold to meet me. The group exchanged glances. While such words might seem pretentious from another, they genuinely believed Fang Xin's humility. As He Yulin put it, you're like a top-tier spatial ring. What does that mean? Others may wish to flaunt their prowess but lack the ability. However, you truly embody that capability. Fang Xin couldn't help but smile. All right, everyone, let us return to our training. Zhang Yaozu grimaced. The doors close at 9:30. We must make every second count. I heard from the seniors that if we wish to continue training, we must plead with the administrator and pay extra. It's quite expensive. 5,000 yuan per hour. Goodness, such an exorbitant fee. We mustn't waste any more time. The group departed the multi-person training hall, each seeking out their individual training spaces. Fang Xin turned to Jiang Xiao Cha. Xiao Cha, if anything arises, just message me. Got it, brother. As Fang Xin made his way to the training hall, the person in charge of the practice hall approached. He was a genial man named Ren Lianxing, who had previously met Fang Xin. Fang Xin, Ren Lianxing called out. Teacher Ren. Fang Xin greeted him. Did you bring your identification? I did, Fang Xin replied, shaking his administrative badge. Ren Lianxing glanced at the time and said, I have some matters to attend to outside. Please keep an eye on things here and ensure that everyone adheres to the regulations. If any unusual situations arise, such as someone causing a disturbance, you have the authority to impose penalties, barring them from the practice hall for 3 days to a month. You can manage this with your smart device. Generally, however, few would dare to violate the rules here. Your main responsibility is to monitor after 9:30. If anyone wishes to continue practicing, please collect a fee of 5,000 from each individual. 10% of this amount will automatically be credited to your account as your commission. Of course, you also have the privilege to bring in guests free of charge, provided you do not exceed 10 people. Understood, Teacher Ren. Ren Lianxing patted Fang Xin on the shoulder and said, I will take my leave now. All right. Fang Xin then found a private practice room. He had come to train in the 4 skills provided by Hua, Cheng, and Zhuge Hang. He adjusted the gravity to 4 times its normal strength. After experiencing the dark force once today, executing the 9-fold open heaven strike became significantly easier. After practicing for a while, he began to grasp its profound essence. With a powerful punch, the force measuring device beeped, gradually displaying a value of 18,000 kilograms, which continued to double. The 9-fold open heaven strike allows for the stacking of power, with a maximum of 9 layers. On his first day of practice, Fang Xin could currently only achieve a 3-fold strength. However, with the enhancement of his slaughter talent, while the power of his 3-fold strike matched the descriptions of the techniques, it also increased the armor-piercing damage. Thus, when he unleashed a punch, the adversary's suffering was far more than mere brute force. After some research on the subsequent Golden Bell shield, a nearly transparent membrane emerged around his body, testing its impact resistance. He found it could withstand a powerful strike from a mid-level 4 combatant. Fang Xin's expression brightened. This was a result of the optimization provided by his slaughter talent, which was indeed remarkable. After taking a deep breath, he focused on the 2 skills from the light talent. Divine skill, flash of light, and divine skill, instant kill, enhanced by the slaughter talent. The activation range of these skills exceeded their original limits. Fang Xin transformed the practice hall into a combat environment suited for his light talent. The skylight above opened, allowing moonlight to pour in. He continued to absorb the ambience as the moonlight scattered around him, enveloping his body. His eyes turned silver, resembling 2 full moons. His form gradually blurred, as if being erased by an eraser. In the next moment, Fang Xin found himself 30 meters away. With a sigh, Fang Xin rested his hands on his knees, panting heavily, excitement radiating from his gaze. Remarkably, he had succeeded on his first attempt. However, the amount of moon essence stored within him was insufficient, leaving him somewhat fatigued. The process of accumulating this moon essence was rather simple. All it required was basking in the moonlight. After taking a deep breath, Fang Xin resumed absorbing the moon essence. Minutes later, he raised his hand and, under the moonlight, summoned a cross-shaped sword forged from the moon essence. A training puppet manifested within the practice hall. Fang Xin struck at the puppet with a single sword swing. The blade of moonlight appeared before the puppet in the blink of an eye, cleaving it in 2 and scattering it into sparkling fragments. Breathing heavily once more, Fang Xin realized that his moon essence was still inadequate, and his light affinity talent could hardly be considered exceptional, imposing a limit on his stored essence and allowing him to execute only 3 skills. Upon reflection, without the aid of potions, his true strength amounted merely to an S-grade light affinity talent. To elevate his limits, the most straightforward yet brutal method would be to eliminate a few awakened individuals with light affinity talents to seize their essence. Glancing at the time, Fang Xin noted that he had lost track of it. It was already 9:26. He exited the practice hall, observing that many students had also departed, exhausted after such a prolonged session. Yet, a few diligent individuals remained. As Fang Xin's gaze wandered, he spotted Jiang Xiaocha emerging from the hall. wiping the sweat from her brow. Upon noticing Fang Xin, Jiang Xiaocha waved and began to approach him, but was suddenly intercepted by a group of individuals. The leader of the group, clutching a bouquet of flowers, declared, "Xiaocha, from the moment I laid eyes on you, I was smitten. Will you be my girlfriend?" The crowd behind him erupted in cheers, urging her to accept. The commotion drew the attention of many onlookers. Jiang Xiaocha furrowed her brow. "Excuse me, could you please step aside?" Yet, the man persisted, blocking her path and rallying his companions around her. "Xiaocha, I'm Yongye Army, a new student from the 2nd Department. I saw you on enrollment day, and I knew you were my destined soulmate. Xiaocha, I truly like you. Will you be my girlfriend?" With a stern expression, Jiang Xiaocha replied, "Step aside." Yongye Army, grinning unabashedly, retorted, "Not a chance. If you don't agree to be my girlfriend, I won't let you leave today." Jiang Xiaocha frowned and attempted to sidestep him, but Yongye Army once again obstructed her, a mischievous grin on his face. He casually snatched Jiang Xiaocha's towel, held it to his nose, and exclaimed, "Wow, Xiaocha, what shower gel do you use? It smells delightful. Could you please stop being so disgusting?" "Move aside," Jiang Xiaocha demanded. Undeterred, Yongye Army continued to block her path, audaciously taking her glasses and wearing them himself. "Xiaocha, let us just get to know each other. Once you do, you'll realize how wonderful I am." Jiang Xiaocha, maintaining her icy demeanor, insisted, "Return my glasses." Yongye Army held them aloft, teasingly saying, "Call me hubby and I'll give them back." The companions who had accompanied him joined in, chanting, "Call him hubby! Call him hubby!" Jiang Xiaocha's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she exclaimed, "Give it to me. I have heard that your family background is rather modest, and neither of your parents are awakened beings. Just moments ago, while conversing with others, I overheard you express your desire to practice a little longer today. You mentioned that it costs 5,000 yuan per person, a significant sum for you, I presume. Allow me to cover it for you, provided you address me as husband." With reddened eyes, Jiang Xiaocha coldly gazed at Yongye Army, stating, "Are you incapable of understanding human speech? Return my glasses." "Ah, quite stubborn. I find that rather appealing. The more you resist, the more I am drawn to you. Should you wish for your glasses back, I reiterate, call me." Before he could finish his sentence, Yongye Army's wrist was suddenly seized, followed by a sharp pain radiating through his arm. With a pained cry, he released his grip, and the glasses fell from his hand. Fang Xin swiftly caught the glasses and handed them to Jiang Xiaocha. With a light slap on Yongye Army's cheek, Fang Xin remarked, "If you cannot speak sensibly, then keep your mouth shut." Rubbing his arm, Yongye Army met Fang Xin's gaze without flinching. He pointed a finger at Fang Xin's chest, questioning, "What do you intend to do? Are you playing the hero to rescue the damsel? My confession to her is none of your concern. What's the rush?" Fang Xin offered a slight smile in response. "She is my sister. Keep your distance. This is your first and final warning." Yongye Army suddenly erupted into laughter, turning to his companions who had accompanied him. They joined in the mockery. "Young Master Yang, this brat is quite the pretender. Let us teach him a lesson." Yongye Army, still smiling, poked Fang Xin's chest, taunting, "You dare warn me? So what if she's your sister? Even if she were your mother, if I desired her, I would find a way to possess her. Your talent, no matter how exceptional, means nothing. In this world, one must rely on power." A youth nearby chimed in, "Brat, do you even know who young Master Yang is? Barking like a dog? And you dare issue warnings?" Yongye Army leaned closer to Fang Xin, nudging his head against him, and challenged, "You want to fight me? Go ahead. Try it." Fang Xin grinned widely. "Is that a request? Very well." Chapter 56. Do not dwell on matters unpleasant. Fang Xin clenched his fist tightly, swinging his arm vigorously before delivering a powerful blow. With a resounding crack, Yongye Army's jaw shattered, and his eardrum ruptured from the force of the punch. Blood gushed from his mouth, nose, and ears as he staggered, his pupils dilating, momentarily losing consciousness. He teetered and fell to the ground, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Yongye Army's companions rushed to assist him, and the one who had just defended Yang pointed an accusatory finger at Fang Xin, exclaiming, "You're finished. Do you have any idea who young Master Yang is? Do you know the background he comes from? Our Yang family is a prestigious lineage, and his uncle holds a position in the church. Do you think that with Zhuge instructor backing you, you can rest easy? I assure you, even with that protection, you are doomed. Struggling, Yang Haoxi attempted to strike Fang Xin once more. Fang Xin effortlessly swatted away Yang's fist and retaliated with a sharp slap across his face. The sound echoed, crisp and resounding. Fang Xin showed no concern for Yang Haoxi's so-called background. He pulled out his smart device and scanned Yang, declaring, "You are banned from entering the multifunctional training hall for 1 month." Blood continued to trickle from Yang Haoxi's mouth, and upon hearing this, he grimaced in a menacing grin. "Were you to say such things?" One of Yang's friends, supporting him, shouted furiously, "How dare you? Do you think the multifunctional training hall is your property? You can't just bar young Master Yang from entering." With a swift motion, Fang Xin delivered another slap, sending a couple of the friends' teeth flying. Reaching into his pocket, Fang Xin produced an identification badge and pinned it to his chest, stating, "The multifunctional training hall may not belong to me, but it is under my jurisdiction now." He pointed his smart device at the friend who had been vocal in defense of Yang, asserting, "You are banned for 1 month." He then swept his gaze across the others, pronouncing, "The rest of you are banned for half a month." As he concluded his statements, Fang Xin tucked the device away and eyed the group with an air of authority, commanding leave. Yang Haoxi's entourage hurriedly carried him away. Fang Xin turned to Jiang Xiaocha, asking, "Are you all right?" With reddened eyes, she replied, "Brother, if they seek trouble with you." Fang Xin dismissed her concerns, stating confidently, "Rest assured, if they come looking for trouble, they will be in the wrong. As long as I'm justified, that is all that matters." The other students observed the scene, murmuring amongst themselves. Shi Tai'e and his companions approached, inquiring, "Brother Xin, are you all right?" Xinyu, gazing in the direction Yang and his friends had departed, remarked solemnly, "Yang Haoxi is a tough opponent. His background is formidable. His grandfather is the vice president of the White Lotus Society, and his uncle holds a position in the church. He will surely seek revenge. With Yang Haoxi in such a state, if he causes a scene at the 9th Division, even if you're justified, Brother Xin, you will likely face repercussions." Shi Tai'e retorted, "What is there to fear? Brother Xin has his own connections. He has the backing of the Beast Palace." Xinyu expressed her concerns for Fang Xin, noting that despite the presence of the 10,000 Beast Palace, they were backed by the White Lotus Society and the church. Jiang Xiaocha bit her lip, on the verge of tears. Fang Xin, with a gentle smile, wiped her tears away and reassured her, "It's all right. The head of the 9th Division is a sworn brother of my grandfather, as he once told me. In the words of Zhuge Hang, I am the prince of the 9th Division. This is my stronghold. If they come to stir trouble here, it's merely an invitation for discomfort. What is there to fear?" Unexpectedly, Li Bei'er, who had been lost in thought, came to her senses and chimed in while munching on chips. "Fang Xin, tell your sister not to cry. If Yang Haoxi's family dares to trouble you, I will have my grandfather crush the White Lotus sect." Fang Xin looked at Li Bei'er with a bemused smile. "Is your grandfather really that formidable?" Shi Tai'e inquired. Li Bei'er continued to nibble on her chips, her mouth moving like a little rabbit. "Just wait until 30 years from now." A moment of silence enveloped the group. It was evident that Li Bei'er, among all the new students, was a standout performer. Her future strength was beyond question, implying the greatness of her grandfather as well. Bai Yulin shifted the topic. "Shall we continue our training or head back?" Fang Xin shook his administrator badge. "If you wish to keep training, just find me." He ruffled Jiang Xiaocha's hair. "Don't cry. It's fine. Didn't you hear? We have Sister Bei'er protecting us. There's no need to panic." Jiang Xiaocha lowered her head. "I'm sorry. Brother, I've caused you such trouble. Why should you apologize? He is the one who came to harass you and provoke you. He should be the one saying sorry. All right, dry your tears and go practice. I'll take you back later." "Understood, brother." Fang Xin then assisted the other students who wished to continue training. In total, exactly 400 students came to train. Each paid 5,000. In one night, that totaled 2 million. Fang Xin took a 10% cut, amounting to 200,000. And as soon as the money was deposited, his card reflected an increase of 20 points in credits. His current total stood at 16,646. It must be said, earning several million in one night here was remarkably swift. 5,000 is a considerable sum for students from ordinary families. Even with allowances, it was insufficient for daily visits. Thus, students from modest backgrounds were reluctant to waste time, while those from affluent families were indifferent to the cost, viewing money merely as a string of numbers. Wealthy individuals could indulge themselves here indefinitely, while those from ordinary families were constrained to limited training time, gradually widening the gap. Over time, students with advantageous backgrounds, if they worked a little harder, would only grow stronger compared to their peers from average families. Eventually, when their families invested further resources, they would soar to prominence, naturally ascending to leadership positions within teams. Subsequently, they would rise through the ranks, effectively monopolizing the upper echelons of the Sky Shield Bureau. For ordinary individuals, carving out a path to success was exceedingly challenging. Fang Xin picked up the smart device and discovered a succinct message from Zhuge Heng. Just go about your business, eat and drink as you please. Don't take anything to heart. No problem. Shortly after, Huaqing also sent a message. Well done. My students must possess a spirited temperament. They cannot be cowards. If he dares to leverage his family connections to trouble you, just let me know. I will handle it. Anyone from his family comes to me, and I'll deal with them. Fang Xin couldn't help but smile, replying, Thank you, Brother Hua. Unexpectedly, his phone vibrated again. It was a message from Shang Tianke. You're quite something. Less than 3 days into the new semester, and you've already dealt with someone. And it's the grandson of the vice president of the White Lotus Society. Wasn't he warranted? Ha ha ha. I've gathered the details. He bullied your sister. If you hadn't acted, I would have lost respect for you. It's only right to teach such a scoundrel a lesson. This illegitimate son of a mistress thinks too highly of himself. If he dares to send his family after you, just contact me. I am available 24 hours a day, and I will back you up. Fang Xin chuckled, surprised at how righteous this old lecher was. Thank you, Lord Shang. Don't call me that. From now on, you can call me Old Shang, and I'll call you Xin Zai. Thank you, Old Shang. No need for such formality, Xin Zai. After you graduate, just treat me to a good time. Fang Xin reflected on Shang Tiang's message, realizing why Sun Bijun held such disdain for this old lecher. The dubious title was clearly earned through his own efforts. Meanwhile, Yang Haoxi, bloodied and battered, dialed a video call. When the call connected, a stunningly beautiful woman appeared on the screen, exuding an alluring charm, dressed in a qipao while playing mahjong. Upon seeing Yang Haoxi's disheveled state, she gasped. What happened to you, my son? Mom, I got beaten up. Yang Haoxi sobbed. What is going on? Who dares to lay a hand on my precious son? The woman exclaimed. Wiping away his tears, Yang Haoxi replied, It was a scoundrel named Fang Xin. I was just joking around with a female classmate. I didn't do anything out of the ordinary. I don't know which of his sensitive nerves I touched, but he deliberately provoked me and then hit me. Mom, I've lost several teeth, and my jaw is fractured. If it weren't for the healing school doctor, I wouldn't even be able to speak. Chapter 57. The situation escalates. The seductive woman was immediately consumed with rage. How dare you lay a hand on my precious son? I want him dead. What did you say his name was? Fang Xin. Just wait, I'll go find your father. As she spoke, the woman pushed her chair aside and stormed out in her high heels, tears streaming down her face. My dear son, you must be in so much pain. Mother will bring you home to heal. Upon returning home, Yang Haoxi exclaimed angrily, Mother, physical pain can be healed, but the emotional torment lingers far longer. I endured countless blows today, and I demand tenfold, 100-fold retribution. Rest assured, my son, I shall devise a way to resolve this for you. The woman shouted as she kicked open the study door. Inside, a middle-aged man was engrossed in paperwork. The seductive woman screamed, Yang Yinbin, are you going to do nothing? Look at what they've done to your son. Handing over her phone, Yang Yinbin took it with confusion. Upon seeing the state of Yang Haoxi, his brows furrowed in concern. What on earth happened? With tears in his eyes, Yang Haoxi choked out, Father. While playing with classmates, I had a disagreement with a new student. He insulted me and belittled our Yang family. When I asked him to watch his words, he attacked me. The school doctor treated me, but had he not, my jaw could have been broken. Hearing this, Yang Yinbin's brow furrowed deeper. Though he was aware of his son's tendencies. Haoxi, is this the truth? Are you not provoking him intentionally? The seductive woman erupted in fury. Yang Yinbin, are you out of your mind? Your own son was assaulted, and you dare question him? Yang Yinbin looked at Yang Haoxi and stated, I will call my contacts at the Tiandun Bureau to verify the situation. I will ask you once more, is this true? Yang Haoxi could not meet his father's gaze. Are you insane, Yang Yinbin? Does the truth even matter? Regardless, our son is injured. Is this how you choose to act as a father? The seductive woman cried out again. Yang Yinbin raised his head and cast a cold glance at her, causing her to shiver. He then turned his attention back to Yang Haoxi. I'm asking you a question. It's true. Father, look at what they've done to me. Yang Yinbin opened a drawer containing several phones, selecting one to make a call. After hanging up, his expression darkened. Snatching the phone back, he glared at Yang Haoxi on the screen. You dare to tease a female classmate and did so in front of her brother. She is a new student from the 9th Division. How could you not expect to be punished? The injuries you sustained are your own doing. I sent you there to study, not to bully others. Yang Haoxi did not dare to breathe. Yang Yinbin tossed the phone to the seductive woman. I informed the Tiandun Bureau. You must ensure he sincerely apologizes to that student and her brother. The enchanting woman, her eyes brimming with tears, hung up the phone and shouted at Yang Yinbin. Why? Yang Yinbin, are you even human? When you wooed me all those years ago, you didn't speak like this. I have followed you for so many years without a title. Now that our son is being bullied, you do nothing but scold him. Have you ever fulfilled even the slightest of your responsibilities as a father? Do you even regard him as your own son? The other party belongs to the 9th Division. What does it matter which division it is? It is intolerable for my son to be mistreated. If you want to take action, I will. Yang Yinbin coldly regarded the alluring woman. Suqing, this is the result of your indulgence. If you continue down this path, it will lead to calamity. I will not care. All I know is that my son has been harmed by a blind fool. Yang Yinbin watched as the woman stormed out, warning, the old man is in seclusion. Do not disturb him. Jiang Suqing stomped her foot, turned back with a cold and venomous gaze at Yang Yinbin, and sneered, if the Yang family want to intervene, I will seek help from my own family. With that, she stormed out. Jiang Suqing sent a message to Yang Haoxi. My dear, do not worry. Your father is indifferent. But I will seek help from your uncle. After sending the message, she called him. As soon as the call connected, Jiang Suqing broke down in tears. Brother, your nephew has been bullied and nearly beaten to death. Who did it? Yang Yinbin. No, it was a new student at the training camp. What was his name? Fang Xin. There was a pause on the other end. Fang Xin? Yes. What is the matter, brother? Just in time. Our organization is investigating someone, and it happens to be a newcomer at Tiandun Academy named Fang Xin. There is only one student with that name, so it must be him. Do not worry. I will handle this. If he dares to bully my nephew, this insignificant ant with no background, thinking he can flaunt his talents, I will make him understand that without connections, no matter how gifted he is, he will be trampled underfoot. I will have him locked up, and Haoxi will personally take revenge. Wiping her tears, Jiang Suqing replied, All right, brother. It is indeed comforting to rely on family. After hanging up, Jiang Suqing called Yang Haoxi again. Darling, I just spoke with your uncle. He said that they will soon investigate that Fang Xin. He wants to have many good days ahead. Just wait. Your uncle has promised to have him captured and locked away so that you can take your revenge. Upon hearing this news, Yang Haoxi's expression twisted with rage, and after hanging up, he excitedly waved his fists. A few of his comrades gathered around. What is the matter? Young Master Yang? Yang Haoxi grinned maliciously. My uncle at the church said he will help me take revenge. This scoundrel Wen Ti have many good days left. Wu Zhishuan, who had been speaking up for Yang Haoxi, covered his mouth, which had been injured by Fang Xin's earlier assault. Young Master Yang is formidable. A man without venom is not a true man. We must show this scoundrel what he deserves. What if he has talent and good scores? He is nothing but trash without any background. Thus, Fang Xin took action against Yang Haoxi. The situation began to escalate rapidly. Fang Xin found himself once again at the center of controversy, lamenting his fate as a prominent figure. Initially, many new students applauded, believing that Yang Haoxi had performed admirably. However, As time passed, a myriad of dissenting voices began to emerge. Fang Xin was criticized, with others pointing out that young Master Yang was not only supported by the Yang family, but also backed by two other formidable organizations. How many heads does Fang Xin have to confront young Master Yang? Isn't Brother Xin also backed by someone? The Master of the Beast Palace is coming for him. Let us not kid ourselves. Brother Xin's so-called background is merely the result of his talent and the mentorship of Instructor Zhuge. It merely facilitated his connection to the Master of the Beast Palace. If the forces behind young Master Yang were to confront him, do you honestly believe the Master of the Beast Palace would jeopardize his standing with two major organizations for a new student from the 9th Division? At this rate, Brother Xin's grave will be overgrown with weeds. After all, Fang Xin was the top scorer in the entrance assessment, representing the 9th Division. With young Master Yang's people arriving, the 9th Division could hardly remain passive, could they? Is someone upstairs losing their mind? Have you seen the members of the church intimidated by anyone? They are autocratic and would never deign to show favor to the 9th Division. Moreover, how many times must it be reiterated that entrance assessment scores do not dictate future performance? Fang Xin has no substantial backing, even if he survives this ordeal. He will undoubtedly suffer significant consequences. Chapter 58. Feel free to ask me anything you don't understand. Fang Xin merely glanced through the comments, hardly paying them any heed. With Zhuge Heng, Hua Cheng, and Shang Tianke bearing the brunt ahead, Fang Xin felt no fear whatsoever. Moreover, with the esteemed elder Yi backing the 9th Bureau, his courage only grew. When he escorted Jiang Xiaocha back, her eyes were still red and puffy. In an attempt to soothe her, Fang Xin shared Zhuge Heng's message, which finally eased her worries. As he ascended to his dormitory, he fortuitously crossed paths with the impostor Brother Zhang Chong. As they brushed past each other, Zhang Chong remarked with a grin, "I had intended to challenge you in the midterm test, but now it seems a different matter entirely, whether you will even survive until then." Fang Xin cast a nonchalant glance at Zhang Chong, retorting, "If you continue to bark like a mindless villain, you may not live to see the midterm, but rather, you might meet your end tonight." Zhang Chong sensed an ominous aura radiating from Fang Xin, causing his hair to stand on end. Having previously experienced life and death struggles during a decapitation mission, he could distinctly perceive that, in that fleeting moment, Fang Xin exuded the same formidable presence as those he had encountered who had blood on their hands. Swallowing hard, Zhang Chong dared not linger. Fearing that Fang Xin might dispatch him before Yang Haoxi could lay judgment upon him, he hastily made his way downstairs. Just as Fang Xin settled back into his chair, Shi Tailang, Bai Yulin, Shun Yu, Zhang Yaozu, and Li Bei'er arrived from outside. "What is the matter?" Shi Tailang chuckled. "New brother, we all just called our families. If that scoundrel Yang Haoxi dares to trouble you, our families will certainly lend a hand, especially my father. I'm his only son, and if he refuses to help, I'll shatter my 2 joy beans to ensure he loses the joy of being a grandfather." Fang Xin smiled warmly, feeling an unexpected wave of gratitude. "Thank you all." Shi Tailang thumped his chest proudly. "We're comrades in arms. It's only natural to support each other in times of difficulty. We are your backing." Fang Xin rose, and they all embraced, their camaraderie palpable. "I want to indulge in sentimental words. We'll see each other in action. Good, new brother." After bidding farewell to a few of them, Fang Xin returned to his seat, his mind swirling with thoughts of Yang Haoxi and his band of rascals. Although Zhuge Heng, Hua Cheng, and Shang Tianke had all explicitly stated their willingness to assist Fang Xin, he understood well that this was due to his inherent talent and promising potential. Thus, he recognized the imperative to enhance his own strength. Fang Xin flipped his hand, gripping a small spatial orb, the parting gift from the old master of the Wanshou Palace. With a flick of his wrist, the orb shattered, and the bear within materialized before him. The colossal white bear pounded its chest with its massive paws, prompting Fang Xin to unleash his true dragon aura. Instantly, the bear ceased its ferocity and adopted a docile demeanor, lowering its head to approach Fang Xin. Fang Xin placed his hand upon the magnificent polar bear known as the Blazing Inferno Bear, endowed with a fire affinity and a berserk talent. In battle, its body ignited with flames, and its combat prowess heightened as its health diminished. Currently, it possessed peak 4th-tier strength. Fang Xin forged a contract with the bear, which affectionately nuzzled his palm. As the pact was established, a glimmer of crimson flickered in the bear's eyes. Fang Xin was momentarily taken aback. He had not invoked his slaughter talent, yet the bear had somehow been granted a simplified version of the slaughter talent upon the signing of their contract. He stroked the bear's soft fur, realizing that with its presence, he had gained a formidable ally. He needed to devise ways to enhance his own strength. His value must increase. For with sufficient power, one could garner ample protection. The simplest method to bolster strength was through slaughter. However, in the Tian Shield Academy, engaging in such acts was but a fantasy. The most straightforward approach was to undertake various tasks. The following day arrived swiftly. Early in the morning, Bai Yulin came knocking at the door. "Shingo, it's time for Master Mieju's class. Don't sleep in. We must enter the classroom 5 minutes early to secure seats at the back. Arriving late means we'll be forced to sit in the front." Fang Xin, who had been practicing his golden bell shield, opened his eyes. He changed his shoes and opened the door. "Let us go." Bai Yulin appeared as though he were preparing for battle, while Shi Tailang leaned against the door, toothbrush in mouth, mockingly proclaiming, "May you both have a safe journey. I shall fondly remember you." Zhang Yaozu and Li Bao returned from breakfast, overhearing Bai Yulin and Fang Xin discussing their impending class with Master Mieju. Cold Ball drew a cross on his chest, then clasped his hands together, exclaiming, "Amit Ba, I bid farewell to these 2 brave souls embarking on their journey to the west. May the Lord bless you. Amen." Bai Yulin, exasperated, flicked Cold Ball at his forehead and weakly retorted, "Get out of the way." On their way to the classroom, Bai Yulin handed Fang Xin a small wooden token. "What is this?" Fang Xin inquired. Bai Yulin explained that he had obtained the blessed wooden token from a senior with a shamanistic talent. Possessing this token would significantly reduce the risk of being called upon by Master Mieju to answer questions. It was known that failing to respond correctly in her presence could lead to a tumultuous semester. Fang Xin toyed with the token before pocketing it. Recalling his encounter with Sun Bichuan, their initial meeting had been somewhat fierce, yet their second encounter revealed a hint of gentleness. Despite being formidable, Menor-sun likely possessed a softer side as well. Bai Yulin turned to Fang Xin, asking, "What's wrong? Are you feeling overwhelmed?" Master Mieju, gentle? If she were gentle, even a sow could climb a tree. The two continued their banter as they entered the classroom. Upon entering, they beheld the vast lecture hall, where the first 3 rows were completely empty. All the students had congregated beyond the 3rd row, with those who arrived early claiming the back seats, leaving the latecomers to sit in the front. It was indeed a rare spectacle, unparalleled within the entirety of Tian Shield Academy. As the saying goes, a person's reputation casts a long shadow. The formidable presence of Old Lady Sun is indeed quite intimidating. As a prominent figure in the Tian Shield, her arrival immediately drew the attention of many upon the appearance of Fang Xin. "Isn't that Fang Xin? What brings him to this class?" The whispers spread like wildfire. "How many talents does this man possess? I've heard he has awakened 5 abilities, with the weakest being an S-grade mental talent." The envy was palpable. What is the use of having multiple talents if he has provoked young Master Yang? He might as well prepare for his demise. Yet, Fang Xin appeared unfazed, exuding an air of calmness as if nothing were amiss. Would he dare to break down in tears publicly? Surely it must be a facade. When young Master Yang's family comes for him, he would be left trembling in fear. I inquired about young Master Yang's intentions. He would send someone to trouble Fang Xin as early as this afternoon, or at the latest by tomorrow morning. I could hardly wait to witness Fang Xin receive his comeuppance. Are you out of your mind? Why are you so eager to see Fang Xin punished? Forgive me, but the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. He flaunts his talents so ostentatiously, and that crowd supporting him because of his entrance exam scores makes me livid. I wish to see him reduced to tears by young Master Yang's family. As the murmurs filled the classroom, a figure stepped through the doorway. Adorned with rectangular glasses and a sweater, the moment she entered, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Old Lady Sun ascended the podium and retrieved the attendance sheet from her briefcase. With the door secured, she began the roll call. Students seated at the front and back swiftly closed the doors. Every student sat upright, holding their breath, for the pressure emanating from this elderly lady was overwhelmingly intense. One by one, Old Lady Sun called out names. When she reached Fang Xin, he raised his hand in response. Old Lady Sun lifted her gaze towards him and, in a surprisingly softened tone, instructed, "Don't sit so far back. Come sit in the front row." The moment those words left her lips, all eyes in the classroom converged on Fang Xin. Bai Yulan lowered his head in disbelief. "Is that little nameplate of yours no longer effective?" The whispers among the students grew, creating a low hum throughout the classroom. Why is he being called? Because he performed well on the entrance assessment. Don't be ridiculous. In front of the merciless lady of extinction, she cares little for your entrance scores. This elderly lady despises unruly students. Regardless of whether he was justified, anyone fighting on campus is loathed by her. Fang Xin struck young Master Yang yesterday. If not targeting him, who would she target? Fang Xin is doomed. It seemed Fang Xin's fate was sealed, as he wouldn't even need to wait for young Master Yang to take action. The Lady of Extinction had already moved to intervene. Fang Xin stood up, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events orchestrated by the elderly lady. Despite her seemingly kinder demeanor when she exited the administration building yesterday, her notorious history loomed large in his mind, leaving him in a state of unease. Among the first 3 rows, Fang Xin was the sole occupant. Just as he was about to sit down, unexpectedly, the elderly lady's gaze was gentle, akin to that of a senior observing a promising junior. With a soft tone, she addressed Fang Xin, saying, "The realm of mental disciplines can be rather challenging. You may sit in the front, and should anything be unclear, feel free to ask me at any time." Chapter 59, discovered by Yu. Fang Xin was momentarily taken aback. Just a moment ago, he had felt a twinge of anxiety, only to realize it was all for naught. Although he remained unaware of what the elderly lady had overheard from the dean in the administration building, her demeanor towards Fang Xin had indeed undergone a remarkable transformation. Granny Sun's sudden warmth in her tone sparked curiosity among many students regarding the reason behind her unexpected kindness towards Fang Xin. What else could it be? New GE's academic performance is commendable. Does it require any further speculation? Exceptional individuals naturally attract attention wherever they go. Even the most austere of figures would extend their regard. Those who had relished the thought of New Gu facing punishment earlier, let them bark like dogs. Some individuals are simply envious of our New Gu, destined to remain as mediocrity for a lifetime. The very students who had reveled in the misfortune of others now seemed to have received a resounding slap from an unseen hand, their faces burning with discomfort. Bai Yulan, who had previously kept his head bowed, now gripped his small wooden plaque upon witnessing Fang Xin receiving special attention. He exclaimed, "What a surprise! The wooden plaque actually proves useful." However, before he could finish his thought, Sun Bijuan at the podium donned a stern expression once more. "All students who have possessed items blessed by the voodoo department, if anyone dares to bring such items to class next session, prepare to fail this semester. Such trivial items hold no value for me." Upon hearing this, Bai Yulan was left in a daze, and he was not alone. Many classmates had purchased various blessed items after perusing the comments left by previous seniors, only to discover they were utterly ineffective against this formidable authority figure. After finishing her remarks, Sun Bijuan resumed her knitting, the sound of her needles clicking together filling the atmosphere. As class commenced, it became evident that mental talent possessed formidable offensive capabilities, particularly at a distance. It could manipulate an individual's psyche, emotions, and even dreams, employing a range of techniques. The primary methods fell into 3 categories: auditory, visual, and mental waves. Harsh or melodious sounds could mesmerize an individual, representing one form of mental assault. Distorted visuals, chaotic arrangements, and indistinguishable perceptions could lead one to lose their sense of self. At this moment, each student clutched an object they had used for quite some time as a reference point. Next, I will employ my mental power to guide you into an illusion. Within this environment, focus your attention on the reference object and extract your cells from it. As she spoke, the sound of her knitting needles scraping together created an irksome noise, stirring feelings of agitation and unease. Fang Xin held his well-used phone in his hand when, suddenly, his vision blurred, and he found himself enveloped in darkness. The irritating sound of knitting needles echoed throughout this shadowy realm. Fang Xin's gaze darted around, alert and cautious. Amidst the gloom, a vague silhouette became discernible, towering as if a primordial deity, seated and weaving a garment. The sound of her needles clashing was a torment to his senses. Her eyes glowed like two scarlet lanterns suspended in the void. Is this the essence of advanced psychic abilities? Fang Xin mused to himself, overwhelmed by the terror of it all. The cacophony of harsh sounds grew denser, escalating in intensity. As he recalled his earlier reference point, he realized that although he had been holding his phone just moments ago, it now felt as if his hands were empty, his palms engulfed in darkness. Taking a deep breath, Fang Xin focused intently on his hands. Gradually, the jarring, dissonant sounds began to dissipate as he concentrated, his gaze unwavering on his palms. Currently, Fang Xin possessed only the latent psychic talent, and among his various gifts, the psychic anger was considered rather modest, resulting in a slower awakening process. As time ticked by, the strain of concentration caused a dull ache in the center of his forehead, reminiscent of the sensation when he playfully poked his brow with his finger in the past. The more he concentrated, the more pronounced the discomfort became. While the surrounding clamor receded, the darkness began to lift, and he gradually regained a sense of feeling in his hands, finally recognizing that he was indeed holding his phone. After an indeterminate period, the pressure in his forehead peaked, and Fang Xin clearly saw his phone as the tide of darkness receded. The surrounding noise diminished, and tranquility enveloped him, save for the faint sound of sun Bijou knitting. Fang Xin's complexion paled slightly as he exhaled, glancing at his phone and surveying the classroom. He noticed several classmates with strong talents had awakened, though they appeared utterly drained, their faces ashen as they slumped over their desks. Many others remained seated, their brows furrowed, still ensnared in the illusion. Fang Xin felt a surge of astonishment. The power of psychic talent was indeed formidable. In a real combat scenario, one could be incapacitated in the blink of an eye. This was precisely why a team needed to include a psychic talent among its ranks. Raising his gaze, he looked at the still-knitting Sun Bijou, who offered him a warm smile. As a secondary talent, your ability to awaken so swiftly surpasses my expectations. Quite commendable. The few classmates who awakened afterward bore expressions of shock. Was this elderly woman in some altered state today? According to the legends shared by previous seniors, she typically approached her duties with a ferocity akin to someone on a warpath, reprimanding anyone in her vicinity, and her foul mood often resulted in psychic attacks. Why was she being so kind to Fang Xin? Could it be that he was her illegitimate grandchild? The elderly woman kindly inquired, "Is your forehead feeling sore?" "Indeed, Fang Xin deeply," she elaborated, "sustain that sensation. It is your source of psychic energy. To unleash a psychic attack, you must rely on it. The more potent your psychic source, the stronger and more enduring your attacks will be. This source is also known as the divine spring, and possessing it equates to stepping into the realm of psychic abilities. In prior contexts, this stage was referred to as the summoning realm. Do you know what the subsequent realm is called? Fang Xin had heard of this from Zhuge Heng and Hua Cheng, followed by terms like source flow, pulse grounding, well observation, harmonization, mirror shattering, responding to emptiness, and spirit platform, among others. Sun Bijuan's eyes lit up, and she smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, having acquired the source of spirit, one has entered the realm of spiritual resonance. However, the spiritual resonance of the spiritual aptitude does not merely allow one to resonate with their own spiritual energy. It necessitates the ability to resonate with the spiritual energies of others. Through continuous honing of one's spiritual energy, when the spiritual energy from your divine spring overflows, you reach the second realm. The second realm, the source flow realm, entails the overflowing spiritual energy enveloping every part of your being. Once your entire being is suffused with spiritual energy, the third realm signifies the true initiation into the spiritual aptitude. In other words, the attacks launched in the third realm of spiritual aptitude are substantial, whereby spiritual energy can assault the enemy through sound, ocular techniques, and spiritual waves. As for the fourth realm, it enables one to condense a shield of spiritual energy for self-protection. One cannot be too greedy. Your strength aptitude has already reached formidable levels, making you arguably the foremost among your peers. However, your spiritual aptitude has only just grazed the threshold. Take your time. There is no rush. First, solidify your foundation in the divine spring, and I shall gradually teach you what follows. Fang Xin nodded, agreeing wholeheartedly. Just as he finished speaking, an eye mask appeared on the table before him. Wearing this will help refine your spiritual energy. Thank you, Mentor. No need for thanks. With a swift motion, Sun Bijuan's knitting needles resumed their soft clinking sound. The other students, now awakened, slipped back into their illusions. Fang Xin paused momentarily. Sun Bijuan inquired, "Did you confront a young master from a prominent family?" Fang Xin chuckled sheepishly. "He bullied my sister, so I took action." Sun Bijuan nodded. "If they trouble you, come to me. Even the president of the White Lotus Society would grant me a modicum of face, let alone a grandson born of a vice president." "Thank you, Mentor's son," Sun Bijuan replied gently. "No need to be so formal. I know your parents. They call me Aunt Sunday. From now on, in private, you can call me Grandma's son." Fang Xin was momentarily taken aback. No wonder this elder treated him so well. She was acquainted with his parents. "Very well. Continue to immerse yourself in the divine spring." Fang Xin closed his eyes, resonating with the tingling sensation at his brow. As time passed, Fang Xin felt as though he was in a peculiar space, where spring appeared before him, slowly releasing wisps of spiritual energy. Before he knew it, class was over. Sun Bijuan gathered her belongings and turned to leave. Almost everyone's complexion bore varying shades of pallor. Bai Yulin approached. "Xin go, shall we go?" Fang Xin rose, and the two made their way outside. Many classmates watched Fang Xin's retreating figure, feeling various degrees of envy and resentment. "Xin go, why is Master Mia such a favoritism towards you?" Bai Yulin rubbed his head in confusion. Fang Xin pondered for a moment. "Perhaps it's because my name is Fang Xin, hence the favoritism towards Xin." Bai Yulin rubbed his brow and exclaimed, "Well then, I shall change my name to Bai Yusin. What classes do you have in the afternoon?" "Cognitive systems." "Wow, that's the class taught by the goddess of the heavenly shield." "Teacher Chung." Bai Yulin's eyes sparkled with excitement. "You have no idea. I saw her in person at the beginning of the semester, and she is stunning, by far the most beautiful person of the opposite sex I have ever encountered." "How beautiful can she be?" "Let me put it this way. In the words of my brother, Bai Yulin, he would gladly drink the water mixed with the saliva of Goddess Chung for half a year." Fang Xin looked at Bai Yulin with curiosity. "Oh Bai, are you saying that you can shift the blame onto your siblings for any mistakes you make?" Bai Yulin chuckled awkwardly. "You've caught me." As the two dined in the cafeteria, many classmates pointed and whispered in their direction, some expressing sympathy while others reveled in misfortune. One voice intentionally raised its pitch to ensure Fang Xin could hear. "Someone's about to get it this afternoon. Yang Xiao's family is arriving this afternoon from a church. There will be quite a spectacle to behold." Chapter 60. A reunion. The clamor in the restaurant was so overwhelming that Fang Xin became the focal point of attention. Bai Yulin glanced back with a fierce look at the loudest student nearby. "Xin good, just ignore them," Bai Yulin consoled. Fang Xin took a bite of his food and, in a relaxed tone, remarked, "I initially aimed to be an ordinary, inconspicuous presence, yet I find myself repeatedly emerging as the most talked-about figure among the newcomers. Those celebrities are nothing compared to this." Seeing Fang Xin's nonchalance, Bai Yulin also felt relieved. As they walked back after their meal, the new students continued to gossip about Fang Xin. He exhaled deeply, recalling Zhuge Heng's advice to exercise some restraint, lest he attract unwanted attention. The saying goes, "The bird that sticks its head out gets shot." Thus, he resolved to remain low-key until the midterm exams, vowing to avoid drawing attention to himself. Upon returning to the dormitory, Fang Xin lay on his bed, shutting out the world. He retrieved the eye mask gifted by Sun Bijuan from his spatial ring and placed it over his eyes. Setting the eye mask as a reference point, he was immediately enveloped in darkness. Drawing from the day's classroom experience, he focused intently. A dull ache formed between his brows, as he sensed a subtle mental energy counteracting the harsh sounds and the engulfing darkness. With experience and a modicum of mental energy, Fang Xin gradually acclimated to the eye mask and emerged from the illusion. The uncomfortable sensation between his brows lingered. With his eyes closed, within his consciousness, the almost transparent mental energy emanating from the spring seemed to have increased slightly. However, just as he was about to remove the eye mask, he noticed that the previously clear mental energy had abruptly transformed into a deep crimson hue, resembling a demonic eye at that moment. Startled, Fang Xin realized this was the influence of his slaughter talent. Removing the eye mask, he slowly sat up. The various talents he had awakened, power, light, perception, mental, and beast mastery, had all been enhanced by the slaughter talent. Rather than mere enhancement, it felt more like a transformation. Although, aside from the power talent, the others did not reach SSS rank. It was evident that slaying others with similar talents would further amplify his abilities. Reflecting on his beast mastery talent, he recalled that his ascent to the 9th level of the true dragon steps in the Beast Palace was partly due to his strong foundation and partly because he had slain an elderly beast master before visiting the palace, thus devouring that individual's talent. Glancing at the time, he realized he was nearly late for his afternoon class. As he walked along the path, students passing by pointed and whispered about him, some expressing sympathy, while others reveled in his predicament. In the corridor outside the classroom stood a striking woman, her long black hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders. She exuded a serene sweetness, her enchanting eyes fluttering softly, captivating all who beheld her. Her long, slender legs, elegantly clad in black stockings, drew considerable attention as she stood there. Inside the classroom, students jostled eagerly to claim their seats, resembling livestock eager to rush to the podium. The atmosphere was a stark contrast to that of the class with the elderly Mrs. Sun Bijuan. Fang Xin, the woman with long black hair, suddenly called out. Fang Xin paused, turning to her. Hello, Mentor Chung. She replied. The woman smiled. Have you seen Xiao Bai? Xiao Bai? Bai Yuan? He went to that shooting talent class. Fang Xin responded. The woman shook her head. Not Bai Yuan, I mean Zhuge Heng. I call him Xiao Bai. Do you know where he is? I do not know. I haven't seen him these past few days either. The woman clasped her hands behind her back. Could you help me inquire about his whereabouts? Fang Xin, perplexed, asked. Why not just ask him directly? He ignores me. Upon seeing Fang Xin's expression, Chung Bingqing candidly remarked, Haven't you heard the gossip about us? I am his devoted fan. Even the seniors at the 9th Division know that I have pursued him since my teenage years. Yet, he always remains indifferent to me. This is a well-known secret at the 9th Division. Fang Xin's expression turned peculiar. She was surprised to learn of such gossip, realizing that the white-haired youth had such a beautiful woman in pursuit. It was no wonder that the lecherous Shang Tianke sought Chung Bingqing's contact information, only for the white-haired youth to provide Sun Bijuan's instead. Chung Bingqing gazed at Fang Xin, her hands clasped over her heart. Could you please ask the teacher where he is? Fang Xin hesitated before sending a message to Zhuge Heng. Where are you, brother? Your teacher asked me to inquire. Fang Xin felt slightly awkward. The white-haired youth truly had an uncanny ability to predict. Chung Bingqing, with her large, captivating eyes, asked, May I send him a message? Fang Xin handed over the communication device. Chung Bingqing, feeling a bit anxious, took a moment before sending a voice message. Xiao Bai, please don't hide from me. It's cold and I bought you some clothes. May I come by your place later to deliver them? After sending the message, Chung Bingqing eagerly awaited a response. Moments later, her device vibrated. She quickly checked it, and upon reading the message, her expression was a blend of joy, grievance, helplessness, and unyielding determination. Fang Xin could not help but marvel at how the goddess, revered by both new and old students, could appear so humble before Zhuge Heng. Returning Fang Xin's device, Chung Bingqing smiled gently. All right, let us prepare for class. As Fang Xin entered the classroom, the gazes of the lecherous students swiftly shifted from Cheng Bingqing to Fang Xin. The goddess was a daily sight, yet the amusement was not something they could witness every day. The students' eyes flitted between Fang Xin and a figure at the back of the classroom. Fang Xin followed the gazes of the students and noticed a few individuals seated at the back of the classroom. At the forefront was Yongye, the very one he had previously confronted. At this moment, Yongye crossed his arms, regarding Fang Xin with a smug grin. Xin go, over here, beckoned Zhongbing, a fellow student from their strength-based class. Once Fang Xin took his seat, a murmur spread through the classroom. It seems we have a spectacle on our hands. Young Master Yang lacks the perception talent, yet still dares to show up here, which can only mean he has come prepared. Fang Xin is in for it now. Without any backing, he dared to strike someone from such a powerful background. It's akin to seeking death while shining a light in a restroom. Who else could he target? A sensible person would have bowed to the overwhelming background. Yet he, no connections and no sense, truly believing his academic prowess grants him immunity. Regardless of how exceptional his grades may be, in this world, one must rely on connections. Even with Instructor Zhuge's support, he is unlikely to be spared this time. If he merely provoked the Bai Lian Association, perhaps Zhuge could intervene, but alas, young Master Yang has the church backing him. Isn't the master of the 10,000 Beast Palace also involved? Don't be ridiculous. The master was introduced through Instructor Zhuge. Do you honestly think he would intervene for a mere newcomer from the 9th Division? Think before you speak. The burly Zhongbing turned around, exclaiming, "Damn! These people are truly despicable." Fang Xin merely shrugged, accustomed to the routine. Cheng Bingqing gently tapped the lectern. "All right, everyone, please settle down. Today marks the first class of our perception department. Before we proceed, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Cheng Bingqing, and I will be leading your perception courses. The perception talent is one of the few abilities devoid of offensive capability, yet no team can function without teammates possessing this talent. The perception ability not only allows one to detect the coordinates of enemies, but also to sense danger. As your realm advances, you may even perceive an individual's past and future, as well as the past and future of this world. Before she could finish her thought, Cheng Bingqing frowned and glanced towards the door. Almost immediately, a loud, jarring sound of the door being flung open interrupted her words. Several individuals stood at the entrance, each adorned in distinctive uniforms, with a badge emblazoned on their chests. The badge featured a totem resembling an eye, with the pupil depicted as a sun. They were members of the church. These individuals exhibited an air of arrogance, as if they inherently believed themselves to be superior. Leading them was a middle-aged man with slanted eyes. As he slightly tilted his head, a golden-haired youth stepped forward. Fang Xin instantly recognized this golden-haired youth as none other than Huoshi, the lion dog he had encountered at Chu Xinyao as home. In Huoshi's hand was a device resembling a smart communicator, which he aimed downward and scanned the area. A series of beeping sounds echoed, directly targeting Fang Xin. All eyes in the classroom turned towards him. Realizing that this was aimed at Fang Xin, Yongye, seated in the back row, crossed his arms and revealed a triumphant smile. Witnessing Yongye's expression, the classmates present displayed looks of astonishment, taken aback by the audacity of the church members who, amidst class, disregarded all decorum to storm in and see someone. Huoshi strode towards Fang Xin's position, forcefully grasping his shoulder and lifting him with an air of dominance. Huoshi loomed above, his demeanor haughty, accompanied by a disdainful smirk. "We meet again. Let's take a walk." Chapter 61. Show me one. The classroom erupted into a cacophony of voices. Wow, they really came. Yang is incredible. The church's people have come to seize Fang Xin. This time, Fang Xin is truly doomed. The members of the church were notorious for their arrogance, disregarding anyone who dared to oppose them. No matter how exceptional one's talent or grades, without a powerful background, one could only be at the mercy of those with influence. Amidst the clamor, the students frequently glanced at Yongye, who sat in the back row, arms crossed, a sinister smile gracing his face. His gaze turned venomous as he looked at Fang Xin, and he insolently whistled with a finger in his mouth. Huoshi grasped Fang Xin firmly. Anger flared in Fang Xin's eyes as he charged into Hua Shi's chest, causing him to grunt in surprise. Suddenly, golden light erupted from Hua Shi's eyes as he glared at Fang Xin, warning him to behave. Today, no one dares to protect you. Beside them, Zhang Bing abruptly stood up. This hulking student from the power faction had a fierce disposition. On what grounds do you apprehend my classmate? As he spoke, he attempted to grab Hua Shi, but Hua Shi unleashed a surge of golden light, swiftly slapping Zhang Bing away. Fang Xin felt a surge of murderous intent rise within him. Gripping Hua Shi's neck, he shouted, "Come at me, but do not lay a finger on my classmate." Hua Shi was taken aback, clearly unprepared for Fang Xin's audacity. The intense killing aura that had emanated from Fang Xin unsettled him. He could not fathom how such ferocity could dwell within a youth. His once lofty golden radiance flickered. With an overwhelming burst of power, Hua Shi seized Fang Xin, handcuffing him and delivering 2 heavy punches to his abdomen, leaving Fang Xin pale and breathless. Hua Shi pinched Fang Xin's chin, leaning in to whisper, "Kid, don't be arrogant. Someone specifically ordered that you suffer a fate worse than death. Ants should lie low. This time, the lady cannot save you." With that, he dragged Fang Xin out of the classroom. On the podium, Cheng Bingqing's beautiful countenance turned icy. She slammed her hand on the desk and declared, "Is it too presumptuous to come into my classroom to apprehend someone? Do you not regard me or the Tian Dun Bureau at all?" The middle-aged man with triangular eyes at the door smirked. "Teacher Cheng, we are merely fulfilling our official duties." "I hope you can understand. Official duties? What kind of official business requires the capture of a freshman?" Cheng Bingqing retorted, her indignation palpable. The man replied with a disdainful sneer, "The church is conducting its affairs." No further comment. Hua Shi dragged Fang Xin out of the classroom, while the man and the church members surveyed the students and teachers below with an air of superiority. Cheng Bingqing, infuriated, realized they had targeted her perception class specifically because of her relatively low combat power. She quickly sent a message to Zhuge Heng, "Xiaobai, Fang Xin has been taken by the church." After sending the message, Cheng Bingqing rushed out, prompting a chaotic exodus of students from the classroom. Young Haoxi sauntered outside, the crowd parting to create a narrow passage. Numerous new students fawned over him, exclaiming, "Young Master Yang. Incredible, Young Master Yang. The church backs him. Fang Xin is doomed now." Zhang Bing, who had just been struck by Hua Shi, rose to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He retrieved his communication device and made a call, "Brother Hua, the church's people forcibly took Fang Xin from the classroom and even assaulted me and Fang Xin. It's during the course on perception. They are still in the hallway." The commotion attracted the attention of teachers and students from other classrooms on the same floor. Upon witnessing Fang Xin being forcibly escorted out by the church members, many students abandoned their classes and rushed out to see what was happening. The news spread rapidly, drawing more and more faculty and students, creating a bottleneck in the hallway. Hua Shi, gripping Fang Xin, disdainfully regarded the instructors and students blocking their way, commanding, "The church is conducting business. Bystanders, step aside." However, the crowd only grew denser. With a mere glance from Hua Shi, a church member with a buzz cut and heavy dark circles stepped forward, raising his hand to grasp the air, conjuring a luminous sword that cleaved through the congestion. The students were sent sprawling to either side. Hua Shi's golden eyes fixated on the teachers and students in the corridor, issuing a warning. "The church is at work. Obstruct us again, and there will be no mercy." The Tian Dun Bureau also possessed its own temperaments. On the opposite side of the hallway, Chun Yuanjue, the team leader instructing the new students, approached with a stern expression. "Is the church here to cause trouble in the wrong place?" A man with slanted eyes advanced, lifting one hand to reveal a glimmer of golden light between his fingers, which soon held an official document. "The Supreme Commander of the Church's Honglian District has personally issued orders to take away the 9th District's new student, Fang Xin. Do you have any objections?" Chun Yinjue stepped forward, took the document, and scrutinized it, discovering it was indeed an official decree from the church. His brow furrowed in concern. The man with slanted eyes snatched the document back and smirked. "Make way. Observing the change in Chen Yunyue's expression, the new students erupted in a frenzy. Wow, young Master Yang is amazing. Such a grand display to capture Fang Xin. Having connections is impressive. Fang Xin is finished now. The reality was clear to anyone with discernment. Fang Xin's fate was sealed, his night of resurrection merely 7 days away. Good grades and talent held little weight. Without connections, he was but an ant in the eyes of those with power. Among the crowd, Ku Chai'er reveled in the spectacle. Young Housey whistled at Fang Xin, sporting an exceedingly provocative grin. Hua Shi continued to drag Fang Xin forward, mocking, a worthless ant without connections, daring to think of anything with my esteemed lady. Do you now perceive the disparity? What does joining the 9th district matter? Any privileged young master can easily toy with you. As they advanced a few steps, their path was abruptly obstructed. The newcomer, sporting a bushy beard and a slightly unbuttoned collar revealing a hint of alluring chest hair, declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, this lad is under my protection. Have you obtained my consent to take him away?" Upon seeing the arrival, the congested corridor erupted into chaos. "By heavens, the master of the Beast Palace has arrived," exclaimed one, who claimed that the master of the Beast Palace would not show up. It was astonishing that the master would step forward to support Fang Xin. Brother Underpants furrowed his brow, his eyes reflecting envy and resentment. Several members of the church began to stomp their feet. "Master Shang, do not bring misfortune upon yourself while handling church matters." The man with the triangular eyes frowned, clearly taken aback that Shang Tianke would personally intervene. With a grin, Shang Tianke proclaimed, "This is my prize student. How can I ascertain if you are genuinely conducting church business?" He had come specifically for this matter today, as the old master held Fang Xin in high regard. Prior to his arrival, the old master had instructed him to safeguard Fang Xin within reasonable limits, thereby reinforcing their bond. The man with the triangular eyes persistently produced an official document. Shang Tianke took it, scrutinizing it before pointing at the paper and addressing the man with a sardonic smile. "It states take away, not apprehend. What is the meaning of handcuffing my student?" The triangular-eyed man frowned once more and glanced at Hua Shi, who chuckled. "The document does not specify the method of removal." Shang Tianke's expression darkened, and a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from him. Subsequently, a massive one-horned serpent appeared out of thin air, coiling ominously behind him. "You dare speak to me in such a manner?" This scene elicited gasps of astonishment. Hua Shi instinctively swallowed hard, retreating 2 steps in fright. The triangular-eyed man's expression darkened as he glared at Hua Shi. "Unlock the handcuffs." At the command, Hua Shi hesitated for a moment. Despite his reluctance, he complied. The triangular-eyed man and Shang Tianke stood shoulder to shoulder. "Master Shang, I have granted you face, but enough is enough. I must take him away today. No one can stop me." However, just as the words left his lips, a piercing whistle echoed, and a chair flew towards them, crashing into Hua Shi's face, instantly leaving him bloodied and bruised. Hua Cheng, the 6th master, approached, patting the triangular-eyed man on the chest. "Jiang Weiqi, he is under my command. Let me see you try to take him." Chapter 62. Confusion with the arrival of Master Hua Chenghua. The atmosphere erupted once more into a cacophony of noise. "Oh my, the esteemed Master Hua Jinkong has shown up. Is Master Hua really that significant? How foolish must one be to utter such words? Not only is this gentleman endowed with formidable strength, but do you know who his grandfather is? Huamo, a figure specifically mentioned in our history textbooks, a terrifying entity wielding military power. He was one of the heroes during the chaos of the gods. Incredible. Why has he come to protect Fang Xin? Fang Xin's primary aptitude lies in strength, and Master Hua is also known as a mentor in that domain. Furthermore, he is notoriously protective of his own. If Fang Xin were to be taken away, how could he possibly remain idle? Master Hua is unafraid of the church. Engaging them head-on is certainly a delicate matter, yet the church's members dare not act against him without explicit orders. After all, he hails from a prestigious lineage, and the Hua family is renowned for their solidarity. To provoke one is to provoke them all. Thus, it seems Fang Xin is not entirely without support. Having two formidable allies backing him, it appears that Yang Xiao's quest for vengeance may not be so straightforward. Nonetheless, the church holds a disdainful view of everyone. Moreover, this time they are following official procedures. The clamor was incessant. Yang Hao, concealed within the crowd, wore a grim expression, never anticipating that the church would intervene, and furthermore, that two heavyweight guests would arrive. With a face as dark as water, the triangular-eyed Jiang Weiqi's demeanor was one of utmost severity. Master Hua, I am merely following protocol. Do not overstep your bounds. Hua Cheng smiled broadly. Protocol? What protocol? Jiang Weiqi stepped forward, lowering his voice. Master Hua, this individual is one that the higher-ups have personally instructed to be taken back for interrogation. Should anything go awry, even your esteemed elder may not be able to protect you. It would have been better had he not spoken, for at that moment, Hua Cheng's anger flared. I shall stand my ground today. What can you do about it? Jiang Weiqi's triangular eyes glinted with menace, yet he found himself at a loss against Hua Cheng. Reluctantly, he flicked his wrist and produced an official document, presenting it to Hua Cheng. Open your eyes and see for yourself. Is this not an official document signed by the upper echelons? Is this not a matter of protocol? Just as Hua Cheng was about to respond, a voice interjected. Protocol? Is it truly just a matter of protocol? Following the voice, they beheld an elderly lady donning rectangular glasses, steadily approaching in a knitted sweater. As she made her entrance, the crowd parted like the sea, retreating to the sides. Her imposing presence seemed more formidable than that of some ancient beasts. Shang Tianke instinctively adjusted his attire, attempting to conceal his modest chest hair, and respectfully stepped aside. Senior son, Hua Cheng, the once audacious individual, now tempered his arrogance, bowing slightly. Any son? Sun Bijuan navigated through the throng and stood before Jiang Weiqi. To misuse the name of public office for personal gain, who granted you such authority? Jiang Weiqi's tone softened. Seemingly aware of the elderly lady's esteemed position within the Tiandun Bureau. Madam Sun, it appears this matter does not concern you, does it? This child is my student. Your attempt to apprehend my pupil raises the question of your involvement. As these words were uttered, the atmosphere erupted in chaos. Good heavens! The formidable master of extinction intervening to rescue someone? Such an unprecedented occurrence. I'd already found it astonishing when Lord Shang and Master Hua acted to assist. But to see her join in as well? My word, is this truly the iron-faced master of extinction I remember? A sense of security enveloped me. After this episode, my perception of the master of extinction has shifted from a deep black to a lighter shade. Young Master Yang found himself in a precarious situation. Initially, he believed he could manage Fang Xin. Yet now Fang Xin has summoned such distinguished figures to his side. Where are those who were earlier reveling in the misfortune of brother Xin? Let them continue to bark, a pack of sewer rats, perpetually squeaking in envy of us. These individuals are clearly troubled, consumed by jealousy. Have they not been publicly humiliated by Fang Xin? Those who were once gloating now find themselves silenced. The unfolding events have taken an unexpected turn. Brother Ku Chai stood agape, evidently taken aback by the emergence of three esteemed figures to provide assistance, including the master of extinction herself. Jiang Xiaocha, amidst the crowd, observed the scene with a mix of anxiety and anger. Yang Haosi, among the onlookers, wore a savage expression, his eyes nearly murderous. He had skipped class to witness the spectacle of Fang Xin, intending to later confront him in the interrogation room with private punishment, only to be met with three formidable obstacles. Jiang Weiqi narrowed his eyes, shaking the official document once more. Madam Sun, even if he is your student, the document states he must be taken away. I kindly ask for your cooperation. An absolute official matter? Sun Baijun inquired. Jiang Weiqi responded with a smile, assuring her, Madam Sun, I guarantee this is indeed an official matter. Sun Baijun's hands, which had been knitting, suddenly froze as she turned to look at Yang Haosi in the crowd. The elderly lady, behind her rectangular glasses, fixed her cold gaze upon him and simply uttered four words. Speak the truth. Yang Haosi's pupils dilated as he recounted. I teased Fang Xion's sister, Was struck by Fang Xin, sought help from my mother, who in turn contacted my uncle. My uncle agreed, and the church just happens to be looking for Fang Xin. Soon, my uncle will dispatch someone to take Fang Xin away and confine him to a secret chamber, allowing me to administer private punishment. Upon finishing, Yang Haoxi's pupils gradually refocused, his complexion pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. As his words fell, Jiang Weiqi's face blanched, and several members of the church behind him also displayed drastic changes in expression. The onlookers erupted in uproar. Sun Baijun's knitting became increasingly rapid, her eyes behind the lenses radiating a chilling intensity. Repeat that to me. You claim this is a matter of official business. Hua Cheng, indignantly jabbing the air with his finger, exclaimed, "How dare you? Jiang Weiqi, explain yourself. Does your church bear the surname Jiang? Under the banner of the church. You dare to bully those of us from the Heavenly Shield Bureau. What more do you intend to do? Today, if you dare to seize our students under the banner of the church, tomorrow you will audaciously seize our mentors as well. Are you attempting to incite discord between the church and our Heavenly Shield Bureau?" Jiang Weiqi forcibly stabilized the situation. "Mr. Hua, one may indulge in a chaotic meal, but one must not speak indiscriminately. Could it be that the official document is a forgery?" Sun Bijuan fixed her gaze upon Jiang Weiqi. "So, your abuse of power is indeed genuine?" Jiang Weiqi chuckled softly. "Madam Sun, the words of a petulant child should not be taken to heart. Wouldn't you agree? If you allow them to take our people today, will it not set a precedent for anyone to trample upon the Heavenly Shield Bureau in the future?" Jiang Weiqi's smile began to fade. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have offered my counsel. I have extended the courtesy due, yet please do not overstep your bounds." Jiang Weiqi pointed to the badge on his chest. "The words you spoke earlier have already reached my superior. I must take the person today. Not even the King of Heaven could halt my resolve." As he spoke, the communicators of Hua, Cheng, Shang Tianke, and even Sun Bijuan began to ring incessantly. Hua Cheng frowned upon seeing the caller ID, but ultimately answered the call. Shang Tianke and Sun Bijuan, upon viewing their respective caller IDs, also answered. Hua Cheng stepped aside. "What is it, father? Are you intervening for a student?" "Indeed, the church has contacted you. They called your uncle, who advised you to let it go." Hua Cheng's brow furrowed. "Let it go? Am I to stand by and watch as my cherished student is taken by these scoundrels? This matter is rather complicated. But rest assured, a significant figure will intervene to protect that student." After hanging up, Hua Cheng's expression darkened. Shang Tianke and Sun Bijuan appeared equally solemn. Jiang Weiqi's contemptuous smirk grew. "Perhaps it is time to yield, gentlemen." Seeing the others step aside, the crowd of onlookers erupted in astonishment. "Goodness, even these three luminaries are yielding? I have underestimated the church. Well, it seems Fang Xin is utterly doomed. How naive I was. I thought young Master Yang's vengeance would be difficult to achieve, but now it seems young Master Yang is destined for victory, and Fang Xin will surely lose his skin." The ever-optimistic Ku Chai re-emerged with a grin, thinking to himself that the church indeed holds the upper hand. In the crowd, Jiang Xiaocha's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Fang Xin observed the fierce competition among the various factions for the first time, acutely aware of the significance of having a robust backing. Without such support, one is merely a leaf adrift in the wind. He glanced at the church representatives and then at the triumphant Yang Haoxi, silently vowing to establish his own power. He would crush all those who bully others through their influence. Huasher wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and gripped Fang Xin's shoulder. "Do you now feel like an ant? Are you aware of the chasm that separates us? Today, your fate is sealed." Just as Jiang Weiqi and the others were about to depart, a fair and naive girl emerged from the crowd, munching on potato chips, boldly striding towards Jiang Weiqi and his companions. Many teachers and students recognized each other. What on earth is devour doing here? Surely she does not intend to rescue Fang Xin, does she? Who knows about devour's background? It remains a mystery, but can anyone truly stand against the church? Jiang Weiqi furrowed his brow, raising his hand to push devour away. "Get lost." However, as soon as his hand made contact with her, he barely exerted any force. devour fell to the ground with a thud. "Oh dear, I've been knocked down." Lying on the ground, she retrieved her phone. "Hello, Grandpa, I've been attacked. My head is spinning, my entire body aches, and I can hardly breathe." Jiang Weiqi scoffed disdainfully. Su Buoxing arrived late, and upon seeing Li Bao'er sprawled on the ground, his face turned pale. He quickly shouted, "Do not provoke her." Jiang Weiqi dismissed this, believing Su Buoxing was addressing Li Bao'er, completely ignoring her lying at his feet. He attempted to step over her. Su Buoxing's expression shifted dramatically. He clapped his hands and exclaimed, "This is it. We're done for. We've kicked a hornet's nest." In the next moment, a terrifying aura descended from the heavens, enveloping the entirety of Tiandun Academy. The sky erupted with a thunderous roar. Subsequently, the void shattered like glass. A nearly transparent blade struck Jiang Weiqi's shoulder with tremendous force. He had no time to react, and his body was hurled backward, impaled against the wall by the blade. Blood gushed forth. Jiang Weiqi's eyes bulged, his complexion turning a purplish hue under the intense impact. "Who dares to lay a hand on my granddaughter?" A thunderous voice reverberated through the air. Blood trickled from the corner of Jiang Weiqi's mouth, and for the first time, terror flickered across his face as if he had grasped a realization. He cried out, "Old Masterly, please allow me to explain." Chapter 63. Do you intend to oppose Old Yi? A surging wave of blade energy swept through the corridor, filling the air with an overwhelming presence. The atmosphere was thick with palpable fear, as the oppressive force from beyond was nothing short of shocking. The Tiandun Academy was soon enveloped by several terrifying auras probing for the intruder's identity. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, exclaiming in disbelief at the manifestation of such a formidable existence. This level of combat prowess surely belonged to a 13th-tier entity. Such a fearsome presence could not be a mere nobody in the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom. What kind of background does Li Bao'er have to possess a grandfather of such terrifying caliber? Did you hear that? The face of Jiang Weiqi from the church turned pale, clearly terrified of Li Bao'er's grandfather. Anyone with a shred of sense could recognize how perilously close they had come to death. It would be absurd not to fear him. Does Li Bao'er's grandfather instill fear even in the church? Kucher Gu gaped in astonishment at the unfolding scene, his eyes darting back to Li Bao'er, this seemingly simple-minded girl, who turned out to possess such an extraordinary background. Not just the other students, but also Hua Cheng, Shang Tianke, Sun Bijuan, and Cheng Bingxing were all equally taken aback. Shang Tianke seemed to have realized the identity of the individual involved, inhaling sharply as his eyes widened in recognition. Was it that esteemed elder? Among all present, only Su Buoxing was aware of Li Bao'er's true identity, and he regarded the scene with a look of utter resignation. Jiang Weiqi found himself pinned to the wall by a translucent blade, his complexion ashen, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "Old Masterly, this is all a misunderstanding. I did not lay a finger on your granddaughter." A voice thundered from above. "Did you not touch my granddaughter? Spare me your nonsense. My granddaughter has always been innocent. Is it conceivable that she would wrongfully accuse you?" Jiang Weiqi felt as though the sky had collapsed upon him. "Old Masterly, I assure you, I did not touch your granddaughter. Ask her if you must." Li Bao'er lay on the ground, her gaze unfocused, appearing injured as she spoke in a soft, feeble tone. "I can't move. My head is spinning, and my whole body aches." Jiang Weiqi, in a state of shock, exclaimed, "Little sister, you mustn't say such things. I did not touch you at all." Li Bao'er, still on the ground, uttered the most unreasonable of claims in a timid voice. "Your words have wounded me. Your presence has struck me down. Your actions have offended me. Your behavior has assaulted me." Jiang Weiqi stared blankly, slowly turning to the dean, Su Buoxing. "Dean Su, you must testify on my behalf." Su Buoxing, maintaining a stern expression, cursed inwardly, thinking, "Am I here to sell you pretzels? You came to our Tiandun Academy with an arrogant demeanor, even resorting to violence, and now that you've encountered someone formidable, you expect me to vouch for you. Moreover, I warned you earlier not to provoke her, yet you disregarded my advice and now seek my aid." Su Buoxing stepped forward, gazing upwards as he forced a smile. "Old Masterly, to be honest, I did not clearly witness the events that transpired." Jiang Weiqi's eyes widened in disbelief. "Dean Su, you clearly saw that I did not touch her." Su Buishang's countenance was as cold as ice. Despite being merely a civil official within the grand structure of the Celestial Shield Academy, he held the esteemed title of president. In terms of rank, he was superior to you. How dare you speak to me in such a manner at this critical juncture? Have you truly come to believe that your affiliation with the church grants you the liberty to act with such impunity? Were it not for the complexity of today's events, would you still possess such arrogance? I arrived late, for the throng ahead obscured my view. Jiang Weiqi attempted to defend himself, but the dagger embedded in his chest twisted, eliciting an immediate cry of agony. As he clutched the emblem upon his chest, he called out, "Bishop, save me!" Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden hue around Jiang Weiqi, enveloping him in a radiant aura. The emblem on his chest shone particularly brightly, resembling a diminutive sun, while the eye within the emblem seemed to come alive. Before long, a golden phantom materialized. Its visage was indistinct, merely a radiant sphere of light, appearing at first glance like a mere glimmer of gold. Deputy Commander Li, after all these years, you remain unchanged. Laughter emanated from within the golden light, resonating like distant thunder. It was no wonder that those under your command were oblivious. It was you, the one-eyed figure. Once again, laughter echoed from the golden glow. Your subordinates are blind and have offended Deputy Commander Li. Allow me to extend my sincerest apologies on their behalf. As for your granddaughter, how about I present her with a tiered treasure as a token of my regret? Would that suffice? My satisfaction is of little consequence. What truly matters is that my granddaughter is appeased. The figure bathed in golden light turned its gaze toward the prostrate Li Baoer, who lay there with a pitifully helpless expression. Her endearing visage, coupled with her naive demeanor, made it difficult to entirely blame the venerable Li for his wrath. Grandfather, this is my friend. Li Baoer pointed at Fang Xin. The voice from the golden light responded, Deputy Commander Li, we harbor no ill will towards your granddaughter's friend. This matter is intricate, linked to events from over a decade ago. I trust you comprehend my meaning. For the first time, the voice of Li Baoer's grandfather fell into silence. After a prolonged pause, he declared, You must promise me that no harm shall come to him. No problem. Baoer rise. Owo. Li Baoer sprang to her feet, brushing off the dust from her attire. A fist-sized orb of golden light emerged from the golden glow and entered Li Baoer's spatial ring. This is for you. Deputy Commander Li, I have fulfilled my promise. The dagger affixed to Jiang Weiqi gradually dissipated, and he slumped against the wall, leaving a trail of crimson streaks behind him. A chilling voice resonated from the golden light, commanding, Take him away. Jiang Weiqi struggled to stand, retrieving a vial of potion from his spatial ring and swallowing it without hesitation, casting a meaningful glance at Hua Shi. Hua Shi, unabashed, seized Fang Xin by the shoulder and began to depart. Fury flashed across Hua Cheng's face as he swiftly approached, his arm pulsating with energy. Its robust form enveloped in a dragon-scale aura, culminating in a devastatingly powerful punch aimed at Hua Shi's abdomen. Hua Shi instinctively raised a golden protective barrier, yet it was shattered in an instant by a single punch from Hua Cheng, causing his body to fold and fly backwards. He crashed against the wall before bouncing onto the ground, where he lay, gasping as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Hua family brat, do you even comprehend what you are doing? A voice filled with fury resonated amidst the golden light. Hua Cheng casually flicked his wrist, dismissing the concern. The document states to take him away, and you yourself have said the same. Does this appear to you as taking him away? The figure cloaked in golden radiance cast a fleeting glance at Hua Shi, whose imposing aura immediately compelled him to bow his head, too fearful to even draw breath. Hua Shi struggled to rise, agony tearing through his abdomen. He positioned himself behind Fang Xin, this time refraining from making any rash moves. Let us go. Just as Fang Xin was about to leave, Hua Shi's voice echoed in his mind. Despicable ant. You need not wait for the young master of the Yang family to intervene. Witness how I torment you. I shall make you wish for life, yet find no respite. And once I have brought you to the brink of despair, I will summon a healer to restore you. Repeating this cycle until you grasp the utter hopelessness of crossing paths with the powerful. The gathered students observed Fang Xin. Despite the numerous formidable figures who had come to his aid, it seemed inevitable that he would still be taken away. Once captured, who would believe verbal assurances? Fang Xin would likely suffer, and when healed, it would be as if nothing had transpired. However, just as they took a few steps, a ripple in the void erupted, and a figure emerged. With a mane of white hair and hands tucked into his pockets, he flashed a signature grin, revealing his pearly white teeth. "Good afternoon, everyone." With the arrival of the white-haired youth, the atmosphere erupted once more. "Wow, the prodigy from the 9th Division has also arrived." A wave of astonishment swept through as many realized how many powerful allies Fang Xin had summoned. Who would dare claim that Fang Xin lacked a backing? From within the golden light came a voice. "Zhuge Heng, do you intend to obstruct us as well?" Zhuge Heng stood suspended in midair, hands in pockets. "I want to impede you, but you cannot take him away. You may only question him here at the Heavenly Shield Academy. Are you truly intent on opposing our church?" The voice from the golden light thundered with rage, the brilliance intensifying, causing the air to shudder and the windows to rattle. Zhuge Heng leisurely raised a hand, pinching a token between his fingers. "Elder Yi has spoken. No one may be taken away. Do you dare to oppose Elder Yi?" Chapter 64. Do you wish to engage with Vulture? The token hovered ominously in midair, emanating a vast and terrifying aura that instilled fear. It was evident just how formidable the entity behind this token truly was. The ethereal figure cloaked in golden light remained silent, as if suspended in a state of inactivity. At that moment, the air itself seemed to freeze. Previously, several presences emanating from the Heavenly Shield Academy had converged towards this location. The reason the church had refrained from taking action was due to a lack of orders from above. Now, however, with the individual behind the 9th Division having spoken, there was no longer any need for restraint. The members of the church had indeed overstepped their bounds. The collective energies were on the verge of crushing the church's representatives into oblivion. Time appeared to stand still. Moments later, a voice emerged from the golden light, declaring, "Let be heard from Elder Yi." Unexpectedly, Zhuge Heng continued, "There is another matter. Today, your church has blatantly disregarded the regulations of the Heavenly Shield Academy, violating the agreement signed between our various organizations. Furthermore, in front of so many new students, you assaulted our new recruits from the Heavenly Shield Bureau. Should you offer some form of recompense? What do you desire?" Zhuge Heng pressed. "We request the donation of 10 high-level techniques from your Holy Light Church to the Heavenly Shield Academy." A scoff echoed from the golden light. 10? You dare to make such a demand? You can negotiate. 1 technique. Zhuge Heng shook his head. 10 high-level techniques. A voice from the golden light erupted in anger. "White hair brat, do not overstep your bounds. Our personal grievances remain unresolved." The white-haired individual displayed no fear, still grinning with his pearly white teeth. "Reverend Wu, it is currently work hours. Please refer to me as Chief Instructor Zhuge." The figure cloaked in golden light trembled slightly, seemingly furious. After a moment of silence, he relented. 3 techniques. If that works, otherwise very well, techniques. Zhuge Heng readily agreed. But I have 2 conditions. Speak them. Firstly, the techniques must not be disseminated externally. Secondly, the Heavenly Shield Academy must not impose any difficulties on him. Zhuge Heng pointed towards Yang Haoxi. Agreed. 3 radiant orbs of light shot forth from the golden light. After Zhuge Heng inspected them, he announced, "The discussion room is ready. Let us proceed." With a snap of his fingers, they vanished into thin air, leaving many new students in awe. Many of the new recruits had heard tales of a powerful white-haired trickster from the 9th Division. Yet the extent of his prowess remained unknown. The sheer coolness of the snap left them spellbound. Countless female students gasped in admiration, their eyes sparkling with adoration. Cheng Bingqing gazed in the direction of Zhuge Heng's disappearance, her eyes wide and filled with admiration, reminiscent of a smitten fan. Fang Xin surveyed the surroundings, noting that they had entered a spacious and well-lit office. Once they arrived, everyone settled onto the genuine leather sofas. Zhuge Heng reclined, crossing his legs. "Everyone, feel free to ask whatever questions you have." Jiang Weiqi surveyed the room, and, upon receiving a nod of affirmation from the glowing orb, retrieved a spherical artifact resembling an eye from his spatial ring. He tossed it lightly, and the eye-shaped treasure floated gracefully in midair. A beam of light shot forth from it, enveloping Fang Xin. Jiang Weiqi cast a cold gaze upon Fang Xin. You will answer my inquiries without hesitation. Do you understand? Zhuge Heng nodded encouragingly at Fang Xin. Fang Xin replied affirmatively, yes. Where were you when your parents had the car accident? At school. After your parents' accident, did any unusual individuals approach you or provide you with anything? Fang Xin shook his head, no. Never? Fang Xin nodded firmly, never. Did your parents ever gift you anything peculiar? No. Did they ever take you to receive any vaccinations secretly? No. Jiang Weiqi glanced at the floating eye. It exhibited no anomalies. Then let me ask you again. Prior to the accident, did you notice any unusual behavior from your parents? Fang Xin pondered carefully, no. Suddenly, the eye erupted with blinding light, flashing like a strobe. The golden aura filling the room intensified as Jiang Weiqi's eyes transformed into a brilliant gold. Speak the truth. Fang Xin hesitated for a moment. My father has never touched alcohol or tobacco. However, one night before the incident, he returned home after consuming a considerable amount of alcohol. Go on. He collapsed upon entering the door. The voice within the golden light pressed urgently. Is that all? Fang Xin shook his head. That's it. What about the next day when he awoke? By the time I got up, he had already left. There was a note on the table stating that he and my mother had an important seminar that morning and that I should eat out. I never heard from them again until the police notified me to go to the morgue. After a brief silence, Jiang Weiqi continued, after your parents' departure, did any strangers approach you, either to speak or to provoke you? Yes. This revelation caused the others present to fix their eyes intently on Fang Xin. Who is it? What do they look like? Do you recall their name? As he spoke, Jiang Weiqi summoned a brush and a canvas from his spatial ring. Fang Xin described. They had golden hair, long hair, and a somewhat square face. Their eyebrows were light brown. Their eyes were quite large. The bridge of their nose was high. The nostrils somewhat fleshy, and their lips were thick. Overall, they were unattractively handsome. As Fang Xin provided details, the brush moved swiftly across the canvas, rendering a vivid likeness. Observing the portrait, Jiang Weiqi furrowed his brow and turned to glance aside. Once the portrait was complete, Fang Xin added, his name is Hua Shi. He asked the one sitting right next to you. Hua Shi's expression darkened, his gaze fixed menacingly on Fang Xin, wishing nothing less than to tear him to shreds. Bang! Jiang Weiqi slammed his fist onto the table. Are you messing with me? Fang Xin replied meekly. Didn't you ask me about this? Jiang Weiqi choked momentarily, suppressing his fury as he inquired, is there anyone else? There is one more. What's his name? What does he look like? Yang Haoxi. Jiang Weiqi fell silent, putting away his brush and canvas, his eyes brimming with rage. If it weren't for Zhuge Heng's presence, he would have already resorted to extrajudicial measures. Everyone, have you finished your questions? If so, can we leave? Duhang in dozet. Jiang Weiqi glared at Fang Xin, then glanced at the silhouette bathed in golden light, which suddenly shrank and vanished into Jiang Weiqi's badge. As they were about to depart, he left a remark, let us go. It seems he knows nothing. Jiang Weiqi stood up, and Zhuge Heng leisurely followed suit. I'll see you off. Before Jiang Weiqi could respond, a snap of fingers echoed. The group of Hua Shi and his church members vanished without a trace. Zhuge Heng wrapped his arm around Fang Xion's shoulder. Today's lesson was truly enlightening. Did you not feel your own insignificance? I did. Then strive to elevate your own strength. Such is the nature of this world. Since the dawn of humanity, the principle of survival of the fittest has been ingrained in our very essence. Regardless of how civilization evolves, the struggle remains, albeit in different forms. At this juncture, Zhuge Heng shifted the topic. Do you wish to eliminate Hua Shi? Fang Xin grinned. Absolutely. Zhuge Heng continued. Did you witness the punch that Hua Lao Lu landed on Hua Shi today? Fang Xin recalled Hua Chang's strike, which Hua Shi could not evade, shattering all his golden shields with a single blow. Though it was due to a disparity in realms, Hua Chang's fist rendered Hua Shi utterly defenseless. I saw it. That technique is called Tai'e, Rising Dragon Art. specifically designed to counter Vultures. When mastered, it can even counter light-type abilities. Given your experience with the church today, Hualao Lu will undoubtedly impart the Tai'e Rising Dragon art to you, enabling you to confront the church. For the midterm assessment, we will venture into the demon and god ruins, where the church will also participate. Anyone entering the ruins with a combat power above level 5 will be suppressed, including Vultures. When he sets foot there, he will only be able to exert level 5 strength. Whether you could defeat him will depend on your own prowess. Chapter 65. The terrifying unknown Fang Xin stood in a momentary daze. Would there be no repercussions for killing members of the church? When the divine and demonic relics were activated, numerous so-called righteous organizations, remnants of the Eternal Night Army, and various other extraordinary factions would enter. At that time, chaos would reign. As long as one did not slay compatriots from the Heavenly Shield Bureau within, encounters with other organizations could lead to either alliances or fierce hunting, including the annihilation of church members. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Fang Xin's eyes. During the trials, was it not possible for him, though not a student, to enter? Indeed, the relics contained numerous treasures and rare materials, prompting others, aside from the testing students, to venture in for riches despite the dangers. Fang Xin paused. Could one choose which divine and demonic relic to enter? Zhuge Heng smiled and replied, indeed. Do you have a preference? I wish to go to the 9th divine and demonic relic. Zhuge Heng tilted his head, observing Fang Xin. Among so many relics, why the 9th? My lucky number is 9. Fang Xin doubtfully. Very well. Will Vultures definitely attend? Zhuge Heng responded with an affirmative gesture, absolutely. Are there any other questions? Are you not the chief instructor? Why have I not seen you teach? Fang Xin inquired, veering off topic. With his hands in his pockets, Zhuge Heng flashed a grin because, my friend, I am a street hustler of the 9th Bureau. This answer was impeccable. Examine these 3 manuals. Remember to return them after you finish, as I must submit them to the Heavenly Shield Bureau. 3 beams of light flew towards Fang Xin, who collected them into his spatial ring, expressing his gratitude. A mere trifle. Now return to your lessons. With a snap of his fingers, Zhuge Heng made Fang Xin vanish from sight. Meanwhile, the new students were abuzz with discussion. Today, so many influential figures had come forth to support Fang Xin. Even the one behind the 9th Bureau had sent word, underscoring the weight of attention Fang Xin commanded. They had initially thought Yang Haoxi would easily elevate Fang Xin, only to find themselves hitting a solid wall. Those who had previously fawned over Yang Haoxi now faced a backlash from Fang Xin supporters. Where those who were just praising Yang Haoxi? Speak up. Have your vocal cords failed you? Yang Xiao is so impressive. Yet even with new brother's talent, it is evident that talent and results matter. The influential figures back him. Just a bunch of rats in a stinking gutter, unable to tolerate anyone else's success, spouting envy towards new brother. Now, those who had previously worshipped Yang Haoxi were surely seething with jealousy. Calm down. It seems new brother has some backing. As I heard from the 7th Bureau that he entered with over 10,000 points, equivalent to more than 100 million in cash. Amidst the cacophony of varied opinions, those who had once idolized Yang Haoxi were rendered speechless. It became apparent that the 9th Bureau was resolutely committed to supporting Fang Xin. As the members of the church departed, Yang Haoxi and a few of his companions slinked away, tails tucked between their legs. Cheng Bingxing gazed vacantly in the direction Yang Haoxi had departed, her eyes hollow, as if she were in a trance. At that moment, Shang Tianke approached, fidgeting like a fly, but before he could utter a word, Sun Bijuan cast a languid glance upward and pronounced leave. With that, Shang Tianke forced a smile and retreated several meters away. Sun Bijuan glanced at Cheng Bingxing. A few minutes later, Cheng Bingxing's eyes regained their brilliance, though her complexion appeared somewhat pallid, and she was panting. What did you see? Sun Bijuan inquired, tugging at her sweater. Cheng Bingxing continued to stare in the direction Yang Haoxi had gone. He was still intent on delivering a lethal strike on a life-and-death platform, utilizing someone else's power. He had exhibited a combat strength, at least at the mid-level of the 4th tier. Sun Bijuan's hands momentarily paused before she pressed further. And then, it became unclear. I only saw someone die, but I did not know who it was. Sun Bijuan's brow furrowed for the first time in ages. You couldn't see clearly? Cheng Bingqing nodded, contemplating the possible reasons a seer of her caliber could fail. Either the adversary's cultivation was exceedingly high, or a more advanced seer had obscured the secrets of fate, or perhaps the individual being scrutinized was under the protection of an unknown entity. Upon hearing this, Sun Bijuan remarked, "So you mean someone has obscured the secrets of fate, or an unknown entity is shielding Yang Haoxi? If a seer had obscured the secrets, I would have sensed it. Thus, the only possibility is that either Fang Xin or Yang Haoxi is under the protection of an unknown entity. Such an entity is immensely terrifying. Those under its protection, if they do not perish prematurely, can reach their zenith and rival the divine." These words caused Sun Bijuan's hands to falter, her motion of knitting coming to a standstill. "Can you not discern which of the two it is?" Just as Cheng Bingqing was about to respond, the crowd erupted into chaos. Fang Xin materialized in the corridor. Cheng Bingqing fixed her gaze on him, and moments later, she emitted a muffled groan, her eyes turning crimson, bloodshot, and her already pallid complexion drained of color, swaying precariously as if about to topple over. Sun Bijuan swiftly supported Cheng Bingqing. "What did you see?" Cheng Bingqing's forehead glistened with sweat, her long legs trembling slightly. "I saw nothing. The one under the protection of an unknown entity is Fang Xin." Sun Bijuan stared blankly at Fang Xin, equally taken aback. Cheng Bingqing steadied her breath, retrieving a fruit from her spatial ring to consume, which improved her complexion significantly, though her eyes remained bloodshot and crimson. From the spatial ring, she donned a pair of sunglasses, which, upon closer inspection, resembled a couple style akin to Zhuge Heng's sunglasses. "Return to your classrooms," Amitter called out sternly. The students promptly headed to their respective classrooms. As Fang Xin made his way back to class, Hua Cheng emerged from the crowd, embracing him. "Meet me in the gravity chamber after class." Reflecting on Zhuge Heng's earlier words, Fang Xin nodded in agreement. "All right." Upon arriving at the classroom, it was not long before Cheng Bingqing entered from outside. She succinctly stated that the class was about to end, so she would briefly explain a few points. For anyone possessing the talent of perception, only a single fruit of perception is required, and she would not elaborate further on that. The resources consumed by the perception system are akin to those of the mental system, both relying on mental energy. To some extent, the two talents share similarities, though the mental system places greater emphasis on offense. The first realm of perception talent, the realm of summoning, involves using one's own visual, auditory, olfactory, and tactile senses to assess safety within a certain vicinity. The second realm, the stream of origin, entails utilizing unique methods to condense mental energy, opening a divine spring that enhances sensitivity and the range of perception. The third realm, pulsation, is achieved through the resonance of mental energy pulses with external air currents, fostering a fusion that heightens the sixth sense and sensitivity to danger. The fourth realm, grounding, weaves mental energy into an expansive net akin to a spider's web, capable of capturing any impending danger within a defined area. As you are beginners, I shall only discuss these four realms for now. Do not underestimate our perception system. No team can afford to be without us. With our perceptive abilities, a team's chances of success will increase exponentially, no matter how great your strength. If you cannot perceive the enemy, it is all in vain. Fang Xin scoffed, questioning why the power system was constantly brought up. Frustrated, he lamented, "When will our brawny kind ever rise?" "Teacher, what level of realm is required to foresee a person's past and future?" Cheng Bingqing replied with a gentle smile. "That would require reaching the fifth realm." Her beauty, sweet voice, and amiable temperament made every minute in her class pass swiftly. Before they knew it, the class had ended. As everyone departed, several glanced back toward Fang Xin. Today, Yang Haoxi had attempted to use connections from the church to target Fang Xin. And while many believed Fang Xin was doomed, the unexpected outcome surprised everyone, revealing the significance the 9th District placed on him. Those who fawned over Yang Haoxi became the subject of ridicule. Fang Xin did not rush back to the dormitory. Instead, he followed Hua's instructions and headed to the gravity chamber. Upon entering, Chapter 66, your uncle agreed. Bang, bang, bang. Hua Cheng was practicing boxing against a high-level puppet. His upper body was bare, revealing well-defined muscles, each sinew brimming with explosive power. His body was adorned with dragon scales, formed from the evolution of his energy, resembling a suit of dragon scale armor. This armor not only enhanced his defense, but also augmented his offensive capabilities. Upon hearing footsteps, Hua Cheng twisted his arm, the muscles coiling like a dragon, the dragon scales flowing with energy, ultimately transforming into 9 small dragons that clung to his arm. With a single punch, he unleashed a deafening sound that shattered the air. Following the sonic boom was a resounding dragon's roar. The high-tier puppet was instantly sent flying backward with the force of his strike. In mid-air, it seemed to be propelled further by residual energy, soaring upward as if skimming the surface of water. Hua Cheng turned around and waved his fist. Did you see that? Yes. Do you want to learn? Absolutely. Hua Cheng grinned. That's good. If you don't learn, I might just have to teach you a lesson. The relentless training was not to be taken lightly. He had endured much humiliation today and could not let it go unavenged. They had to find a way to release this pent-up frustration. This technique is called the Tai'e ascending dragon technique, which our ancestors stumbled upon. Before I teach you, you must promise me, do not use this technique to bully the weak, do not harm the innocent, and do not injure your comrades. Fang Xin note that stili. I promise not to misuse the Tai'e ascending dragon technique against the weak, not to harm the innocent, and not to injure comrades. Good. Hua Cheng clapped a hand on Fang Xin's shoulder. From today onward, you will dedicate 2 hours each day to practice this technique. When you encounter members of the church during the midterm assessment, give them everything you've got. Fang Xin examined the Tai'e ascending dragon technique with great excitement. The straightforwardness of Hua Cheng was refreshing. This 13th level technique was indeed a revelation. The technique balanced offense and defense, condensing energy into dragon scales, and when mastered, the physical strength could rival that of a true dragon. Moreover, the dragon scale armor forged through this technique could withstand light-based attacks and offered penetration and critical damage bonuses against light shields. Precisely as Zhuge Hang had said, it countered light-based abilities. Once you've mastered this technique, you'll be well prepared to present a grand gift to Hua Shi. Hua Cheng continued. The 2 techniques I taught you earlier share many similarities with the Tai'e ascending dragon technique. Once you master this, the other 2 will become second nature. However, he cautioned, before you begin your training, you must sense the true dragon chi. I have a piece of dragon bone here. Today, you will attempt to sense the true dragon chi. Only by harnessing this energy and embodying the might of the dragon will your combat prowess receive the necessary enhancement. Fang Xin gazed at the palm-sized dragon bone, and as his fingers made contact, the true dragon chi erupted from within him. Hua Cheng was momentarily stunned, exclaiming in astonishment. Where did the true dragon aura inside you come from? Previously, when awakening the beast mastery talent at the Beast Palace, I obtained this there. Hua Cheng could hardly contain his laughter, exclaiming that it was no wonder why the lecherous Shang Tianke from the Beast Palace had specially requested to come to the school to support you. It turns out this was the reason. This is splendid. You possess the innate sacred body of the Tai'e ascending dragon technique. Practice diligently, and if you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask me. Hua Cheng's laughter was hearty. To be honest, Fang Xin held a very favorable impression of this Lord Hua Lu. After observing the martial arts techniques, Fang Xin, following what he had learned earlier, channeled his vital energy and blood, eventually allowing a trace of energy to surge forth. One of his fingers became enveloped in energy, transforming into a dragon's claw. Hua Cheng adjusted the gravitational coefficient to 6 times the normal level, and the 4th level combat power was perfectly aligned with the quadrupled gravity. Fang Xin gritted his teeth and unleashed a punch. Images of those haughty individuals he flashed through his mind. Fang Xin's gaze turned frigid, his resolve hardening further. I shall grow stronger. I shall become the strongest. I shall shatter all tyrannies in this world. I will eradicate all those who bully the weak with their power. Initially, under the weight of gravity, even lifting his arms was a challenge. Yet, Fang Xian's determination remained resolute. Enduring all discomfort, he mobilized his vital energy, ignited his power, and struck out punch after punch. Observing this scene from the side, Huacheng could not help but break into a satisfied smile. If this perseverance continues, reaching 5th level combat power during the midterm examination seems plausible. On the other side, Yang Haoxi dialed the phone number. Mom, that Fang Xian is still doing just fine. Not only have I failed to take my revenge, but I have now become the laughingstock of the entire school. Everyone points and whispers cruel remarks when they see me. Some even call me a clown. If this continues, I might just fall into depression. On the other end of the line, Jiang Suqing quickly replied, Darling, listen to your mother. I asked your uncle, and it turns out that it is not the people from the Heavenly Shield Bureau who are protecting Fang Xian. Rather, it is due to certain secrets surrounding him. Your uncle said that the reason the 9th Division is retaining Fang Xian is because he possesses some utilitarian value. However, as someone without a background, once he no longer holds that value, his life or death will be of no concern to anyone. Yang Haoxi clenched his phone and shouted angrily. But I want him dead now. Jiang Suqing responded, Son, do not be anxious. Let me share a secret that your uncle told me personally. What secret? This time, the 9th Division's protection of Fang Xian has enraged some people within the church. Moreover, I have heard that Fang Xian's talent is quite impressive. The 9th Division is already troubled by a prodigy named Zhuge Hang and will certainly not allow a second prodigy to emerge. You know, your Heavenly Shield Academy has a life and death arena, right? The church will bribe a new student to ascend the arena and challenge Fang Xian, ultimately erasing him. Yang Haoxi replied, Mom, that Fang Xian possesses formidable combat power. He was the top newcomer in the entrance ranking. Challenging him is no joking matter. Jiang Suqing allowed a soft hum. My dear son, do not be so hasty. Allow me to explain. This plan will be executed in due time. Fang Xian possesses a power-based talent, and such talents are often brash. In time, he will be surpassed by students with other abilities. The Academy will provide a particular artifact to the student we have bribed. This artifact has the capacity to transfer strength. As long as the student dons this artifact, there will be others with comparable abilities outside the Academy who can channel their strength to him. To avoid raising any suspicions, the process will be gradual, making it appear as though this student's power is steadily increasing. However, among the new students, the rise in combat prowess cannot be too pronounced. It will be kept within the 4th level of strength. Nevertheless, eliminating Fang Xian will be a simple task. So, my son, bear with it a little longer, and you shall witness Fang Xian's demise. Yang Hao's eyes gleamed with madness. Mother, do not seek any new students. Allow me to do it. I want to personally end his life. My son, you are my precious treasure. Such rough work should be left to others. Jiang Suqing retorted. Yang Hao replied with malice. Mother, if I do not kill him myself, I will forever be mocked as a fool by those students. I cannot endure such humiliation. I must avenge myself. Son. Jiang Suqing's words were cut short by Yang Hao's interruption. I do not care. Go to my uncle and have him arrange it. I want to confront Fang Xian personally on the arena of life and death. If you do not take action, I will not live. My son, please do not act recklessly. You are everything to me. I shall seek your uncle right away. After the call ended, Yang Hao kicked a nearby chair away in fury, his gaze dark and menacing. Before long, the phone rang again. My son, your uncle cares for you. He has agreed. Chapter 67. The Pursuit of Strength. With a resounding thud, Fang Xian's fist struck the puppet, causing the mid-level 4th grade automaton to stagger back a step. Hua Cheng's eyes brightened, realizing that Fang Xian could unleash a punch with a force of 18,000 kilograms. The upper limit for 4th grade combat power is 25,000 kilograms. This indicates that Fang Xian's current actual combat strength remains at the early stage of the 4th grade. The ability to push back a mid-level 4th grade opponent at this stage speaks volumes about his talent. Fang Xian grasped the concepts with remarkable ease. After just a few demonstrations from Hua Cheng, he quickly comprehended the essence of the techniques. In a mere 2 hours, he had mastered the ability to envelop his palm with energy, transforming it into a dragon's claw. A single swipe from his 5 fingers left several cracks on the puppet's chest. This was under 6 times the gravitational force. Had he been outside, his combat power would have doubled. During their training, Hua Qing acted as Fang Xian's sparring partner, pointing out various flaws in his combat techniques. With numerous practical experiences, Fang Xian absorbed the lessons swiftly. As they exited the gravity chamber, many female students cast glances their way. The female students were often more flirtatious than their male counterparts. And with Fang Xian becoming a prominent figure at the Tiandun Academy, he drew considerable attention from admirers. Checking the time, Hua Qing said, "I'll head back now. We'll continue at this time every day. I've secured this gravity chamber for you exclusively. As long as you don't overexert yourself, train diligently. If I'm unavailable, feel free to message me with any questions." "Understood, Brother Hua," Fang Xian replied enthusiastically. Hua Qing squeezed Fang Xian's shoulder and imparted, "Remember, one must be decisive and resolute in life. Repay kindness and avenge grievances. If you cannot exact revenge immediately, do not blame fate. That is a path for the inept. All the injustices we perceive stem from our own weakness. In this world, right and wrong are defined by strength and weakness. Only by becoming powerful ourselves can we eliminate those who oppress the weak." Fang Xian gazed at Hua Qing, increasingly fond of his mentor's character. "I will remember this. Brother Hua." Hua Qing flashed a grin at Fang Xian. "There is no need for formality between us. In class, I'm your instructor, but outside of it, we're brothers." "Absolutely. I have matters to attend to at home, so I'll take my leave." With a wave of farewell, Fang Xian adjusted his clothes, eager to return and take a shower, as he owed a word of thanks to Li Bei'er. Today, Li Bei'er's presence was refreshingly abstract, yet she had indeed lent him a helping hand. Fang Xian also expressed his gratitude to Zhuge Heng, Shang Tianke, Sun Bijuan, and Cheng Bingqing. The concept of reciprocity extends beyond mere gestures of gratitude, such as treating someone to a meal or gifting something. This would sever future interpersonal connections. He chose to reserve his goodwill for when they might need his assistance, at which point he would certainly offer his utmost support. As he walked back, a crisp and familiar voice called from behind, "Brother, would you like to join me for a meal?" Fang Xian turned around, and Jiang Xiaocha rushed over, presenting him with a soft, fragrant towel. Fang Xian wiped away his sweat. "I must return to take a shower first. Then I shall tidy up your room." As they walked, several students glanced in Fang Xian's direction, and occasionally someone greeted him. "That young housey hasn't caused you any more trouble, has he?" Fang Xian inquired. Jiang Xiaocha shook her head, exhaling softly. With a wry smile, she confessed, "When I was a student, I thought that excelling in my studies would ensure everything would go smoothly. During the aptitude tests, I believed that good grades would lead to a fulfilling life. Yet today, I felt my insignificance for the first time. In the face of power, we, lacking connections and support, feel as small as ants, easily crushed at will. Even as victims, they still wish to trample us." After a moment, Jiang Xiaocha lifted her chin and declared, "Brother, I refuse to be an ant. I do not wish to be trampled upon any longer. As long as we are strong enough, without any background or support, we will be each other's foundation. We will be each other's backing." Fang Xian gazed into Jiang Xiaocha's resolute eyes and smiled gently, responding earnestly, "All right." Jiang Xiaocha raised her hand for a pinky swear. Fang Xian mirrored her gesture, sealing their pact. After a moment's thought, Fang Xian retrieved the eye mask previously gifted by the elderly Sun Bijuan from his spatial ring. "This item is for training mental strength. While I train in other talents, you can use this to enhance your mental abilities." Jiang Xiaocha accepted it enthusiastically. "Great." Upon arriving at the dormitory, Fang Xian knocked on Li Bei'er's door. Zhang Yaozu emerged from his room. "Xin, Bauer isn't here." She went to the training hall to practice her sword. Before she left, she mentioned that if you wanted to thank her, you needn't bother. Just manage her potato chips for a month. "No problem." Zhang Yaozu sniffed, adding, "Today, only Bauer was able to assist you. We were of no help. The incident occurred so suddenly that no one reacted in time. What about the others?" Zhang Yaozu chuckled. "They've all gone to train. The church has become too arrogant. Many are feeling frustrated. Upon hearing about the midterm tests, they are determined to train hard, ready to confront the church. I must go too, Xin. See you later. After showering, the siblings shared meal. Wasting no time, Fang Xin dove into the multifunctional training room. He retrieved the martial arts techniques acquired from the church by Zhuge Heng from his spatial ring. Opening the first volume, a few words caught his eye. Chapter 68, New Developments, The Art of Light, Divine Concealment. Fang Xin gazed upon the first technique, which could be succinctly described as an art of invisibility. As the moonlight cascaded down, his form gradually became indistinct. In a short while, Fang Xin's body had become entirely transparent. 3 minutes later, he slowly reappeared, breathing heavily. For the luminescence within him was rather insufficient. This skill offered a distinct advantage over cloaking garments, as it allowed for a degree of evasion from perception, thus proving to be more effective. Turning his attention to the second skill, Fang Xin encountered the art of light, blazing sun. This technique harnessed the power of light to conjure a sphere of intense sunlight for offensive purposes, inflicting substantial damage. However, it required the strength of the sun. Its efficacy was notably enhanced during daylight, while at night, one could only rely on the solar energy accumulated within. Upon absorbing the light earlier, Fang Xin noticed a small orb of light energy suspended above his divine spring. This orb, a blend of black and white, contained flecks of moonlight intermingled with dark points, likely signifying the transformation of his luminous affinity post the modification of his killing talent. This orb was referred to as the divine source, functioning similarly to the divine spring of light affinity. Yet, Fang Xin possessed the unique ability to absorb not only solar and lunar energies, but also the dark points during the night. Employing the method of the blazing sun technique, Fang Xin summoned the solar energy accumulated within the divine source. A small, white orb, akin to a ping-pong ball, materialized at his fingertips. With a flick, he propelled the orb onto the puppet, which immediately bore the marks of scorching. Fang Xin extracted a portion of black energy to activate the blazing sun once more, and a black orb of similar size emerged at his fingertips. He launched this black orb onto the puppet, which seemed unharmed at first. However, moments later, the puppet collapsed onto the ground. Fang Xin rushed to inspect it. The puppet's mental energy was incinerated by the black orb, while the light energy within acted as fuel, exacerbating the flames. Sleepy, Fang Xin gets though. And a fist-sized black orb extricated itself from the puppet. This mutated light affinity was astonishingly formidable, capable of consuming not only the light energy within, but also the mental energy of the opponent. Every individual possesses mental energy, even the ordinary, albeit in varying degrees of potency. Observing the black orb floating in his palm, Fang Xin realized that this skill, influenced by his killing talent, was akin to an enchantment, effectively countering both light and mental affinities. With a grasp of his fingers, the orb dispersed and integrated into Fang Xin's being. The divine source above the divine spring solidified further. Traditionally, the divine source of light affinity would be either white, symbolizing solar energy, or silver, representing lunar energy. Fang Xin now boasted an additional hue reminiscent of the night, dark as the void. As he continued to absorb the lunar energy, Fang Xin shifted his gaze to the third technique, the art of light, divine motion. This skill utilized the power of light to amplify speed. In simpler terms, it served as an accelerator powered by light energy. At night, by leveraging the black energy within the divine source, the duration of its effects could be doubled. The 3 sets of skills have been firmly etched in my mind. My strength-based talent has now reached level 4. The Beast Mastery talent boasts a level 4 combat power in the form of a great white bear. My mental talent is just beginning to take shape, while my perception talent currently stands at level 2. Although the light-based talent has only recently coalesced, it is capable of launching attacks, having barely touched level 3. With the augmentation of black energy, it could unleash mid-level 3 combat power. Upon reaching level 4 in strength, my talent for slaughter has surged to level 5. However, I remain uncertain about the deployment of the Slaughter King's power. The priority now is to thoroughly compensate for my shortcomings and fully enhance my secondary talent attributes. There's a method to achieve this: slaughter and plunder. After a few more days of honing my skills, I shall embark on a mission. Upon returning to my dormitory, I delivered 2 large boxes of potato chips to Li Beier's room. Sure, Tai'e had somehow procured a projector, which was currently displaying a film. This projector could be considered a mental artifact, capable of influencing one's psyche and creating an immersive experience. Come watch a movie, Xinge. Sure, Tai'e invited. This suspense film stars my goddess, the rising star Zhao Rojuan. If I could meet her, I'd even be willing to let Zhang Meiqiu fail her midterm. That fatso can go eat dirt. I glanced at the screen, captivated by a remarkably talented and beautiful actress. Nowadays, the selection of actors relies heavily on their interpretative talents, the ability to embody any role. Moreover, as their popularity escalates, they inadvertently attract devoted fans among the awakened. I had heard that hundreds of years ago, those star actors could simply blink and count to 4 to command exorbitant fees for their performances. In today's world, however, if one were to attempt such deception, they might find themselves swiftly eliminated by an awakened audience member suffering from hypermasculinity syndrome. After exchanging greetings with a few people, I returned to my dormitory, took a shower, and lay down on my bed. I retrieved the phone sent by my grandfather, illuminated the screen, and upon noticing a new message notification, I sprang upright in excitement. Chapter 69. Mental Training Shao Exine. If someone with the surname Ko seeks you out, do not be afraid. They are one of us. This was the entirety of the message, succinct yet enigmatic. After scrutinizing his phone repeatedly, Fang Xin confirmed that this was indeed the sole new communication. The surname Ko is rather uncommon. Yet his grandfather did not elaborate on who this individual was or their purpose. Could they possibly be affiliated with the 9th Division? Nevertheless, the surname Ko seemed vaguely familiar, as if he had encountered it before. Just as Fang Xin was about to recline, a sudden realization jolted him upright from his bed, more agitated than upon receiving his grandfather's message. Finally, he recalled where he had heard the name Ko. During his initial visit to the Beast Palace with Zhuge Hang, the latter had mentioned exchanging a thrilling piece of news that had left the Beast Palace restless for sleep in return for Fang Xin's awakening there. This news had referenced Hongwang No. 1, the Qilin, and an elderly professor who had developed Hongwang No. 1, along with a living student who had been extradited back from abroad by the church. However, internal power struggles within the church resulted in that student being abducted by remnants of the Eternal Night Army at Dangyi Mountain. The leader of those remnants bore the surname Ko. Fang Xin could not help but ponder. Could the Ko his grandfather refer to be the same individual who had snatched the professor's student, as mentioned by Zhuge Hang? The myriad of clues interwoven together made it difficult not to suspect the connection. If this were true, then his grandfather might be entangled with the remnants of the Eternal Night Army, an adversary to the Tian Dun Bureau, which had sworn to eradicate them. Would he then have to confront his grandfather in a dramatic struggle for righteousness? If this were indeed the case, how had his grandfather allied himself with such remnants? Gently tapping his temple with his phone, Fang Xin reviewed the threads of information. His grandfather had defected from the Divine Court organization, even injuring several of its elders. If he had indeed allied with the remnants of the Eternal Night Army, embracing a carefree life amidst the chaos, it was not entirely beyond the realm of possibility. A whirlwind of thoughts consumed him. Regardless, since his grandfather had proclaimed them to be allies, there seemed little reason to dwell on the matter. Enhancing his own abilities must take precedence. Yang Hao, excessively complacent, had been spoiled since childhood, and now, having suffered a setback and been labeled the clown brother, could hardly endure the humiliation. Their conflict would surely not be resolved so easily. Stowing away his phone, Fang Xin lay back down, donning a sleep mask, and succumbed once more to the enveloping darkness, focusing his mind to transcend it. In the ensuing days, the Tian Dun Academy regained a semblance of tranquility as everyone resumed their normal routines of study. Fang Xin diligently practiced the Tai'e ascending dragon technique without fail each day, subsequently immersing himself in the training hall until 11:30. Hua Cheng enforced a rigorous training regimen, pushing Fang Xin beyond his limits each session. Previously, it was Fang Xin who suffered at the hands of the church, yet now, Master Hualu is even more incensed than Fang Xin, wishing to transfer his own formidable powers to Fang Xin, enabling him to unleash a reign of terror. In recent days, Fang Xin has made remarkable strides in his mental aptitude. Initially, while donning the training mask for mental enhancement, it would take him half an hour to awaken upon entering the darkened realm. Now, he can extricate himself in under 3 seconds. The divine spring has also materialized, a faint crimson mental energy flowing from it like a delicate stream. However, this is merely the preliminary training of the mask, specifically designed for talents of S rank and below. Sun Baijun informed Fang Xin that the mask possesses 2 additional settings, one for training SS rank mental talents, and another for SSS rank. Should Fang Xin wish to attempt these, a successful passage would greatly enhance his mental capacity. However, given that mental aptitude is merely a secondary skill for him, such rigors might not be strictly necessary. Reclining on his bed, Fang Xin adjusted the difficulty level to the intermediate setting for SS rank mental talent training, eager to witness the nature of the illusions faced by such talents. Once the mask was secured, he found himself in a chamber adorned with pink veils, lying upon an unusual chair, unable to move, as though gripped by an unseen force. A stunning woman approached gracefully, her tall, slender form accentuated by porcelain skin and exquisite features, draped in translucent fabrics that hinted at her alluring silhouette, strategically obscured by delicate blossoms. As her enchanting melody filled the air, she danced closer, a tantalizing interplay of invitation and modesty. Her movements a captivating blend of allure and coyness. Fang Xin frowned. Is this the trial set before me? A mere 18-year-old? What young soul could withstand such a test? Is this not a temptation leading me astray? Such an entity that tarnishes my pure spirit is undeniably beautiful. No wonder the text proclaimed that dying beneath the peony blossoms ensures a life of intrigue. As the woman drew nearer, Fang Xin felt a flush of warmth. It was difficult to remain unaffected in such a scenario. He had not anticipated the peril of this illusion. The trial for SS rank mental talents is indeed formidable. The woman's delicate fingers traced patterns upon Fang Xin's chest as she leaned in closer. The tactile sensations rendered it challenging to discern the reality of the moment. They say that desire is a double-edged sword, and indeed, it rings true. What young person does not indulge in youthful fantasies? Yet, what lay before him felt palpably real. He attempted to move, only to find himself utterly constrained, left to the whims of this enchanting figure. Gradually, her garments began to rise, her fingers gliding across Fang Xin's chest in gentle circles. He yearned to shout, yet his voice was silenced by her delicate touch. She leaned against him, her hair brushing against the skin, breathing softly, the warmth tickling him. New brother, I desire you. Get away from me. My heart belongs solely to my cause and the people. Such trials shall not deter me. Fang Xin focused his concentration. Yet, every time he managed to concentrate, the woman would inevitably create distractions, causing his focus to wane. Undeterred, he continually reminded himself that these were mere illusions. Even if they were real, they resembled crimson skulls, with colors akin to bone-slicing blades. His robust physique was not meant for such frivolities, but rather for the noble endeavor of constructing a splendid dragon kingdom. How audacious of this enchantress to disrupt his cultivation. He recalled an ancient video he had stumbled upon from centuries past, which featured a particular incantation. Regardless of its efficacy, he decided to chant it nonetheless. Great might of the celestial dragon, supreme spell of the cosmos, Prajna of the Buddhas, Prajna hum. His mental energy ebbed and flowed, coalescing and dispersing repeatedly. After an arduous 2.5 hours, he finally opened his eyes, tearing off the eye mask, breathing heavily as if his entire being had been dismantled. Drenched in sweat, the sheets bore the imprint of his form. He felt utterly drained, as though he had endured several fierce battles. After resting for a considerable time on the bed, he rubbed his heavy head. The trials of an SS-level mental aptitude were indeed terrifying. If the SS-level trials were this challenging, one could only imagine the daunting nature of the SSS level. He examined his divine spring, eager to assess his progress. However, upon inspection, he was taken aback, almost believing that he had been rendered blind in a realm of softness. He quickly widened his eyes to take another look. Chapter 70. The three divine springs. Beside the original divine spring of Fang Xin, there unexpectedly appeared another divine spring. Fang Xin scrutinized it several times, convinced that he was not imagining things. Two divine springs? What could this possibly signify? Could this be the benefit that the elderly son Bijuan mentioned regarding the completion of the SS level trial? Or was it that the divine spring associated with the SS level mental aptitude was inherently dual in nature? Nevertheless, with the addition of this new divine spring, Fang Xin's mental prowess had indeed shown marked improvement. Utilizing his intelligence device, he perused all available information pertaining to mental aptitude. He also investigated the transformations accompanying a barely successful completion of the SS level trial for S-level talents. The ensuing comments were unanimous in suggesting that the divine spring had expanded, yielding an increased flow of mental energy. However, he could find no references regarding the existence of two divine springs. Fang Xin refrained from excessive searches, as probing too deeply might attract unwanted attention. He logged into the largest awakening website in the country using an old gaming account and a different IP. Contemplating his next move, he decided to post a query in the mental aptitude forum section. He wondered if it was possible for a gifted individual to possess two divine springs, given that a single divine spring had limitations in mental energy production. After changing his bed linens and donning sleepwear, he glanced at the forum, observing that some posts had received replies. One particularly caught his eye, stating, "Has the original poster lost their mind? Surely a mental aptitude novice is asking this. Just a delusional dreamer." Among all the comments, a highly rated response stood out. From an ID named Spear Stabbing Who's Who, dismissing the notion, "Don't boast. Who says a genius can have two divine springs? I could just as easily claim I have two large treasures. Would you believe me?" Below that, another popular reply came from an ID called Watergun Spraying Who's Who, asserting, "Your lack of exposure doesn't equate to non-existence. I indeed possess them." Spear Stabbing Who's Who retorted, "Stop arguing. If you truly have two divine springs, show me the evidence, and I'll call you father." Watergun Spraying Who's Who replied, "I wasn't referring to divine springs." The subsequent comments were all directed at Watergun Spraying Who's Who, clamoring, "Are you there, dual gun sprayer? Can you confirm?" Fang Xin scrolled through the comments in bemusement, until one particular comment caught his attention. It was from an ID named Using Chest Hair for Hair Transplants, stating that awakeners with more than one divine spring did indeed exist. It referenced a strong individual from the late 20th century who possessed two divine springs. However, due to their affiliation with the opposing faction, the official records had been deliberately concealed. The information had come to light serendipitously while browsing a biography. Accompanying the comment was a photograph from a biography, though it was an old book, rendering the image and some text quite blurred. Fang Xin enlarged the original image, revealing that the photo of the two-spring strongman had been stained by coffee, obscuring most details, save for the fact that he appeared to be clad in military attire. The visible figure suggested a lean, elderly man. Some of the text had also been marred by coffee, leaving only fragments discernible. Fang Xin pondered over this newfound information. In Shengjun, the third among the 8 kings of the Eternal Night Army, is a formidable entity of the mental realm, endowed with two divine springs. His mental prowess is vast and inexhaustible. He has single-handedly battled against numerous foes for 21 days without experiencing any depletion of his mental energy. Upon investigation, Fang Xin found no trace of In Shengjun. Following the tumult of the Divine Wars, much information regarding the Eternal Night Army appears deliberately obscured. Textbooks extol the valor of heroes who quelled the chaos, while the portrayal of the Eternal Night Army is predominantly negative, chronicling their inhumane deeds. During his time living with his grandfather, Fang Xin heard many tales about the Eternal Night Army, which echoed the grim narratives found in textbooks, wherever they passed. They left destruction in their wake, like locusts, committing unspeakable atrocities. Yet, each time his grandfather recounted these tales, he would sigh and gaze into the distance, lost in thought. Contemplating this, Fang Xin sent a private message to the individual who had just shared images. Could you provide a more detailed introduction? The response arrived promptly. Who are you calling brother? I'm a woman. Fang Xin stared silently at the profile, which featured a man with chest hair seeking a hair transplant for several seconds. Sister, could you send me a more comprehensive introduction? The reply was sweetly toned. Soon, a clearer photograph was sent, yet it still lacked a detailed account of the two divine springs, and the introduction to Yin Xingjun was incomplete. Sister, what about the rest? Does your brother have abs? What for? Show me your abs, and I'll send you the remaining information. A few seconds later, Fang Xin perused the rest of the introduction. It was undeniable that Yin Xingjun was indeed a formidable figure. His two divine springs were exceptionally powerful. He possessed an astute control over his mental energy, calculating precisely the amount required against his adversaries without excess or deficiency. Moreover, while utilizing one spring, the other was reserved, akin to an individual possessing not just 2, but 4 robust kidneys. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. The individual with the chest hair had messaged again. Your brother's abs are quite enticing. Would you like to see more biographies? I'll share them if you show me something nice in return. If biographies don't interest you, we can exchange other things. Without hesitation, Fang Xin exited the forum, adopting an attitude that suggested she would not be swayed by trivial distractions. After all, she was a fearsome presence who had carved her way through the SS-level trials of the mental realm. How dare such trivialities disturb her resolve? Observing her second divine spring, Fang Xin recognized a significant enhancement in her mental energy. Should she manage to conquer the SS-level mental trials within 3 seconds, her mental prowess would surely escalate further. Coupled with her understanding of Yin Xingjun's abilities, she could solidify her position in the realm of mental talents. However, her innate talent was only rated at S level. With inherent limitations, to ascend further, one must engage in slaughter and plunder. Moreover, one's innate talent for the power system necessitates practical experience to achieve greater breakthroughs. It is time to undertake a mission. With classes only on weekends, one can seize the opportunity to accept tasks on these days. Fang Xin glanced at the clock. It was already 3 in the morning. Fortunately, endowed with a talent for the power system, his physique far surpassed that of an ordinary person, allowing him to rejuvenate with just a brief rest and resume his endeavors. The following day, Fang Xin presented a mask to Jiang Shaocha, who inquired curiously, Brother, have you attempted the intermediate and advanced trials with this mask? Fang Xin immediately shook his head. No, it should be quite perilous. You ought to hone your skills with the beginner level first. All right, today was Sunday, and with classes awaiting the next day, it was already somewhat late to accept the task. He resolved to wait until next Saturday to embark on one. Over the past few days, Fang Xion's routine comprised attending classes and training upon awakening. The course on teamwork had commenced, with competitions held bi-weekly, essentially sending various squads to execute missions. This served to assess the team's coordination skills, and should any issues arise, teams would be reallocated. Fang Xin and his companions incorporated team training into their daily regimen. It must be said that their collaboration, arranged by Zhuge Heng, was exceptionally harmonious. Fang Xin managed his time with the finesse of a maestro, sleeping merely 4 hours while dedicating the remaining hours to training his various innate abilities. Sun Bijuan gifted Fang Xin a skill for the mental system, a technique known as the Eye of Divine Authority. This 13th level ocular technique amalgamated control and damage. Yet, the elderly lady persistently admonished him to refine his divine spring, emphasizing that only by strengthening it could he become more formidable and enduring in battle. Fang Xin refrained from disclosing the matter of the 2 divine springs and the SS-level trial to the elderly lady. Firstly, the mutation of a divine spring could lead to unwanted consequences if it were to be dissected. Caution was indeed the better part of valor. Secondly, the SS-level trial was too embarrassing to mention. Each day, Fang Xin engaged in the SS-level trial. Within the trial's illusion, the narrative shifted daily, sometimes featuring more than one female lead. The professions and archetypes were diverse. The elegant seductress, the lowly, the amiable neighbor, the cat girl, the nurse, the sentimental secretary. The aloof CEO, Fang Xin was not particularly fond of these figures. After all, it was all for the purpose of elevating his realm and safeguarding humanity. He was no lecher, after all. Initially, breaking through the illusion required 2.5 hours, but this duration gradually diminished. When the time contracted to under 2 hours, Fang Xin was astounded to discover a new transformation within his divine springs. The 2 divine springs had evolved into 3. Furthermore, other anomalies began to manifest. Chapter 71. New mission. Fang Xin sat on the edge of his bed, grappling with the overwhelming realization that 2 divine springs had transformed into 3, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. To his astonishment, the luminous talent source that had previously floated above the first divine spring had inexplicably doubled. 3 divine springs and 2 talent sources. What could this mean? The revered Eans of the 2 divine springs ranked 3rd among the 8 kings of the Eternal Night Army. Yet with his 3 divine springs and 2 talent sources, where would he stand among them? Surely he must rank at least 2. 5. Fang Xin gazed at the newfound divine springs and talent sources. According to his studies, each individual possessed only one of each. Furthermore, divine springs were nearly transparent, while talent sources mirrored the hues of the sun and moon. However, his divine springs bore a tinge of crimson, and within the talent source, dark energy swirled ominously. Even his toes could surmise that this was closely related to his talent for slaughter. Upon further reflection, he felt a significant enhancement in both his mental and light powers. The talent for slaughter acted like an external enhancement, even surpassing the efficacy of typical augmentations. Additionally, with the surge in mental power, his perception had also escalated considerably. He sensed that he had reached level 3, with level 4 and the formation of a perception web imminent. Raising his hand, a sphere of dark energy, the size of an apple, floated at his fingertips, markedly larger than the previous ping-pong ball-sized orb. This sphere, capable of utilizing light power as fuel and incinerating mental energy, had become Fang Xin's secret weapon. He scrutinized the dark sphere, acutely aware that his light talent was not particularly high, barely qualifying as S-level. Yet, his rapid progress had propelled him to level 3 combat power in no time, especially with the aid of this dark sphere, which was sufficient to achieve mid-level 3 combat prowess. Ultimately, he attributed this remarkable advancement to his talent for slaughter. Fang Xin absorbed the dark sphere into his being, contemplating the 3 divine springs and 2 talent sources, pondering whether they would multiply further. Glancing at the time, he realized it was getting late and decided to retire for the night, planning to embark on a mission at dawn. Rising early the next day, he freshened up and retrieved his intelligence device to peruse the mission list. Fang Xin was resolute in his objectives. Among his various talents, his perception talent was SS level, while both his light and mental talents rested at S level. The awakening of light talents had largely been monopolized by the church, making it a daunting task to eliminate church members to enhance his light talent, leaving him to wait for the midterm test to venture into the demon and god ruins. Currently, Fang Xin focused his efforts on his mental and perception talents. The mission board featured numerous wanted criminals primarily possessing mental talents. Yet those with perception talents were relatively scarce, as these fragile individuals were well aware of their limited health and output, often opting for a more cautious approach to development. After a thorough examination of the listings, Fang Xin finally settled on a wanted criminal with early-stage level 4 mental talent. Upon perusing the information, it became evident that the fugitive was named Simon Bergwang, possessing an initial combat strength at the 4th level with a psychic affinity. He specifically targeted solitary individuals for heinous acts, showing no preference for the gender of his victims. Only their physical allure mattered. He was mockingly referred to as the multifunctional plug. Fang Xin meticulously examined the details, confirming their accuracy. It was indeed true that the individual was at the 4th level of initial combat strength, prompting him to accept the mission. Moments later, the task was successfully accepted, with a time constraint of 36 hours. Regardless of whether the mission was completed, he was required to return to school within this time frame. The reward for the task were as follows. Reward 1, 400 points, with a bounty coefficient of 2 stars, each star worth 50 points, totaling 500 points. Reward 2, 10 psychic fruits. Fang Xin glanced at the rewards, deeming them sufficiently generous for hunting a 4th-level entity. As for the psychic fruits, they serve to replenish mental energy after excessive consumption. However, for Fang Xin, who possessed 3 divine springs, their utility was minimal, with only 36 hours at his disposal. And 6 hours required for travel, he had 30 hours left to locate and eliminate the target. The option to accept the mission anonymously was available, and Fang Xin opted for this to avoid drawing attention. This endeavor was not merely about fulfilling the task. Fang Xin also hoped to see if he could encounter the King of Slaughter again within the mirror, should time permit. Additionally, he sent a message to AI Li, inquiring about her recent developments and any new leads on cases. AI Li responded promptly, mentioning that she had pursued another lead and apprehended an individual. Through interrogation, it was revealed that the organization responsible for abducting his sister was inextricably linked to a group called the Muddy Li Hall. What happened next? Fang Xin AI Li replied that the Muddy Li Hall had met a grim fate in the last century, as the entire organization, comprising thousands, was exterminated. Curious, Fang Xin utilized the intelligence device to research this Muddy Li Hall. It was a notorious human trafficking organization from the previous century, eradicated by the edict of the Great Pope. The information was scant, prompting Fang Xin to scroll further down until his gaze fixed upon the concluding segment of the description. In the photograph, the leader of the Muddy Li Hall was depicted being executed by hanging. Suspended high above, clad in white, he resembled a weather doll. A fleeting image surged through Fang Xin's mind. Both the vehicle involved in his parents' tragic accident and the one that had caused AI Li's parents' demise bore a weather doll. Fang Xin was momentarily engulfed in contemplation. Other information proved elusive. Much of the records and data prior to the cataclysm of the gods seemed to have been erased by an unseen hand. Presently, knowledge of past events, individuals, and occurrences could only be gleaned from the official narratives disseminated by those in power. Coupling this with the church's previous interest in him, and Zhuge Hang's mention of his parents' case being intricately entangled, Fang Xin felt he was merely scratching the surface of a far more imposing iceberg, the vastness of which remained obscured from his view. Fang Xin received a message, and I will find a way to investigate on my end. Thank you, replied Ailey. It was a courteous exchange. The two of them could be considered kindred spirits. Aiding Ailey was akin to aiding oneself. The procedure for leaving the school required consulting the counselor. Fang Xin messaged Sister Xiaolu, who responded promptly. Are you going out for a mission? Yes. If you require assistance, you may present your credentials and contact the local Tiandun Bureau. You can summon a small team from any special operations unit other than the 9th Division. Great, Sister Xiaolu. Oh, and remember to use your disguise. If news of your outing reaches Yang Haoxi, it would be difficult to ensure he won't cause you trouble. Understood. There were indeed many privileged individuals within the Tiandun Bureau, as they benefited from public resources and could wield power if they achieved merit. Having influential connections facilitated matters, and the Tiandun Bureau often turned a blind eye, engaging in covert exchanges of interests with major organizations, commonly referred to as PY transactions. Sister Xiaolu continued, if you cannot complete the mission, you may return early. There is no shame in such matters. Fang Xin intended to respond with an OK emoji, but, in a moment of haste, sent an entirely different one instead. Oh catch, Faisek. He quickly retracted it and sent a different emoji. Sister Xiaolu replied with an emoji as well. Husky pointing hand. Once Fang Xin exited the Tiandun Academy, he donned the mask he had obtained from Ailey, which allowed for disguise. At noon that day, Fang Xin arrived in the city of Shimenduo Function, Plug Buoguang, Xingchuan City, a third-tier city. It was said that this place was one of the main battlefields during the chaos of the gods. Shimen Buoguang typically committed his acts under the cloak of night. Nowadays, many areas enforced curfews at night, and even where there were none, few ventured out after dark. Fang Xin planned to wait until nightfall to emerge. As dusk fell, the moon was particularly full. The streets grew increasingly deserted. Fang Xin glanced at the time. A curfew was in effect at 10 o'clock each evening. Before 10, Local members of the Tiandun Bureau and police would patrol the area. Thus, otherworldly individuals generally ventured out only after 10. Wandering the streets, Fang Xin noticed that there were not many people who had yet to return home. Passers-by appeared hurried and anxious. As Fang Xin strolled alone, an elderly woman hurrying home paused to look at him. "Child, why are you still out so late?" Fang Xin smiled politely. "I'll be home soon. Please, do head back yourself." The elderly woman hesitated, nervously glancing around before continuing. "It's quite dangerous out here at night, dear." "You sound local. Is your home nearby?" "No," she quickly replied. "Child, find a hotel to stay the night. As an outsider, wandering here after dark could lead to trouble if the authorities find you. They might detain you to meet their quotas. In that case, your family would have to pay for your release." Fang Xin stood momentarily taken aback, not anticipating the poor state of security in this area. "I understand, Annie. My residence is just ahead. I shall return now." The elderly woman retrieved her keys and proceeded toward a nearby shop. Fang Xin had scarcely taken a few steps when several individuals clad in uniforms and adorned with large hats emerged from around the corner, clearly officers from the police station. They scrutinized Fang Xin up and down. "Halt! What are you doing out at this hour? Your residence is just ahead. Return immediately." The leader, a lanky figure with a long face, adjusted his hat's brim. "A visitor from out of town, I presume?" Suddenly, the small shop beside them swung open, and the aunt rushed out, grasping Fang Xion's arm. "My dear child, I've been waiting for you. Why have you not returned home?" "I apologize. This is my nephew, visiting from afar and unfamiliar with the area. He's lost his way." The long-faced officer nudged Fang Xin and, with a smirk, addressed the elderly woman. "Lost, you say? A visitor? Is he your nephew? Come now. Tell me, what is his name?" The aunt hesitated momentarily. The lanky officer leaned closer to Fang Xin, extending his hand to search for identification in Fang Xion's pocket, only to be met with Fang Xion's firm grip on his wrist. Chapter 72. Never strike a mortal down. Fang Xion's expression was icy. The long-faced man found himself grasped by the wrist, attempting to withdraw, but discovering that the youth before him possessed an unexpectedly formidable strength. "What the hell? You're an awakened. Are you defying the law? I now have reason to suspect you are another," he demanded. "Show me your identification." A few individuals promptly encircled Fang Xin. The elderly woman hastily interjected, "Sheriff, this child has always been stubborn. He is not defying the law. Quickly, release the sheriff and apologize." "Apologize my foot. I have reason to suspect you are an accomplice of the others. You both ought to be apprehended and brought in for questioning," the long-faced man coldly declared, preparing to kick the elderly woman aside. Fang Xin, maintaining his stoic demeanor, retrieved a Jillian device, sweeping it towards the long-faced man. "Yu Chong, sheriff of Xingchuan City Police Department, badge number." Before he could finish, the long-faced man trembled, and upon recognizing the Jillian device in Fang Xion's hand, he noted the 9 dragons emblem representing the 9th Division. His throat constricted, he licked his lips, and snapped to attention. "I salute you, sir." The surrounding officers, initially poised to detain Fang Xin and the elderly woman, quickly stood at attention. The privileges of the Tiandun Bureau within the official system were considerable, and the 9th Division held even greater authority. Police officers were compelled to show deference to anyone associated with the Tiandun Bureau. They could hardly fathom that the youth before them hailed from the esteemed 9th Division. The elderly woman, too, was taken aback. If the police were to take her away, labeling her a threat to public order, an ordinary person would be left utterly vulnerable, often resorting to imploring others for assistance and spending money to mitigate their plight. Hence, she had sought to assist Fang Xin, only to discover that he bore an official identity of significant stature. Fang Xin pointed the Jillian device at Yu Chong's chest. "Is this how you uphold public order?" Yu Chong forced a smile. "Sir, you understand how detestable the others are. We are merely safeguarding public property. A little extra vigilance is not unwarranted. Apologize to the elderly lady." Immediately, Yu Chong and his men bowed deeply to the elderly woman. "We apologize." The elderly woman quickly waved her hands, indicating it was of no consequence. Fang Xin turned to her, offering a gentle smile. "Elderly lady, You should head back now. Still somewhat dazed, she clearly did not anticipate that this youth possessed such a high-ranking identity, compelling the police to bow and scrape. As she departed, Yu Chong bent slightly, asking, "Sir, why are you alone? Are you unfamiliar with the area? Would you like me to contact the local Tian Bureau's 2nd Division? I can guide you." "No need." Yu Chong nodded vigorously. "You must be here on official duty, correct?" "I understand. I won't pry into matters that do not concern me. If you require anything, we are at your service. Continue with your patrol." "Understood, sir." Observing the individuals before him, Fang Xin simply shook his head. There is an abundance of injustice in this world. Those wielding power and influence reign supreme. Ignoring the officers, he held the Zhilian device, its virtual screen scanning the surroundings. Like an infrared imaging device, the smart linker illuminated every individual lingering on the street at that moment. The thoroughfare was notably sparse in this vast city. Only a handful of people populated the nocturnal streets. Thus, it was easy to ascertain the number of pedestrians at a glance. Most of the patrolling officers moved in clusters. The smart linker also possessed the capability to analyze the innate talents of each detected individual, based on the modus operandi of the perpetrator, Shimin Buowang. This multifunctional device was utilized for external assaults, employing mental manipulation to control its chosen prey, ultimately leading to their demise. After the act, the lifeless bodies would be adorned in elegant attire and arranged in fixed poses before the assailant departed. Thus far, 4 women and 3 men had fallen victim. Truly, the predator showed no discernment. Fang Xin rotated about, scanning every remaining passerby, benefiting from his own perceptive abilities, making the observation relatively effortless. However, his current level of perception was still somewhat inadequate. Reaching level 4 would enable him to deploy a perceptual network, thus simplifying the process of probing adversaries. As time elapsed, over an hour passed. Fang Xin's gaze suddenly fixated in one direction, where he observed a figure furtively carrying a woman, heading towards a familiar location, the store belonging to the kind-hearted elderly woman. Through the smart linker, he discerned the figure entering the shop. A quick double tap on the virtual screen revealed the silhouette within the store. It was indeed the benevolent matron. Upon entering, she collapsed to the ground. Subsequently, the assailant discarded the woman he had been shouldering onto the floor, appearing ravenous, and began rummaging for food inside the shop. Fang Xin hastened towards that direction. As he walked, the smart linker revealed the earlier encounter with several individuals from the police station, who were now meeting another patrol team. Yu Chong, clutching a baton under his arm, was discussing with his subordinates where to grab a drink later. Upon spotting an approaching squad, he immediately stood at attention. "Captain Ma," the leader of the oncoming team responded. "Nothing out of the ordinary, I presume?" Yu Chong shook his head. "Nothing unusual." "That's good. Thank you for your efforts." "Oh, there's one thing." Yu Chong recalled something. "Earlier during patrol, I encountered a kid from your Tian Shield Bureau from the 9th Division. "The 9th Division?" Captain Ma Wenbing paused, turning to the individuals behind him. "Is someone from the 9th Division here? I hadn't heard about it." Yu Chong continued. "The kid looked quite young. Probably just a teenager. I reckon he's a newly recruited trainee this year." Captain Ma glanced around. "A new trainee? What brings him here?" Yu Chong reflected. From the looks of it, he seemed to be on a mission. Alone on a mission? What task could possibly warrant a new recruit from the 9th Division to come here? One subordinate pondered. Could it be related to Shimin Buowang? A new recruit? Here, for Shimin Buowang? The new cohort of students has only been in school for 2 weeks. Yet there are rumors of someone achieving the strength of a level 4 combatant. Shimin Buowang? Nonsense. Ma Gu scoffed. That's the 9th department we're talking about. I graduated from the Tiandun Academy as well, and never have I encountered a level 4 combatant 2 weeks into my studies. Such boasts are made without a shred of evidence. Yu Chong chuckled. Ma Gu, everything is uncertain, you know? The 9th department is renowned for its formidable talents. It's entirely possible that there are exceptional newcomers among them, capable of taking down a level 4 combatant. Ma Wenbing rolled his eyes. Enough with the nonsense. Let us get on with our patrol, and after that, we can rest. The 2 teams parted ways. As they approached the vicinity of the shop, separated by 2 roads, Ma Wenbing pulled out his phone. "Oh dear, I forgot to buy something for my daughter. You all go ahead. I'll call her to ask what she wants." After dialing, a man's voice responded from the other end. Ma DUI. I was just getting ready when your call came in. Tonight is bound to be exhilarating. Right here at the Home supermarket. Come join us. Not tonight. The others mentioned that a new recruit from the 9th Department is on a mission, possibly targeting you. There was a brief pause before the voice on the other end chuckled. A newcomer? Looking for me? Are you jesting, or is this for real? It's what I heard. That person wouldn't deceive me. It must be true. Use your Tion Dun Bureau S.G. Lien device to scan for him. Ma Wenbing scanned with his device, but he S from the 9th Department. My clearance doesn't extend to their members. You should leave at once. What is the matter? Are you afraid he could take me down? How amusing. A newcomer thinks he can defeat me. All these years, I've lived for nothing. A mere new recruit from the 9th Department cannot harm me. Rest assured, I will handle him with ease. Ma Wenbing barked sternly. Stop the foolish chatter. Get back now. If a new recruit from the 9th Department encounters trouble here, the higher-ups will surely investigate, and I cannot protect you then. Understood, understood. I'll leave after I'm done. Wait a moment. It seems someone is indeed approaching. A young lad, barely out of his youth, wielding a Zhilian device. Huh. He certainly is a naive one. Ma Wenbing immediately commanded, let us leave right now. Otherwise, we'll be in deep trouble. Just one door, and I don't possess any earth attribute talent to pass through walls. An encounter is inevitable. After a brief silence, Ma Wenbing continued, engage him. But remember to exercise restraint. Do not kill him. I will bring others to feign a rescue. And amidst the chaos, you can escape. I can still owe him a favor. Chapter 73. Are you trying to get yourself killed? All right, I understand. I'll knock him out and send you a signal shortly. However, the girl I've spotted tonight is quite alluring. Why don't you come over and we can enjoy ourselves together? At this moment, Shimin Boiguan still considered his own interests. Don't mess things up. After the confrontation, make sure to leave. Ma Wenbing admonished sternly. Got it. Shimin Boiguan replied impatiently before ending the call. Peering through the curtain's gap, he observed Fang Xin approaching steadily. As Fang Xin drew near, he fully activated his senses, perceiving every movement of Shimin Boiguan within the shop. Fang Xin retrieved a revolver from his spatial ring and secured it at his lower back. Donning a